dollars or more in Capital Grille gift cards and receive a set of signature steak knives. And for $1,000 purchases, receive a 10% bonus gift card. Give the taste of the extraordinary with the Capital Grille, because some gifts are meant to be savored. This season, elevate your holiday gifting with a Capital Grille gift card. Call now at 248-649-5300. That's 248-649-5300.
This hour of the 13th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon is generously brought to you by Cooper Standard. Call 855-955-GIVE to help.
As we continue here from Somerset, please come out if you've got some time today. We are in the Somerset North collection, right across from Santa Claus. It's a beautiful show because you get to see everybody who joins us on StreamYard. Hank, let's see. We just had Hank Azaria with us. I know Hugh Jackman is coming up in about 20 minutes or so. Kevin O'Neill is here with us from our show. Kevin, I haven't formally introduced you. Thank you for coming out.
Thank you, Mitch.
And you're going to read off some of the, if you call in at 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, and you want to have your dedication read out over the air, so maybe a loved one, you want to honor of your boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, kids, someone who influenced you, whatever it is, here's an opportunity to do that, Kevin.
Yeah, Mitch, we have in honor of wife Sharon in Macomb, $125 donation. Thank you for that. In honor of parents Richard and Rosemary Nelson, they're in Grand Blanc, another $100 donation. In honor of Jim Edna Daly of Detroit, $25. Thank you. In honor of Ron Wangaro, of Livonia, $200 for in memory of Ron. Thank you so much. Also, too, Mitch, this is the 5th anniversary of my mom's passing from last month, and next month will be the 25th anniversary of my dad's passing. So I'd like to pledge $300 on behalf of them. So,
well, that's very kind of you, Kevin.
Yeah.
You don't have to work here and give at the same time,
Well,
but that's fine. If you hit clear at the bottom of your thing, you'll see many more.
Yeah, here in honor of the birth of Liliana Rose. Welcome to the world, Liliana. $500 from a beautiful couple in Troy. In honor of Del Closa of Canton, Ohio, $500. In honor of Lee and Jessica Frankhouse, they're in Carlton, Michigan, $150. In honor of Donna Nivision Kaufman, Lake Orion, that's a $100 donation. And in honor of Linda Eberhard from Genoa, $30. Every single bit is appreciated.
We sure appreciate that. 100% of what you give us today goes to help the needy. That's not always the case in all charities. A lot of charities take money out for administrative costs or renting a fancy building or an office. So we don't do that. All of those types of costs, we don't have a fancy building or offices, but all of those costs either I absorb or we absorb them elsewhere. But 100% of what you give us does go to help the neediest here in Detroit. And that's one thing we take great pride in. Another thing we take great pride in are people who have helped us out over the years who aren't necessarily from Detroit, but have a heart for it. One of those is my friend Anderson Cooper from CNN, who joins us. I see his right there. Hi, Anderson.
Hey, Mitch, how's it going?
It's going good, although, as a father of a young ones, we took in a little baby Nadi 2.5 years ago from Haiti. And in appreciation, she gave both my wife and I RSV about a week ago.
Oh, wow.
Really very, when you think about it, you don't have to,
things.
You don't have to share it with your parents, and yet they do. And so I'm trying to, get it out of my.
I've been amazed at how kids are petri dishes. I've had a cough now for, 4 months that I keep my kids keep bringing stuff home from school. It's amazing.
Yeah. Well, you have to go on the air every night. I don't know how, is there a clause in your contract that says you can only have so much contact with children if you're going to be on there?
They provide me with a lot of Afrin nasal spray to clear my nasal passages. So.
Well, it doesn't show. You always look good and you always look professional. And you've been a friend to me as well as a friend to Detroit for some time now. One of my fondest memories here is when you happened to come to town and we wandered around Detroit up and down Woodward Avenue. And, we just got to talk a little bit about Detroit and see it. You went and bought if I remember right, a turntable from a shop.
That's right. Yeah, from Shinola.
Yeah.
I got 2 of them, actually.
Yeah, you've seen the changes in Detroit over the years. Speak to, the spirit.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing to me, the the enthusiasm. It just feels like there's a vibrancy to it, and you can really see the changes in the last couple of years. I was there a couple of months ago. We also have to do a program, CNN Heroes. We had a woman, Mama Shu, who I also had on my podcast about grief.
Yeah.
She is rebuilding a neighborhood in her community. There's just so many people.
She's one of our partners, Mama
right?
Shu. Known her for years. Yeah, and
She's awesome.
The community there is where our medical clinic is, the St. Detroit Medical Clinic. Well, we help launch a lot of Mama Shu's programs and help support her. So absolutely, we're on the same page there, and we know her. And I can only imagine, Anderson, as someone who knows you and your business, what this past year has been like for you on the air. All the vitriol going back and forth from both sides, an election year. I don't know if in your business, like when the fourth year comes around and it's an election year, do you go on certain drugs to try to accommodate the upcoming year, knowing what's ahead?
I mean, I've been doing this for a long time, so it seems like it happens every 4 years. People get ramped up and emotions run high, and I'm just looking forward to that being over and a new beginning, and let's see how it goes. And the great thing about this country to me is it's like a ship. It tacks left, it tacks right, the winds change, but the country keeps moving forward, and I think that's the most important thing. And I hope we get back to a time when during elections people seem to view each other sometimes as other or the enemy, and I just think I just hope moving forward that dissipates and we can see each other as citizens, fellow citizens, and countrymen and women, and and make progress.
It's always interesting to me at CNN because Fox is so noticeably conservative and MSNBC is so noticeably liberal, that when the media and the politicians start attacking one another, they always say, or Fox News or MSNBC, and CNN, you never know. Like, it seems like both sides are willing to attack CNN, because they don't know exactly where they are. So is it better to be between those two or worse?
I mean, first of all, I believe that there shouldn't be a liberal newscast or a conservative newscast. I think it should just be information, and so I think look, I would make the argument that I think CNN tries to be in the middle, and we try to we have Republicans on, we have Democrats on. Obviously, some people have stronger opinions than others. I personally try not to push an opinion. I'm sure I've erred throughout my career, and if I do, I try to apologize and course correct. But I think it's important to just give viewers facts and information and let people make up their own mind. But traditionally, being in the middle is it's unsatisfying for people on either extreme, and so it's CNN comes under a lot of attack, and I certainly I understand that. That's just part of the way the business is these days.
But you're not looking for a presidential pardon to protect yourself in the next 4 years.
No, I'm not. I don't think there's anything to be pardoned about. So, yeah.
Why did I need one? Anderson, it's kind of you to take time out. I know how busy you are. Your days are incredible. John Pizzarelli, who you know from New York, a great friend and jazz singer and player, comes out and helps us every year here. He's here right now to do a little musical thank you for you. So here we go.
He's CNN's number one night guy. He does the news sometimes on the fly. From 60 Minutes on CBS, New Year's Eve craziness. Ooh, Mr. Cooper, we thank you.
That's awesome. Well, I want to, I know, this is about raising money, so I want to give a pledge of $5,000. And
Anderson, that's the second verse. Thank you, Anderson. God bless you, man. Thank you for coming on. Great to see you. Hope to see you soon.
Take care.
Anderson Cooper from CNN. How about that? That was a good song, Johnny. Shook the trees for $5,000. Wow.
Do what I can do.
That. Yeah. Oh, if you had a bridge or something, I could have gone to $7,500.
I haven't heard a parody of Spanish Flea for years.
That's right. There you go. I call it the dating game myself. So
All right, we are coming back with more. The phone numbers here are 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Great gifts and incentive items and auction items that you can reach there. So thank you. Go there and go check it out. Do all your Christmas shopping there. And you can always text money, too. Mitch13 at 59925. Time to do a tote board and see where we are just before noon. Let's see if we can get to last year we raised $2 million plus. Here we go this year. Let's see where we are. Now, it's still early, so let's encourage people to say early. Get a little tote board connection. John can only play that chord.
There you go.
$421,360. All right. At $500,000, this tie comes off. And at $1 million, the jacket comes off. $2 million, the pants come off. I don't want to say what happens if we get past $2 million.
Well, yeah. You know they're coming off.
Okay.
You know they're coming off.
We'll see. We'll come back with more. Thank you for your help, everybody, and please continue to listen. Hugh Jackman coming up in just a couple minutes. It's 760 WJR.
No way!
How y'all doing?
Brandy. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Accident off to both shoulders, eastbound 94 at Van Dyke, an accident on the right shoulder in Detroit. Now, WJR weather first from the Weather Channel. Here's your forecast.
The cold's going to have a short visit. Flurries and snow showers early, heaviest to the west with the lake effect. Will continue through this morning into the afternoon, partial sunshine. So heads up for some slick travel first part of the day, breezy to windy later. 23 will feel colder. 15 tonight with less wind, so it'll feel a little bit better tomorrow morning. Then a sunny Friday, highs in the upper 20s, and a chance of rain Saturday afternoon. From the Weather Channel, meteorologist Ray Stage on 760 WJR, where Michigan comes to talk.
The holidays mean more travel, more shopping, more time online, and more personal info in more places that could expose you more to identity theft. But LifeLock monitors millions of data points per second. If your identity is stolen, our US-based restoration specialists will fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or financial.
Say Detroit's involvement with the veterans goes back to its very beginning in 2006. Some of the original money raised went to build the first kitchen that the Michigan Veterans Foundation had ever had.
And we were able to create our mess hall that looked like a cafeteria. With those dollars, we did all the computers. We hired an IT guy.
The computer is just a beautiful thing for these people, the guys in here, because they put you back on track, put you back online. And without that computer, man, you could be lost.
Fever, best sleep medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks.
I have had the opportunity about 50 other times to be in places like this on days like this, and they are amongst the favorite days of my life, because today we get to give a home to a family. All right, say hi to your new home. This is your new home. This is your living room, where you first come in and you greet your guests, and your Christmas tree. Do you like that Christmas tree?
We didn't have a dining room where we were staying either, so, to be able to eat as family together.
Be able to eat as a family. Come on, then. The bedroom. Ooh. All right.
Oh my God. I almost can't breathe right now. What? Oh my God. I love you all. You are a godsend. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Wow. This is really beautiful and amazing. I just can't imagine the time this must have took or Lord God, the money, but thank you so much for everything that it took you to do, or even the stuff unseen that I can't see. Thank you.
Well, just seeing you and your kids so happy is the whole reason that we do this at Working Homes, Working Families, and it's the reason that we're raising money today at the State of Detroit Radiothon, the 9th annual, so we can have more moments like this. Congratulations, Smith family.
Thank
We're
you.
so happy for all of you.
Building a better Michigan.
Sorry to be late here. I'm blowing my nose. I'm trying to get through here.
Hanging
All
in
right.
there. You're hanging in there.
I'm hanging in. Kenny
Hanging in
Brown, Kevin O'Neill, Chad Audi, Craig Gass, John
That's it.
Pizzarelli, all up here. First of all, I want to say thank you to all you guys who a lot of the time are sitting at the table watching me blow my nose. But the support, knowing you guys are here, makes a huge, huge difference. And, of course, everybody's support out there is a big, big deal. Please go to our MitchAlbumRadiothon.com website. Am I going to do this right now? No, okay. And check out all the great gifts that we have there, all the incentive items that we have, all the auction items that you can bid on. It's great Christmas shopping. Coming up in the next hour, you're going to want to be with us. Hugh Jackman is going to join us. We're also going to give away a home to a needy family. And that, as great as Hugh is, that's really the reason that we're here. So stick around with us here or watch us on WJR.com or MitchAlbum.com or Freep.com or click on Detroit or any of those many sites where you can see us. Please call and donate 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, or text Mitch13 to 59925. Back with more from Somerset North on the 13th annual Say Detroit Radiothon.
This may look like your typical health clinic with waiting rooms, medical equipment, and patients, but it's not. When the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic opened in 2008, it made history. Located in Highland Park, it was the nation's first free medical clinic devoted to homeless, uninsured, and underinsured mothers and their children. 12 years and thousands of patients later, the clinic has expanded its reach to children, women, and now men, regardless of their ability to pay. The clinic is open weekdays, 9 to 4, and provides all sorts of exams, from ear infections, high blood pressure, cardiology, and even on-site laboratory services. In 2019, Trinity Health became a managing partner, and they provide medical staff, including doctors and nurse practitioners.
This is our time. If you work in this space around in underserved communities, you know that is a time for us to really put our feet down and do something about what we see around poverty, around access to health. We changed out and included some additional staff there so that we can serve more people and can have a connection to the community. We did some cosmetic changes where we upgraded the floors and painted out the ceilings, and most recently we've done a new pharmacy build out, so it'll be additional service available to our community.
Right down this hallway is the pharmacy, and this is important because patients will be able to see their doctor and receive their prescriptions on site. That's a big deal. Most of them don't have transportation.
This clinic is a type of clinic that every city and any city in the United States should want to have the type of people that work here that care.
Always looking to improve and expand, the clinic is upgraded to electronic medical records. In addition, the clinic now has a new community outreach coordinator who will make sure that more residents take advantage of the free services here. For example, the clinic hosted C-Mobile screenings where 1,500 Detroiters received free COVID tests during the height of the pandemic.
It does not matter about your finance. Their whole concern in this clinic is to take care of you when you come in that door.
For those who need it the most, the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic is a gift, truly a gem of the city, and just what the doctor ordered.
Luzinski, our traffic and weather first.
Still looking for a...
Hey, it's the Inside the NBA crew, Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, Kenny the Jet Smith, and Charles Barkley with a shout out to the Say Detroit Play Center.
Say Play is a premier learning center. It offers academic enrichment, athletics, and arts programs for students 8 to 18.
Since day one in 2015, Say Play has been rebuilding and empowering one of Detroit's most challenged neighborhoods.
Set on nearly 15 acres in the Osborne community in northeast Detroit, the facility was the site of the rundown Lipke Park Recreation Center, which had been shut down by the city due to budget cuts.
It was rebuilt by Say Detroit in partnership with Detroit major sports teams. Say Play offers all its programs and services, including transportation, meals, mental health awareness, and resources free of charge.
The students who attend Say Play commit to their after-school studies, and they love to learn.
They could take part in a wide array of activities, including sports, creative programming, arts, STEM, social justice, and summer employment experiences.
As part of an expansion announced in 2021, the Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Education Center will grow services for members and its neighboring community. And let us not forget the staff and the volunteers, right, fellas?
Good job, guys.
They are game changers, providing pathways to success for the youth of Detroit. Well done.
To help. Now,
A Time to Help is our volunteer program started over 20 years ago. Every month, volunteers gather, sometimes in small numbers of 20 or 25, sometimes in large groups of up to 150, to make a difference in Detroit by putting together a few hours of volunteer time in a collective effort. A Time to Help brings together everyone's best efforts and desires.
10, 11.
So
this is our seventh hour. Okay. I lose all abilities.
I'm writing it down. We got it right here for you.
And we are hoping to raise our goal from last year of $2 million in a single day, which was an all-time record for us here. All of which goes to help the neediest of Detroit citizens, but not in a handout. It's not money that we hand out to people. It's programs for little children and daycare programs whose parents, whose mothers, in order to go to work, need a daycare program to have their kids in. Programs for health and medical services for homeless families and for people who don't have medical insurance, that they know that we've even found cancer cases in people who have come to our medical clinic and helped save their lives. Programs for teenagers who have kids who don't have any place to go after school. So much of our school programs here in Detroit have been eliminated after school. And so there's nothing for them to do, but they come to the Say Play Center and they can do programming and they can do everything from STEM robotics and computers to basketball and football. dancing, even a recording studio, even for veterans who are looking for work, senior citizens, and for people who need homes. And in just a couple minutes, we're actually going to give a home to a family who was living, believe it or not, in a flat where they had to use pliers to turn the water on and off in their home, and one thermostat for the entire building. And we were able to create a home and to give it to them. So they're going to be with us as well. So this is what we're raising money for and what we're trying to do at 855-955-GIVE. 855-955-4483 is the phone numbers. You can go to mitchalbumradiothon.com on the web, or you can text the word Mitch13 to 59925, Mitch13 to 59925, and you can bid on amazing auction items at mitchalbumradiothon.com. There are so many of them that you can get great experiences, everything from tickets to the Billy Joel concert that's coming up here in Detroit, to the chance to go to a Lions practice and meet Dan Campbell and hang out there, all the rest of it. So all great opportunities. Okay, we have many guests who are joining us from around the country as we try to raise money here to help Detroit's neediest. And of course, 100% of the money that we raise goes to help the needy. We don't have a big building. We don't have a lobby or artwork. Or every time I go to a charity and I sit in a lobby of some fancy charity and I look at the lobby and I say, I wonder what the rent costs for this, and I wonder what that piece of art costs. And we don't have anything like that. If you saw our offices, they're pretty bare-boned. But even the expenses is for those I pay out of pocket, so that your money that you give to us goes straight to help the needy children and the needy veterans, the needy homeless, and the people that we help. Many people have helped us over the years. One who I look forward to every year, who I consider a friend, and I'm always amazed at how he comes through for us, despite the fact that he's probably one of the busiest actors in the world, is our friend Hugh Jackman, and he joins us from wherever Hugh is joining us. Hello, Hugh.
Hey, I'm in New York City.
New York City.
Wish I was there in Detroit with you, man. I say it every year, but I do wish that.
We wish that as well. Thank you so much. It's great to talk to you, and I haven't had a chance to congratulate you. I saw you over the summer just before, or the spring, just before Deadpool Wolverine came out. Yeah. And then it came out, and basically all I did was watch as the numbers kept going higher and higher and higher. And is it like one of the biggest box office movies in the history of the world?
I go with Universe in Universe. But certainly of the bluer variety, for sure. The R-rated wall. But isn't it good to see little independent movies, just going?
It sure is, because when the auteurs take a chance like that and the audience respond, it's really, it warms the heart. It warms the heart.
But it was a joy from beginning to end, and the whole thing has been an incredible story. So yeah, it's been great. Thanks.
What
man.
does that like Jeff Daniels on a little earlier, and he said there's an expression in the acting world: you do one for them and one for you. Like one for the industry and one that you want to make. What does being in a film like that, financial successful that it has, as well as a good film, what does that do for you in terms of like your future opportunities and the choices you can make?
Yeah. I've heard that from the moment I came into the film business. The people, okay, I'm doing that for the studio, and then I'm going to do one. I've never felt that. I'm going to be honest, Mitch.
Oh, really?
No, I haven't. I've played Wolverine 10 times, and every time I've loved it, and it's been a creative challenge for me. And this one actually was new to me. I rang Ryan. I said, man, I really, really want to do it. And so I guess I'm in a very lucky position. I don't feel like I obviously financially I'm in a very lucky position, and everything I do I love, and I do because I see some merit in it, and I love the variety. So I love playing Wolverine. And then I've just finished a film yesterday called Song Sung Blue, based on a true story where I play a Neil Diamond impersonator, and it's something completely different. Next year I'm on Radio City stage. I feel, maybe it's too selfish, but I feel it's all for me, and it's all stuff that I love.
Well, you do a great job, and you are. If when people find out that I know you and they say, well, what's Hugh Jackman like? And, after saying that you're a good guy and all the things that friends say about friends, I also say he's often joyous, and I don't know a lot of people who are joyous, I know a lot of people who are whatever the opposite of joyous is, but you at least seem to appreciate the wonderful opportunities that you have, and you do throw yourself into them.
I do. I feel very, very lucky, and made meeting you and just being, I'm segueing onto you, but honestly being part of this, and I could say the same thing about you, because you're someone who seems very much, I've always been impressed how you have a real purpose, and you seem lit up by it all and all the things you do. And man, what a year you've been through, and everything you went on down there, and but you just still have a gratitude no matter how difficult the situation is.
Yeah.
And so
we had a chance to visit with you in New York, my wife and I, and it's like, well, what have you been doing? And we tell each other kind of the stories, and then you said, so what have you guys been doing? I said, well, we were in Haiti and we had to get airlifted out in the middle of the night. And I just can see your face, like your mouth kept dropping. I said, yeah, then it was the middle of the night, and then we were afraid that they were going to shoot at us. And you're going, oh, mate, like, oh, that's I guess it was one of the. But
then I quickly pivoted to talk about me and my difficult set that I was on. How long the hours were. I mean, I didn't dwell too long on your story, man.
That's right. But enough about you and me. What do you think about me? Yes. I did hear about that Neil Diamond thing, which fascinated me. So you play a Neil Diamond impersonator who he and his wife went. This is based on an actual real story.
Yeah, it's a true story in Milwaukee in the mid sort of 90s, and my character Mike Sardina, his stage name is Lightning, and he meets Claire Stengel, who was a Patsy Cline impersonator, and together they put together this Neil Diamond tribute band, and it's this really amazing story. It's really a love story. You'll love it, Mitch, because it's a love story to tip jar musicians around the world. There's so countless numbers of brilliant musicians who just maybe don't quite get to the point where they're living in mansions and or maybe not even living off their music. But it's a real, they went on this ride. I don't even want to tell you the rest of the story because it's so unbelievable. And Kate Hudson plays the part. She's phenomenal. And Craig Brewer, who did Hustle and Flow. I don't know if you remember that movie from like 19 years ago. It was just a joy, and we shot it.
So did you have to learn to kind of sing like Neil Diamond?
Yeah.
Who I always thought Neil Diamond. My impression, John Pizzarelli is here, and I'm looking over at him, and my impression of Neil Diamond was that he was exhaling as he sang, like sung, blow. Everybody knows one. So that's
actually pretty good, man. I like that.
Yeah. One of my many talents.
He's actually a great singer and a great writer.
The rocks, ain't no surprise.
Yeah, right.
It's like it's almost like a different kind of Bob Dylan.
My friend. Hello.
Yeah.
Hi.
I don't know. That's sounding a little Christopher Walken to me.
Yes. Well, speaking of music, it wouldn't be an interview with you if we didn't prepare a song. I wrote the lyrics, and John Pizzarelli has and I thought, you're always so kind to us, and you're such a special friend. So you're the only guest all day long, and we've got a lot of them, but you get a medley. You get a Broadway medley of songs from South Pacific, 2 songs from South Pacific, rewritten for Hugh Jackman. And we're going to try this live, which is going to be a disaster, I'm sure, but
not at all.
All right, you ready, John?
Yes,
Here we
ready to go.
All right.
Some folks like Hugh Jackman.
Some like Ryan Reynolds.
We think Ryan Reynolds is pretty much a meh. But Jackman we know.
And Jackman we trust.
And Jackman
every year never fails to be helping us. Segway. Medley.
There is no one quite like you.
No one in the world. Think of all that he can do, and you'll know there's no one quite like you. He can sing and dance around.
Can bench 300 pounds.
He crossed swords with Peter Pan.
He's got steel inside his hands.
He's a showman. He's a Logan music man. Showed he can flex. He's 56. And he's still got pecs.
Yeah.
It brought the crowd to its knees.
I was kind of hoping to see if you were going to rhyme. Yeah. I was looking forward to that.
Yeah, I'm not that good.
Maybe, I don't know how many years this is. I don't know how many more years we're going to go, but I feel there's an album. There could be a tribute album here at some point. We could sell it,
Yes.
for like
The
5
best
cents
of-
a copy.
the best of Hugh.
It's going to be gangbusters.
Well, thank you for joining us as always.
My
Hugh.
pleasure. And man, I want to contribute 50,000 today to.
Oh my God!
To the cause.
Second
And-
verse.
Second verse. One more time.
There is no one quite like you. No one in the world. Okay. Hugh, it's a pleasure to call you my friend, and Detroit loves you.
You are my friend. I love you, Mitch.
Thank you for helping us
love
out.
to Janine and love to everyone in Detroit and to all the things you do and all those programs you support, to all the people who run those programs, who do all that work.
God bless you,
I just
man. How
give a
about it
shout
for
out.
Hugh Jackman, friends in Detroit? $50,000. Wow.
Marvel Universe.
All right. Now we're going to shift gears here because we're going to go from kind of the sublime to the impossible. This is the reason, though, that we do what we do. And we're going to introduce you to a family. And our Working Homes, Working Families project is actually what's in charge here. Now, WDIV is with us. WDIV is with us and trying to broadcast at the same time. Hi, Kai. Hi, kids. How are you doing? Okay. And everyone who's here, listen, we have a family on stage with us. This is Kai Green and her children, Alex, Christian, and Rodney Jr. are all here. Okay. And for those of you who don't know, we have a Working Homes, Working Families project where we take houses, we refurbish them with some of our volunteers, we fix them up, and we find needy families that are in need of a home. Hi. Okay, so we're going to do on 2 mics here. So our Working Homes, Working Families project, which is part of Say Detroit, finds homes that are in need of tender, loving care. We refurbish them with our staff and volunteers, and then we find needy families who are working but just have, down on their luck or something like that. Kai Green, if you want to come over here. Kai was living in a flat, from what I understand, that was so substandard you had to use pliers to turn on your water.
Yeah. Yes, the flat that we stayed in, it was in a state of disarray. I believe sometimes the living conditions in Detroit are less than standard. So that pretty much was it. Although it was less than standard, the rent was affordable. So we kind of just stayed there and dealt with what we had to deal with until we could be in a better position.
Well, but there was not a place to be raising a beautiful family like this. The doors were off the hinges. Nothing was working. There was one thermostat in the entire building.
So as far as the thermostat goes, like I said, we were on the top flat, but one thermostat and one fuse box. So I paid DTE for the whole flat. The security door had fallen off of the side door, which is the access to our flat. So yeah.
No conditions for a family. So the Working Homes, Working Families project with Say Detroit found a home not far from where you were, fixed it all up, and these are the keys to your home and your family. You should, a beautiful, let's go. What do you say?
This is fun.
This is fun. You're right. This is fun. Helping other people is fun. Our program not only gives these homes to people, but if they keep it with the utilities and the taxes, then after 2 years, the house is yours. And this is how you should bring up a family in a beautiful home, a beautiful family like that. And that's what we're doing here at our Radiothon every year. That's where the money that we raise goes to for programs like this, help families like this live in the way that they should. I've been blessed to live that way. You have, other people have. Not everybody does. And we're here to try to share that. So that's what we're doing here today.
That was absolutely amazing. And you said almost over $400,000 already raised today?
So far, we're over 400. Well, Hugh Jackman just came on with us and gave us 50,000. So I think we're just over 500,000 now. But all of that, 100% of the money that we raise goes to help the needy. We don't take out any administrative costs or things like that. No air conditioning bills. So we'll be able to do this again. I think this is over 60 homes that we have given away over the years here. And hopefully we'll be doing it for many years to come.
And like you said, buddy, this is fun, right? Yeah. Amazing. Well, thank you so much. Mitch.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And that, again, is what we are all about here at Say Detroit. And there are, it's fun to talk to Hugh Jackman. It sure is. I can't lie about that. But to be able to hand over a set of keys to a family and have them be able to know that they're going to have a home is it's a little more than fun. Although he said it beautifully, but it warms your heart and it makes you know why you're here on Earth. I want to welcome Heidi Magyar. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Right. GM's Community Impact and Heritage Operations Executive, because it was GM and Humble Design who helped us combine to make that house beautiful. And by the way, I don't know if we showed any images of it, but that house isn't just like an upgrade from a house where the doors were falling off and you had to use pliers. That house is beautiful, the new house that we gave them. And I want to thank you, Heidi, for helping make that possible.
Oh, well, thank you for letting us be a part of that. And really thank you to your amazing team who really engages with us and help us reach out into the Detroit community for sure. Yeah, GM has been doing this for a while. It supports a lot of community initiatives around the state, GM on Main Street Grant Program and others. But we're glad that you helped get involved with us, and we hope that will continue. Yeah, Detroit's been our home for over 100 years, and it's a privilege to be able to give back into those communities. 3 years ago, we made a commitment to the city to give over $50 million back into the city in our grant programs. And as of the end of this year, we're exceeded that amount of money. So for us, it's programs like working homes, working families, and great opportunities to engage in those communities for sure. Well, I think when you see the faces of the kids and the mom, when there's a set of keys, you know that, all those numbers boil down to a real life story. And that's a pretty moving real life story right behind you. That's right. It's fun to sum it all up, right? I'm gonna use that quote. Yeah, it's fun. All right. Well, thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank all of you. We're going to take a brief break and come back with many, many more guests. Darren McCarty is going to join us. Paul W. Smith. Of course, this is his hour. And Mayor Duggan's going to be here. Bernie Smilovitz, Nate Burleson. That's just in the next couple of minutes. 855-955-GIVE if you'd like to help continue programs like this. If you've been thinking about making a charitable contribution at the holidays, now's a good time to do it. MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. There's also a way that you can do it, and you can text Mitch13 to 59925 if you prefer to text. Mitch13, the number 13 to 59925. We'll be back from Somerset North, where we continue with the 13th annual Say Detroit Radiothon.
Say Detroit's involvement with the veterans goes back to its very beginning in 2006. Some of the original money raised went to build the first kitchen that the Michigan Veterans Foundation had ever had.
And we were able to create our mess hall that looked like a cafeteria. With those dollars, we did all the computers. We hired an IT guy.
The computer is just a beautiful thing for these people, the guys in here, because they put you back on track, put you back online. And without that computer, man, you could be lost.
Making a difference in our community. Call Mother Waddles today at 313-WADDLES. That's 313-WADDLES. Construction blocks your right lane on I-75 southbound at I-94. More road work on I-75 northbound between Sibley and North Line Road. An accident blocks your right lane on I-696 eastbound at Groesbeck. We still have that crash on Schaefer Road north.
Good morning. Welcome, everybody. My name is Rosie. I'm with Say Detroit. This is part of our Working Homes, Working Families. We take homes, refurbish them, renovate them, and give them to a deserving family. And it's always a great day when we have GM with us doing this. On behalf of Say Detroit, the people that we serve, you're doing such good work today. You have no idea what this means to hand a home to a family who's never had a home or has experienced some housing insecurity that forced them to leave a home they previously were living in.
Working with GM Cares, something a little bit personal. Growing up in Mexico, I'm one of those kids that grew up with less than most. Got to experience what it is not having a house and moving, bouncing around. Giving back is a little bit of a personal because it means doing what others did for me.
Hi, I'm Sam. I'm with the GM Cares. We're here supporting Say with Detroit, working homes and working families. We've been landscaping today. And hopefully in a couple months, this will be a nice home for a family in need. We have a small but mighty group of people volunteering today, and everyone had a good time, and I think we accomplished a lot.
If you think twice about replacing your windows, roof, or siding, you're not alone. 43% of homeowners.
What's this going to do for you and your family?
What it's going to do?
Yes.
Oh my God, y'all just saved our life. Man, I just can't tell y'all how happy I am.
Say Detroit has been changing lives for the better since 2006, when I wrote about how our city was providing homeless people 3-day shelter parties to get them off the street while tourists were in town for the Super Bowl. A city that is super just for a weekend isn't very special come Monday. So we put out a call to raise enough to at least help all year long. The idea of Say Detroit is in its letters, super all year. You answered our call, and to amazing results. Say Detroit has grown into a charity that offers help where it's needed the most. And we need your help as we meet the increasing needs of people at risk.
We thought it was all said and done with. There was nothing else we could do. We had almost given up. And then Say Detroit came in our life.
We're providing pathways to success for Detroiters in need. And we're doing it with a focus on solving learning, healthcare, and housing challenges. That's why our programs, like the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic, are so important. Not only is it free to all patients, it now has a pharmacy on site.
The clinic is also now hosting Wellness Wednesdays, monthly support groups for women, and providing one-on-one coaching and resources for mothers during their baby's first year.
It's very important for us to think about how can we remove barriers to care so that people have real opportunities to be healthy.
Their whole concern in this clinic is to take care of you when you come in that door.
The Say Detroit Play Center is about a lot more than play. It's really about learning. We partner with the city's top sports teams to turn an abandoned recreation center at Lipke Park into a first-rate after-school program where students have a safe place to study, play, and socialize.
Every time I come here, it just feels like home. It brings me hope.
The pandemic created a learning loss for many of our young people. We've helped them catch up, and we're partnering with local schools to keep kids in school.
They work together to make kids learn here, so that's why I like coming here. I grew.
It means a lot to me because if I didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to do half the stuff that I'm doing now.
And we'll be offering more to neighbors on the east side of Detroit with a new annex. The Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Education Center will provide job training and opportunities for young people and adults.
A diverse community thrives when its members learn to respect each other. That's why our Better Together program launched in 2020.
Human beings connecting with other human beings. We bring law enforcement officials in plain clothes together with the community. Gang members, high school students, people with substance use disorders, and they would grill meals together, sit down and break bread without any labels. Once you connect with each other as human beings, you can begin to identify that we're struggling with some of the same issues. We're struggling with some of the same trauma. We desire to be successful. We all desire to raise a family and have a good family life.
A good family life requires clean, affordable housing and safe neighborhoods. Our Working Homes, Working Families program puts families without a decent place to live into refurbished homes that are previously donated or abandoned.
After getting our home, their grades went up. The behavior became better. It adds a sense of security for them, not just me. I would say my home is home now.
This is just some of the work that Say Detroit does to improve the learning, healthcare, and housing challenges of our city's neediest people. Please help the efforts of Say Detroit by donating or volunteering. Follow along as we share the experiences of your neighbors on their journeys to success all year long. Our story and theirs is only just beginning.
Say something positive.
Say something inspiring.
Say Detroit.
And say something amazing.
Old. Vaporize?
Equal VapoCool.
Another beautiful day at Say Play. Going to pick up the kids. Have a great day.
Welcome to the Say Detroit Play Center. My name is Eric Reed, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Executive Director. And let's meet our students who are about to come in off of our bus. What's up? How y'all doing today? Everybody good?
Yeah.
How's school today?
Good.
All right, good. Good to see y'all. How was school?
Good.
Huh?
Good.
For the D. Our students have eaten, they played, and now it's time to learn. We are entering the Deep. The Deep is our education center. It's named the Deep because it used to be a swimming pool. The Deep is where our young people come mandatory Monday through Thursday to spend at least an hour and 15 minutes on a variety of academic enrichment activities. Our young people are engaged in tutoring or literacy with the help of our staff. The students can get the individual attention that they need. This is our reading table. One of our certified teachers who's actually providing some reading enhancement activities to a group of our students who are struggling just a little bit with where they are in terms of reading and comprehension. Cubicles are set up for our students to have some individual space to either work on their own or to work one-on-one with our staff. One of the things that we're blessed with is to have a number of volunteers that come in and support the work that we do here. And I have with me now Mr. Malcolm McCants. Malcolm is the Director of Education, and he oversees all the activities in the Deep.
We offer breakout sessions in STEAM, creative writing, and reading.
Got some students that are getting some homework assistance from Miss Diane, who is a retired certified teacher. And so whatever our students need, we want to make that available. Now let's go and look at some of the activities and the electives that are available to our students here 5 days a week. Notes for Notes is a national organization that provides music studios across the country. Our wonderful art teacher, Ms. Kai Puritan, can you talk a little bit about just kind of the value of having this kind of space for young people?
Especially in Detroit, this kind of space.
Generously brought to you by General Motors. Call 855-955-GIVE to help.
Okay, as we continue here, we've been on the air already 7.5 hours. Started this morning at 6 a.m. and we will be here till 9 p.m. And we are hoping to break last year's record, which was phenomenal.
So we're halfway through then?
We're about halfway through, about halfway through. And
Yeah.
the tie has come off because we passed the $500,000 mark already. And the jacket comes off if we get to $1 million. The pants come off when we go past that.
I hope you put underwear on.
Yeah, no, underwear, we got to make some big money. Yeah. In fact, people will pay me to keep that on. 855-955-GIVE or the phone numbers are mitchalbumradiothon.com. And, of course, 100% of what you give us goes to help the people we're helping. It doesn't go to pay for our air conditioners or our office bills or anything like that. I just think that that's how charity should be run. And so any of those expenses we take care of on our own. Many people from around the country have called in to help us, people that I've met over the years. Amongst those now joining us is my good friends, Dr. Phil McGraw and Robin McGraw, who are joining us from different parts, apparently. Hi, Dr. Phil. Hi, Robin. Let's give them a round of applause.
Hi, how you doing?
Well, we're doing great. I'm never used to seeing you two apart. Every time I've ever come to see your show, Robin's never more than 20 feet away. Where are you?
She keeps me on a short tether, I can promise you.
I haven't even been able to see him this morning. He had to leave so early, but I'm still in Dallas, Texas.
And Phil, you look like you are going through a tunnel or something. Where are you?
Yes, I'm in New York City, making my way through traffic, and Robin's in Dallas, keeping the home fires burning.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for making this effort to come join us. And I have to tell people that Dr. Phil and Robin, their connection to Say Detroit really goes way back. We talked about how I started this on a column that I wrote for the homeless in 2006. And with the money that we were able to raise from that, we set out on our first endeavors. And one of those was a health clinic for homeless children. Chad Audi, sitting right alongside me here, helped me put that together because Chad runs the largest homeless organization, the Detroit Rescue Mission Ministry here in Detroit. And he told me about a problem that we had with children here in the city. Homeless children weren't getting medical care because if their parents took them to the hospital for the emergency room, they would call social services and their children would be taken away. So instead of getting medical care, they'd be taken into the foster system. So they said, forget it. We're not taking our kids for medical care. Well, that left us with a lot of sick kids. We opened the nation's first medical clinic for homeless children that asked no questions and whatever. And it has blossomed into a beautiful operation, the Say Detroit Family Center. And Dr. Phil, you came out and did an episode with us from there. And while you were in the building, your show was up on the little television set in the corner. It was one of the most surreal moments of my life because I said, he's right here and he's right there. How does he do it? You remember that?
Yeah, I do. I told Robin that was such a cue the deer moment. I walk in and they see us pull up and I'm sure it's like cue the deer. Put Dr. Phil on all the televisions throughout the clinic, and it worked. And Robin was so moved with all the stories that we told. And I have to tell a story about her so you understand. We've been married 48 years, been together longer than that, over 50 years. This is a woman that had a brownie troop before we had any children. So we're not even married. We don't have any children, and she has her own brownie troop. So she is so much about children and working with disadvantaged children. And also she was so inspired by what you guys do there in Detroit. So this has been a love of ours for a long time. Robin, you can talk about that.
That's so true. And he's right. I wanted to have some involvement with children before we were even married, but because I knew we'd be married, we'd have a family of our own. But that's been a love of mine always, is to be involved in a child's life, especially a child in need. And we lived in Denton, Texas, and I go to the Brownie Girl Scout office, and they looked at me in a very odd way, like, you want to have children in your home and you don't even have a child? And I said, yes, but they believed me. They allowed that to happen. And it's been like that from the moment I could be involved in a child's life. And then when Philip and I got married and we could do it together, it's been a mission of ours to be involved in a child's life, and especially a child in need. And thank heavens for you, Mitch, and everyone that surrounds you, everyone that's involved with you. We feel privileged. We just are so happy that we can be involved in any small way that has anything to do with you.
Well, it hasn't been small, and we feel just as privileged, and Detroit is very honored. And you've been out here many times, Phil and Robin, and you've done various programs. We were in a church together. I remember, I can't even remember how many things we've done together here, Phil, but the photo of you that day is still on the wall of the medical clinic, which is now in its 16th year, already of operation, and has grown, expanded to mothers and even men. I mean, it's so much bigger than when we began it. So thank you so much for doing that. And I want to mention, Dr. Phil has gone, not that you can't think Dr. Phil can get any bigger, but Dr. Phil's got kind of his own network now, Merit TV, and it's Dr. Phil Prime Time now is your program. You've got like programming all day long, and all the rest of it, you're a mogul.
Well, we do have our own network now. It's called Merit TV, and anybody that wants to get even more Dr. Phil, but we have more than that. Steve Harvey's involved, and he's on the network, and Nancy Grace, and we have hours of news every day, and we're on digital platforms. You just can't go anywhere and not find us, but we wanted Merit TV to continue to support everything that you're doing there, just as we always did when we were at CBS. So we want everybody to start watching Merit TV. All they got to do is go to meritstreetmedia.com and it'll pop right up and tell them how they can watch. It's on every cable system and streamer everywhere you can find. And if they'll just do that, we have our own app, Merit Plus. They can watch us on their handheld devices. But Merit TV is behind you 100%, just like we've always been. I'm there with Robin every day as usual, and we support what you're doing. And Mitch, listen, everything that you do from Haiti to Detroit makes such a difference in children's lives. And we just love what you're doing, and we can't support you enough.
Thank you so much. Well, as is per tradition, John Pizzarelli, the great jazz guitar player and singer, is here from New York. And we compose these little thank you ditties for people who come on with us here. And I think John's got something for you. If you can see him here, go ahead, John.
Robin and Phil are here right now. They're such gems and they're a wow. When they speak the truth.
So much better than Dr. Ruth.
Say Detroit sends thanks your way. You guys, you made our day.
Okay. I've heard him do a lot of songs. That's the first time a Dr. Ruth voice impersonation has made it into, so you guys know you're loved here.
That's so precious and beautiful.
I hope you've talked to, thank you for the song, and I hope you've talked about what we're putting into the charity auction.
No,
Have you
I haven't mentioned it, so go ahead and tell us.
Well, Robin, you can talk about it. It's all of our books and signed, and the trip to the network and all. You want to talk about what all's involved?
Yes, like you just said, everything we've written, everything we have, of course, in the basket is part of it. But we want to offer a trip to our new network, and I hope everyone understood that it is in Dallas, Fort Worth. We left Los Angeles and we moved to Texas, which we call home. So it's kind of almost like a little joke. After 21 years on the air and daytime in LA, I said, Philip, okay, here's the deal. I think you either need to run for president or build your own network and get on the network full time 24/7. Well, obviously he moved to his network to Texas. I said,
and now you don't have to explain your accent to anybody, which is good.
Exactly.
Yeah.
When you build it, take me home. And so he did. We're back in Texas. And I think that anyone who comes to Texas to spend the day with us, they will not want to leave. We absolutely love it here.
Okay, so this will be a trip. Is it for two?
Yes.
Because usually people don't go. So a trip for two to come down to the new Dr. Phil empire in Dallas, Texas, and view a show meet you and Dr. Phil and Robin, get a gift basket, including all the books that they did, and come home, right?
That's right. Spend the day with us, get to see everything behind the scenes, get to see every square inch of the new network. They're going to love it. Have a beautiful meal with us and just enjoy their day in Texas.
Okay, and they'll have a place to stay, or they have to sleep at the airport. Okay.
No, they can sleep at the airport. We've got a bench marked off for them. And,
okay.
No, we'll handle all the airfare for them to get here. They'll come in the night before and spend the night at a really nice hotel near the network. Then we'll handle all the ground transportation, take care of them while we're here, and the next day we'll get them back to Detroit.
Unless they decide to move to Texas, which a lot of people seem to be doing.
That's right.
In that case, they're on their own. Okay, Phil, Robin, I can't thank you guys enough. You are friends. As Dick Schaap was once honored by the great Jimmy Breslin, who I thought is the nicest thing you could say about somebody. You're friends behind my back, and you've always been that way. And thank you for being that way, and thank you for caring so much about Detroit. Let's give them a hand, everybody. Dr. Phil and Robin McGraw. We so appreciate you guys. God bless you.
We love you.
Thank you so much. Love you, Mitch. We'll talk to you soon.
See you soon. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com is the phone number. Mitch13 to 59925 is how you text money. And now we go from sort of the national to Detroit. I'm not sure there's anybody more Detroit, and he's certainly wearing it, than the great Darren McCarty.
Yeah!
Red Wings legend, 4-time Stanley Cup winner, conservative haircut. Press that button there. There you go.
Sorry, Mitch. It's an honor to be here, but I did my hair up for you today, obviously.
Thank you.
This 13th annual, I didn't want to let Kenny down.
No. And Kenny was thinking of doing his hair like that, too.
I told him I was beating it to him, and then we'd have some heat.
Yeah. Brad Galley from Channel 7 is with us here as well. Just wandered up here. Look, everybody joined us.
I'll go get my red mohawk fixed in just a minute for you, man.
I never had the guts to do that, to just because how fast can you get it out? Like if you wanted to go back to its natural color, you can do that in a day, or
it takes time, Mitch.
It takes a while.
Time. That's why we're leaving it red. That's why leave the red to DMAC.
Leave the red. That's it. I leave many things.
And I thought it's pretty cool, though. I mean, not only did we're not following a Wolverine, we're following the Wolverine.
That's right.
And then Dr. Phil.
Yeah.
I mean, Mitch, Brad and I were talking before, but what you've done not only for the city, but the world, and brought the eyes back to Detroit, the philanthropy, and this being the 13th year. And this is something that is truly inspiring for everything that you've done and continue to do, because it's the people here in the city that we love and the kids that you've really set the tone. So it's an honor to be able to call you a friend and to be here.
We've known each other a really long time, back in the days when you guys were all single. And I really look back on the Red Wings climb as one of the best things that I've had a chance to be a part of in the world of covering sports. I've had a chance to cover a lot of things, but sometimes you just feel like you're writing a story, and sometimes you feel like you're kind of going along with it. And with you guys, I always felt we were going along with it, and from the earliest days all the way through the 4 Stanley Cups. And you have probably embodied Detroit as much as anyone who's ever worn that uniform. And, you made money in hockey. You could have gone and moved to Hawaii or any other place in the world where the weather's a little different. You never left. Why?
No, it's sort of set up. I am Detroit's favorite stepson, being from Leamington, Ontario, which give or take 10 minutes for the border. My house that I grew up in to Joe Louis Arena was 40 minutes.
Really?
So I was in Tiger Stadium when they were winning the World Series. Lance Parrish was my guy. So this has always been home. I had to go away to get healthy, but then once I was healthy, and come right back and immerse myself. And like I said before, all that the hardware and the stuff is great, but it's the things to do for the veterans and the philanthropy and the stuff for the city in the great way. And what you reminded me of, Mitch, and I heard you talking to Coach Campbell earlier, but what we're feeling with the Lions right now is exactly what you're talking about what it was for anybody who's not old enough or wasn't around for the Red Wings runs in the 90s.
That's right.
It's the exact same feeling, and the word that I choose is genuine.
Yeah. It's funny because the Red Wings kind of had to have their heart broken before they could go and win it all. And it's just like what the Lions had last year. And that's why when they lost in the NFC Championship, I said, it's funny. I said, this is like the Red Wings or the Pistons that year when they lost, in Game 6 in that phantom, or Game 7 in that call against the Lakers. You watch, they'll come back and get it.
It only if you truly are resilient and you're built the way that you tell us are, that you're not soft, that you come back and you use it as an advantage. We had 95. We got embarrassed by the Devils.
Right.
And then to set the league record the next year and to lose to Colorado, it doesn't get any worse than that. Right. So hopefully this year the Lions pay it off with that simple lesson.
Are you still getting asked about that fight?
All
those years later? Wow.
I hope so. March 26, 97, which, by the way, Mitch, my mom told me to tell you that since I have forgiven Claude Lemieux, or the fact that I say if you're on the ice today with Claude Lemieux and you turn your back, you're an idiot, but off the ice, Darren McCarty will turn his back. You and my mom don't have heat anymore.
Oh, good.
Because of that.
Because, yes, Darren's mom has been mad about a column I wrote after that, which wasn't criticizing Darren. It was criticizing the idea of that fans were so bloodlusty for that fight, which because
you imagine today's game though.
Oh my God.
Right, where has it's changed, but no, always big fans. But that's yes, people ask me about it, and the biggest thing, if you go to March 26, 97, it's the fact that in life and sports, bad things happen, but you can't lose respect for a fellow human being. And Cloud View did not apologize Chris Draper for breaking his face in half, and so karma served him, and I was karma.
You were karma. Karma. Brad, were you around then, or you were just a kid?
I wrote a book report on Darren McCarty's book, and I saved all your columns.
So you were a journalist of sorts.
Absolutely. And I'll say
Okay.
something nice about you, too. I sit next to you a lot, Mitch, in the Dan Campbell post-game press conferences. And like Darren and I were talking about, it is always an honor, even if I hear on a question that I think is trying to be funny, a snicker or just a little bit of a laugh from you to acknowledge, like, okay, I'm doing okay next to the Mitch album. It's so great. And to be up here listening to the two of you just tell stories takes me back to being a kid listening and reading both of you guys.
That's so funny. Were you a journalist? Well, I wrote a book report on it.
Well, that's like Ray, the audio technician, telling somebody that he knew that I knew him when he had hair. I mean, why is he out here telling how old I am? Come on, I mean, what's going on with that?
Well, you have become a great ambassador for Detroit, and you do a lot of stuff around town here. And I think you've been an inspiration for a lot of people too, who've gone through their own particular struggles and come back. And it's brave of you to be that, because a lot of people just want to do that under the covers and not let anybody see, anything that's less than great. And you've been pretty bold about that. And I liked you then, I like you now, and I really appreciate what you do for the city. And you're pretty damn good on the radio too. I hear you. I don't know where you picked that up on, but
you know what? We all are children, like you said, of the city. And whether it's Brad talking about you, we grew up with each other.
Yeah.
And you realize that now. The greatest thrill for me when we talk about like March 26, 97, that's 27 years ago.
No, it's frightening.
That means all the 5, 10, 15-year-olds, like they're older, they're married, they have kids, but life means something. And what it really means, Mitch, is what you do, what you're doing here, what you've done, in other countries, sacrificing yourself, bringing the world together, like I said. So that's just something to not only be a Detroiter, Michigander, to be a part of it, but to look at how can we influence moving forward. And I think that you're such a great example.
Well said,
And when I say you, I mean your whole crew. Because
right now, there's a kid in a grade school writing a book report on this very stuff.
Can I say that really quick, Mitch? My kids I get to play in a lot of these charity hockey games with the Red Wings alumni.
Yeah.
Darren McCarty is the last human being to leave the rink every single game because he stays and talks to every person that wants to meet him, including my kids who obviously didn't watch him, but they idolize him because of the guy that he is now in this community.
That's fantastic. Well, John Pizzarelli has actually composed a little something for you, D-Mac. from what I understand.
In keeping with the South Pacific theme.
Okay.
Hockey talk, keep talking hockey talk. Darren McCarty, we thank you. He shoots and he scores, Stanley Cups galore. We couldn't say Detroit without you.
That is awesome.
There's something a hockey player doesn't hear all the
That
time.
is freaking awesome. Way to warm me up on this cold day in Detroit.
Thank you, Darren, for coming out. Thank you, Brad Galley, for coming out.
Great
How about
job.
it,
Yeah.
folks? This is Detroit right here. Brad Galley, Darren McCarty. Speaking of Detroit, on the line is the man who you usually hear during this time slot, the inimitable Paul W. Smith. Hello, Paul W.
Hello, Mitch, and goodbye, D-Mac. Always nice to follow, somebody that's very similar to me. I was always known as the enforcer on the ice.
Yes, I can see that. I'm sure when you were younger, you were beating up everybody. Yes.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Hey, congratulations! This is incredible. You're just at the beginning, really, and you're over $500,000. I couldn't be more excited for you, and I'm just happy that no matter what's going on the air, people are calling 855-955-GIVE. That's an easy number, 855-955-4483. No matter what's going on, the most important thing our listeners can do right now is do what they've always done. Show that they're the most generous radio listeners in all of radio. And I can say that because I've been a few places in my day, and there's nothing like the people who listen to WJR in this area for understanding that even though we have our ups and downs, there's a lot of people who will never have it as good as we have it without our help. And that's why people step up and help and call 855-955-GIVE. It's amazing, and it's great that you give us all this opportunity, Mitch.
Well, I'm just the ringleader here, but it's the people who call in and donate who really make it worthwhile, and it's the people like Darren and Brad and people who just come by to give us support. And this is a one day a year we try to do this. We're going to try to break that $2 million mark. I'm counting on your listeners, Paul, to give. I know that they've been following you for a long time. So if Paul W. Smith says to do it, do it. And you are offering up the opportunity to have a co-hosting. Is that correct?
We've done that for 13 years with you, I think, and we'll do it again. And they'll be able to come into the studio and spend an hour with us. And we never really sold it as a co-hosting thing, but I can't help it. If they're there and they're in the studio, they become a co-host.
Oh yeah. Once people are in the room, you can't help but speak to them. So if you'd like to sit in on the Paul W. Smith Show and essentially be a co-host, you can go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. By the way, all the hosts, myself and Guy Gordon, have offered the opportunity to be a co-host. Some have offered the opportunity to sit down and have lunch. We've had some amazing gifts, like Adam Schefter, the ESPN NFL analyst, offered a 30-minute private Zoom during fantasy football season in the summer to pick your fantasy football team. This is the guy who literally knows everyone who's going to be traded or injured or all the rest of it before anybody else. That is an amazing item, and many, many more things like that can be gotten at MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. I encourage everybody, do your Christmas shopping here, because here the money doesn't go to a big corporation or Amazon. It goes to help your fellow Detroiters. So, Paul, thank you for the time slot. Thank you for spending time with us here.
I have to say, just to reiterate what you said, Kim and I have done our Christmas shopping going online to what you offer, because you offer things that people can't get anywhere else. And if you're looking for a special gift for that special someone, that they'll go, wow, how did you do that? You go online. Give the what's the address again to go look for this?
MitchAlbumRadiothon.com.
MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. And of course, 855-955-4483, 855-955-GIVE. And good luck on your way. I know you're going to surpass $2 million. Keep up the good work to you, Mitch, Rosie, the whole gang.
Thank you, Paul. Paul W. Smith, who's kindly lending us his hour. We will come back. Mayor Duggan, the mayor of Detroit, will be here. Bernie Smilovitz, Nate Burleson. That's just a couple of people who will be joining us here. Lomas Brown will be here. Herman Moore, Brian Williams from NBC News, Jared Goff, the Lions quarterback. All that coming up here on 760 WJR.
This is the great voice of the Great Lakes, 760 WJR, Detroit, a Cumulus media station.
And now, a Say Detroit Radiothon Rewind.
Did you ever have a song, Smokey, that like you wrote when you were 12 that you never recorded or anything like that, but it was like sort of the first time you ever put any music and words together?
No, Mitch, because the first time I did that, I was 6. So,
oh wow, 6.
6 years old. I went to Dwyer Elementary School there in Detroit, and
right.
We had a class called Auditorium, and in Auditorium we did musical things. I was in the junior glee club and all those things like that, and we did musical things. And she was having this play. Mitch, do you know who Uncle Remus is?
Sure. Oh yeah.
Okay, Uncle Remus. For those of you who perhaps do not know, Uncle Remus is an old black folklore guy. I don't know if I doubt if he was real, but he was an old black folklore guy for kids in school books and stuff like that. And he was the one who taught the kids how the animals got to be like they are, why the leopard had spots, why the zebra had stripes, so on and so forth. So my auditorium teacher was giving the play about Uncle Remus, and I'm playing the part of Uncle Remus. I'm 6 years old, and I'm playing the part of Uncle Remus. And she had a musical interlude that she played at the beginning of the play and at the end of the play. And while we were rehearsing one day, I asked her, I said, Mrs. Campbell, I said, can I write some words for that interlude? And she said, oh yeah, baby, go ahead. And I wrote them, and she liked them, and she let me sing them at the beginning of the play and at the end of the play. And I sang it.
Wow.
And my mom was in the audience, man, and you would have thought I was Cole Porter or somebody like that.
Do you remember it? Can you sing any of it now?
The only part that I remember, good night, little children, good night, little children, good night, little children. Uncle Remus said, it's time to go to bed. So that
it's already catchy.
Smokey, if I could ask you a quick question about songwriting, I've dabbled. It's such an honor to talk to you. My name's Kevin O'Neill, and I've admired you for years, and I've dabbled in songwriting throughout my life. And I came to a point once where I thought, maybe I'm just not very good at this. And I read something you had written that was such an inspiration. You said, everybody is a songwriter. Everybody has it in them to write songs because everybody can tell a story. And I thought those words meant so much to me. And I really appreciate you saying that. You said, hey, it's all about putting it to the music, but you have to have the story, and all of us have a story. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate that.
Well, Kevin, thank you for remembering that, man. and yes, I'm an advocate for songwriting, man. That's why I'm telling Mitch, if he's going to have songwriting classes like that for the kids and whatever, and I'm available, I would love to come and just do that because I think that the world needs music.
Well, the world needs people like you, Smokey, who don't forget where they came from. That's what the world needs. Tom Pizzarelli, the great singer-songwriter, jazz guitar player, is here with us, comes and joins us every year, and has a little musical thank you as we say so long. So here he is right now. John?
Thank you guys very much.
We got Smokey on our radio. Okie dokie. Here's one thing to know. Well, you made our day. When you're here, Detroit can say, Smokey, Smokey, Smokey. We love you, Smokey, Smokey.
Not as good as when you guys did it. Bravo.
Thank you so much.
Oh!
I appreciate it.
God bless you, Smokey. Thank you so much. Smokey Robinson, our guest here on the 12th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. Wow, what an honor.
A game changer for a lot of people, obviously, but what's more, MetaShare members like it. Their satisfaction rate is 98%. Imagine that. And MetaShare is a proven thing, too, for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now.
What we're going to do now is present to you, Rashida, the keys to the house. And it's our wish from Say Detroit and everybody else on the team that this is a new start for you. Congratulations to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Wow, this is so beautiful. Oh, my goodness. Oh, this is so special. Oh, my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Thank you. We have a spaghetti for dinner tonight.
Oh, radio.
This is nice. This is crazy. Look at that room.
All right, open them. Cool. What's that in mom?
Oh, wow.
Look.
It's been a really big difference with the stability it brings to me and my children. We have somewhere we can actually call home, and we're safe. The community is good. I haven't had any issues. We've had a Thanksgiving here. We've had a Halloween here. The kids were able to decorate our home, and now we're getting ready to decorate for Christmas. So it's a lot of family togetherness. So thank you, Say Detroit. I'm very happy. I don't know what to say. I can't stop smiling. Nice couch. My house is nice.
TradeFirst.com, boss. We're part of a network of over 5,000 member businesses who use trade to perk their people and buy gifts for their clients. Smart businesses. And they're keeping their businesses healthy by planning next year's advertising on trade, buying goods and services on trade, conserving cash flow with trade. We join TradeFirst.com.
Join Trade First and grow your company. Reward employees and beat the internet. Find out more at TradeFirst.com.
Welcome to the 13th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon. on News Talk 760 WJR. This hour is generously brought to you by the Michigan Masonic Charitable Foundation. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Now, live from the North Side Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch Albom.
All right, we are back here in hour number 8 of the 2013 Say Detroit Radiothon. We are off to a good start, but we need your help. So please help us at 855-955-GIVE, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, or texting Mitch13 to 59925. These are the various ways that you can give. And again, if you go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, you will find many auction items that you can bid on, or many what we call incentive items, which basically are you buy them right then and there. Autographed jerseys from anybody you can think of in the world of sports. Chances to have various experiences like going to a Lions training camp day and meeting Dan Campbell, or flying down to see Dr. Phil and his show as his guests and meet him and his wife, and going to New York for meeting various celebrities. All this stuff is there. So if you're thinking about spending money on a Christmas present, go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com and see if you can find something there. Just browse it, because the profits, so to speak, from there go to help your fellow Detroiters, as opposed to Jeff Bezos, who doesn't live here in Detroit. Is Dave with us? So my friend Dave Barry, the Pulitzer Prize winning humor columnist, I think is joining us on the StreamYard. I don't see him on there, but there he is.
There he is.
There's the great Dave, who never ages.
Same guitar.
Dave's actually 174 years old. And yet he never ages. Dave and I and our band of merry writers just did a concert in the last 2 weeks in Miami. The Rock Bottom Remainders with Stephen King.
Was he on that show? Because I see pictures floating around from this concert. Was this
Stephen King was there?
Yes.
Yeah, and
Yes.
Amy Tan and Scott Turow and many others. And I think we even got it. Didn't we get a guitar to auction off from everybody?
We did. In fact, it's on the auction right now, and it's a red Gibson SG. It's actually a nice guitar. I used to play this in the band, and I'm not as good as John Pizzarelli.
No.
Although a lot of people compare the two of us, because
That's right.
No, truly, his guitar and my guitar both same number of strings, exact same number most of the time. But anyway, this guitar, it's a nice guitar. It's a Gibson SG, but it's been signed by a lot of pretty. I mean, Mitch Albom signed it. This guitar was also signed by John Grisham, Stephen King, Amy Tan, Scott Turow, Roy Blunt Jr., Alan Zweibel, trying to rank anybody, Ridley Pearson.
Wow.
So I don't think there's any guitar in the world that's been signed by you, Mitch, Stephen King, and John Grisham, the three of the best-selling authors ever, all have signed a guitar, which is unusual. So you can actually play the guitar; it works fine, but it's a collector's item. It's probably worth more. Anyway.
Well, thank you for bugging everybody to sign that, Dave. Appreciate that. That means a lot. How's life in Miami?
Well, I don't want to say it's a lot warmer than life in Detroit, but it is right now. So, it's good.
Good. Well, stick with us here. You've joined us before. Dave is a long friend of mine. We met at the Lillehammer Olympics one night when we were working in the press room, and we walked out, and there was a piano, and I just knew Dave as a fellow journalist. He didn't know anything about me. I didn't really know anything about him, and we past the piano. We were talking about oldies music. And I said, well, I'm a huge fan of oldies music. I used to be in an oldies band. And Dave said, well, really? I was in a band too. And there was a piano. This is about 3:00 in the morning, right, Dave?
Yep.
And we walked over to the piano, and I sat down and played the same 4 chords that every consists of. So it wasn't hard. And Dave said, wow, that's amazing. And I played along and said, yeah, isn't it amazing? I can play every single song. It's really all the same 4 chords. And then you take it from there.
We gathered a big audience. I mean, there was nobody else in the press center at this point. So all the Norwegian staff people gathered around. and they all speak English better than we do, the Norwegians. I'll never forget, at one point, we decided to sing a sing-along. So we went with Land of 1,000 Dances.
Right.
Which is one chord. But I remember Norwegians join in, and we all go, na, 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 which turns out to be the same words in Norwegian too.
Which is amazing. Yeah, I was surprised to hear that. Yeah,
but
and
we were a huge hit. We were like, I think, the biggest single musical act in the press center at 3:00 in the morning at the Lillehammer Olympics.
a title that I wear proudly.
Yeah.
So hang out with us here. I want everybody who's here to say hello, and everybody who's listening to us around the world to say hello to one of the reasons that Detroit is what Detroit is today, and that is our mayor, Mike Duggan, who's sitting right next to me here. And anybody who knows Detroit understands what I'm talking about.
Have to be part of this great tradition, Mitch.
I'm so very honored that you would come out and sit with us. Even though you're not going to be mayor anymore after a year and whatever, I'm sure that only makes your life busier. And,
I'm spending more time in Oakland County now.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Well, you have to, yes, because you're going to run for governor as well. So he is the mayor and gubernatorial candidate. I love that word, gubernatorial. It has a very regal ring to it. But you can talk in a way that I don't like to, because I don't like to talk about us, but you can talk about how Say Detroit has made an impact. And that one particular example you gave me about the Say Place Center and the real estate values, I always thought was really very moving.
So for anybody thinking about donating, I just tell you, when I came in as mayor, the 7 Mile and Van Dyke neighborhood, which was once a proud neighborhood, was just decimated. The rec center had been closed years before, was about to be demolished. And I heard that Mitch was looking to fix up a rec center. And I had to con him a little bit to take this building. But when he decided that they were going to create not just basketball, but a computer lab and music and the like, and people said, well, there's no kids around here. How are you going to get enough children to come to this rec center? When they started the programming, kids came from miles around. Some you bust in, but you had, with the help of Matthew Stafford, to put a huge expansion on a building where there were no children. It's still bursting at the seams. And I can take you down those streets today. As you know, there's no abandoned houses. People came in, they fixed them up. You anchored a whole community's recovery. And I almost have tears in my eyes when I go over there now and think what the neighborhood was like 10 years ago and what Say Detroit and your group have done. And of course, Matthew Stafford, other than the one game a year he plays us, remains a hero here.
Yes. Other than the 3 hours a year when he tries to take us down, he's going to be joining us a little later on in the program. It was a challenge when we first started. That was considered the most dangerous neighborhood in the United States, the 48205 by crime statistics, and it is no longer that. And to see the families and even our Working Homes, Working Families program, which fixes up houses and gives them to needy families. We've focused a lot of that recently in that area so that the families of some of our kids who we find out about some of the dire circumstances that they're in, we help them get a home. They now have a home near the rec center. Their kids have a place to go every day. Those kids literally from age 8 to they graduate have a home, and it's not just basketball or football or baseball. It's computer labs, it's STEM technology, it's a recording studio, dance studio, it's all kinds of growth programs, it's college trips and things like that. So you're right. That's like when you have that, you have a raison d'etre. You have a reason to be. And you gave us. I still remember you sent us out. You said, Mitch, see if you can fix up one of these rec centers. We got all these broken down rec centers. I said, well, all right, where are they? Well, I'll send you. I forget what's the guy's name. He was a nice guy. I had the world's largest set of keys. He had
for all the closed rec centers.
He had the keys to every closed rec center. The problem was he didn't know which key went to which rec center. So Rosie and I would go out there, and sometimes in the wintertime, and we'd be standing there freezing outside some broken down building. He'd be going, no, it's not this one. No, I thought it was this one. So we're like, please, and we looked at, I don't know how many, Rosie, a bunch, and they were so ruined that we didn't have a chance. I mean, they were pillaged. Their floors were undulating because people had stolen the pipes and the water had gone in under the thing. I mean, we would have learned how to take a bulldozer. But the one at 7.5 Van Dyke, the Lipke Center, they had stolen the HVAC equipment off the roof, but they had left the building intact. And so it had mold, it was run down, but the bones were there. And we said, okay, I think we can do something with this one. And I still remember you were there when we opened it. And
I tell you what I remember is the abandoned pool in the basement. I said, Mitch, how are you ever going to fix this pool? He said, we're not going to fix the pool. We're going to put a floor on, put in a computer lab, and the kids who aren't doing well in school are going to have to spend an hour in the tutoring programs before they can use the gyms and the other centers. And they said, who would do that? The last time I was there, Mitch, there's a 20-year-old young man who grew up in that computer center who's volunteering his time, coming back and teaching the next generation. What you did changed lives. It really did.
Well, you gave us the opportunity, and Say Detroit, that's what Say Detroit does. And it's not me. I appreciate the word you, but it's not me. It's the organization. And that's what we're trying to raise money here for. And so, folks, I know there's, people hit you up for money all the time. It's that time of year, and everybody's got a good cause, and they are all good causes. But this is what we do at Say Detroit at 855-955-GIVE or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, or you can text a donation at Mitch13 to 59925. And please know that 100% of your donation goes to help the needy kids. We don't use money to pay for big offices or furniture rental or air conditioning bills or anything like that. I just don't believe in that. So if there are any costs like that, they're taken care of privately, but your money goes to help the actual people who are involved. Now, I understand that last year you offered up, was it a lunch?
I auctioned a lunch, and I'm doing that again. Of course, Mitch, in your normal style, you sold it twice.
Well, this year we might sell it 3 times.
And 2 of my most fascinating lunches of the year were your auction winners. One of the guys is a serial entrepreneur. We sat down at lunch, and by the way, I do buy lunch at this. And he had brought a notebook of questions to ask me in his career. They were just fascinating people who won this. So I'm anxious to see if anybody bids this year.
All right. Well, I'm sure they'll bid it. So it's on MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Go and look at the auction items. And you can bid to have a lunch with Mayor Duggan, and you can bring a notebook and ask him whatever, and possibly Governor Duggan. So, it is, when you think about it, access is everything in politics. And to have a lunch access for a man who may be the governor of the state, that's worth a lot of money.
That's worth it.
I have a question. I always wanted to ask a sitting mayor this question. With all that you have on your plate, all your civic duties that you have, you must have, I'm guessing, at least 1 or 2 friends that text you to say, can you help me with this parking ticket? Has that ever happened?
On the parking ticket, I can't help him very much.
But you must get a text that you go, come on, Jeff.
Well, most of the texts I get are from Mitch. He says, I got another house I'm fixing up in a neighborhood.
Yes.
I've got another
Let's be
project.
clear that those are not texts about parking
They're
tickets.
not parking tickets.
No.
But Mitch has got so many things going in so many neighborhoods that those are the guys I love to get.
We got anything from Mike?
I only have a half a song, but it might work.
Okay, half a song works. Here we go.
It's
John Pizzarelli.
So it's like, there's never any shrugging from our fine Mayor Duggan, 3-time term mayor of the city, who keeps taking care of business every day. He's taking care of business and working overtime.
Workout. Workout.
I think I have a new campaign song.
There you go. Yeah, that's right. We need a campaign song. All right. Fantastic. Thank you, Mike, for coming out. Mayor Duggan, I'm sorry. I knew
way back
Mayor
when.
Duggan before he was mayor, and it's been one of the learning lessons of my life to address him as mayor when I see him. I remember we were in a urinal one time, urinating across from one another, and so do I have to call you mayor now? So, but thank you, Mayor Duggan, for everything that you do. The mayor of our fine city. How about it, ladies and gentlemen? Phone numbers again, 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, or Mitch13, a text, Mitch13 to 59925. Are we going to thank our friends? We're going to take a brief break, okay, and then we're going to say thank you to some people. MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web. Many, many guests coming up here. Nate Burleson will be joining us. Bernie Smilovitz will be here. Lomas Brown, Brian Williams from NBC News. Jared Goff, the Lions quarterback. Stephen King, the mystery writer, will be here with us. Tom Izzo is going to be joining us. All that coming up right after this.
The Mitch Albom Show Radiothon.
Disabled vehicle on I-96 westbound Wixom Road is cleared. We still have a wreck blocking the I-96 eastbound on-ramp from Beck Road. Another accident on I-94 westbound at Morass Road. Looks like that's blocking your 2 left lanes, causing stop and go from 8 Mile. We've got an accident on I-696 eastbound at Groesbeck as well. And on I-75 northbound, look out for some slowdowns due to construction between Sibley Road and Northline Road. Now, WJR weather first from the Weather Channel. Partly sunny, diminishing winds this afternoon, a high of 21. Clouds stick around for tonight, a low of 13. Sunny for Friday with a high of 24. I'm Rich Luzensky, WJR Traffic and Weather First.
The holidays mean more travel, more shopping, more time online, and more personal info in more places. I
served 28 years in 11 months. Now I'm in Clarenceville High School when they told me I was going to die in prison. Know why I'm here? Because I didn't give up. My name is Daryl. I dropped out of school in the 8th grade. Started selling drugs. I found myself at the wrong place at the wrong time, associating with the wrong people. Someone was killed. I didn't do it. They convicted me for being an aid and abettor in this homicide. Let's stay engaged with them and hear them a lot, and get them to talk, because that's what's going to make a huge difference when we transition. Oh, this is amazing. This is the biggest one that we ever done with 400 students. They're laughing, they're working together, don't know who they're working with right now, but they just having fun, natural fun. Young people desire a lot. They want to be heard. So it's not just a monologue in here, it's a dialogue that's going on. We're here to lift each other up. First of all, we want to thank you for welcoming us into your school today. It's been an honor and a privilege for us to be here with you guys. We have some other good friends here that I want them to share just a little bit more about themselves and what they do, and then we want to have a conversation about that. And so I'm gonna ask my good friend here if he would say just a little bit more about himself.
I'm Savannah Hall. I'm a police officer for the city of Inkster.
Are you a cop? And I'm a cop too. And I
Oh,
turn
you a
myself
cop too?
Yes, sir. And I turn myself around.
You a cop?
He don't look like no cop.
He don't look like no cop?
Yeah, neither though, for real.
Neither one of them
like
got
no
it.
We want to help them to believe in themselves. We want to empower them with the tools that they need so that they can win in life.
I don't like bad people because it's not all cops, just like it's not all kids. To be a cop, you go out there and you risk your own life for everyone else's every day. And just because there's bad people in like the police system, there's bad people everywhere, but you...
Radiothon, Nate Burleson, Bernie Smilovitz going to be amongst our guests in the second half hour here. Dave Barry's still with us. You still there, Dave? I don't see everything that's up here.
I'm here.
All right, Dave Barry's still with us here.
Still here.
All right, still here, still funny, still got the guitar, which is on the west. So far, the guitar's at $1,000. That's just the beginning. You're right. Stephen King and John Grisham have never signed an item together. To have a guitar that's signed by Stephen King and John Grisham, not only, but also Dave Barry and Amy Tan and myself and many other writers.
That's one of a kind.
Nobody else is going to get that.
That's one of a kind.
And I can vouch for this guitar. I have played the song Wild Thing on the guitar, this guitar. And ask John Pizzarelli to back me up on this. That's three chords. ladies and gentlemen. That guitar can play.
Right.
So that's not your last gig, right? Because you guys are like retired 12
I don't know.
times.
We're like Sinatra.
I mean, you like
We
every
keep saying
every
we're
time we
retired.
do this radio time, it's a retired, and the next thing.
Okay, wait, Kenny. First of all, why aren't you retired? That's my question.
You know why that is.
Yeah, just kidding.
Wally, have you seen it?
Just kidding. No, we are okay. We're a band. The band. This band is bad at certain things, and the thing we turned out to be worst at, besides playing music, is ending our career. That's the difference between us and the Beatles. They were good at. They just quit.
That's
They
right.
stopped. But
They were
us
like-
and the Rolling
they were like
Stones
30.
have the same thing, inability to stop playing. That's really the only connection between us and the Rolling Stones.
And what's
But-
funny is we have the inability to stop playing, and yet so many people ask us to.
yeah, that's right. Well, that's because they
All
haven't
right.
heard us.
Hang with us for a second. I want to thank and introduce you to a couple of real great supporters for ours. The Michigan Masonic Charitable Foundation has been helping us with the Say Play Center for years. They made a $5 million commitment early on over the course of 10 years that enabled us to really get that center going and keep going. Jan Cross is the president of the Michigan Masonic Charitable Foundation and Board of Trustees, and Eugene Abatico, Most Worshipful Grand Master. Thank you both for coming down here. Can we give them a big round of applause? Because without the Masons, that center probably isn't operating. Thank you.
Well, it's our pleasure to be here.
When you go to that center, what does it do for you and your organization? You've been there many times.
Well, for me, it's just so invigorating. I mean, the atmosphere is so positive, and you just walk away full of energy. It's an amazing place.
Eugene, anything?
Yeah, as a Mason and that, it's one of our goals, one of our principles are giving back to the community, Nat. What you have done with the money that we have given you and the help in that is just tremendous. I mean, we see the value behind doing this, and it just vindicates us as far as our goals.
Well, a lot of
and
people don't
purposes.
necessarily know that about the Masons, but the Masons really kind of exist to help other people. It's not this secret handshake society. No. It's there to make things better for fellow man. And I learned a lot about the Masons through our involvement. And I also learned the most meticulous checkers before they give money out, because it was about 2 years worth of vetting. And Rosie kept saying, we got another meeting with the Masons. I'm going, what else is there to ask? I mean, I don't have anything to give them but my social security number at this point. But we didn't know. We thought, maybe you're going to give us $25,000 or $50,000, and then you said, okay, we've vetted you for two years. Here's what we want to do. We want to commit $5 million to your organization because you passed our vetting. And in which case I said, never say no to another interview, because you never know. So thank you. On behalf of the children you've helped, some of them have been up here. You saw that family that we gave the house to. Well, their kids are at our center there. You heard Mayor Duggan talking about how that center changed the entire neighborhood, changed the real estate values, made it a safer community. Without your giving and the giving of the people who are helping us here, that doesn't happen. It's not me. It's your charity and your generosity. So thank you guys so much.
Well, thank you for allowing us to be a small part of your team that can make such a big impact on that community.
We appreciate it. Thank you so much for being with us, Jan Cross and Eugene Abatico from the Michigan Masons. Nice round of applause. We'll be back with more from the 13th annual Say Detroit Radiothon right after this.
O'Reilly VeriScan is a free check engine light testing program that pulls from over 600 million vehicle scans confirmed by
This is
Acer.
our time. If you work in this space around in underserved communities, you know that is a time for us to really put our feet down and do something about what we see.
A new coronavirus testing site opens today with an important goal: eliminate barriers to get Detroit's most vulnerable screenings. It's at the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic in Highland Park on Glendale near Woodward and the Davidson. You don't need a car or health insurance to get screened.
So we're very fortunate that we were able to erect a mobile site to do some COVID testing. We had several days of testing at the clinic, and were able to be mobile with that. So we did some testing here at Say Play, and we did some additional testing at the Detroit Rescue Mission's main offices.
As you know, when COVID hit, there was a great need for testing, and it wasn't available at the state fairgrounds to people that didn't have cars and didn't have doctor's prescriptions. So the Say Clinic with the surrounding community really rose up to the occasion and had a great service.
Say Detroit has launched a new testing site in Highland Park and says it will help serve underserved communities. And doctors say they want to administer as many tests as possible to meet the growing needs.
We thought that we would not see so many this week, and it turns out we've seen much more than we thought.
We were often the only test site available to people because it was a free service. We didn't ask for an appointment. You didn't need any insurance. So it was very convenient for that community, and that was an important piece of our outreach.
There's only so much any individual can do, and being part of a collaborative effort where everyone cares, everyone's passionate is incredible. And again, this is how you get stuff done in Detroit. This is what makes Detroit great.
Mitch Albom founded Say Detroit in 2006. Now, every week he's been posting new chapters to his series called Human Touch. All the proceeds will go to running this free testing facility.
What made you decide to do this, Mitch?
I wanted to help out my city, Anthony. I mean, Detroit is the hardest hit city after New York. We've got first responders that are dying. We've got hospitals that are overrun. And, I thought, well, this is what I do for a living. I sell books. So let me write a work of fiction. It's not a big full book, but it'll be a work of fiction. And let me offer it for free and see if I can get people around the world. I'm blessed to have readers from all over to help donate and help our city out.
So moving forward, we're going to look at opportunities to continue our testing efforts as we see the numbers rise. And we're going to look at opportunities to do something with the vaccine once we have something approved. For a lot of our communities, this is going to be their only opportunity. And so we want to make sure that we're ready to serve the community in the best way possible around COVID-19. So it's very important for us to think about how can we remove barriers to care so that people have real opportunities to be healthy. And so that's our mission moving forward.
And again, the deadline is December 15th. So call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Become a beacon of hope by donating to Lighthouse. Your donation helps provide food, shelter, affordable housing, and more for local families in need. Light the way this holiday season. Visit lighthousemi.org/donate.
This hour of the 13th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon is generously brought to you by the Michigan Masonic Charitable Foundation. Call 855-955-GIVE to help.
All right, as we continue here in the 13th annual Say Detroit Radiothon to raise money for the needy here in Detroit. And when I say needy, it's not just money that we're going to hand out to people. It's money for programs that change people's lives, daycare programs, medical programs, after-school programs, home rebuilding programs, a bicycle factory and shop, jobs programs, veterans programs, seniors programs, you name it. Many people are helping out in this effort, most notably all of you who are listening to us by making your donations, but also many people who come by as our guests. And say hello to some Detroit royalty right here.
Yeah.
Bernie
Isn't that
Smilovitz
nice?
and Carmen Harlan.
Is that because we're old?
No, it's because you're regal. It's
Thank you, Mitch. I was just kidding.
It's pretty impressive when two people who have both now stepped off of the television are still like just as big as when they were on it, maybe even bigger than the people who are on it right now. No offense. That says a lot about your legacy here.
Thank you so much. What do you think about
Give him
that?
$20 for that. Give him a 20. Come on.
The next compliment will cost you $40.
How are you feeling? I heard you were a little bit under the weather.
Yeah, my little 2-year-old gave my wife and I RSV. It was very sweet of her, and I'm at the end of it, but I sound worse than I am. But we're doing well. Thank you. What I'm going through is nothing compared to people who, like in today's weather, don't have a home. We always say just roll down your window. If you're listening to us in your car, roll down your window for 15 seconds and see if you can stand it. And then think about people who aren't rolling down their window, but are actually, crawling somewhere to find a place to sleep or they've got their family with them and trying to find a place to sleep in this cold. And then consider if you really need that $8 latte at Starbucks or maybe those $8 you could give today.
You know, all of us have something to be grateful for. But one thing that I'm grateful for is my role that I play at Say Detroit.
Yes, you're on our board.
Thank you so very much. And let me tell you the work that's done through Say Detroit. Who else would have stepped in at a time when it was really needed and saw the need? And whether it's the homeless, whether it's people who are not getting adequate health care, mothers who need support, daycare, children who need a safe place to land after school.
Yeah.
Come on, we could go on and on and on. And so if I have something to be grateful for, if we all have something to be grateful for, it's Mitch.
Well,
album and Say Detroit.
It's Say Detroit. It's not Mitch. It's not. The charity is
I
called
hear
Say
it.
Detroit, not called Mitch Detroit. But you're right about we have those of us who have something to be thankful for. Also, in my view, have an obligation to share it, and to give to somebody else. And Carmen is on our board, and Bernie does nothing. It's just, like, hey, Bernie, how you doing?
He's working with you lately.
What are you doing, Bernie? Nothing. Nothing.
I
honestly, we started doing this thing at
what is
Imagine, because I wanted Bernie to be busy, quite frankly. He's,
I got a part-time gig at Nordstrom's, 8 to 5 men's department. Come on down.
Is that what it is?
Get your
Last year
suit.
it
You
was
can
Costco.
Yeah, last was Costco. I didn't hold on to that very long, but here I am now. So I've come down here for a few moments just to rile you a bit.
Yes. Actually, Bernie and I will be appearing at the Imagine Royal Oak. We did this last month, and it was a lot of fun, so we decided to do it again. We might do it monthly, where we just talk sports, because we realize people are always wanting to talk sports with us when we, come to a mall here or something like that. So why not just come out and talk sports? We'll do it all at one time, so we don't have to answer the same thing over and over. And this Monday night, Brian Williams, who's a good friend of Bernie's, is going to come in. So myself, Bernie Smilovitz, and Brian Williams are all going to be appearing in a theater in Royal Oak. And you can just come out. You just go to imagine-entertainment.com on the web and buy tickets like you were buying a movie ticket. And it's just $15. And Bernie and I give our money to charity, including Say Detroit.
Say Detroit, right?
Can
And
I
so
ask
there's
a
another way
question?
to help out.
Just a real quick question. I turned on the television today and I see that Bill Belichick is signed on as the head coach of UNC.
Wait, let's finish the plug for the show
Oh,
first.
sorry. I know you're going to talk about that.
Yeah, we'll get to Belichick. He's in good shape. We're trying to plug.
Okay.
We got a theater to fill here.
All right,
Okay.
yes.
You'd be great. You'd
So-
be great on Broadway. Go ahead.
Anyhow, you can go there. And I'm watching Dave Barry look at
Yes,
this like
you
going,
are.
"Who are all
Bye,
these
Dave.
all morons." You know Bernie, right, Dave?
We go way back.
Carmen?
Way
Go
back.
way
yeah.
back?
Yeah.
Not
you-
as far
so-
as we go way back.
No, nobody goes that far back. That's it. I can't help myself.
Are the newscasters in Miami like endeared by the community the same way? I mean, these two are literally, they'll get hugged everywhere that they go. I don't think it's that way in Miami, is it?
It really isn't. I'm old now, so this is the way it looks to me. But everybody doing the news here is 11 years old. And we had the building is burning down, a fire. I don't know. So look, we haven't had time to beloved them yet.
Right.
They have their bar mitzvahs and they're gone. So
Yeah. Well, they don't stick around in a lot of markets like that. They really, like in Detroit, there's reason to stick around. And Bernie, you're not alone in this. Like, you were a guy who was here. You went to New York. You ended up coming back here. Other people have done the same thing. Bill Bonds did it. Eli Zara did it. But that's not like in Miami. They springboard to somebody else or some other market, right? They're not like, oh, my whole goal was to get to be on Miami news.
Right, and then when they come back here, they're 77 years old. So it's like, and they can't be on They're not allowed to be on television anymore.
Right. What's the age cutoff for television in Miami?
I would say about 14 is like the age. Yeah.
Wait till Detroit hears this. They're going to love it.
Yeah.
They're gonna get everybody out.
Yeah.
Underage apply.
Well, the reason, of course, we're here is to help raise money for Say Detroit. You've been at, Carmen, you've been at a lot of our places because you're on our board. Bernie, you've been at a number of our operations, seen what we do. And I try to emphasize to people, it's a hand up, not a hand out. And there's a big difference because I understand people get a little resentful sometimes. They say, I work hard for my money. You want me to give you money so you can give money to somebody else. And how do I even know what they're going to do with it? These same people say, why should I help that bum who's in front of me? I give him $5. He goes and buys a bottle of alcohol with it, and I'm out $5. We don't hand money out to anybody. It's not one of our charities whose goal is to give people money, but all of them is to give them opportunity. Just speak to how that's something different.
Well, and Detroit is a perfect place, but I know that you have the situation where you have a home. You don't just give the home to people. You make them, they've got to have it for 2 years. They've got to make the payments. They've got to have everything lined up. So it's not a handout. It's, as you say, a hand up, and you are helping people that are desperate for help. I remember last year, the year before, you had a lady on, I don't know if you remember in the old days when I worked for Channel 4. They had
and dinosaurs roamed the earth.
That's exactly right. And you had a lady on it. Everybody was crying in the newsroom when you gave her the keys because she had 5 children and had no heat and lived in a car. And it was just hard. It pulled at you so hard. So all the work you do, all the work, say, Detroit does, and all of this telethon and everything is just fantastic. It's unbelievable.
People think that money solves everything. And believe me, I'm sure it's helpful. But what they really need is hope. And that's what Say Detroit offers. And the fact that somebody else sees you, sees what you need, and recognizes that gives you hope that, I'm cared about. And that's really the essence of what Say Detroit
it's true.
is and what it does.
It means a lot to be cared about. I mean, that's well said. Because, we had a gentleman on here earlier this morning before the mall opened, and he was in the Marines for 4 years, and he served overseas. And he came back and had some difficulties and ended up homeless. And I asked him, what was it like when you were homeless and people walked past you and looked at you a certain way? And he said, well, they all just kind of assumed that I was, a bum. And here was a guy who was in the Marines and served our country. And he said something similar to what you did. That, he felt like nobody cared about him. And when our organization came along, in that case, it was the Michigan Veterans Organization, came along and actually cared about him, it changed his life around. Yeah. And he's paid off all of his debts, and he's got a job, and he's turned around. But, so that person that you see on the street, they may have a whole story, that you don't know about. And there's a reason. And, this charity was formed because I stood online at a homeless shelter to write a column. And while I was there, the man in front of me said, aren't you Mitch Albom? And I said, yeah. And then he said, what happened to you? And everybody thinks that when I tell that story, they laugh. But that was the moment that Say Detroit was born, because I realized everybody is 1 or 2 bad things away from that happening to them.
Well, I mean, we're human beings. We need that, we need to be touched in a way. Our hearts need to feel something for somebody else, not just for ourselves.
Hope
we're gonna break now and then go to Nate, or is he on now? Oh, okay, all right. Sorry to do business in front of everybody here.
Okay, that's right.
We're joined, Bernie. You know this. We're joined now by Nate Burleson, who is now the host of CBS Mornings, but we know him as a Detroit Lion. Hello, Nate Burleson.
Hey, what's going on? I appreciate you having me on. It's good to see you guys doing once again.
Once Detroit, always Detroit.
That's right.
And I was thinking about you coming on, and I wanted to ask you, which is harder, getting hit by a 270-pound linebacker or getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning every morning to do CBS Mornings?
Listen, I loved playing football, and it took hard work and dedication, and it was exhausting. But that pales in comparison to waking up at 4 a.m. 5 days a week and working around the clock to provide the news for everybody. But I will say this, it is the most fulfilling job that I've ever had. Gail says it best. We have a front row seat to history, and we get to wake up and open up a window to our viewers every single day. And there is a responsibility that we have, walking the fine line of being non-biased and giving the people what they want and allowing them to decide how they feel about the society they live in.
When you were with the Lions and people like myself, Bernie, more like Bernie because it's television, would come in, with the microphones and the cameras, whatever. Do you ever remember a moment sitting there going, I want to do that. One day I want to do that.
I'll tell you what I know. I know the answer. The answer is when I stood there, he went, "Hell, if he can do it, I can do it."
no.
Is that how it works? No, that's what it wasn't. It, Nate. Come on, man.
No. Listen, there was never a moment where I took what you did. Any reporter that worked in that space, whether it was a journalist on a publication, a platform, or someone that was on TV, that I took for granted, because I always recognized the hard work it took for you to have to run into a locker room, go up to a player, talk to him about a loss after he's exhausted and frustrated. And I knew that your job was a little bit harder in that moment. My job was done. I had already played the game, but you had to stand there and deal with the attitude and the ego, which was why I was always honest. And I wanted to give, every person the headline that they were searching for, instead of saying, hey, it is what it is. You live to play another day and we got to wake up and do it again and hit you with all the sports cliches. I knew that you were searching for something and you wanted to go back home, write something, and wake up with a headline that people wanted to tap into and read, which is why I always gave my heart and I always gave exactly what I knew that you were looking for. So that's why I appreciate it. And there was moments where I thought, when I'm done playing, there's 1,000 different directions that I think I can go in. But going into media, that's going to be the most fulfilling job. And that's why I'm here right now.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you're elated about the Lions and the way they've been playing this season, aren't you?
Man.
How about that?
This has been one of the most fulfilling years I've ever watched the Detroit Lions. There were all these jokes about Dan Campbell that, he's selling all of these things that this team isn't buying. And he's more motivation than he is mastery of the game. But what I love about him is, one, he's 100% authentic. And the team is a reflection of him as a head coach. He's also delegated responsibility to guys that can do the job that he needs done in the other positions as far as coaching. So I think that this team has an opportunity to do something special and provide motivation and pride for a city that loves the team and needs it. And on top of that, something really unique happens when the Lions are playing well. The nation rallies around the Lions.
Yeah.
I said this a long time ago.
That's because it's so rare, but
yeah. But I think there is something very blue collar and authentic about the Detroit Lions. And I said this when we were playing against the Dallas Cowboys, and no disrespect to the Cowboys, but I said it to my guys, and I truly meant this. They say that is America's team, and they were on the opposite side of the field, and we were just moments away from kickoff. I said, but this is America's heartbeat. Just think about Detroit, what Detroit represents. Think about the people that live here, that have been through the hard times, the ups and downs of what life can present every single adult. And think about the moments when Detroit was popping. I'm not just talking about when it comes to the car industry. What about Motown and sports? Think about when people were coming from all over the country to come into Detroit. Everybody has a story through 6 degrees of separation about something that is tied to Detroit. That's why people love it when Detroit is successful.
Yeah. You can see why we called Nate a good quote in the old days. We would be up there in the press box going, catch it, Nate, catch it, Nate. We wanted to have reason to go talk to Nate.
No doubt.
I don't want to tell you who the guys we said, drop it, because we don't have to talk to them. But I'm so, when I get a chance, I come in and do the CBS show sometimes when I have a book come out or something. And I'm just like, I've known Gail for a long time, and she's brilliant. But I have such a joy when I see you, like, man, nice? I remember you when you did this, and just watching someone succeed. That's how I think you've gotten comfortable in your own life. You don't look at somebody and be jealous of them. You're happy for them, and watching someone succeed as you have, Nate, it just makes us all proud. And, so congratulations to you.
And he's a ride, Mitch, because he has a game show coming up. I saw you're a game show host now.
Oh, you're going to host a game show?
Yeah, Hollywood Square.
Okay. All right.
Hollywood Square.
Mitch,
all right.
Mitch, I can do one for Nate if you want.
Oh, all right. Before we let you go, a little song by John Pizzarelli. Go ahead.
Nate Burleson in the morning with Tony and DeGale is great. Nate Burleson, he dresses sharp too. Born up in Alberta, host supreme, it's true. Nate Burleson, say Detroit, thanks you.
He wrote that in the last 30 seconds.
Oh, how nice was that?
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. That means a lot.
Great seeing you, Nate. Thank you for helping us out here. Great to see you.
We got to get a signed picture for him so we can auction off. Nate, you got to give us something. We got to
auction something off
Mitch,
with you?
Mitch has my number. Whatever you need, a signed picture, jersey, cleats, you want to do a CBS Mornings experience here in New York, whether it's here at NFL Today or Nickelodeon, let me know, Mitch. I got you. You know that.
All right. How about a CBS experience in New York? They'll come in the night before. They'll come and get to watch the show and get to meet you guys.
Yeah,
Would
and
that
then
work?
we'll do a one-on-one lunch after. Take some pictures.
Wow, that's better than
Even better. Okay, we'll put it together. God bless you, Nate.
Yes,
Thank you so
Nate.
much.
God bless you too.
Nate Burleson, 855-955-GIVE, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com if you want to bid on that package. Wow. We'll come back with more right after this.
UJR Traffic and Weather First.
What's up? How y'all doing today? Everybody good?
Yes.
The Say Detroit Play Center opened its doors in 2015. One of the things that I'm most excited about is the expanded outreach that we'll have in our community. With this new expansion, we will be able to double the number of kids that come in on a daily basis.
The heart of this place is its education. And with that in mind, we grew and reached the point where we couldn't continue to educate as many kids as we wanted to without more space. We're really proud to be part of this here. We're really proud that people like Kelly and Matthew Stafford go someplace else but never lose the Detroit that's within them.
We jumped at the opportunity to be a part of that first, center that is this beautiful place right now, and I'm just so proud to see where that has gone, how many kids it has affected in such a positive way. I'm so excited to be a part of this next venture as well. I mean, it's just such a special place, such a special team to be involved with. We're so proud of what it's become, what it's going to be in the future, all the people that it's going to affect. We're just excited to get over here and put some shovels in the ground and get this thing going.
Eric, can you believe it? Construction is happening on the Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Educational Center.
Folks are driving by and they saw the fences go up and they stop in and ask, well, when
what's
are we
going on?
See? When are we going to see some physical action? And so
and here we are. Today's the day.
We're incredibly excited for what we'll be able to do. 6 dedicated classrooms that all have flexible spacing and the ability to change their configurations. We have 2 dedicated flexible spaces for vocational training. We have a 125-seat black box theater in the center that's completely flexible.
Are passionate about being a part of this community and expanding the physical space and the opportunities.
Health Clinic in Highland Park. Tawana Nettles Robinson is the executive director. Hi, Tawana.
Hello.
Always great to have you here. She does a fantastic job. People who have no insurance or are underserved who have insurance, even if they have, can be seen now at our clinic by our amazing staff. This year we added adult vaccinations, including COVID, flu, hepatitis B, and pneumonia. We have seen nearly 4,000 patients, filled over 4,000 prescriptions, primary care, GYN, STD clinics, behavioral health, physical therapy, comprehensive labs, and so much more. This started as the nation's first clinic for homeless children, back when homeless children couldn't get My Child or any of the Obamacare, things like that. It has expanded, as you can tell. Tawana has brought with us Carla Butchers, who is the nurse practitioner. Hi, Carla.
Hi there.
Thank you for the work that you do. And then several of our patients at Say Clinic, who I'd like to hear from. Carla Fluker is one. She's been a patient at the Say Clinic for nearly 8 years. Tell us about how you first got involved there, Carla.
First, I want to say thank you to Carla. You're welcome. I prayed. I'm an emotional person.
You can't start crying before you
I know.
You have to finish at least 4 sentences before you can cry.
But I love her so much. I come to the clinic several years as I was looking forward to retirement. I ended up going through a stroke. I went through a stroke. And my husband, he didn't know what to do, but he knew I was going to the Say Clinic. And he called Dr. Butcher the following morning for what to do. She says, get her straight to the hospital. Now, because he was panicking and the EMS come in, took me straight to Henry Ford. All I had to do was live. And I'm thanking God all through the storm. And I said to him, my husband, Jeff, did you call my doctor? He said, yes. He said, she the one telling me to call you so she can save you. And I said, Lord, I thank you. I kept saying, thank you, Lord. That all I knew was just thank you. Thank you. I don't know what I'm going through. I didn't even know that I was having a stroke at that time.
But you felt comforted by the fact that your doctor, our doctor
loved me from the beginning when I met her.
And was reachable.
And oh my
how
God.
many doctors can you say that about?
She answered that right on jippy. So he was so shocked, so nervous.
Wow.
He didn't even know
I'm
what to
so
do.
happy to hear that, Carla.
Yeah.
Thank you for
So
sharing
she
that.
saved my life. Thank you, God, by answering that
Thank
phone.
you, Carla, for that. Wow. That's fantastic. Also with us is Mr. Charles Muhammad, another patient there, newer to the area, been coming to the state clinic for about a year, an Army veteran who needed some medical care from A to Z. What can you say about your experience there?
Well, the first thing I wanted to say, because whenever I think of
bring that closer to your mouth.
the first thing I wanted to say when I think of say, you know, you always get music that comes to my mind, and so the first thing that came to my mind was a song by Michael Jackson and Paul McCartney. You know, say.
Oh, I'm glad it wasn't The Girl Is Mine.
Right. And then when I went to the clinic, I saw that word and I said, what does that mean? And then I said super all year, and that's exactly what it is. You know, I ended up, like I said, I'm a veteran. I was a homeless veteran. Found my way, and I ended up being in the building that's directly above the clinic.
Yeah.
Which is a miracle, and it's nice because now I went straight downstairs. The staff there are great. You mentioned being available. Dr. Carla's available. The whole staff is available. They probably get tired of seeing me, but they don't because I come down.
Nobody gets tired of our patients.
But they are wonderful.
Great.
Group of individuals. And it was nice to be able to be treated by someone who also looked like me. You know, many times I've gone to doctors who didn't look like me.
Yeah.
And not that they didn't have my best interest in mind, but I could feel their spirit there. I could feel their love.
Part of the
I could
community.
feel their
Well, we're so happy to be able to help you, Mr. Muhammad, and nobody gets tired of patients at our clinic.
Yes.
That's for a different operation. Tawana, we don't have a lot of time to talk, but I want to thank you for everything that you have done for us. When you came to that clinic, it moved to a whole new level, and it has stayed at that level. And then that's largely been because of your tireless efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. We're tireless in our efforts to help the community. We're going to keep reaching. We're going to keep expanding. We're going to keep serving. So It's been a blessing. It's been a pleasure. I always say the SAY team is my favorite partners.
Yeah.
We get things done, and that's the end goal.
Well, we are very proud of this operation, and that's where your money is going partly today. If you give to us at 855-955-GIVE, Carla and Tawana and Charles, thank you so much for being with us here. Dave Barry, I want to thank you for spending an hour with us here and being patient while we've jumped back and forth. Appreciate you coming on. And Dave Barry, remember, has helped facilitate that guitar signed by all the members of the Rock Bottom Remainders, including Stephen King, John Grisham, myself, Dave Barry, Amy Tan, many, many more. It's a collector's item. There's only one in the world like that. You can bid on that at MitchAlbumRadiothon.com and many, many other items. Many more guests coming up. We are live here. Dave, thank you so much. Great to see you.
Good to see you. And Detroit is lucky to have you. What a wonderful town that is.
Well, thanks, pal. Dave Barry, everybody. Let's give him a hand as we say thank you and move on to the next hour right after this.
This is the great voice of the Great Lakes, 760 WJR, Detroit, a Cumulus media station.
One more reason to choose Michigan auto law.
If you've been injured in a truck accident, you need a lawyer who knows truck accidents. We have the only lawyer in Michigan voted into the Truck Accident Lawyer Hall of Fame.
Say Detroit has been changing lives for the better since 2006, when I wrote about how our city was providing homeless people 3-day shelter parties to get them off the street while tourists were in town for the Super Bowl. A A city that is super just for a weekend isn't very special come Monday. So we put out a call to raise enough to at least help all year long. The idea of Say Detroit is in its letters, super all year.
Hello, my name is Rick Kelly, and I'm the Executive Director of Say Detroit. Our families are facing a lot of the challenges that many in the city are facing in terms of food insecurity, housing issues, medical issues, and schooling, really, and making sure kids are going to school. The pandemic set us back greatly in this city in terms of learning and healthcare, and so we're able to address a lot of those issues with the families that we serve. I get to see the results of our efforts on a daily basis. And it's not always that way, especially in the nonprofit world. I've worked in nonprofits for many years, and sometimes you're in a dark room on a telephone making calls. Here, I get to see the smiling faces of the kids that we serve at our play center. I get to see the smiling faces of the patients that we serve at our health clinic. I get to see the smiling faces of a family taking ownership of a home for the first time. And so I get to see the impact of all the good deeds that really our community does. A lot of our employees come from the communities where our kids come from, and them being successful in life is just as important to me as the kids that we serve. And so having an environment that's safe for them as well, and a career path, and a pathway to success. It goes right into our mission statement. Not just the constituents that we serve, but also our staff and our volunteers are a very large part of that. We're very excited for the next few years because through our strategic planning process and our focus on these new 3 pillars, we have a lot of exciting things coming up in the future.
Say something positive. Say something inspiring.
Say Detroit.
And say something amazing.
And visit Dr. Khan at Express Surgical Care in Bloomfield Hills. Dr. Khan, a double board certified plastic surgeon, offers quick access and fewer appointments. From lacerations to scar corrections, trust our state-of-the-art facility for top-notch care. Visit executiveplasticsurgeon.com or call 734-419-1615 to schedule your consultation today.
Wouldn't you like to stop feeling self-conscious about your receding hairline or thinning hair? Millions of men and women around the world trust Hair Grow from New Nordic as an effective way to get thicker-looking hair. Ask for Hair Grow at your local Walgreens or shop online at Amazon.com or NewNordicUSA.com.
It's that holiday time of year. Give the gift of hearing to you or a loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today. Audien Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to AudienHearing.com. That's AUDIEN Hearing.com. Hurry, don't miss Audien Hearing's Christmas sale live now through December 15th.
Are you drowning in IRS tax debt? Civic Tax Relief can help protect you from the IRS. Call Civic Tax Relief for free information now. Find out about the Fresh Start program that is now available through Civic Tax Relief. Civic Tax Relief's special tax hotline can help you discover all the relief programs available for free.
Just call 800-841-0908. 800-841-0908. 800-841-0908.
Life is just more complicated as we get older. We've all benefited over the years from a largely healthy economy. Now we're faced with record inflation, trillions in debt, an uncertain market, and more conflicting advice than ever. As I've said before, retirement planning is a very specialized area, and we have the best in Chris Alberta at Principium. It's a different game, folks, one that requires a mathematical approach and an expert that can preserve what you've spent all those years building. Call Chris Alberta at Principium, 888-800-8949. Start your journey toward a safer retirement.
Welcome to the 13th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon on News Talk 760 WJR. This hour is generously brought to you by the Jeffrey Seller Family Foundation. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Now, live from the North Side Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch Albom.
All right, back here on the 13th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. In this hour, Tim Allen will be joining us and Brian Williams from NBC News, as well as some special guests who are stepping up here right now. Before I get to any of that, I want to tell all those people who are here in the North Court of the Somerset collection. We have a table now. For the first time, we have a booth right over there where you can find out about our Time to Help volunteer program, which we've been running for 20 plus years.
Tiger Stadium was there. That's when we started.
And every month they do a volunteer program in the community, and they've done amazing work all over. Stop by the table. You can find out about it. It's not one of those things where you sign up and they hit you up every single month forever. All you got to do is just let them know. And when you have time, you help out. When you don't, you don't. Also want to tell people, Kenny, about the incentive items that we have. We call them incentive items. But basically, if you want to give, obviously you can call and you can just give money. That's fine. But if you want to get something for your giving, you can do it that way too and do a lot of your Christmas shopping. So, for example, on these incentive items, I'm going to rattle them off. You can get an Alex Anzalone signed football for $200. Gift cards to Brown Bag Popcorn for $50. A Cork and Gable gift certificate for $100. Craig Gass will do a celebrity impersonation voicemail for $100, and he can do pretty much any celebrity. A Fender Player Plus Telecaster electric guitar plus 4 lessons from Huber Breeze, $750. A Gibson Les Paul special tribute guitar, $750. Grand Traverse Pie Company gift cards for $50. Hungry Howie's pizza for a year. All the pizza you can eat for a year, I guess, for $1,000. Somebody's going to break the bank there. Matthew Stafford, LA Rams jersey for $300. LA Rams signed football by Matthew Stafford, $150. You can co-host the Mitch Albom show with us for $1,000. So those are just some of the items that are up there. And if you go to MitchAlbomRadiothon.com, you'll see many, many more. And you can just buy them, and the money will go to help Say Detroit instead of to Amazon.com or something like that. And so it's a great way to do your Christmas shopping. So if you like to get something for what you give, you're getting, you get a gift certificate by giving money. That's pretty good. That's almost like a wash, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay, many guests joining us here from afar and some from anear. And when I say anear, Lomas Brown, I see whenever I break from the radio show at 6 o'clock, I walk out and there's Lomas standing in the hallway ready to go on with sports wrap. Bernie Smilovitz is still here as well. Say hi to Lomas Brown, everybody. A nice round of applause. Lions legend. Come on. Hello, Lomas. I'm good. You want to press the green button?
Oh, that button right there.
Yeah, that one there.
It looked like I would know this by now.
Well, you've only been at it for a couple of years. It's only the third year you learn how to work the microphone. And now, do I understand we have Herman with us as well? So it's not these days in Detroit, one lion is never enough. There was a time when one lion was more than enough. Now one lion is never enough. So we're also bringing on Herman Moore. There he is right there. How you doing, Herman?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
2 members of the Lions who endured. Now it's the Lions celebrating 12-1. So, Herman, let me ask you, as a guy who went through seasons here which weren't so great, is there any part of you that's gets a little jealous or annoyed at like 12-1 and all this love that the fans are showering on the Lions?
It's not so much that there's jealousy as much as there isn't some envy that's there, because this is a team that we've always aspired to be. We've always wanted to have this type of championship caliber. We want to have these type of runs, this adulation from the city, and to see that all coming together right now under the right circumstances, under just a great environment. Yeah, those are things that you envy a little bit, but I wouldn't trade the team that I had or those eras, because they were wonderful guys, and you can't change that part of our lives. It's wonderful.
No, and just to show you how Detroit is a different kind of place for an athlete, and I always say this because I've lived all over the country. John Sally from the Pistons, I had John's number for a while, but John changes numbers like every 5 minutes because he's in LA. And so the number I had was no good. I've been trying to call him to see if he would come on and just say hello to everybody. Finally, somebody got me an email address for someone in John's organization. And I was like, this will never work. I wrote an email to her. I said, listen, you probably don't know me, but I'm an old friend of John Sally's. If you are actually who you said this is supposed to be, would you ask John if he could give us a call? And guess who's on the line right now? John Sally. Spider Sally.
That's up, man.
What's up?
Great.
Herman Moore is here with us, former Lion. Lomas Brown is here sitting next to me. Bernie Smilovitz is on the other side. It's a whole home week for you, John.
Bernie Smilovitz is still around.
I thought he was going to say still alive.
How are you?
I was going to say it.
How are you, Sally?
Man, my life is grand, man. Thanks for reaching out. And I just changed my number because my daughter made me get off of Android. She said if she saw a green bubble one more time, she wasn't texting me. So that's what happened to that number, man.
Can you give us the number now while we have you on the line?
Yeah, 555-2525.
Oh yeah, I know that.
It's funny. That's Lomas's number.
Yeah, right.
Well, John, I don't want to bother you, and we didn't schedule that. I just wanted you to give a shout out to Detroit and let people know that you remember your time here and encourage them to give to our efforts here. Last year, we raised $2 million in one day to help, and our charity, Say Detroit. You've been out and helped us before, and we've blossomed into quite a big operation over the years. But I think those fans of the Pistons' bad boys years would love to hear you just give a little shout out.
Well, I'm a bad boy for life. I still talk to my teammates, Rick Mahorn, Isaiah, Bill Lambert, Vinnie Johnson, Buddha, James Edwards. We sit around and we kind of laugh at things that we see in the NBA now, but we're still, believe it or not, the same crew that is so blessed to have been in Detroit. I look at my life so crazy to be drafted number 11 and then all those guys before me not win championships. I'm sorry, not win. and I got to think, the only time I've been to 2 hockey games in my life, and Mitch Albom took me to one of them, and the only black thing there was me and the puck. But I took my jacket off, and I just remember I don't drink beer, but my jacket drank all the beer off the ground. Watching those wonderful Red Wings.
I remember that game. The guy behind us kept yelling, "Down in front." And Sally said, "I am sitting down." When you're 6'11", you're going to block everybody. Sally, thank you for calling in and remembering Detroit. And if you love the Pistons and you have that same feeling for Detroit that John does, whatever, you can help us out here and give it 855-955-GIVE or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. How about a round of applause for John Sally, folks? Thank you, pal. Thank you for always remembering. Talk to you soon. Brother. Now that I got your number, I'll call you.
All right, bye.
All right. Isn't that nice? See, that's what I love about Herman, Lomas. It's the people who play here and experience here. It's not like you stop paying me. Bye.
Right.
And I can think of a lot of cities where that's exactly the case. You never see them again. But no one's paying you to be here now. Herman, I don't think we're paying you to be here now. Nobody's paying you to be here now. But you're still here. I mean, why is that, Lomas?
Well, for me, it's the love of this city. I'm from Miami, but this is home for me. I was a Floridian, now I'm a Michigander, and I love everything about Detroit, the people here, just what's going on. And you see this renaissance, man. Think about the renaissance that's going on with our city and just the good vibes that are here, the draft, the Lions. So, hey, it's good to be a Detroiter these days. It's great to be a Detroiter.
And people care about Detroit and give back to the city. And it's pretty remarkable. Now, if the Lions go to a Super Bowl, do you guys get, any special, as being former Lions, do you guys get ticket access?
So I told Herman, I already got my timeshare reserved in New Orleans. I did this back in May.
Wow.
So I'm just waiting on the tickets from the Lions. So I don't know how that works out. Maybe Bernie knows. He got a connection.
Wait, why are you asking us?
I know.
Y'all
might have the connections here, man. The inside connections.
I'm retired. I don't even know what channel the game's on. Come
on. Herman, would you actually spend the night in a timeshare with Lomas Brown if the Super Bowl Lions were involved?
No. we wouldn't get along. I don't think we get along in those tight quarters like that. But I did want to make sure I say hi to Kenny, hi to Bernie, man. That's good to see you all. Great event, Mitch. But you know what? With Lomas, that's my brother, man. So it's wherever he goes, I will go. But he's going to have to hook me up now to get me tickets.
You know, we can't quit doing this to Herman. If you remember, Herman, this was like 20 years ago. On our show, you used to come on all the time. We did a show. We asked you, would you let Scott Mitchell come to your house without calling for? You said,
well, no. I know the answer.
Remember that? Remember that show?
No,
we broke that on the show, and it like went national. So we're gonna have to stop asking you if you going to live with somebody, or room with somebody, or people coming by the house.
Trying to move Herman Moore into new quarters, apparently.
No, you better call ahead.
I want to ask you, Herman, what do you think of the receivers that the Lions have right now?
You know what? I think they play extremely well together as a unit. If I love anything about it is the unselfishness. I love the fact that they play based on what the ask is of the coach, based on responsibility. It's not a statistical driven offensive unit, even though they're putting up some pretty decent numbers. That's not what their focus is. It's on doing whatever the coach is asking for them to be that part in the wheel that makes it go. And that's all it is. I mean, if you look at these guys, they're talented, but I think, a lot of people would argue, if there are other receivers that are better, maybe not. But I know playing together, I'd say this is the most productive in terms of being together unit that I've seen in the NFL.
Wow. Yeah, that's saying something. Yeah. They got a pretty good group.
Think about what he's doing. It's unbelievable how Amon-Ra, when you have receivers like Calvin Johnson and Herman Moore that's came through this organization and some of the records that he's breaking, I mean, that's saying a lot because Herman and Calvin, they set the standard here,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Does it hurt when a record gets broken, Herman?
No, I mean, it's not because it's all context. With me, I used to go, man, like I'm going to break somebody's record. So someone's going to break your record. But it's all in context of the meaningfulness of it. And it's a good individual accomplishment, but anyone will tell you, you'll give up those individual accolades any day to have that team success. And I tell you that now as an older player and a retired player, I'll give back every individual accolade just to have the opportunity to say I was a champion.
Mitch, I don't feel that way.
No.
Every time one of Barry's records get broke, I'm mad. I'm upset.
Well, you should have blocked more,
I don't know why. Hey, I don't know why you not upset, Herman.
You should have blocked better.
Because Herman giving you the political answer on.
I did no, Lomas Brown. You know what? I blocked down the field, so I gave him half of those yards he has. So
I'm talking about the political answer. It doesn't hurt to get your records broke. Come on.
I feel like I'm in the huddle, man.
Yeah. I'm just going to step out now.
I'm in the huddle.
Hey, first of all, Lomas, you know this. Mitch, Kenny, Bernie, you guys all know. If we all want to, we can make up records. Like I can come up with something if you give me enough time. I don't think there's anyone who's caught 123 passes for the Lions who are over 6'4", right?
Right.
Right.
Who weighed a certain amount, right? Who came from your hometown, right?
If you want me to come up with, I can keep as many records as I want to, but that's not necessary.
Just remember, before you blocked for Barry, he had to get through the block that Lomas made. Okay, otherwise there was no need for your block.
No.
And before,
think about it. Go ahead, Bernie.
Before that, he had to get through Wayne Fonts.
Or get that guy out of the backfield. First of all, he's just got to break the line of scrimmage. Think about it. He has to go 3 yards, 4 yards, and then their job is done. No,
just
I have now 80 more yards. Come on, man.
Dave, please. Just please.
You want to just cut him off?
Please.
You want to kill his microphone? Is that?
Can we do that?
Is this how the huddles generally went when Scott Mitchell was trying to call a play and you guys were busy arguing over whether or not?
The linemen are the most sensitive people. They always got an opinion.
Goodness.
Y'all have an opinion, and all y'all.
Wait a minute. Receivers are divas. You guys are divas. You calling us sensitive?
Receiver, RECIVA.
Thank you.
Hey, I'll tell you what. Next time the next time I see a lineman be a showman or do a headstand, I'll let you know. We'll up your value at that point. All you guys do you guys just complain and hold. So that's about it.
Okay. Well, much as I would love to continue this WWE cage match, we have some business at hand, which is to try to raise money. So the way that you, although honestly, I would pay money to just watch this.
Auction this off. Lunch with Herman and Lomas.
Should we arrange a
lunch with Herman and Lomas?
Can we do a lunch with Herman Moore?
Let's do it.
And
Let's do it.
All right, a lunch between Herman Moore and Lomas Brown. You can get to witness this by yourself.
That's right.
We'll put that on the auction thing right now.
Instigate it.
And and all you have to do when you come to that lunch is say, "So which of you guys blocked harder?" And then just sit back, and by the time dessert comes, they might have settled that question. All right, go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com to find that out. Herman Moore, God bless you, man. It's great to see you. You look great. Thank you for coming on.
Appreciate you, Herm.
All right.
Yeah, Herm. Keep up the great work.
And Lomas, thank you so much for coming out.
Appreciate it, Mitch.
You are our buddy. You are our fellow radio host on WJR now, and you're
And
the
we gave him the night off. Don't deal away with it going there. He doesn't have to work tonight.
When we asked Lomas if he could come on, he said, "Well, I got to do the show." We said, "Lomas, we're replacing the show." He said, "Thank you. I'll be there." Yeah. So okay. All right. 855-955-GIVE 855-955-4483 or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Or you can text a donation, Mitch13, to 59925. 59925. We'll continue. Many more guests coming up. Jared Goff, speaking of lines, is going to join us shortly. Yeah. Desmond Howard will be with us here. Jane Pauley, Tom Izzo, many more. Stick around. We'll continue here from Somerset, the North Court. Come see us.
The Mitch Albom Show Radiothon 27.
I feel encouraged. I feel empowered. I feel loved. I feel like God got my back always, because he does. Yeah. And I just feel so happy and so grateful.
This is part of our Working Homes, Working Families program with Save Detroit. It's a program that really addresses housing insecurity in the community in which we live. We have a company called Humboldt Design comes in and they literally transform the inside of this house, furnishings, decorations, just little touches that make it really feel like a home that these people are coming into. And I just want to thank you not only from Save Detroit, but thank you from the bottom of our hearts for the people that we serve and really helping them transform their lives.
Good job, buddy. Oh my goodness, Bernie Jr., look at your big boy room. We were renting actually around the corner. The house went into foreclosure. Moved in with my mom like early March, and Mr. Eric called me and asked me if I was still looking for somewhere to stay. And I told him that I was about to pay the landlord, and he said, we had an opportunity that was too good to be true, and we want to put you and your family in this house. And I told him, I said, I don't even need to look at it. I take it. And that's how we got here. Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. I want to thank Mr. Eric for thinking about me and my family, because he didn't have to. And I want to thank Say Detroit, because ever since my kids have been going to Say Detroit, I've seen so much growth in them. I want to thank Humble. I want to thank Jim. I want to thank everybody involved in this process, because y'all do not know how much y'all just saved me and my kids. I want to thank God, because he is the head of everything that I do. And shout out to all the homies.
She said I butt dialed her?
Pausing for 10 seconds.
Let Plant Moran Real Point point the way. Learn more at pmrealpoint.com.
Everybody's favorite holiday color is red.
No way, it's got to be
blue.
Hi.
Hi, welcome to your home.
Oh, this Addison, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. It is so nice. Oh, my
That was one thing I
God. Look! Oh, my God. Look at this. Oh, my God. Oh my God.
Playroom. Yeah. To hang out.
Yeah.
Hello.
Fine to an Advent calendar, it doesn't stop when the Christmas lights come down. With the Salvation Army, your love lasts all year long. It puts a present under someone's tree today and a roof over someone's head tomorrow. It brightens Christmas morning and the hardest nights for hardworking families.
Hey, it's the Inside the NBA crew. Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, Kenny the Jet Smith, and Charles Barkley with a shout out to the Say Detroit Play Center.
Say Play is a premier learning center. It offers academic enrichment, athletics, and arts programs for students 8 to 18.
Since day one in 2015, Say Play has been rebuilding and empowering one of Detroit's most challenged neighborhoods.
Set on nearly 15 acres in the Osborne community in northeast Detroit, the facility was the site of the rundown Lipke Park Recreation Center, which had been shut down by the city due to budget cuts.
It was rebuilt by Say Detroit in partnership with Detroit major sports teams. Say Play offers all its programs and services, including transportation.
Over the years to be supported by major funders. Our next guest just dropping by represents all the grassroots organizations that are just as important to the sustainability of our organization.
I just need sure.
Hosted a golf outing every summer for the 5th time. Say Detroit is proud to be a recipient of funding for the event. But we're also here today to celebrate Nino, who a couple of weeks ago underwent his 2nd cancer surgery and is doing well. We're so glad to know that you're doing well. Welcome, Nino. Nice to see you. How about Nino Toko?
Ready one, take one.
Thank you.
Ready two, take two.
Is that microphone working? Is that microphone working? Dave, is that microphone working? Here, just use that there. Yeah, okay. Sorry, we want to make sure that we can hear you.
So we're here to present you with
Check.
Yeah.
I'm hearing audio through there.
$4,000 to Say Detroit.
Okay, $4,000 from your golf tournament. That's beautiful. Thank you. Thank you so much, Nino. And even more important is to see you look like you're doing well. God bless you. It's tough. I know. Yeah.
I'm on the rebound, and I'm thankful for everything I have, and I'm thankful for everything you do for Detroit.
Thank you, Nino. Means a lot.
You're welcome.
Thank you. How about it for Nino Toko and small organizations to come help us out? So it's not just Hugh Jackman's and big checks. It's all groups like this. We'll continue here on the 13th annual Say Detroit Radio right after this.
Now WJR Health Watch. Here's Dick Hafner.
The mission of Dr. Elton Lowe is to fight the aging process and to reverse it.
It's not inaccurate to say that you can turn back the clock on some things.
Dr. Joseph Lowe is medical director of the Cosmetic Skin and Laser Center in Bloomfield Hills and its regenerative medicine unit, RegenSen, offering dozens of aesthetics.
It's another beautiful day at Say Play. Going to pick up the kids. Have a great day.
Welcome to the Say Detroit Play Center. My name is Eric Reed, and I have the pleasure of serving as the executive director. And let's meet our students who are about to come in off of our buses.
You have the next page on this.
What's up? How y'all doing today? Everybody good?
Yes.
How's school today?
Good.
All right, good. Good to see y'all. How was school? Huh? Time for the D. Our students have eaten, they played, and now it's time to learn. We are entering the Deep. The Deep is our education center. It's named the Deep because it used to be a swimming pool. The Deep is where our young people come mandatory Monday through Thursday to spend at least an hour and 15 minutes on a variety of academic enrichment activities. Our young people are engaged in tutoring or literacy with the help of our staff. The students can get the individual attention that they need. This is our reading table. One of our certified teachers who's actually providing some reading enhancement activities to a group of our students who are struggling just a little bit with where they are in terms of reading and comprehension. Cubicles are set up for our students to have some individual space to either work on their own or to work one-on-one with our staff. One of the things that we're blessed with is to have a number of volunteers that come in and support the work that we do here. And I have with me now Mr. Malcolm McCants. Malcolm is the Director of Education, and he oversees all the activities in the Deep.
We offer breakout sessions in STEAM, creative writing, and reading.
We've got some students that are getting some homework assistance from Miss Diane, who is a retired certified teacher. And so whatever our students need, we want to make that available. Now let's go and look at some of the activities in the election.
Mitchell be coming up to the stage, and he's very busy man. This is a 15-hour thing. Take your time, Mitch. We got it covered. Take your time. I'm gonna give the numbers out while you're waiting, and you can text that to Mitch13, and the number is 59925, or go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, or you can call the number 855-955-4483, which spells the word give. Any of those three ways to donate to the Mitch Album Say Detroit Radiothon. Mitch is back.
I did ask if I could go to the bathroom.
Well, they didn't
and
tell
Rosie
you.
said sure.
Yeah. But
So I ran, almost fell down the steps.
Yep.
Went into the bathroom, came out, and they go, you're on the air.
Yeah.
So apparently,
It's okay.
bathroom breaks
It's
not
all right.
built in.
It's okay.
Again, all the money that we raise here goes to help needy Detroiters. Say Detroit doesn't use money for administrative costs. We don't pay for air conditioning bills or nice artwork in a lobby of a building. I don't believe in that. Any costs associated with running the operation are
And
privately paid. And so if you
And
give us
apparently
a
not
dollar,
a porta potty either.
Apparently, one of the problems with limited budgets is toilets
That's
are
next year. Yeah, come
toilets
on.
are considered a luxury. Anyhow, you can know that if you want to give us a dollar at MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Right now, we are joined by a legendary TV journalist who has done fantastic work for so many years on NBC News, on MSNBC, now with Amazon. You might have seen him on election night with his own program there. And in addition to all that, one of the things I admire about Brian Williams the most is that somehow he finds it in his heart to be friends with Bernie Smilovitz, which I'm not sure why. I know a lot is expected to whom a lot is given, but that's a little bit more than one would assume, Brian.
Well, it's really mentoring. I met Bernie at I did a charity event at Junior Achievement, and this was years ago before he decided to style his hair in the style of Jane Lynch. And he was young and full of promise. His last name was Smith, and I thought to make him more distinctive, we would go with Smilovitz. Mitch,
Okay.
thank you very much for having me. This is a great effort you launch every year.
Well, we appreciate it, Brian. That's kind of you to say. And we've known each other on and off over the years professionally. But then once I knew that you were friends with Bernie, we've gotten to know each other a little bit better through that. And how actually did you? I mean, perhaps that was the real meeting, but I assume there's another story as well.
Actually, it's quite romantic. The full story is I knew Bernie as a radio listener before he worked at the television station where we all worked together. We became friends instantly. There was a new female producer hired at the television station 40 years ago. And the news director said to me, I think you're going to like her a lot. Well, the day we met in the control room, I met this woman named Jane Stoddard. I went into Bernie's office. He was already important enough to have an office. I had a cubicle. And I went into Bernie's office and sat on his Naugahyde couch and said, I'm off the market. That was minutes after I laid eyes on this woman. And we will celebrate our 39th anniversary coming up in June.
Wow. Wow. And well, it's a lovely story between you and your wife. But why did you want to tell Bernie Smilovitz that?
Only because I also mentored him in relationships and how to meet and talk to girls. So this was a full spectrum mentorship that I had with him, and it goes on today, as you know. We're going to the Lions game on Sunday, where they will beat the Bills decidedly, and I'll be telling him about the ins and outs of the game during the game.
So when Brian Williams takes on somebody, it's a lifetime commitment. Is that what I'm getting?
That's right. It's the job is never done. Go ahead, Jane Lynch. You wanted to say something?
Somebody was up late.
Is your mic on?
Yeah,
there,
he's
Bernie?
on. Yeah, it is on.
Can you bring Bernie up here please? Because we can't hear him. Bring Bernie up.
This must be a Brian Williams trick.
Yeah.
Somebody was up late last night writing these lines. I like that. I see you worked hard last night.
Frozen.
Oh, you are frozen. That's the best way. Leave them just like that.
No, we can
keep
see
talking. Oh, no, you're moving again. Oh, yeah, you're good.
You're good.
That's good. That's a lot of
I'll see you at
exercise
the
for
airport. Are you
Yes.
picking me up when I fly in, by the way, or do I have to Uber again?
No. I'm coming to get you. I'll have the little car.
Does Bernie stand in baggage claim with a little sign that says Williams?
Mr. Williams, not Williams.
He has the head of his security detail come in and get me, and it's very embarrassing.
It's just unbelievable. Hey, you're coming in Saturday, and then Sunday we're going to the Lions game, and then Monday night. This is the best part of the whole thing.
Yeah, Monday night, Brian Williams, Bernie Smilovitz, and I are all going to appear at Imagine Royal Oak in one of the theaters there. And we're just going to sit and talk sports and media business, I guess, news business, and take questions from everybody. Very informal, just hanging around. And probably the cheapest opportunity for anyone to ever see Brian Williams.
Yeah.
Anyhow, I know Bernie and I go for about $5 a piece.
Right.
But you can actually see this for $15.
And
we give the money to charity.
Say Detroit,
like today. So
Right.
that's the way that we contribute with things like that. And Brian, that'll be a lot of fun to sit there and hear the stories of mentorship from your career.
You're gonna need new material, I think.
Remember, my last job was in cable, so this will be the largest group of people I've ever spoken to.
How did the speaking of your job, how did the election thing go? I had a chance to talk to you before election night, and you were trying something that was different. It was a one-night election broadcast. Unlike the news channels and networks that prepare all year, you did it just that one night for Amazon, like a single event, which may be the future of how these things are covered. How did it go?
It went great. By the way, not a lick of free merch. Nothing. I thought I was going to get subscribe and save and get a break on prices. No, I paid
Nothing.
bust
Wow.
out retail.
Yeah.
It went great. I mean, this is a fifth largest company in the world, a $2 trillion company wanting to try election night. So we pitched them this idea in August. To our amazement, they said yes. And we did, I guess my shift was 10 hours, 3 minutes, but I said to them, I've got 2 or 3 hours left in me. And they said, this was after Trump's acceptance speech. They said, no, let's call it. Most of the results are in. But we had a blast. It was great to be back on live TV.
And then he finished that, goes right out back, gets in a truck, starts making the Amazon deliveries. It was on Prime.
So they let you go from driving the truck to hosting the program and back to driving the truck.
Yeah, I didn't realize that during the broadcast, if people hit subscribe and save, I had to come to their house.
Let me ask you before we wrap up here. Do you think that what happened in this election, in all seriousness, was a referendum on media and its influence? Forget about who got elected president or who didn't get elected president, but the resentments that you heard, the anger, the finger pointing, the things like that, the missed calls, the accusations of biases by both sides over particular candidates. Will it portend any kind of shakeup in how the media covers politics? What a good time for Brian to freeze.
It's a Brian statue.
Yeah. I think we stumped him with that question.
Yeah, it wasn't that hard, Brian.
Yeah.
Come on.
Well,
you can do
that
it.
question and more
That's a cliffhanger.
will be answered Monday nights at Imagine, and you can get tickets the same way you get tickets if you go to a movie at imagine-entertainment.com. You just get them there. I'm going to try to get Brian back on because we've got a song for him that John Pizzarelli has as well. Tote
board.
There
we got on the tote board.
Oh, there you are. Okay,
Hey, looky.
We gave you time to think.
Bernie, you've been to this house. Our Wi-Fi is rock solid. I don't know what happened.
Well, did you hear the question?
No, I've been in the dark.
Oh, sorry. Well, I just asked if you thought that this past election was a referendum on the media as well as on the country.
Sure.
And rock solid Wi-Fi.
Rock solid Wi-Fi.
Rock solid.
it's the
That's
question,
the name of the
Mitch.
company.
Yeah.
It's got to be the question.
If we get him back, I'm not asking that question again.
Yeah.
But I am going to have John do his song because I don't want him to waste his time. And then we're going to take a break here. Okay, good. All right. Again, while we're seeing if we can get Brian back, Jared Goff should be coming up here shortly from the Lions, and that'll be exciting to talk to him. And Desmond Howard going to join us as well. Tom Izzo's going to join us, and much more.
Oh, look.
There he is.
Man, I'm sorry. Mitch, I don't know what's going on.
No, it's okay. You sit there. We're going to do something for you. John Pizzarelli, the fantastic jazz guitar player and singer, comes with us every year. He's been a friend for years, and he comes in from New York and provides little musical backgrounds for us and little ditties for some of our guests, and he's got one for you. Go ahead, John.
You know, he's a Jersey guy, same as this guitar guy. You think we could ever try to hang in Point Pleasant with pork roll or pheasant? We're happy he's here today. He's added to our cachet. There's nothing he does halfway. Brian Williams, say Detroit thanks you so.
There you go.
Yeah.
You don't use it. I bet Amazon didn't give you that.
Here's what John doesn't know. 40 years ago, Bernie Smilovitz was present at my wedding where John's father, Bucky, was the entertainment.
Is that right?
I did not know that.
Is that
Yes.
right? Bucky played the wedding.
Yes,
That
he
was a
did.
good move on your part. It worked.
Yeah.
Bucky
Well, bravo
Pizzarelli
to
was
you.
our entertainment.
Well, how about that?
Was it just Bucky?
No, never just Bucky.
Never just Bucky. Yeah. What's interesting is that he had done a bar mitzvah earlier in the day. You know,
It's quite possible.
yeah.
He doubled up.
Brian, we're going to look forward to seeing you when you come in. And I thank you so much for helping us out today. It was great.
Thank you for what you do for a great city.
Brian Williams, everybody.
Yeah.
See you Saturday.
All right. Our phone numbers are 855-955-GIVE, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, or you can text Mitch13 to 59925. Now, a lot of you have called in and asked us to read out some of the dedications over the air. We apologize for taking a while to do that, but the great Kevin O'Neill is here with us. And as fast as you can, let's rattle some of these up.
Mitch.
You know what? You don't need the amounts, just the names.
Okay,
and where
we just
they're
ran. The battery just ran out, but
okay.
but that's all right. I jotted them down. We're okay.
All right.
In honor of the 630 group in Clinton Township. Also, John Geisinger of Troy, a very nice $500 donation. Carrie Oakland in Northville. These are all in honor of, in memory of the St. Clair Shores people, honoring Mitch and all the volunteers. We appreciate your donation. In honor of Warren Linth of Utica, that's $1,000. Thank you. And in memory of Samira Arkashevsky in West Bloomfield. Very nice donation.
I've
from
got
them.
some more here because my battery didn't run out.
Okay.
In honor of Nanette Sinutko and Barbara Wright. In honor of Mom, Dad, and Joey from Bloomfield Hills. Nikki in South Lyon. In honor of Rosalie Prano of Troy. in honor of Tuttle Hut Internet Marketing in Brighton. All right, never heard of that. That's great. Tom and Deborah, you mentioned before, I think, and Vicky. These are some of these. Carl and Laura Wilson family from Grand Blanc. Bud and Elaine Donahue. All these donations made in honor of these people, in honor of Joan Stefanko in New Baltimore, Connie Warren out of Troy, in honor of Josh from Indian Harbor Beach, in honor of Rocky Calavito, Allentown. I think I heard that name. In honor of grandmother Ethel Flagg in Southfield, in honor of Lorraine in Bloomfield Hills, in honor of grandson Oliver Piper from Allen Park. It's so nice these people do this. In honor of John Pizzarelli and his loyal dedication to the cause from Daniel Lehman. Yeah, Daniel Lehman. Very nice. You're bringing in money, John. You're earning your keep.
He's a great student.
Nice to go. All right. In honor of the Oxford High School shooting victims and all the students there, $1,000 donation from Greg and Janine Graham. Thank you for that. Happy birthday to my mom, Joan Hall from Mark Hall. Thank you for that. In honor of mother Margaret Paraham. It's nice when people are making dedications to their mothers. Isn't that nice?
Yeah.
In honor of Dr. Feinstein from West Bloomfield, thank you for that. In honor of Jean Barry from Dexter. In memory of my parents, Leon and Tony, from our own Ray Templin. Isn't that nice? And in honor of Hey Mitch and Rosie, best wishes for a record-setting day from John Prosser. Wonderful John Prosser from Health Partners, Inc. made a $1,000 donation.
Nice.
Isn't that nice?
Yep.
Thank you for that, John. In honor and for Constance Grand Legia, in honor of baby girl Suarez, Scott from Farmington, and Ed Kesey from Davis, Frank Braun from Plymouth. I think I'm getting close to this. From Matt Barsamian from Fraser, Diane and Doug Hook, and in honor of Jackie Davis from Berkeley. We'll read more of these off. 855-955-GIVE. Again, please go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com and take a look at some of these amazing auction items that we have up there that you can bid on. From that guitar signed by everybody in the Rock Bottom Remainders, from Stephen King to John Grisham to myself, Dave Barry, Amy Tan, many, many more. If you've got a literary friend, that is a classic. They'll never find that again. Spartans men's basketball meet and greet with Tom Izzo, which is currently at $725. Adam Schefter calling you, the ESPN's NFL analyst and expert Adam Schefter, a 30-minute Zoom call to set up your fantasy football team in the summertime. He will do that with you. That's priceless. Mike Tirico, a 30-minute Zoom call. Mike Tirico and a special guest. Jeff Daniels, To Kill a Mockingbird, a special edition thing that he's signed. A prize package to go down to Texas to see Dr. Phil's new program, Dr. Phil Primetime. Meet Dr. Phil and his wife. Stay over in a hotel there in Dallas. Lunch with Mayor Mike Duggan. Lunch with Lomas Brown and Herman Moore. A signed Tarek Skubal Tigers baseball. A Barry Sanders signed helmet. Cade Cunningham signed jersey. A book club meeting with myself. If you got a book club, I will personally Zoom meet with any of you. A Tigers experience with a batting practice and more. A game visit in the broadcast booth. A Grand Hotel bed and breakfast package. Jared Goff signed Lions footballs. J.K. Simmons signed Tigers. Opportunity to go see a Tigers game with J.K. Simmons, the Academy Award-winning actor who will be joining us a little later on. All of these things, many, many more that I couldn't possibly read, are on the website at MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. So go there and do all your Christmas shopping. Why not? It's a great way to go. And Amazon doesn't get the profits. The people of Detroit do, and they benefit from it. We're coming back with more here on 760 WJR at the 13th Annual Say Detroit Radiothon.
WJR traffic and weather.
I served 28 years in 11 months. Now I'm in Clarenceville High School when they told me I was going to die in prison. Know why I'm here? Because I didn't give up. My name is Daryl. I dropped out of school in the 8th grade. Started selling drugs. I found myself at the wrong place at the wrong time, associating with the wrong people. Someone was killed. I didn't do it. They convicted me for being an aiding and abettor in this homicide. let's stay engaged with them and hear them a lot, and get them to talk, because that's what's going to make a huge difference when we transition. Oh, this is amazing. This is the biggest one that we ever done with 400 students. They're laughing, they're working together, don't know who they're working with right now, but they just having fun, natural fun. Young people desire a lot. They want to be heard. So it's not just a monologue in here, it's a dialogue that's going on. We're here to lift each other up. First of all, we want to thank you for welcoming us into your school today. It's been an honor and a privilege for us to be here with you guys. We have some other good friends here that I want them to share just a little bit more about themselves and what they do, and then we want to have a conversation about that. And so I'm gonna ask my good friend here if he would say just a little bit more about himself.
I'm Tavan Hall. I'm a police officer for the city of Inkster.
Are you a cop? And I'm a cop too. And I
Oh,
turn
you a
myself.
cop too?
Yes, sir. And I turn myself around. You a cop. You don't look like no cop.
9443.
Back here on the 13th annual Say Detroit Radiothon, raising money to help the neediest Detroiters. In addition to the programs that we operate under Say Detroit, some of the money that we raise here today gets handed out to partner programs who we are very proud to work with and who have been doing great work on their own for many years. One of them is LACED, which stands for Latin Americans for Social and Economic Development, started back in the 60s to assist Hispanics and residents of Southwest Detroit. Saw the largest summer program to date this past summer with nearly 80 participants. It's free to those participants. First time they saw English language learners, 20 children began with little or no understanding of English. And 6 weeks later, all 20 were prepared with better skills to continue building through the after-school program. And all 78 kids are prepared to engage in the 2024-25 program school year, participating in the after-school program. Mary Carmen Munoz is the director. Hi, Mary Carmen.
Hi, Mitch.
You do wonderful work. We thank you.
Thank you so much.
We're always proud to partner with you. And you brought with you 19-year-old Jackie. Hi, Jackie.
Hi.
20-year-old Ashley. Hi, Ashley.
Hi.
And 19-year-old Dylan. Hi, Dylan.
Good afternoon.
Move that really close to your mouth. And then tell me about your involvement with LACED and what you're doing with them now.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's been a journey in LACED. I try to do everything. I try to do the best I can. I always try to show leadership to the kids. I work in the youth center. That's something that we really need in there. We need in our community. I feel like we should need a leadership guy in there so they can get them in their life.
What's the biggest challenge that the young people in Southwest Detroit need, do you think?
I was talking about that earlier. I feel like, as I was saying, they need someone to look up for. I feel like Detroit needs leadership. They need somebody that can put an example for Detroit in doing good, so the kids and the youth people can follow it.
Mary Carmen, what would you say would be a typical client of LACED? What situation would they be in when they first come to you, and where do you hope they get to when they've received the best of your services?
So the families that approach us for something simple as a translation, and then they find out we have English as a second language classes or citizenship classes, and then they can get their mom involved in the senior program or their kids involved in the youth program. Jackie's a great example of a mom that came in for her citizenship, found out about this program. Jackie was started to attend our program. She had learning disabilities at school that were not being addressed. We were able to work with her, and she's now a leader in one of our team members and a teacher at LACED.
Jackie, what has the program meant to you?
The program means to me, I feel like I could say that LACED is a second home for me because they really helped me with my learning disability. I've been able to communicate more in public. I've been able to up my grades in school. And
Been able to do a radio program.
yeah.
Probably didn't think you'd be doing that in English a few years back, huh? No.
And then Ashley is a great leader. Also, she's also going to school part time to be a teacher. So she brings those skills and that desire to give back to the community, come back and teach the youth.
And Ashley, what has Lisette meant to you?
It means a lot. I get to teach. I am also an ESL teacher, so I get to teach them English, and being somebody that even she mentioned, there's it doesn't matter the age that you are, you're gonna find something at La Sed. It means a lot because you can find anything. You can find help, and I think that's somewhere really important. That's in the heart of Southwest Detroit.
Yeah, well, I sometimes think that Southwest Detroit doesn't get enough attention, considering all the attention that comes on to Detroit. It's something and also Southwest Detroit, which has a unique population and a unique set of challenges, and we're always happy to try to share some of the attention that we get and some of the funds that we get with a great program like yours, Mary Carmen. So
and we appreciate it, and we collaborate with your other programs, with your health programs, with the Young Mom program is great, and the fact that you also provide transportation to those programs means a lot to our community, because transportation in Detroit is an issue.
It's a key. I think I don't get too proud of anything that I've done, but one thing over the years that I've actually been kind of proud of is early on in Say Detroit, I said we need to establish a transportation leg of our charities that get people to our medical clinic, that get people to our rec center, that get people to all these things. We want to keep opening all these things. How's anybody going to get there? We don't have public transportation. And so we did that. And we actually have people who donate to help us pay for vans, that we've got all kinds of vans that run around and take people to the different programs. And it has been kind of the lubricant that's made all this stuff work. Otherwise, you can put something over here and you put something over here and nobody can get to it. So we're proud to partner with you. Thank you all for coming in. I hope you get to stay and enjoy the good vibes that are going on here. And in March, I hope we'll be able to make another presentation.
Thank you. Gracias. Muchas
all
gracias.
Right.
Thank
you. De nada.
Thanks.
Thank you. Jackie, Ashley, and Dylan, and of course, Mary Carmen. Thank you guys so much for coming in here. We will take a break here and come back with more in the 13th annual Say Detroit Radiothon on 760 WJR.
This may look like your typical health clinic with waiting rooms, medical equipment, and patients, but it's not. When the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic opened in 2008, it made history. Located in Highland Park, it was the nation's first free medical clinic devoted to homeless, uninsured, and underinsured mothers and their children. 12 years and thousands of patients later, the clinic has expanded its reach to children, women, and now men, regardless of their ability to pay. The clinic is open weekdays, 9 to 4, and provides all sorts of exams, from ear infections, high blood pressure, cardiology, and even on-site laboratory services. In 2019, Trinity Health became a managing partner, and they provide medical staff, including doctors and nurse practitioners.
This is our time. If you work in this space around in underserved communities, you know that is a time for us to really put our feet down and do something about what we see around poverty, around access to health. We changed out and included some additional staff there so that we can serve more people and can have a connection to the community. We did some cosmetic changes where we upgraded the floors and painted out the ceilings, and most recently we've done a new pharmacy build out, so it'll be additional service available to our community.
Right down this hallway is the pharmacy, and this is important because patients will be able to see their doctor and receive their prescriptions on site. That's a big deal. Most of them don't have transportation.
This clinic is a type of clinic that every city and any city in the United States should want to have, the type of people that work here that care.
Always looking to improve and expand, the clinic is upgraded to electronic medical records. In addition, the clinic now has a new community outreach coordinator who will make sure that more residents take advantage of the free services here. For example, the clinic hosted C-Mobile screenings where 1,500 Detroiters received free COVID tests during the height of the pandemic.
It does not matter about your finance. Their whole concern in this clinic is to take care of you when you come in that door.
For those who need it the most, the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic is a gift, truly a gem of the city, and just what the doctor ordered.
Between 11 and 12, or at puppygram.com.
I'm Mitch Albom. I'm an author and storyteller in a number of different mediums. I see there was a lot of talented young people who weren't getting opportunities. Maybe I could help them. And the first thing I did was create this sort of dream fund, which was basically just a small scholarship fund to help kids take some summer programs who wouldn't otherwise have the opportunity. And it ultimately has led to sort of a steroided version of that, where we now have something called the Dream Scholars, where instead of it being for a summer class or a semester here or there, we actually present full 4-year scholarships to matriculated students to study the arts, kids who wouldn't otherwise have a chance. And it's in its infancy, but we already have a half a dozen beneficiaries of it, and we hope to grow it even more.
What didn't the scholarship do for me? Now I do not have to take out so much money in loans. I'm really, really thankful, for, and for other kids coming after me receiving this award. I'm happy for them. It's such a nice thing that he decided to, hey, I'm just give these kids some scholarships. Nobody really has to do that. The fact that he did that is really sweet.
Sabrina Nelson called and she said, you got the scholarship, and I was like, whoa. And so I told my mom, and she was jumping up and down in the aisle, and she was like hugging and kissing me and stuff, and we were like, whoa. It was really funny, and it was amazing.
I can remember when she first went to elementary school, and it just makes me bubble up to see her now entering art school, especially CCS, one of the greatest art schools in the world.
Words cannot express how happy I am. Hopefully I'll make people proud.
I've been given a great gift to be able to have a voice in the community through a newspaper, through a radio show, or things like this, to try to reach out to people. But you can come join us every September and come down and see the new students that we're admitting, see the artwork that they've done, put your arm around the student that you helped and say, hey, how you doing? You're on your way? What did you make? What are your plans? And anyone who's ever had a child and watched that child grow up and blossom knows the feeling of being a part of that blossoming process. And you, if you would contribute, whoever's ever watching this, to...
This hour is generously brought to you by Bank of America. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Now, live from the Northside Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch Albom.
All right, and we welcome to the 3 o'clock hour here, which for us is the 9th hour, 10th hour. I don't know. We started at 6 a.m., so I can never tell if you count the hour or don't. But
we're starting.
We've been here since 6 a.m. We'll be here till 9. I think we passed the halfway point.
Way past.
And we are, hopefully getting past the halfway point of giving. Last year we raised over $2 million, which blew me away. And I said, well, we're never going to do that again. But Rosie says, ye of little faith. So, all right, we'll see. I'm counting on all the great people out there. We have some unbelievable experiences on the auction site at MitchAlbomRadiothon.com, including a chance to see a Pistons game in a suite. Ooh, and bring a whole load of people out to see that. Go check that out. That's a really great package. We have a chance with the Red Wings to have a Red Wings experience where you get to go to a skate around, where you get to meet some of the players and the coaches there. Go check that out. We've got Shinola watches from Tapper's
that's big.
Jewelers.
Yes.
That's an auction item. Now,
Yes.
we don't get, I know sometimes people play this game with the auction thing. They go, well, I won't bid on it.
Right.
I'll keep it low. And then at the last minute, I'll call in and make a bid and I'll get it cheap.
Not
going to happen because
Not
if we
happen.
don't get a certain amount of money for these things, we just
put them in.
Save them for next
We
year.
do. We still got Jim Harbaugh pants from 3 years ago. So we'll put them in the closet.
And
we'll lock the
I
door.
saw him the other night in L.A. and he wasn't wearing pants
Right.
because
we have them.
because we have his pants.
Yes.
So make a bid and don't try to play games with it. On the other hand, the chance to go see a training camp with the Lions and meet Dan Campbell and get a picture taken and
There
all
you
that
go.
is already up to $3,500, and I'm sure it's going to be
wow.
higher than that by the time that's done. So go check all those things out. Casey Mize signed Tigers jersey. You can be a character in my next novel, which actually worked out really well for people in The Little Liar. Several people got in it. And of course, it was a story of World War II, and I was tempted to make some of them Nazis, but I thought that wouldn't be in the spirit of the way that they give. But that's where I needed some names. But they weren't. One ended up being, I think, a politician, and someone else. But anyhow, it worked out great. And this friend, and they showed their friends, look, my name, I'm a character in the book. So you can bid on that right now as well. Sebastian Manic, I can never pronounce his last name. Maniscalco at the Little Caesars Arena. We've got tickets for that, and we've got tickets to see. Billy Joel when he's come with Stevie Nicks when he's coming to town here, and you can't get tickets for that. I mean, unless you want to pay a fortune. So this way, you can pay for it, and you can get to actually help out fellow Detroiters. And remember, 100% of the money that we raise for State Detroit, every dime of it goes to needy Detroiters. We don't take any money out for running the charity or paying air conditioning bills or anything like that. I pay all that privately, or someone else pays it privately, but you don't pay that. So that if you give us $1, it goes to help all the needy in Detroit. We've been doing this now. Say Detroit is 16 years, 16 years and counting that we've been doing this. This is our 13th Radiothon, and we want to welcome now a guy who I'm tempted to introduce him by chanting his name, Jared Goff, Jared Goff. But I feel a little stupid doing that by myself. But I could get everybody here to do it. Let's do it. Okay, everybody here. Jared Goff, Jared Goff, Jared Goff. Here is Jared Goff from the Detroit Lions.
All right.
Jared, you just had the Somerset Mall all chanting your name.
Very cool. Yeah, how you guys doing? It seems like a good day so far, huh?
Yeah, we're doing pretty well so far. We've had everybody from Hugh Jackman to Hoda Kotb to Anderson Cooper to you name it, have been joining us, and
I'm in good company.
You're in good company.
Yeah,
you're in good
great.
company. You're in good company now with the Lions. I'm guessing. I mean, you've had some great successes in this. Obviously, you went to a Super Bowl, but is this the most fun you've had as a professional football player?
1,000%. Yeah, we're having a good time. Whenever you're on a streak like we're on right now, it's a lot of fun. Doesn't happen very often. I mean, just look at the record books. I don't know how many. It's 11 in a row now, and a lot of stuff's going our way right now. But it's a lot of hard work, a lot of time spent, and it's paying off.
The fourth down calls, which of course benefit an offense because you get to stay out on the field. I've asked you several times in the press conferences afterward how you feel about that, and you always go, love it. Like it's like the greatest gift that you can give, I think, a quarterback in an offense. Has there ever been a time where Dan Campbell has gone for it on a fourth down that you actually thought, I don't think we should do this, Coach?
Good question. I don't know. I can't remember. Maybe early on, but I really don't know. I love his aggressive attitude, and like I say, his faith in us as an offense is what he's showing when he says we're going for it. Of course, it's aggressive. It's part of our identity. But if he didn't believe that we could get it, he wouldn't do it. So he's putting that faith in us to go get it and make it happen. And that one in the game is just as much evidence as anything of us, proving him right.
Yeah. Are you aware now that all of his post-game comments are not only filmed, but they're viewed around the world? And does that change the dynamic in the locker room? Is everyone kind of aware of, okay, we're making another Dan Campbell victory speech moment?
No, not at all. I didn't even realize that. And it's funny, I get people that text me, man, that was so awesome after the game. It's just normal. And he does it. He just did it after practice. It's just how he talks to us and gets us fired up, and he knows how to read the room, and he also knows when to go hard and when to kind of pull back, and it's not the time for that. It's time for something else. So he picks and chooses his moments pretty good, and he's a hell of a head coach.
What we're here doing is celebrating how we connect as a community in Detroit, which is very, very unique. I mean, I've lived in a lot of places around the world, and you have too. And I wonder if you have found yourself kind of changing as the years have passed with Detroit. When you first got here, you were a traded player. It wasn't your choice to come here, but you are clearly beloved here. But being beloved isn't a reason to like a town. It's the reason that they love you and the way that you want to love it back. Have you changed in your feelings towards Detroit since you arrived?
Well, of course, yeah. I mean, I didn't have any feelings at all. I was neutral, and then coming here, it's been the greatest gift of my career to play here for these fans and to play for the Lions and to be a part of this community and to be a part of this city and to be a part of something like this is so cool. And I've grown so fond of our community and the people here and how much obviously they support us on the field, but just walking around town, how nice everyone is and how much they just want to see us succeed and how I think everyone pulls for each other here. Everyone's kind of on the same team, the Detroit versus everybody, and it's a lot of fun to be a part of.
Yeah. Well, I've told this story. I started this foundation 18 years ago when I wrote a story about being online at a homeless shelter during the Super Bowl when we had it here in 2006. They actually were trying to get all the homeless people off the street to keep them from bothering people. So they said they were going to give them a party, a Super Bowl party, which I just thought was cruel. Come on, who are you kidding? Because on Monday morning, they were going to kick them out into the street again, as soon as everybody went home. So I went down to a homeless shelter and to write a story about it. And I spent the night there. And as I was standing online, a guy in front of me turned around and said, "Aren't you Mitch Albom?" And I said, "Yeah." And then he said, "So what happened to you?" And, and he was dead serious, like he just thought, well, okay, guy used to be somebody we all knew, but something must have happened. And he's like me and I'm here. And I realized, we are all one or two steps away from that. Right. I started this with a column and a few bucks, and it's grown into this massive thing. And have you become aware of, as joyous as it, you get to see the city at its best off of Woodward Avenue, downtown Detroit, where it's all gleaming and glowing and the new Detroit. But the old Detroit that still hangs around here a lot is the city that has 43% of its children living under the poverty line, which is 3 times the national average. And they are just a half a mile from the stadium and further out. Have you had a chance to understand, that whole need in this city as well as the joy of it?
Yeah, sure. And I've done my best to be a part of the change in whatever way I can. And I think that's, part of our responsibility, yourself, myself, a lot of the leaders in our community to be there for those who need it. And I don't take that lightly as the quarterback of our team and a leader of our team. I believe you're a leader of the community. And I really try to do my best in that way and help out where I can. And I'm honored to be able to be privileged enough to help out. And it means a lot to give back to the city that's given me so much.
What's it going to mean to beat Buffalo?
That'd be great. Yeah, it'd be great. Yeah. That'd be 12 in a row. And they're a great team, and it'd be another home win for us in front of these great fans. And we're working right now to make that happen.
There aren't a lot of guys on this team who have gone to Super Bowls. You have. Do you get that question from some of the guys? Like,
yeah,
what's that like?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we got a handful of guys who have been to one, and I do. And it's we're still a ways away from that. This season we're focused on what we are focused on. But yeah, I do get that question, and I try to shed as much light on it as I can. And if we're able to, hopefully make it back there, I can shed a little bit more light on that. But I do get that question.
Yeah, well, I'm sure if you make it back there, that'll be the only question that comes out over and over again.
Did all the rookies make it to practice day with the snow? I saw Terry Arnold. He had to pull over this morning. Did all the guys make it in there today?
They did. I was worried some guys were going to be late. I think we were perfect attendance. We're all good.
Yeah, Terry and Arnold stopped his car and he stopped his car to make a video to tell people what is this stuff that's coming down out here. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this, but he did manage to put out a video about it. So it's a good thing he wasn't late because his coach could have said you had time to make a video.
Right. No, he made it. I was worried about him.
Who of all the receivers that you throw to? is any one of them a bigger pain in the butt when they come back to the huddle about like, I'm open.
No. We're so lucky. I don't have any guys like that. And Brad does a pretty good job of making sure we don't have any selfish players on this team. And none of those guys, they all just want to win. They just want to win. Of course, they all want the ball. I want to throw them all the ball. I want to get them all the ball. But no, they're all good sports about it. And I think, the perfect example is St. Brown, who's an all-pro player last year. And we've had games this year where he hasn't been as involved and he doesn't say a word. He's good. As long as we win, he's good.
Yeah. Well, that's fantastic. Well, you have become, a favorite son of the city here. And while I'm happy for you as a sports person, I'm even happier to hear that you want to get involved, in the charities here and helping out Detroit, because long after championships come and go, and the Lions will have great years and they'll have bad years, but there's kids here and there's homeless people here and there's veterans here and people who don't have homes, and that's what Say Detroit does. And we try to help them, not a hand out but a hand up,
Right.
and it's great that you're using your platform there. I think that you signed a football for us. I see we auction off a lot of items. Is there anything else you want to throw on the pile? Dan Campbell was on earlier today, and I see that we have it's a meeting with him during training camp. I guess people get to come out and to training camp and get to take a picture with him or something. It's already up to like close to $4,000 on the auction. I don't know if there's anything that you want to throw on there. That I'm tending to think if your name is attached to it, you might be Dan Campbell's.
Well, yeah, I'll do the same thing. How about that? I'll do training camp, then come out and I'll hang with them after, sign whatever they want to bring. I'll sign it. And wow. I can try to pull some guys to the side. Hey, come meet my friends.
Learn their names before you do that.
Yeah, we'll give them the whatever the VIP experience is that day, and take care of them. And I'll hang out.
Oh my gosh. Well, that could raise a ton of money here, Jared. How about that from Jared Goff? Jared Goff. Yeah. Hey, before you go, we have a little feature that I'm pretty sure is not done at other charity events. John Pizzarelli, I don't know how much of a music fan you are, but John Pizzarelli is an internationally renowned jazz singer and guitar player, and happens to be a friend of mine, and it comes in every year and does songs and plays in and out of breaks. And for a number of guests like Hugh Jackman and Hoda Kotb and other people who've been on today, he does a little thank you song. And I guess you've got one. It's hard to rhyme things with Goff.
Yeah.
But
this is the verse to what I did earlier for the coach.
Okay.
So I have Jared Goff makes passing look so easy.
Oh, the Eagles song. Okay.
Hands off while falling down is just his way. Going for it on fourth down, not a problem. We're finally looking forward to Sunday.
Thanksgiving.
You can't stop those Lion guys. Got those eyes on the prize. Gotta love this enterprise. There ain't no way to stop those Lion guys.
Nice harmony.
Yeah.
That you don't get every charity event, you got to admit, Jared.
That's amazing. That's awesome. Well done.
All right. Thank you for coming on with us. Good luck on Sunday and the rest of the year. Jared Goff, everybody.
Go. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right. Fantastic. Well, that's going to be a great auction item that we can put on there. Vince, you want to get that on as quickly as possible, Vince, because that'll start collecting prize money immediately. Chance to meet Jared Goff and have him call over people.
Should do a Jared Goff outing.
Jared Goff. Jared Goff. Ed Kelly, by the way, has joined us here. Chris Renwick, who, by the way, if you're tuning in, he should have had the day off, but instead comes by and spends it with us. Thank you, Chris.
It's good to be here. This is one of my favorite days of the year.
Thank you. Well,
this is wonderful.
Thank you for lending us your time.
Of course.
And yet,
of course,
spending your time.
Of course, yes.
Giving, sharing.
It's an important day. So if you can, 855-955-4483. That's give. Any little bit helps.
Say Detroit has been proud partners with Bank of America for the last 6 years, and they've supported a number of our programs. This past year, we received a $25,000 grant from them for operating funds to benefit our Say Detroit Family Health Clinic. But our partnership has expanded to include other initiatives. In July, Bank of America employees ran our financial education seminar for older campers at our 6-week summer camp at our Say Detroit Play Center. And more than a dozen employees volunteered at Say Play for their Day of Giving. Star Crawford is the Detroit market executive for Bank of America. Hi, Star.
Hello. It's so great to see you
Got a
again.
rooting section with you, too. Yeah.
Hey, everyone. It's good to see you again. We ran into each other last week,
Yes,
right
we
when
did.
we were supporting our teammates out there volunteering. So.
Yes, thank you. Well, thank you for doing that, and thank you for everything that Bank of America has done. I hope that Bank of America, in addition to liking our popcorn, which I
Yes.
understand you had something to do with, tell everybody.
Oh, absolutely. So on our special day of giving, it's a day that we celebrate all of our nonprofit partners that we've funded throughout the year. And so we kick off the day with a give event, and all of our teammates are out volunteering with organizations. We have about 100 employees go out and volunteer with at least 6 or 7 different nonprofits. And then we take them in the evening and celebrate our Neighborhood Builder Champions. So it's 2 nonprofits that win a $200,000 grant, along with executive training for their CEO and also their emerging leader. Needless to say, that evening, when we do that, again, we have Joanne and Rick come out, and it's a great time. All of our employees who volunteered that day also get invited to the soundboard for this fabulous party with a purpose. And as a parting gift, that's part of what we do for supporting our community partners. We purchased parting gifts, the Say Detroit popcorn.
So it's the brown bag popcorn, which
Absolutely.
is a food initiative that we started years ago to help raise money for Say Detroit. And so those of you who know here in Somerset, if you ever go upstairs to the 3rd floor, the Brown Bag Popcorn Store, which looks just like every other store here in Somerset, and you know, fantastic and jazzy and state of the art and all the rest of it, has the best popcorn in the state of Michigan, if I do say so myself.
That is
and
so
20 great flavors, if I do say so. I helped create them in the kitchen. But the difference between that store and all the other stores is that all the money that is made there, all the profits go to help the needy Detroiters and Say Detroit. So thanks for using Brown Bag Popcorn.
Absolutely. Well, it's just another way that when we think about giving, right? For us, it's an acronym. It stands for Get Involved, Volunteer, and Engage. So we know that giving of your treasures is one way, but another way to give is through your talent and your time. And so we think about, how do we promote our nonprofit partners? How do we make sure that other people know that Bank of America trusts the work that you're doing? And we want to inspire them so that they could also get involved. So maybe if it's the donation today, if it's not today, maybe it's tomorrow or on Giving Tuesday.
Right.
But anything that you can do to support these amazing organizations, specifically Say Detroit and the Mitch Albom team.
Well, thank you.
We want
Thank
people
you
to do
so
it. Absolutely.
Thank you, everybody there at Bank of America, and thank you for your help, your contribution, and for eating our popcorn.
Absolutely. Our pleasure.
The big things and the small things. Yes. All right, Desmond Howard going to join us coming up here. Stephen King. If you like, you know, all of Stephen King's books, movies, and all the rest, Stephen, I think, hasn't been on this
for a while.
You know, either for a while or ever. So we'll talk to him. Tom Izzo, amongst again, and so many more people coming up here. So Matthew Stafford, by the way, speaking of Lions quarterbacks, so we get the current and the former. So all that coming up on 760 WJR. The phone number is 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, or text Mitch13 to 59925.
WJR.
I am Denzel McReynolds,
I'm Danjetta McReynolds.
and we have 5 children.
We have Denzel, who's 15,
Ava, who's 10,
Katie, who's 11,
Ivan, who's 9,
and Kamari, who's 8. And we're the McReynolds family. Things weren't really going the way that we wanted them to go. We were looking for a progression. So we moved to Arizona and started to thrive.
We had ended up having a very unfortunate situation in Arizona where a lot of things that we thought was working out for us really didn't in the end.
I started, talking to my dad about coming back. So he was like, well, my friend has this place, and if you guys want, we can all move in together and, fix this place up. The deal we made with the landlord kind of started going south, where she was supposed to get the roof done and we were supposed to do the interior. But as time progressed, me and my husband, we started having arguments over it because the landlord wasn't coming through with things, and it was definitely a too good to be true deal. Even if we started to rent, it'll be pretty much like we're going to be from paycheck to paycheck because we have to have enough room for our family.
So we were doing rental applications for a couple weeks, and she got the call about the house.
Say Detroit called, Ms. McReynolds, we have a program called Working Homes, Working Families, and we wanted to nominate your family for this program. Working Homes for Working Families is a program where we give a family a home and we introduce them to home ownership. Welcome home. Oh, yeah.
I love it, man. I love this.
Oh my goodness. What you guys are doing for people is pretty much a miracle. It's a miracle.
When all the cameras was gone and everybody left and we're sitting here with our 5 children like, this is our home. Like, guys, we live here now.
I was introduced to Say Play Detroit by a friend. Say Play Detroit is a program for kids to go and enjoy learning after school. They introduce them into a lot of different programs. They also have lots of sports like basketball, soccer, volleyball. Anything that you can think of just about Say Detroit is doing it with the kids in the community.
They're really into the community. Like, a lot of people say it, but they really prove it.
They prove it.
Yeah.
It's a proven fact. They're in it to make sure that this community is going to thrive, that the kids are going to thrive, that the parents are going to be able to be good parents and thrive for their children. That's what it starts with. It starts with the foundation and creating a safe place for your children.
Kids are in a better situation. I can see the changes in their behavior and how they do things, and to be able to know that they're here, they're safe, and it just feels good. It's a wonderful feeling.
Who would even thought that this was something that was offered to anybody? It's been a dream come true. It's been a joy.
Say Detroit Working Homes, Working Families is a true blessing.
This is our family forever home.
Let us see in 2018 what the total for the Say Detroit 7th Annual Radiothon is. We'll put it up, and it is... Wow! $1,278,602. We beat last year by $20,000.
Hi, it's Paul W. When it was time for me to replace the windows in my home, I wanted to hire a company that would install a window that would lower my energy bills and would make the installation process stress-free. And that meant there was only one choice for me to call: Victor's Home Solutions. Victor's energy-efficient replacement windows are so well built, they literally seal off the outside air and will improve the look of your home. Our new windows look great, and you're going to see a drop in your energy bills immediately. Best of all, we've got the world-class Victor's experience, communication throughout the process, and a precision, dare I say perfect, installation. And for the quality I got, the price was much less than I expected, less than some of those other big national companies you hear advertising. So don't let those drafty old windows rob your bank account again. Call Victor's Home Solutions for a free in-home window consultation and estimate. 734-666-6914, or book an appointment online at victors.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-936-9033. 800-936-9033. 800-936-9033.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Most of us don't fit in the clothes from 30 years ago, and financial advice from 30 years ago doesn't fit either. Tune in to Expedition Retirement with Greg
This
Ayler.
may look like your typical health clinic with waiting rooms, medical equipment, and patients, but it's not. When the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic opened in 2008, it made history. Located in Highland Park, it was the nation's first free medical clinic devoted to homeless, uninsured, and underinsured mothers and their children. 12 years and thousands of patients later, the clinic has expanded its reach to children, women, and now men, regardless of their ability to pay. The clinic is open weekdays, 9 to 4, and provides all sorts of exams, from ear infections, high blood pressure, cardiology, and even on-site laboratory services. In 2019, Trinity Health became a managing partner, and they provide medical staff, including doctors and nurse practitioners.
This is our time. If you work in this space around in underserved communities, you know that is a time for us to really put our feet down and do something about what we see around poverty, around access to health. We changed out and included some additional staff there so that we can serve more people and can have a connection to the community. We did some cosmetic changes where we upgraded the floors and painted out the ceilings, and most recently we've done a new pharmacy build out, so it'll be additional service available to our community.
Right down this hallway is the pharmacy, and this is important because patients will be able to see their doctor and receive their prescriptions on site. That's a big deal. Most of them don't have transportation.
This clinic is a type of clinic that every city and any city in the United States should want to have the type of people that work here that care.
Always looking to improve and expand, the clinic is upgraded to electronic medical records.
Of the 13th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon is generously brought to you by Bank of America. Call 855-955-GIVE to help.
As we continue, you know what? We should do a tote board. We haven't done that, so why don't you get that ready to go? And we have been here since 6 a.m. We will be here till 9 p.m. We are hoping to break our record of last year, $2 million+ that we raised in a single day to help needy Detroiters. And we can take a look at where we're at right now.
Let's find out.
Okay, let's do a tote board. I have not checked this thing recently, but let's check it out. As of, 3:35 on this Thursday, December 12th, whatever it is, okay? $890,700. All right, we're closing in on $1 million. If
Well,
we
somebody donate something with the next donation. Put 5 or 10 cents on that.
Oh, you don't like that zeros?
They've been like for the last 3 ones we had these 2 zeros.
That's not good.
Somebody donated.
Nobody has change anymore.
Yes.
But as we've said, at $1 million, at 500,000, I took my tie off. At $1 million, the jacket comes off. We break 2 million, the pants come off.
Whoa!
And if we go to 2.1 million,
Turn
the
the lights
underwear
up.
comes
Yeah,
off.
turn the lights up.
Hey!
Turn the lights up.
Again, 100% of what we raise goes to help the needy here. And Say Detroit has so many multiple operations now, going into its 17th year of existence. And going into its 19th year of existence. And from children aged 5 days old all the way up to senior citizens, We have programs that help give a hand up, not a hand out. Someone who's pretty good with his hands, and don't take that the wrong way,
Nice segue.
is our next guest, and that would be the superstar NFL MVP, Michigan Heisman Trophy winner, and good all around great guy, Desmond Howard. How about it, everybody?
Yes.
You are beloved around here, Desmond.
Man, it's my second home. I love Detroit. I love the state of Michigan.
Well, it loves you back, and it loves you even more if it was listening to you when we had you on. I think it was the day before Michigan, Ohio State. And I said to you, well, Desmond, to the Wolves, is there any way on earth? And you knew the way I was asking you the question. I was like, just give me something to work with here, Desmond, because this is going to be a 30-second conversation otherwise. Any way on earth that Michigan could beat Ohio State. And you worked your hardest to come up with some kind of theory. You know, I think it involved like if the tectonic plates of the earth
shifted just the right spot.
Just at the right moment when they kicked the ball off and a fumble is caused. You remember that?
Oh, man.
I tried to tell you guys, man. I mean, oh, ye of little faith. I tried to tell you, you know, that's. I think I started off by saying that this is what makes these games rivalries. When one team is like, you know, having a fantastic season, the other team is having a down season. They have no business whatsoever pulling off the victory, just like in 68 or 69. And then they do win the game, and then the rivalry is on. And so that's exactly what happened, bro. I try to tell you guys, man. One day you'll believe me, Mitch. That's all I gotta say. One day you'll believe me.
Well, how many tweets did you get during the game? Because you were the only one on the game day set that took Michigan.
Yeah.
Everybody was Ohio State across the board, and you. And I saw people tweeting you during the game, but I didn't see one tweet after the game.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna tell you something too. And if you watched our show, I'm gonna tell you when I really gained confidence that we would win this game, that Michigan would win the game. When we interviewed Ryan Day on our show, the game day show, he was, you know, live from the football field. He had a microphone, and as we were asking him questions, you can just tell he was wound too tight. Like he was just. For real, like if you can watch him tell you, see, like, damn, Desmond's right. And so I was like, you can't coach a big game like that, wound tight like that, because it trickles down to your players, and then they start to play tight. So at that point, I was like, yeah, Michigan's good today. They're good.
Wow. Well, you were right, and they sure looked tight. And at the end of the game, when they got the ball back with, I think, about 45 seconds or something like that, minute. And I thought, well, this is where it's going to come apart. This is where they're going to go, okay, we're not going to keep running into the teeth of the Michigan defense and try to show them, yeah, look, we got a run game too. And I thought, because the passing game was very effective when they did it, you know, those 17, 20-yard passes. And they had, I think, 4 straight passes and only completed one of them. And they went, you know, they punted on, or they turned the ball over on 4th and 9. They gained 1 yard. And I thought that is just a team that doesn't believe that it's going to happen, because they had the tools to do it, but they didn't have the, you know, I don't know what you call it, the pixie dust, the feeling, you know, the belief at that point. And as a player, you can speak to, like, it's not about how big or how strong you are. It's about what's in your head.
Yeah, 100%. And then you also got to factor in the fact that Michigan didn't have their best offensive weapon. They didn't have their best defensive player. And obviously you were playing with a walk-on quarterback. And some way, somehow, they went up there and went to Columbus, took on a $20 million roster that was designed, put together, handpicked to do one thing and one thing only. And that was to beat Michigan. Not only did they have a $20 million roster that they went out and handpicked these individuals, but they also convinced Chip Kelly to quit his job as the head coach of UCLA. No, don't be their head coach no more. Come here in Columbus and call our offensive plays. So they added that to the mix and still couldn't get it done. I just think they put too much of an emphasis on that one game, and I think it's just it affects him come game time.
Is he going to lose his job if they don't win a national title?
I tell you this, I was up in Ann Arbor a week ago, and talking to the people, just not just the football building, but people around the campus and everything. They hope they keep this man forever.
Okay.
No, I mean they really do. They really do. They don't want to. They say whatever you do, don't put that out there no more. They should fire him.
Lifetime extension.
Okay. We won't say Ryan Day will be fired. We'll just say give him another chance. Let him have another chance.
There you go. Exactly.
Yeah, let the man have another chance. Well, you may remember part of our tradition here, which definitely makes this event unique, is that my friend and more importantly, the great internationally renowned jazz guitar player and singer John Pizzarelli flies in from New York every year to join us and sit on stage. And for some of the bigger name guests, and you're in good company, Hugh Jackman and Tim Allen and Hoda Kotb and Dr. Phil and other people have gotten this treatment. He's put together a little song, a little ditty song for you to thank you for coming on with us. So you ready, John?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
I love how he catches passes. I think you'll understand the way he catches passes. I wish I had his hands. I wish I had his hands.
There you go, Desmond. You don't get that everywhere.
No. That's very true. I appreciate that. What an honor.
We've got some footballs that you were kind enough to sign, and we're going to be giving them or selling them for money to go to Say Detroit. And thanks for remembering our city, our state, and just thanks for being a great guy and a friend to us for all these years. We appreciate it.
No, man, thanks for letting me be a part of this. Thank you, Mitch, and your crew for everything that you guys do for the city of Detroit. I mean, you're just a hell of an ambassador for the city, and I feel very lucky and fortunate to be able to do my small part. So thank you for allowing me to be a part of this too. Thank you.
How about it for Desmond Howard, everybody?
I wish
Michigan
I had
Our phone numbers are 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web. Great place to go to. You can go and buy. Desmond, you heard that interview. Now go buy his football. Yeah. You heard the man. Now buy the football. It's on there right now at MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. You can text the donation to Mitch13 at 59925. We're going to take a break, and we're going to come back here from Somerset Collection in the North Court, right across from Santa Claus. Coming out and see us here. We've got great guests coming up and lots more to come on 760 WJR.
WJR Traffic and Weather First. This report is sponsored by Blindstered.
What's up? How y'all doing today? Everybody good?
Yes.
The Say Detroit Play Center opened its doors in 2015. One of the things that I'm most excited about is the expanded outreach that we'll have in our community. With this new expansion, we will be able to double the number of kids that come in on a daily basis.
The heart of this place is its education. And with that in mind, we grew and reached the point where we couldn't continue to educate as many kids as we wanted to without more space. We're really proud to be part of this here. We're really proud that people like Kelly and Matthew Stafford go someplace else but never lose the Detroit that's within them.
We jumped at the opportunity to be a part of that first, center that is this beautiful place right now, and I'm just so proud to see, where that has gone, how many kids it has affected in such a positive way. I'm so excited to be a part of this next venture as well. I mean, it's just such a special place, such a special team to be involved with. We're so proud of what it's become, what it's going to be in the future, all the people that it's going to affect. We're just excited to get over here and put some shovels in the ground and get this thing going.
Eric, can you believe it? Construction is happening on the Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Educational Center.
Folks are driving by and they saw the fences go up and they stop in and ask, well, when
what's
are we
going on?
When are we going to see some physical action? And so
and here we are. Today's the day.
We're incredibly excited for what we'll be able to do. 6 dedicated classrooms that all have flexible spacing and the ability to change their configurations. We have 2 dedicated flexible spaces for vocational training. We have a 125-seat black box theater in the center that's completely flexible.
Are passionate about being a part of this community and expanding the physical space and the opportunities allow us to do even more for this community. We're definitely looking forward to the day that we can cut the ribbon and open the doors.
What we can do for the people around here, what we can do for the kids around here is an amazing thing and something that I'm really proud to be a part of.
We are so honestly proud to give back.
Chris Renwick, of course, you normally hear at this time, and you're going to hear him right now, but not as he usually does his show. He's got a few of the shout outs that people, when you make a donation at 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, if you would like us to read the donation over the air in honor of somebody, it's a great gift to give your loved ones, your family members, or if you want to suck up and try to get a promotion at work to your boss. And Chris, take it away.
Yeah, we've got donations rolling in, Mitch. We've got one for $200 in honor of Jackie Davis in Berkeley. So that is absolutely fantastic. Norman Wilsey of South Lyon giving $400 this afternoon. We've got one in honor of Mary Lou Holman of Livonia, $100 there. Richard McCovey of Carlton, a $500 donation this afternoon. We are so happy that these continue to roll in. We've got one in honor of Bernie and Carmen, who donate every year.
No, Bernie and Carmen are Bernie Smilovitz and Carmen Harlan.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, they're great every year.
Yeah. And somebody made a donation.
A donation in honor of them. We've got Gina Czar at a Grosse Pointe donating $300 this afternoon. In honor of OSU Hospital James Unit out of Mansfield, Ohio, donating this afternoon. Colleen McCormick, a $250 donation out of West Bloomfield. And they just continue to roll in honor of Jimmy Dowdle of Ann Arbor, $300 this afternoon. Linda Young of West Bloomfield donating $1,000 to Say Detroit as they just continue to roll in honor of the Barua family of Farmington Hills. Shamir, Sheetal, and Hector, $250 donation. Steve Molinar at a Grosse Eel, $250 donation. Thank you so much. In honor of Debbie Britton out in Sterling Heights, $250 donation. Karen Gosgrove out in Commerce Township, a $250 donation. In honor of Vincent and Sarah Alazu of Sterling Heights, $100. In honor of Mary Susie Emily of West Bloomfield, a $1,500 donation this afternoon. And Chris Adke out in Bloomfield Hills, a $250 donation, all going to a wonderful cause of Say Detroit.
Thank you all for those donations.
Yes.
And again, 855-955-GIVE. If you want your donation read over the air, just let us know, and we will do that. And where does your money go? It's fun to talk to Desmond Howard and Hugh Jackman and Jared Goff and all these great celebrities. But what's really important is that you get to hear from the people who benefit from the programs that operate because of the money that you give us to operate with. Better Together is a program that I'm really proud of that we started with Say Detroit. Daryl Woods is here. He's a program coordinator. Good to see you, Daryl. We're going to explain what the Better Together program is led by Daryl, who over the past year visited places such as area high schools, the Detroit Recovery Project, Flip the Script, many, many more. The idea was to bring police and at-risk youth or formerly incarcerated individuals or gang members or those who might be on the other side of the law, bring them and police together. Well, how do you do that? Food is how you do that. So we bring grills, hamburgers, fixings, jerk chicken, mac and cheese, beans, slaw, cornbread, and the rest. But the officers are always in plain clothes, and the people who are coming from the other side do not know that they are meeting with police officers. They just think that they're coming for a food gathering. And only after they break bread with one another and get to know one another without any backgrounds or whatever, and then Daryl breaks the news to them and also keeps them from running away, which frequently happens. But it is one of the proudest programs I've had. We have done this so many times now, I don't think we've lost count, right, Daryl?
Yes, yes.
But it has made a huge impact on tamping down tensions between police and citizens, and has actually brought people together who have never met on either side, correct?
That's right. That's right. It's been phenomenal. I believe that this is America's solution, bringing people together, people who come in with no labels and coming together in the spirit of just brotherhood and sisterhood. It's been very, very, very powerful in the schools, working with people who in the juvenile justice system and those in the criminal justice system who may have criminal records, and bringing police together with them. It's been miraculous.
Yes. If you thought the Hatfields didn't like the McCoys, you should see how some Detroit citizens think about the police. But we're trying to change that here. And with us, you brought with you as well here is Jalen Nelson, who is a Detroit police officer. Thank you for coming on with us. Just say hi into the microphone so that we. No, you press the one that turns green. Is it green? Okay. We don't have that microphone working there. Can we get some help up here? Okay. And also, in addition to Jalen, is Principal Tipton from Pershing High School. No, I think you want to print that one.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. Now, you don't have to hold it down. You can let it go. Oh, Principal Tipton, thank you for coming on with us. Jalen, can we hear you now?
There we go.
There we go. Now we can hear you. And Corey, who is a junior at Pershing High School and is better dressed than all of us.
That's right.
Yes, he is.
Which is sad. You can let go of the button. You're good.
Okay. Yeah. How you doing?
You want to bring this
Is it right
up in front of you now? Talk loud.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you,
right.
but speak loud.
Sorry for that. My name is Corey, like you already introduced me. My name is Corey. I'm a junior at Pershing High School, and the way I dress is how he dressed coming to work every day. So I'm definitely inspired by him. So I was thinking about him.
Talking about your principal.
You know what I'm saying? What better way to represent my principal in my school than wear a suit tie?
Well, Corey, tell me, what was your impression of the police or experiences with police before the Better Together program?
My perception of the police was like how the rest of my classmates perceived police as people who are trying to go after black people just because of the color of their skin, or because they're in an environment that might not be so elegant or
well off,
right? And that's a deep possession. That's a perception that a lot of black people have. So it was really important for them to come through and speak about, you know, what the police are actually really trying to do.
And what was that experience like, that meeting? What did you think going into it? You know, the food and the meeting, and how did it all work out?
Yeah, the food was great. Yeah, but it was really an important meeting. And when I first got into it, I was like, you know what? Let me just sit through this meeting, get it over with so I could go back to class. But when we actually sat there and really listened to them, and when the kids really listened to them, it really pricked their conscience. It really helped them think about, like, okay, maybe the police is more than just people that are trying to get us in trouble. You know what I'm saying? So that's really important, and especially coming from black men who are actually in the police force. So that's a very different perspective that they got to see, and that's really important for them.
So it's safe to say that
And for me.
your attitude and perspective on the police changed as a result of this program?
Yes, definitely did.
Jalen Nelson, a Detroit police officer, what's the experience like from the other side of it?
You know, it's absolutely amazing. You know, when you walk into these rooms and you're meeting with students, and, you know, with this program that Daryl is leading, we go into all types of spaces. But, you know, our students are truly our future, you know. And so when you know that students have a negative perception of police prior to entering the room or while speaking with them, we understand that if we improve these relationships and we create a collaboration and a partnership with our students, they're our future. They're the future leaders. They're the ones that are going to make the policies and the changes of what we need in our future, the society that we live in. And so for our perspective on the other side of it, as an officer, it's important for us to build these relationships. And it shapes a lot of our vision when we walk out of the room, because it gives us perspective of how the citizens and how the community relates to us. So then that gives us a reason to make sure that we're improving, that we're doing better in our service to the community, that while we're protecting, we're truly that service aspect that we're not seen as someone who's coming out of negative
a number of these, and I've seen the police officers to stand up and talk to, in the case where I was at, for example, there were some formerly incarcerated men, and they said, hey, look, I came from the same streets that you did. You know, I don't know where you think police come from another planet. I grew up the same way. You know, I had a choice. I could either end up in jail or I could end up on the other side and arresting people.
Absolutely.
But I am the same as you. And Principal Tipton from Pershing High School, I'm curious in your perspective in terms of how it changes, how effective this is and how it changes the attitude of the young people in your school.
Yeah, so coming in, you know, you have your perception as well. And so for me, it was more so about protecting my children. And so I didn't want to put them in front of formerly incarcerated men.
Right.
But as I listened to the stories, as I listened to Mr. Woods and the police officers, it was a no-brainer. And so my kids gravitated towards it. It has not just changed the mindset of our students. It's changed the whole climate and culture of our school. So our school has changed to a point where a lot of folks, when they come in, you can feel the difference. You can feel the love. And so it really makes us a better school, just that their program and the stories that they have for our students. Because as you mentioned, a lot of our kids in those incarcerated men came from the same area, 7 Mile and Ryan.
Right.
You know, and so that speaks volumes that not only they're able to come back and speak to those kids, but also have the officers along with them.
Yeah. Well, one of the great lines that I've ever heard came from Maury from Tuesdays with Maury, who I was visiting with when he was dying. And he said, we're all more alike than different. Everyone is more alike than different. And you shouldn't have to wait until your dying day to sort of realize, wait, I guess we're all going to go through this. And Daryl, I just want to add for people who are listening that Daryl Woods, who has been an absolute blessing for us at Say Detroit, and I count as one of our prize people in our organization, spent how many years?
29 years.
29 years in a jail cell for something he didn't do, and had every right when he came out and was exonerated to say, to hell with all of you, and I'm going to just spend the rest of my time on earth taking care of myself, and instead has devoted himself to this program. And the inspiration for this program starts at the top with you. And when you come in and then you talk to the police and you talk to the kids and whatever, comes down because when people see what you are willing to do, they say, all right, well, maybe I can do it too. So on behalf of Say Detroit, we are so proud to have Better Together as our program. Thank you, Daryl Woods. Thank you, Jalen Nelson. Thank you, Principal Tipton. And Corey, stand up and get your picture taken, man. You're the sharpest dressed man here.
Thank you.
Yo, Jack out there too, representing the Doughboy.
Absolutely. That's what we do here at Say Detroit, and that's what your donations mean. 855-955-GIVE, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, or Mitch13 on a text, Mitch13 to 59925. Back with more in the 13th annual Say Detroit Radiothon.
What's this going to do for you and your family?
What it's going to do? Oh
Yes.
my God, y'all just saved our life.
Aww.
Man, I just can't tell y'all how happy I am. Like,
Say Detroit has been changing lives for the better since 2006, when I wrote about how our city was providing homeless people 3-day shelter parties to get them off the street while tourists were in town for the Super Bowl. A city that is super just for a weekend isn't very special come Monday. So we put out a call to raise enough to at least help all year long. The idea of Say Detroit is in its letters, super all year. You answered our call, and to amazing results. Say Detroit has grown into a charity that offers help where it's needed the most. And we need your help as we meet the increasing needs of people at risk.
We thought it was all said and done with. There was nothing else we could do. We had almost given up. And then Say Detroit came in our life.
We're providing pathways to success for Detroiters in need. And we're doing it with a focus on solving learning, healthcare, and housing challenges. That's why our programs, like the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic, are so important. Not only is it free to all patients, it now has a pharmacy on site.
The clinic is also now hosting Wellness Wednesdays, monthly support groups for women, and providing one-on-one coaching and resources for mothers during their baby's first year.
It's very important for us to think about how can we remove barriers to care so that people have real opportunities to be healthy.
Their whole concern in this clinic is to take care of you when you come in that door.
The Say Detroit Play Center is about a lot more than play. It's really about learning. We partner with the city's top sports teams to turn an abandoned recreation center at Lipke Park into a first-rate after-school program where students have a safe place to study, play, and socialize.
Every time I come here, it just feels like home. It brings me hope.
The pandemic created a learning loss for many of our young people. We've helped them catch up, and we're partnering with local schools to keep kids in school.
They work together to make kids learn here, so that's why I like coming here. I grew.
It means a lot to me because if I didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to do half the stuff that I'm doing now.
And we'll be offering more to neighbors on the east side of Detroit with a new annex. The Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Education Center will provide job training and opportunities for young people and adults.
A diverse community thrives when its members learn to respect each other. That's why our Better Together program launched in 2020.
Human beings connecting with other human beings. We bring law enforcement officials in plain clothes together with the community, gang members, high school students, people with substance use disorders, and they would grill meals together, sit down and break bread without any labels. Once you connect with each other as human beings, you can begin to identify that we're struggling with some of the same issues. We struggling with some of the same trauma. We desire to be successful. We all desire to raise a family and have a good family life.
A good family life requires clean, affordable housing and safe neighborhoods. Our Working Homes, Working Families program puts families without a decent place to live into refurbished homes that are previously donated or abandoned.
After getting our home, their grades went up. The behavior became better. It adds a sense of security for them, not just me. I would say my home is home now.
This is just some of the work that Say Detroit does to improve the learning, healthcare, and housing challenges of our city's neediest people. Please help the efforts of Say Detroit by donating or volunteering.
On News Talk 760 WJR. This hour is generously brought to you by the Somerset Collection and the Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Now, live from the North Side Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch Albom.
All right, we are now in our hours. You'll excuse me, I'm trying to suck on a lozenge to get a voice here. But we have been going since 9 a.m. Welcome to our audience from the Mitch Albom program, and we are doing grandly. In fact, Rosie, let's do a tote board to see where we are here now.
Let me get
because I promised I took my tie off at 500,000. We were getting close to 1 million, and I said if we get to 1 million, I can take my jacket off, and then comes the pants and. But we're ready to go. Ready to take a look at the tote board. Here we go. Let's see where we are, folks. As we begin the 4 o'clock hour here, and our most generous audience we're counting on from our crowd. So far, we have 1,000,000. $1,008,785. So we are more than halfway to that $2 million mark, which we're hoping to break. And that means I can take off my jacket, right, Kenny?
You said it. Take
Okay,
it off. There you
good.
go.
It's coming off.
There you go.
You just heard, if you were just listening, thank you, Kenny.
Yep.
About the amazing Better Together program that we run through Say Detroit, where we bring together police officers and people who are at risk or former incarcerated, or whatever, but they don't know one another till they sit down and break bread and eat grill meats and other things together, chickens and barbecue and ribs. And then after they eat together, then it's revealed to them who each other are. And it's amazing how the friendships and the trust, it changes when you've broken bread with somebody. And part of the reason that we are able to do that is because the Artichoke Garlic Foundation and Jack's Roadside Barbecue gives us the food to work with there. And Jack Page, who is Jack Aronson's son, you remember Jack, of course, ran the Artichoke Garlic Foundation and was a food maven here in Detroit for so many years with the Salsa Company and all the rest of it. And Jack is here on site with us. Hi, Jack. Good to see you again.
Hey, Jack. Thanks for having me, Mitch. Great to be here again. We're honored to be here as always, and we're always honored to work with Say Detroit. It's really
Well,
good
if you were
time.
sitting here while those gentlemen were up here, that was pretty powerful stuff.
Yeah.
That young man from Pershing High School talking about, I just thought, oh God, there's something I want to sit through here and get the food and get out of here, and suddenly change his whole attitude towards the police. And then the principal of Pershing High School saying this has changed the whole attitude of the school towards the police. And it's your food that has brought all those people together. Because if the food was lousy, they'd have a terrible impression of the police.
Jack always knew how to get to someone's heart through food.
He did, yeah. Well, did you have a presentation you wanted to say? Or
yeah, we actually have the Artichoke Garlic Foundation, like I said, is always honored to work with Say Detroit and to see what you do with the money in the city of Detroit is just amazing. So we have $75,000 we want to give.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Don't bury the lead there. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Good job. Let me have a little tip. Yeah. Thank you, band. Coming in right on cue there. Is your timing like that, John? Yeah. Way to cue the band.
Is he on the same show?
Yeah, apparently.
The trumpet.
Thank you, Jack. That means a lot. And we, like pretty much everybody in the city of Detroit, absolutely adored your dad, your father-in-law, and his legacy is being well carried on by all of you.
For sure, I appreciate it.
God bless
I'm
you.
honored to do it every time I go do a barbecue.
Well, keep the meat coming.
Yeah. Honored to work with someone like Daryl Woods. It's just amazing.
I know Daryl's fantastic, and we're going to continue that program. That Better Together program, I'm telling you, that's a model for America. And okay, coming up this hour, Jane Pauley, I believe, is going to join us. Stephen King is scheduled to join us. And Steve Courtney has joined us, the great Steve Courtney. How about Steve Courtney, everybody?
Mitchell.
Yeah.
A miracle, my friend. You, sir, are a miracle.
Well, Steve saw me 2 days ago hacking up a lung and said there's no way he's going to make this show. But
I was fully expecting to get a call this morning about 5:45.
saying, hey, what are you doing all day long?
And I tuned in earlier this morning, and you really sound really good, my friend.
Well, you're kind.
God love you.
Thank you for saying that, and
His
thank you
hearing's
for
been going for weeks. He can't hear a thing.
But thank you for stepping in for me this week. There were a couple of days that I literally could not do the radio show, and if I had done the radio show yesterday, I wouldn't be here today. Yeah, there was
no, it all
a
worked
lot
out.
of sitting around and getting injected with things.
Yeah.
So some of which I know what they were, and other ones.
Sometimes it's better through history not to know.
Yes, exactly. Let's take a moment here to tell you about some of the auction items that are available. And Steve and Kenny, you guys can weigh in on this. Kevin's here. I mean, our whole show's here. Ed Kelly's here, and here are some of the things that you can bid on to auction. And we're going to start closing these things out in the next hour or two. Because we're not going to wait until 9 o'clock and everybody tries to get their bids in at the last second. So if you really want something, don't play games, make a bid on it, and go for it. We have, if you like Michigan State basketball, the Spartans men's basketball, a meet and greet, 4 tickets to a future MSU basketball game, meet and greet with Coach Izzo on a mutually agreed upon date. That's currently at $810. You can co-host the Paul W. Smith Show with Paul W. in the studio.
I'd be happy to have them, Mitch. They'll be Absapure and all kinds of libations.
Currently at $625.
Is that all?
An opportunity to play Plum Hollow Country Club with a cart and lunch for 3 people on mutually agreed upon date, currently at $320. Riley Green, the fantastic Detroit Tiger, signed a jersey. That's currently at $310. The Rocket Mortgage Classic Club Ace Hospitality, that's admission for 2 to the 2025 Rocket Mortgage Classic. Well, read all about it. Complimentary beer and wine. That'll get Steve to bid on it. Included with a Club Ace ticket and more. And so you can check that out. Now, the Roost Detroit, hotel stay. Both located in the completely reimagined Book Tower building. Get a Roost Detroit one-night stay in a King studio with valet parking included and a $100 gift card for the Hiroki-san restaurant, the soulful Japanese dining concept restaurant there. That's currently at $310. Shields Pizza Party up there that you can bid on, several of those. The Shinola Hotel Getaway with dinner at San Morello, currently at $870. That's a great gift, a romantic, you want to get away from the kids. Spencer Torkelson signed jersey, currently at $170. The Ultimate University of Michigan 2025 men's basketball program, 4 floor seats. Wow. A maze lot parking pass, full access to the Victors Club and Chrysler Arena, 4 winter hats and Nike bags, and a signed Dusty May basketball. For $5 more, Dusty may not. Sorry.
I was waiting for that.
It's just sitting out there.
You served up a table.
Yeah. You can play golf with Tom Izzo.
Wow.
Okay. A unique opportunity.
4?
Tom's going to join us, I think, later on this hour. Yeah.
That's a great item there.
4 individuals, 3 individuals and Tom to play a foursome on a mutually agreed upon date in the summer of 2025. We got great guitars. If you've got guitar players in your family, okay, first of all, we have a guitar signed by everybody in the Rock Bottom Remainders. Yeah. And not only, first of all, it's a great guitar, but it's also signed by Stephen King, John Grisham, myself, Dave Barry, Amy Tan, Ridley Pearson, Scott Turow, Alan Zweibel. Nothing in the world, I think, is signed by John Grisham and Stephen King.
This is one of one.
So, and that's currently at $1,000, but we're not letting that go for $1,000. That's worth way more. Gibson Les Paul Standard. Is that a good guitar?
Yes, that's a solid wood body.
Excellent guitar.
All right, it's at $850.
It comes with all the notes.
Would that be a steal for a guitar player to get that for $850?
Easily.
Okay, so that's got to go for more. Yeah, all right, we got to get more. A Shinola, the watch, the Birdie women's watch from Tappers at $380. Shinola Rumwell's men's watch also at that price. Adam Schefter. I don't think people quite understand this. Adam Schefter, the ESPN football ace. Get this, Steve.
This is great.
Adam Schefter was on earlier. He offered to do a 30-minute Zoom call next summer with anyone who wants their fantasy football team picked.
That's
and
insane.
He will advise you. He wins like all kinds of fantasy pools. He will advise you how to select your fantasy football team. He'll go through every position. He knows who's going to be traded. That's really important stuff.
The SEC is objecting to this, actually.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people are objecting to it. So go bid on that. Mike
Fantasy football people are hardcore people.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You want to win in your fantasy football, you want to get that gift. Give that to your husband
What's
or your
that
boyfriend.
at the moment? Is there a number on that?
No, it's $500 right now.
Oh, you got more than that.
Yeah. Mike Tirico, a 30-minute Zoom call with Mike Tirico and a special guest that he's going to bring on, just hanging out with Mike Tirico. That's at $510. A Fox 2 studio tour with Amy Andrews. It's at $125 right now. That's cheap. A trip to Texas, Dallas, Texas, to meet Dr. Phil and Robin, watch their show on his new network, hang out with them, have a meal with them afterwards, and fly back. So we do include the return trip.
How do you like me now?
Yeah, that's $1,000. It's got to go higher than that. Lunch with Mayor Mike Duggan.
Oh yeah.
Starting at $500. You definitely want to do that, especially
Lot to talk about.
that's the
Bring
maybe
up questions.
future governor.
That's
right.
You want, people pay, you know what lobbyists would pay for that?
This is influence peddling, actually.
Yes. Nate Burleson has offered to fly people into New York, 2 people into New York, stay overnight at a hotel, come see the CBS morning show, and meet and have a bite with Nate Burleson after the show is over. All right, that's that $1,500 start there, so make sure you do that. Lunch with Herman Moore and Lomas Brown.
Yeah.
Wow. If you heard them a little earlier on today, going at each other.
Wear your referee shirt.
Yeah, arguing over who blocks better.
The only thing missing was Brett Perriman in that one.
Yeah, really. So that starts at $500. The chance to meet Jared Goff, come out to training camp. Meet him at training camp, have him call over some of his friends, he said, and I'll say, I know this guy. Take pictures with him, sign anything that you want. That's at $2,000 right now.
And that could be a Super Bowl champion by the time you do that.
Exactly. Signed Dylan Larkin photo and Red Wings puck, $305. Barry Sanders signed helmet, $650. Tickets to the Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks concert for 4 people, currently at $2,500. That's cheap. Those tickets are not $600 anymore. They're $1,000 a
You're
seat.
going.
I'm going, and I paid more than that.
Yeah.
Great show there.
Fake tickets going.
That's at $2,500. You want to get in on that? A book club meeting with myself on a Zoom. If you've got a book club wants to discuss any of my books, you can do that. Cade Cunningham signed Pistons jersey is up there. Casey Mize signed Tigers jersey. You can be a character in my upcoming novel. Which fetched a lot of money last time. There were a couple people in The Little Liar who were actually real people who bought the characters.
Wait, how much is this going for right now?
I cannot put John Travolta in the book. But the upcoming novel is actually a kind of a magical book about love. So if you want to be in a book about that,
nice.
check it out. Dan Campbell is kind enough to offer the chance to meet him and get your picture taken with him and all that, and come see training camp.
Yes.
As his guest, take a photo and afterwards observe the Lions press conferences before and after.
I think he said he'd even yell at you.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll scream at you if you want.
That's a Christmas gift.
And he'll bite your kneecap.
Yeah. Red Wings Superfan Experience. February 27th of next year. See the Red Wings home game against Columbus. Attend the morning skate.
Wow.
See and meet the players. A parking pass. A guest ride on the Zamboni. Wow.
I've always wanted to do that.
Yeah, okay. Well,
Shotgun.
Tigers game, you can be in the broadcast booth for a Tigers game, plus get 4 tickets to a mutually determined game.
The broadcast booth?
Yeah.
With Danny D?
Yeah.
What?
Tarek Skubal signed a baseball for us. That's at $400.
Cy Young winning.
Cy Young.
Triple Crown winner.
Amon Ross St. Brown signed a football for us. That's at $600. The Grand Hotel Experience, bed and breakfast package for 2 at $1,020 right now. Jack Flaherty signed Tigers baseball. He's not going to probably do that anymore. Jared Goff, a signed football from him, currently at $575. Chance to go to the Tigers game with J.K. Simmons. You and up to 3 other people can go and hang out with Oscar winner J.K. Simmons and watch a Tiger game today. And he's a huge Tiger fan. That's at $1,500 right now. A Pistons luxury suite experience at Little Caesars Arena. That's 18 tickets and 3 parking passes to a luxury suite during the 24-25 season at Little Caesars Arena. Light refreshments and all the rest of it. That's at $1,120. 18 tickets. That's like breaks down to what? Like $14 a ticket or something. You can have lunch with Bernie Smilovitz and Carmen Harlan and separate them. You can have lunch with the Mitch Albom Show crew. That's a $2,000 so far.
And separate them.
Somebody likes us. All right. So, yeah, if you want to have lunch with all of us, we did this last year. It was great fun.
Very fun. It was.
Yeah, and by the way, we didn't go to, like, the Olive Garden.
No. Capitol Grill.
We went to the Capitol Grill.
Capitol Grill.
This wasn't Lafayette, Coney Island.
And Steve ordered a cheeseburger. We still haven't got through that one yet.
And Kenny ate peas with a knife.
How can you miss out on that?
Your chance to golf at Oakland Hills with Greg Campy. Ooh. 3 people plus Greg Campy, lunch on the course and more. It's at $1,905 right now.
Lunch on the course.
Okay, thank you. And one-on-one Zoom with me. I don't know why whatever you want to ask me, whatever you want to talk about. Yeah. That's currently at $500. So those are all auction items that are up there. Plus there are more that I didn't read. Go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com.
Those are great
and
Christmas
check them
presents,
all
people.
out.
Each and every one.
You can't get those from a store. Those
Unique.
are Christmas presents to get. That you don't have to go shopping. You don't have to be out with the card on Christmas Eve looking for a chia pet. Get one of these.
Hey, Mitchell, you mentioned playing golf with Magnum TI, Tom Izzo. I've done it, and the new words I learned during the were sensational.
Is that right? Well, first of all, the fact that they were new to you is astonishing to me, which means Tom Izzo must have a whole different vernacular up there from the UP. Yeah.
Oh, he does.
Holy wow.
Is he a good golfer?
He is. Yeah.
Well, we will ask him. He'll be coming up in the program here, so we will ask him.
Number 21 in the country right now in the AP.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So all of that is at MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. We're so grateful to have our listeners listening to us. We're counting on you to be the most generous of all the listeners today, not because we're better than anybody else, but because you know us, and hopefully. If we ask, you'll respond to it. Okay, I want to say hello to a friend of mine who I've known for, I guess it's over 30 years now, not because of reading his books, although I have done that, but because I stand about 8 feet away from him while he plays a guitar with spiders on the frets when the Rock Bottom Remainders go out and play a concert. I think we have a little cut here, actually, of Stephen King singing Stand By Me. Ooh, go ahead and play. Listen to this.
Has come. The land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see.
So you hear that little plinking there. That's me plinking.
No, I won't.
And that's Stephen King singing, and he's kind enough to join us here on our 13th annual Radiothon. How about it for Stephen King, ladies and gentlemen?
Hey, Mitch, it's great to be, and that's Mitch tickling the keyboards, right? That's Mitch.
I think
tickling the keyboards on that. Yeah.
We call it tickling the ivory in the piano business.
Well, yeah, and that.
How are you, Steve?
I'm good, man. I'm gonna. The next time I'm in Detroit, I gotta get some of those punch keys things. Do you know? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Well, of course we do.
That's kind of like filled donuts. They're really good. I
yes,
like those.
We have a whole
Detroit
day.
Is the
We have a whole day for those here. Actually, we call it Punch Key Day here in Detroit, and it's huge. Have you spent much
Sounds
time?
like the right thing for me.
Have you spent much time in Detroit?
Not as much as I'd like to, but yeah, I've been there a few times on book tours, but no, I don't know it that much. But
yeah,
you know, all I know is in Chicago, Deep Ditch Pizza, and in Detroit, Punch Keys.
That's it. Well, we've been doing this Radiothon for 13 years. We go all day long for 15 hours. I started this charity about 19 years ago, and it takes care of everybody here in Detroit from kids 5 days old all the way up to senior citizens, veterans programs, after-school programs, the nation's first medical clinic for homeless children, even a bicycle factory that makes bicycles and then gives them to people who need transportation in the city, and employs people who are formerly incarcerated and gives them jobs. So you're helping us to raise money for all of those causes, Steve.
Yeah, that's a great thing. And when you get up to heaven, St. Peter's going to say, what did you do for the people in your community? And you're going to say, I did this, this, and this, and the other thing. And people who help you out, man, it's a great thing. It's a great thing, man.
See, I thought I was going to get there and say, help tune Stephen King's guitar. Can I get in?
How are you at harps?
No, but you can say that you did the world's best Elvis imitation, a hunka hunka burning love.
So this is how you know, like, you have to be nice to people, because I can never be mean to Stephen King, because he has seen me dress up as Elvis and go out and do and sing, and I don't want him ever telling anybody that. So the deal that we have is, as long as I'm nice to him, he doesn't tell anybody that I do that. But if I ever do anything wrong, he's going to reveal that how bad that wig is that I wear.
Oh boy!
You even had the sideburn.
Yeah, I did have the sideburns.
Pork chops.
Yes,
The
I did.
Elvis sideburns from 1974.
You are a big rock and roll fan, though, aren't you? Did you once tell me that you listen to music when you write?
I did, and I still do. You know, when I rewrite, I can't, compose anymore and listen to rock and roll. I think I got too old, but when I'm revising, I'm totally down with it. Everybody from Mungo Jerry to the Ramones to, Rancid. I don't know. I like a lot of heavy stuff.
Yeah, Nine Inch Nails, I think.
My idea of easy listening is Bob Seger.
Well, Bob's from around here,
Yeah.
and Stephen and I, along with everybody else in the band, were on stage in Los Angeles when we thought we were doing pretty good, and we finished the show, and we got our polite applause, and it was actually long enough that they called us out for an encore, which doesn't usually happen with our band. And
No.
we went running back out, and a guy who I thought was the janitor picked up a guitar and threw it over his shoulder. And I thought, oh, great, the janitor's going to play with us now. And he comes out and he stands next to Steven. And I'm going like, what the hell's going on here? The janitor. And Steve turned around, and Dave Barry turned around, and they said, Bruce Springsteen.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah. And you got to introduce him, remember?
I did, and we played Gloria, which is not a very difficult song to play. Every garage band in America can play that. It's 3 chords. And I got lost in the chords because I'm thinking, I'm looking down Bruce Springsteen's throat.
And misspelled it.
And I'm just thinking, whoa, this is just insane.
Yeah. What have you ever been starstruck by meeting anybody? I've watched people meet you, Steve, and it's a scary thing. When people meet Stephen King, they lose their ability to speak. They start to tremble. They fall to their knees. They tell them how The Stand changed their life and all the rest of this stuff. But have you ever had a similar feeling meeting anybody? Because I'm sure you've met anybody you want to meet.
Oh man, I don't really think so. I mean, it was quite a thing to meet Barack Obama, and to get an arts medal from him, So that was a great thing. And I guess that same time, there was a guy standing there, in a pair of jeans and everything, and a jacket, and I think that's Larry McMurtry, the guy who wrote, Lonesome Dove and a lot of other novels. And that was pretty exciting to meet him. So, I liked it a lot. And of course, when I met some of the people in the band, when I met Amy Tan, I thought that was really great. I had no idea that she was going to whip my butt.
Yes. Part of our band ensemble is Amy Tan. Dresses as a dominatrix and does these boots are made for walking.
I got to get some
and
more shows.
Walks around with a whip and whips everybody in the butt. Yeah. Yes. Just another one of our fun little performances. Yeah. There was a time when the Rock Bottom Remainders performed, and Stephen King's fans were in the audience, and one of them lit all their fingernails on fire.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. That's true. And we played, we did a tour. We went down the East Coast. We really had that rock and roll experience and stayed in a lot of really horrible green rooms and everything. And we were playing somewhere in the South. And this guy who worked there said, "Are you a joke man?" And I said, well, not exactly. He said, well, you better not be a joke band tonight because these guys get kind of rowdy. And before we performed, they put up chicken wire.
Chicken wire, yeah.
Stop
the beer bottles.
Do you remember that?
Wow,
no,
yeah.
You weren't.
No, I wasn't on that tour. Thank God. I didn't want chicken wire.
He was too chicken.
Yeah,
that was Barbara Kingsolver.
Yeah.
With the band there.
Yeah, I only arrived after the chicken wire. Yeah, I didn't really want to be part of that. Yeah. Listen, Steve, as part of what we do here every year, we're on stage here in a very, very big, beautiful shopping center here in just outside Detroit. And John Pizzarelli, the fantastic, who really plays the guitar, jazz guitar player and singer, son of Bucky Pizzarelli, is here with us. And we always thank our guests with a little musical thank you, and he's written something for you. So I'll hold the phone up close and listen carefully. Here we go.
Here we go.
Play it.
Scares the hell out of me. That's Stephen King. Yes, makes me shiver, makes me sweat. Can't get past page 3. He's scaring me.
He's scaring me.
Oh, Stephen King. Oh, I know he likes the Red Sox. I like the Sox, it's true. But watching them play late last year was just as scary as Carry 1 or Carry 2. Scares the hell out of me. That's Stephen King. Oh, makes me shiver, makes me sweat. Can't get past page 3. He's scaring me.
He's scaring me.
Oh, Stephen King.
Nicely done. Yeah. You don't get that everywhere, Steve.
I don't get that everywhere. Thank God I don't. But
Hey, I want to thank you for being a pal. And we have that autographed guitar that you and everybody in the band signed that we're going to try to auction off here. And we appreciate that. And helping us raise money here means a great deal, Steve. Everybody in the city of Detroit appreciates it. I know you know the community out in Maine where you live, and people need help, and we're lucky to live the lives that we do. So we try to spend our time.
We're very, very fortunate, and I know that people give, and they give until it hurts, and that's a great thing. That's a great thing.
Thanks for coming on, Steve. We appreciate it. It's great to hear from you.
You bet. Same here. Keep rocking, Mick.
All right, Stephen King, everybody.
That's Stephen King.
All right, back with more on 760 WJR.
WJR traffic and weather.
Welcome to your new home.
Oh, this is beautiful. Oh my God.
By the couch, see how it feels. This will be your dining room.
Look at it.
So cute. Cute's good, right?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Hilton is cleared. Haggerty Road is reopened in both directions between 7 and 8
A Time
miles.
to Help is our volunteer program started over 20 years ago. Every month, volunteers gather, sometimes in small numbers of 20 or 25, sometimes in large groups of up to 150, to make a difference in Detroit by putting together a few hours of volunteer time in a collective effort. A Time to Help brings together everyone's best efforts and desires in a community of helpfulness and volunteerism that has spawned more than 200 projects since its inception.
JR Traffic and Weather First.
What we're going to be doing in this cohort is to create and design a t-shirt for the Pistons.
I want you to be as creative as you can. Create something crazy no other team has done before. That whole part of coming up with an idea, designing it, producing it, and then marketing it, that's exactly what you guys are going to do.
Let's go ahead and grab our workbooks.
If we wanted to include like most of these, then we could do what you said. We could do it like in black and white and then include the tattoo gun by that and make it look like it was tattooed in black and white.
Through this project, what we were looking for you all to do is start taking some agency
is having a voice.
One thing that makes us unique is the support behind our organization. For instance, Tom Gores with the projects from this past 2 years.
Just building on the idea of last year with the kids having the voice and understanding the process. And I want them to be able to build a business product and a little entrepreneur program.
What they did over the last 6 weeks really speaks on entrepreneurship because it's all about self-motivation.
To be able to do that in such a small time frame was incredible.
I definitely have grown as a person. I've learned to collaborate with others a lot more.
The whole process of like making the shirt and coming up with the ideas was just a really fun experience.
The thought of like a team member wearing something that I helped make. I'm just saying.
This is dope right here. I like the paint splatter. You got some roses, kind of like, the roses growing through concrete because the Pistons are tough.
I need one for sure. For both.
Y'all got some XLs or something?
Yeah. I'm not playing. These are hard.
Nothing to lose.
The Detroit Dream Scholars Fund is a fund here at CCS that funds Detroit students who are coming to CCS, the College for Creative Studies, to study art and design. Part of the scholarship commitment when the student accepts the scholarship is that they are able to give back to the city by doing a summer project.
I want to be an art director. Without the Dream Scholar Fund, I wouldn't be here today.
Families joining Medishare means saving about
Way!
How y'all doing?
Brandy. 1, 2, 3, bicycle!
State Detroit's involvement with the veterans goes back to its very beginning in 2006. Some of the original money raised went to build the first kitchen that the Michigan Veterans Foundation had ever had.
And we were able to create our mess hall that looked like a cafeteria. With those dollars we did all the computers we hired.
Annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon is generously brought to you by the Somerset Collection and the Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Call 855-955-GIVE to help.
All right, back here at the 13th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. We've already passed the $1 million mark. Of course, our goal has to be what we did last year, which was over $2 million.
We can do it.
I hope so. For the needy in Detroit, we've been here since 6 a.m. We'll be here till 9 p.m. or however long it takes. We may just spend until Christmas until we raise the money. One of the things that is actually so far fetching a nice price on the auction board here is the opportunity to golf with Tom Izzo. So either Tom is a better golfer than we think, or there are a lot of Michigan State fans out there. But one way or the other, he's on the end of the horn with us here on our StreamYard. Hi, Tom. Tom Izzo, everybody. Give it up for him.
Yeah. Mitch, don't worry. It's not that I'm a good golfer. I think some Michigan fans are donating the money just to beat the hell out of me on the golf.
Well, we should specify that they have to use the clubs on the ball.
Yeah.
Yes.
And not on anybody else, right? Because it's not the opportunity to swing a golf club anywhere you want.
Yes.
How's things going, Tom?
You know what? They're going good, Mitch. I just got back. I went out and saw Coach D get into the Hall of Fame, and that was exciting on Tuesday night. And now get ready to come down in your neck of the woods to play Oakland, which will be, as it always is, an exciting game.
Yeah, actually,
we're broadcasting from down there too.
You know, we got a little competition going because there's the chance to golf with Greg Campy, and there's a chance to golf with Tom Izzo.
Yeah,
and I don't want to tell you, but I think Campy's is a little ahead of yours right now, Tom. Might need
that's because he's a member at Oakland Hills. He's got all those big money people, and
there you go.
Plus, he's a good golfer. They want to golf with Greg. I'm not.
Yeah, it is at Oakland Hills. That might have something to do with it. Yeah. Steve Courtney is here as well. He says that he's actually golfed with you. And
played, Coach.
He said he learned words that he never knew existed before.
You know that's true.
Well, yeah, like 4, you know, like the hell out of the way. A lot of phrases I use in my golf game.
Yeah, we thought maybe there's like a new language in the UP that they use when they shank a ball.
Oh, there is a word.
Yeah, but we're not saying it on the air here.
No,
well, Mitch, how many years has this been now? 13?
This is the 13th one of these. Say Detroit is turning 19 years old next winter, next January. So yeah, we've been doing the Radiothon for 13 times out. Last year we did $2 million in a day, and the nice thing about it that I'm happy to tell people about is with Say Detroit, 100% of the money that we raise goes right to the actual people who benefit, the infants, the children, the teenagers, the homeless, the veterans, the senior citizens. We don't use it to buy artwork for a lobby of a fancy building or something like that and write it off as an expense of the charity. In fact, we don't really have a lobby. We have a couple of offices in my offices that we operate everything out of the back of. I don't believe in all the fancy accoutrements and big signs and all the rest of that, and anything, you know, air conditioning bills or paper clips, I pay out of my own pocket or we pay privately, so that if somebody gives us $1, it goes to help feed somebody or to help keep somebody warm or give them a home or something like that. So you know where your money's going. And I was surprised to learn that that's not the way that every charity operates. But when we created this, I didn't think anything else. I've been lectured by other people at other charities who've said to me, you can't keep doing that. You know, you got to start absorbing some of the costs. It doesn't look good. I said, how can it not look good? That's what I would want to give to. But that's how we've been operating things here for almost 20 years.
It doesn't look good to them.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Well, it sure looks good to me. I mean, I think that's admirable, what you're doing, how you're doing it, and the way you're doing it. And my hat's off to all of you for that. You know, I keep saying I want to get down there. I really did try if I wouldn't have got back. But one of these days, I'm going to get down there with you, because I think if our biggest city, as I've said this a million times, if our best city is going well, I think our state is better off. And we do have to invest in Detroit. A lot of people have, and you have done an incredible job, and all your people. So hats off to all of you for what you're doing.
Well, you know, Detroit kids in Detroit live at 43% of Detroit kids live under the poverty line. And that's 3 times the national average. That's literally almost half of our children are under the poverty line. And the median household income in Detroit is $37,000. That means as many people are above it as below it. And in a city of 600,000, that means, you know, you probably got about 300,000 or more, because it's more than that, who are living under $37,000 a year. We gave a house earlier today, Tom, to a family that had been living in the upper half of some flat that the doors were all off. They had one thermostat for the whole building. They couldn't turn their water on unless they had a pair of pliers to try to turn the faucet, you know, and the landlord was taking the money from them and not fixing anything. And we gave them a house that we fixed up, and they'll live in it for 2 years. If they pay the taxes and utilities, then we'll give them the keys and the deed to the house. And you recruit in Detroit, and I'm sure you have seen some of these places. You know what I'm talking about, where people turn on the gas on their stove to have heat in the house, because that's the only fire or source of warmth that there is. I'm sure you've recruited in places like this. And once you've seen that, you can't unsee it, and you can't not care about it. And those are a lot of the people that we help here in Detroit.
Well, I will say this, everybody's gone through different things, but I appreciate that. There's not enough people that want to help other people. Most people, especially this day and age, want to take care of themselves. And that's why anytime you want me on something, because you do charities for a lot of things, and I greatly appreciate it. I greatly respect it. And that's, there's not a lot of people that do it anymore. It's just not the way it is.
Well, we appreciate you. We love what you do, and you're a Michigan treasure. Before you go, John Pizzarelli, the great jazz singer and guitar player, is kind enough to fly in from New York City every time we do this, and do little musical thank yous for some of our guests like yourself. So he's got a song constructed for Tom Izzo. I don't know what rhymes with Izzo, but good luck.
We're going to find out.
Good luck, John.
We must thank the great Coach Izzo. He supports us every year. When Mitch makes the call, the coach gives his all and say Detroit is better for him here. Since he's made his Big Ten journey, losing season, not a chance. In 29 at MSU, 26 in a row, you know it's true. Coach Izzo's always at the dance. Yes, Coach Izzo, we love you.
There you go.
Wow. John, that was awesome. That'll be one of the best songs ever written about me.
Yeah, amongst the many that have been written about Tom Izzo. Yeah. Lerner and Lowe got nothing on you. Tom, thank you for coming on. Tom Izzo, everybody.
Guys, thank you.
All right.
Appreciate you.
Thanks, Coach.
You can donate to Help Save Detroit by calling 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or go to mitchalbumradiothon.com. If you would, that's of course to see all the auction items that we have, or to get any of the incentive items, which you can just buy right off the website there. If you like to text a donation, we know how to do that too. Just text the word Mitch13 to 59925. Mitch13 to 59925. We'll take a little break here right now, and then we're going to come back and talk with more of the crew here. Jane Pauley is going to join us shortly here, and Matthew Stafford. Remember him? He used to play here.
Didn't he play
here?
It was one of the major teams.
Was it baseball? No.
I think it was basketball.
Golf. No, he's a huge part of Say Detroit, and we're going to talk to him as well. It's 760 WJR.
The Mitch Albom Show Radiothon.
It's another beautiful day at Save Play. Going to pick up the kids. Have a great day.
Welcome to the Say Detroit Play Center. My name is Eric Reed, and I have the pleasure of serving as the executive director. And let's meet our students who are about to come in off of our buses. What's up? How y'all doing today? Everybody good?
Yes.
How's school today?
Good.
All right, good. Good to see y'all. How was school?
Good.
Huh?
Good.
For the D. Our students have eaten, they played, and now it's time to learn. We are entering the Deep. The Deep is our education center. It's named the Deep because it used to be a swimming pool. The Deep is where our young people come mandatory Monday through Thursday to spend at least an hour and 15 minutes on a variety of academic enrichment activities. Our young people are engaged in tutoring or literacy with the help of our staff. The students can get the individual attention that they need. This is our reading table. One of our certified teachers who's actually providing some reading enhancement activities to a group of our students who are struggling just a little bit with where they are in terms of reading and comprehension. Cubicles are set up for our students to have some individual space to either work on their own or to work one-on-one with our staff. One of the things that we're blessed with is to have a number of volunteers that come in and support the work that we do here. And I have with me now Mr. Malcolm McCants. Malcolm is the Director of Education, and he oversees all the activities in the Deep.
We offer breakout sessions in STEAM, creative writing, and reading.
Got some students that are getting some homework assistance from Miss Diane, who is a retired certified teacher. And so whatever our students need, we want to make that available. Now let's go and look at some of the activities and the electives that are available to our students here 5 days a week. Notes for Notes is a national organization that provides music studios across the country. Our wonderful art teacher, Ms. Kai Pearson. Can you talk a little bit about just kind of the value of having this kind of space for young people?
Especially in Detroit, this kind of space for young people to express themselves, to learn who they are as like humans and artists, to hone those skills with people from the community like us. I think it's a one-of-a-kind space, and it's needed like throughout this city.
As we leave the creative arts room, you may hear some music in the background, and that's because right next door is our dance studio. And we have a variety of different dance genres: hip-hop dance, tap dance, modern dance, and then we also have an African dance and drum program. And so today, our students on Mondays are engaged in their hip-hop dance activities. We're now in our gym area. We are extremely committed to making sure that our students increase their health. And so we exercise, calisthenics, running, agility, and then we also get into organized sports, including basketball, volleyball. But we also like to get our students outside, where we have a terrific AstroTurf football field, we have a baseball diamond, and we have a grass football field. We try to utilize our outside facilities as much as possible, both for recreational opportunities as well as for competitive sports. So that about wraps it up for our tour of the Say Detroit Play Center.
Kids.net.
Sorry, you caught me in the middle of a full nose blow.
You're allowed.
Just want to thank the doctors, particularly David Brownstein, who had got me standing up
good.
today, because if you had seen me yesterday, the day before, which I couldn't do the radio show, it would be a miracle that I would be standing here, and a new box of tissue has just been delivered.
Thanks for that.
This is Mitch album sound for the last 24 hours.
yeah. I've got literally got a box of medications behind me.
Yes.
But Dr. David Brownstein was kind enough to see me over the course of the last 3 days, and
I got an RSV
give me a
shot
lot of infusions and good things to help me get back on my feet.
Get on the field.
Be here since 6 a.m. and still be standing up. A lot of people have called in at 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483 to make donations and have them read over the air. Ed Kelly and Kevin O'Neill are here with us. Why don't you do that for some of them?
All right, we got Mitch in honor of Vincent and Sarah Aluso from Sterling Heights, a nice $100 donation.
Also in honor of Mary Susie Emile of West Bloomfield, $1,500.
Wow. Bob McWilliam in Farmington, in honor of Bob, $100. Thank you.
Marcus in St. Clair is remembered with a $100 donation.
And in honor of Dennis McComb, who's in Oxford, that's a $50 donation. Thank you.
The most important broadcast we do all year, Mitch.
I hit the clear button at the bottom. There's plenty more.
In honor of thanks to all who gave their best to Say Play, a $1,000 donation from Livonia, and
Awesome.
It's anonymous. Thank you.
Yeah, wow. That.
Yeah.
Wow. And Grace Miller of Toledo with a $100 donation.
Yeah.
In honor of Grace Miller.
And Matt and Brenda Jobin of Livonia. Boy, Livonia's coming through real strong today.
Great community.
$100. Yes, it is, Steve. $100. Thank you.
All right, so you can call, and if you want something read over the air, if you want to propose this, I'm still waiting to do that. I don't think we've had that yet.
Marriage proposal?
Will you marry me for $100?
Yeah.
If she says yes, $150.
Right.
You know.
if
she says no, I withdraw my donation.
You want to signal your divorce, that's $200. So
By the way, Craig Gass, I got to salute this guy. Craig Gass, the comedian.
Yes.
What time did you get here? Like 7 a.m. or something like that?
Yeah, I got in at 7 a.m.
He's been here since 7 a.m. He's not even part of the show. He's been here since 7 a.m.
I feel like a distant cousin who desperately wants to be part of the family at the dinner table.
No, we don't consider it desperation.
It's to inspire the other impressionists and intimidate
would
them.
probably be more the word.
Yeah, clinging.
No, but Craig does he's a very, very funny guy and did a comedy show last week in Flint thinking that the Radiothon was going to be last week.
Yeah.
And then we moved the date and he still had the booking. But also a fantastic voice man.
And I'm offering voicemails if you want to have your outgoing voicemail.
Oh, that's a great yeah, and I think they're like $100 per voicemail. So give me an example. I think you did Al Pacino before. Give me another one that you would do.
You could have Christopher Walken on your outgoing voicemail doing corny jokes like, "Hi, this is Christopher Walken. Dave's not home. Leave a message, and I'll leave you with a joke. What route do crazy people take in the forest? The psychopath. Now, leave a message." Or you can have Gene Simmons from Kiss saying, "Hi, this is Gene Simmons from Kiss. Dave's not here. Leave a message. And if you're doing any Christmas shopping, go to kissonline.com and click on my codpiece." Boom.
All right. So for $100, you can give that as a gift to somebody. If you've got anybody you would love to have a message for there, that would be great. Hey, let's go and check in with our call center, which, by the way, there's a lot of people behind the scenes who work on this. And we don't get a chance to thank them. Kristen Kujawa is over there at the Lingo Call Center over at Startup Nation. Hi, Kristen.
Hi, Mitch. How are you? We've had some happy chatter all day over here at the call center, so it's kind of nice.
Yeah, well, it looks beautiful over there, and Startup Nation is kind enough to let us use their facilities for this. Have done it many years, and a lot of volunteer groups come out and answer the phones. If you ever wonder, like, well, how do they get that whole army of people to answer the phones, and how come when I call I don't have to wait for a half an hour, like you do on some organizations?
That's right.
You have so many nice people volunteering.
They're at the ready. Look at how happy they are.
Yeah, all right.
They're smiling. They're happy. Right now we have Ally. We have Rocket Community Fund that's volunteering for us. They're ready. They're ready to take your call.
All right. So they're the people who are nice enough to answer the phones at 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. Will you please give them a big shout out from all of us over here, Kristen?
I will. Mitch says, hi, everybody.
Yeah, how much we appreciate everybody there. Wave. We're waving through the... by the way, if you're listening to us on the radio, but you're on your way home and you want to continue, you can actually watch this whole thing.
That's right.
On WJR.com or on Channel 4's website or at freep.com, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, MitchAlbum.com. It's on Facebook. It's, yeah, I mean, Channel 4 Plus, Local 4 Plus, is WDIV's thing. So
it's great.
Yeah, so you can watch it. It's actually kind of fun to watch.
It is.
Some guests come by here and occasionally catch me spitting into a trash.
You can count how many times Mitch has blown his nose throughout the program. See?
You have a drinking game for that. If you like.
That's right. There's a drinking game for that. That's right.
Kristen, thank everybody there. Great job. And
I will. Yep.
Over at the call
Thanks,
center.
everybody.
Yeah, at the Lingo Call Center over at Startup Nation. Okay. You want to take one more? Want to do a tote board, Rosie? Can we do that before we? I know that we had some good inflections in the last hour, especially our audience. Has helped us.
Rosie's on board with it.
Yeah, I think John Pizzarelli's songs have helped a lot. So let's see where we are as we are halfway through our hour at 5 o'clock. If we can get that. All right. Wow. 1,474,757.
Still 0.
Still no change.
I want some change. If I got to do it myself, give me the phone.
Okay, but almost $1.5 million.
Somebody please.
En route to try to get to $2 million. That's phenomenal.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody, so much. But we got a lot more to go.
Beautiful.
Believe me, there are so many organizations and operate. We raise the money, but we spend the money, and we share it with other organizations as well. So if this is the day that you wanted to, do it, I said I'm going to do something nice for Christmas this year. Or if you weren't thinking about it, then roll down your window and feel how cold it is outside as you're driving, and then imagine people who have to sleep out in this or who don't have
today. Especially today. If you ever want to know when you went outside today, that's the feeling. But you went out, but you can't go back in. Just
17
think of it that
degrees
way.
right now.
17
Yeah.
degrees.
I got to
Wow.
tell you very quickly, I left the house this morning, went to my car, which is just a few steps. I had forgotten my gloves. And so I go back to get my gloves. That short amount of time outside just without gloves, I was thinking, my God, how do people do this? I mean, it just really drove it home to me this morning. It's nasty out there.
So think about people who don't have a choice. And by the way, this beautiful bicycle that you can see right here, we made at our My Cycle Bike Factory, which is another initiative that we started. And we have made hundreds and hundreds of these bicycles, which we make and then give away to needy people and who need transportation in the city of Detroit. For this particular bicycle, for $500, you can get a My Cycle bike, brand new, and your donation allows us to give away 2 bicycles with some leftover money to buy parts to refurbish the used one. So you get a bicycle, and you end up giving 2 bicycles. That's great. This is a beautiful teal. It's like the Pistons' old teal color.
It's got a retro look
and it
to
says
it,
"Say Detroit" on it. And believe me, you can't get these bikes anywhere else.
No.
We make these. We employ people who are formerly incarcerated, get them back on the path to employment. So that's a great $500 gift. How can they do that, Rosie? Just by calling. Just go. If you go on mitchalbumradiothon.com, and you'll see them listed there, and you can buy them under the incentive items. Okay, a beautiful bike, $500, and you give 2 bikes to
Very
somebody else.
stylish.
That's a pretty good deal.
Old school cool.
All right, we'll take a break and we'll come back with more. Matthew Stafford will be joining us in this particular hour coming up at 760 WJR.
This is the Great.
I think it begins with a conversation. I believe it begins with seeing each other as human beings. They come to find out that they are the same people, in which they are. It's not like a police officer is the boogeyman. It's not like some of those young men who have been struggling in the gang life are the boogeyman. They are human beings.
Hey, how y'all doing? I'm Officer Devon Maples. I've been on the job going on 24 years.
Because I was incarcerated, formerly incarcerated 12 years, and I made a comeback.
We don't go there with titles. I'm a gang member, I'm a police officer. We just there as men and women and connecting together, and just to see that transformational process take place is nothing but amazing.
Trying my best to be a mentor and doing everything I can to show people, like, the uniform is just that. It's a uniform. I'm a black man. When I drive in my car with tinted windows and everything else, I get pulled over and treated like a black man until I prove otherwise.
And so once you connect with each other as human beings, you can begin to identify that we're struggling with some of the same issues.
I ain't gonna lie,
Right.
I ain't had the best run-ins with police.
Those are the police
that you've had encounters with. You haven't had an encounter with every police.
But they ain't too comfortable to walk into that police station because they like, what is going on? You know what I mean?
We can march, and that's nice. But what are you really gonna do? To me, I said, let me join DPD. With me joining DPD, I feel like I can stop another officer from doing some stupid stuff because I know they're not gonna do it in front of me.
Just to let y'all know, if y'all are having problems like that, it's okay to go up to the precinct and see if you can get that one-on-one conversation too.
I'm not against lawlessness. You know, we need people, if they do something, if somebody breaks to your mom's house, what does she do? She got to call the police.
And it's just my hope that we come to understand each other a little bit better as a result of coming together and eating together.
I do it another way.
Stay out the streets, bro.
When I'm policing the city, I personally feel like I'm policing my family.
I ain't never heard nothing like this. This is the first day, I ain't even gonna lie, this is the first day I've ever heard a police talk like this.
My man just had to butcher. Hey, you done ripped off all the skin. Hey, come on.
Bank and Celtic Bank members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Life is just more complicated as we get older. We've all benefited over the years from a largely healthy economy. Now we're faced with
home had caught on fire in 2019. It was the coldest day of the year, and we basically lost everything. I love living there. That was my home for all of my life. I moved there when I was 8. That was my dad and my mom's home. He passed away in 2014, and I inherited it. So it was near and dear to me, and then it caught fire. This is when I met Rosie. Rosie told me that, hey, I got a way that not only fix your electrical problem, but make your house a home as well for you and your children. Here we are, 2020, and we're living the dream. I can't help but to say I love living there. That was my home. They did everything for me in a way that I never would have been able to fix, even though I was so adamant about fixing my home, going back home on myself, even if I had to paint and do it myself. But I couldn't ask for a better way of going home. After getting our home, their grades went up. The behavior became better. It adds a sense of security for them, not just me. We have our Christmas tree up early, so we're looking forward to Christmas, even though COVID has been such a tragedy. I've been through so much this year that we're looking forward to.
Welcome to the 13th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon on News Talk 760 WJR. This hour is generously brought to you by the Clarence and Jack Himmel Foundation. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Now, live from the North Side Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch Albom.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, back here on the 13th annual Say Detroit Radiothon, which we are now in the 5 o'clock hour. We just announced that we passed the $1.4 million mark already.
How about that?
So, woohoo! And we're really counting on our audience here to bring it home, because this is our crowd.
Yes.
If you normally listen, I've been apologizing all day long. Sorry, Paul W. Smith isn't here. Sorry, Guy Gordon isn't here. Sorry, and Kevin Dietz isn't here. I don't have to apologize, because you got the same crew that you normally get.
Well, we might have to apologize, but that's another day.
Well, I mean, we apologize every day
Yes,
for our
that's another
existence.
day. Yeah.
But we are joined by John Pizzarelli, along with Steve Courtney and Ed Kelly and Kevin O'Neill.
Mitchell,
yes.
Just an observation during the top of the hour break. Let me just say this. If Rite Aid had your drug inventory, they'd still be in business. I just walked past it.
It'd be behind a glass counter for looting purposes.
I would not recommend what I've been doing medically the last 48 hours to try to get to this position. But
the guy's name's Huggy Bear.
Yeah, but suffice it to say, Steve, that if you didn't sit in for me the last couple of days, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. I needed to get a whole lot of treatment to get past this RSV thing, but they managed to do it. Now I know how athletes do it.
Yep.
There's a needle for everything.
You better believe it.
There's pretty much an injection for everything, or an infusion. If you're willing to give up a vein and get something put in it, isn't it true, John?
It's such a lovely thought.
There's a vein for every ailment. That's what I've discovered. If I showed you all the marks on my arms here from
It would
things
be
that
it would be
For every vein,
turn. There's an infusion, turn, and a time for every injection under heaven. Yeah, and it is true.
A time to get stuck. No.
Okay. Somebody always takes one of those things too
far.
far.
To the next man,
It
next
didn't
verse.
surprise me that it was
To the
that.
next verse. They always do it.
Yeah, everyone always wants to
I had
do
to hold
another
back because I was tempted.
John, while we have a second here, I haven't really been able to thank you enough. John Pizzarelli comes in every year for this from New York City.
Every year.
I think the one time, like, we asked John to come in, John is, I get so frustrated because if you don't follow jazz, you don't understand how huge John Pizzarelli is. He's a major, major, major name. He draws crowds in Brazil, in South Africa, all over the world. He plays regularly at the biggest clubs in New York City, at Birdland and at the Cafe Carlisle, where the Bobby Short used to sing and all the rest. And one year, we managed to get John to come out here. And for some reason, we kept talking him into coming back. I mean, you can say it right now. Did you think it was going to be a 1-year thing? And are you still waiting for us to say that's enough?
I think I do it for the dinner the night before. The martini is great. They got a great steak, and this is easy. This is the easy part.
Well, there's nothing easy about what you do. You're so talented.
And the one year we missed them, remember we recorded them? We had pre-recorded
Yes, he was doing songs. I think it was a COVID or something.
Yeah, we missed them.
Doing songs in his apartment.
Yeah.
Well, and the very first, either the first or second year, I had to fly to Richmond around 2 p.m. I couldn't do the whole thing.
Right.
Yeah.
And my wife was on the live Sound of Music from New York that night. That was with Audra McDonald and everybody.
Oh, wow.
And then since then, I've gotten here. I was actually here at 4 a.m. I don't know if I was swimming in the moat underneath.
Swimming in the moat. All right.
Getting some laps.
Well, we are really grateful.
I
for
went
you
shopping
being
too on a break. So
You
I
did?
put money. I got 2 shirts.
Why not? Get
Did
your
a little Christmas shopping
True
done.
story.
It really does add so much to the show.
Absolutely. Well,
Well,
you are
Yeah,
amongst.
the Jared Goff tune, instant classic.
Yeah. Jared Goff was impressed.
He was.
You know, even Dan Campbell, we got a laugh out of him.
And he actually knew Don Henley. So you mentioned Henley.
Yeah. So
not just a shirt.
well, you know, those people are they're tough audiences, but none tougher than our next guest coming up, who matches you in the fact that from New York City, she manages still to care about Detroit and join us year after year. She is one of my favorite people in the media world and one of my favorite people in the world, period. And I will forever be thankful to Jane Pauley for the night that we did a charity benefit. And she was supposed to come out to Detroit, and she banged her head and said, "I'm really sorry, but the doctors tell me that I have a brain bleed," or something like that. So I don't, can I do it via remote? And that's the kind of heart that Jane Pauley has. And of course, you see her on Sunday mornings on CBS. And now you're going to see her right here. Hello, Jane Pauley, and welcome back.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the brain injury I suffered, because it explains why year after year, there's always something, Mitch. I'm on the phone with you, despite the fact that I actually was looking at my picture in your green room, and I looked, well, I'll say I look fabulous. Let's just go with that. And for some reason, it didn't work. It didn't work out, and I apologize, Detroit, because I do want to be there for you.
Well, you are. We're hearing you, and that's
right.
all still great. We're hearing you, so
I know,
that's
but
all right.
here it is. It's probably drive time, and Jane's just whining about her brain bleed from years ago and so forth. But I hope it's going really, really well.
Well, it is going well so far. We've broken the $1.4 million mark, and it's really very that's phenomenal. I mean, last year we made over $2 million in one day, and 100% of that goes to the needy Detroiters here that we operate our charities for, from kids as young as 5 days old all the way up to senior citizens and veterans and high school kids and the nation's first clinic for homeless children and all the rest. So it's a big effort, but getting help from people like yourself helps augment the help we get from the people in our own community, and it means a lot to people
Well,
here. Jane.
I know that this is a Detroit broadcast, but it ought to be a nationwide because Detroit has a lot of fans like me. I don't live in Detroit. I've never lived in Detroit. I don't know why I have a heart thing for the city of Detroit, and I know for a fact I'm not alone. So, but today it's all on Detroit.
Well, Jane. I'm going to ask you, because of the little technical glitch we had. We're going to do something right now, and if you really want to see what we're about, just listen to this. Because we're about to give a home away here, right on the air. So just keep your ear peeled or your eyes peeled here. And I'm going to switch microphones here for a second and move over. Now we're going to go over to the Jackson family and Johnetta Jackson and well, hi everybody joining us on TV. So this is part of what we do with Say Detroit, the Working Homes, Working Families program we started years ago. We're in our 60th plus house. We try to find families who are experiencing some form of either homelessness or bad home situation, and we find refurbished houses and we fix them up. And then if they are working, we give the houses to the families, and they live there for 2 years, paying the rent and paying the utilities and the taxes only. And if they do that, we hand over the keys to them, and it's their home. And the Jackson family had a particularly difficult situation. From what I remember, you were living in a burned out second floor of a house. Is that right, John?
Yes.
What was that like?
Oh, horrible.
You had your whole family there living there?
Yes, I did.
What was the worst part of it?
Being cooped up in one room.
I would have said the burned out house part, but
Yes, definitely.
How much were you in need of a new facility?
Oh, we've been in need for a while, and the fire just made it worse. But you guys came and saved us. Thank you. Thank you.
We didn't save you. The Detroit saved you, and the people from Michigan who gave to us here. And I mean, she's being very kind. I mean, they're all sharing a bathroom, a kitchen. The beds were on the floors, and half the house was burned out. That's no way for anybody to live anywhere, let alone in our city. We're not going to have that. And so this family here, which I've had the chance to meet, and they're wonderful, now is going to have a new home of their own. If I've got some keys, thank you, Rosie. God bless you. Live in a real home. It's not burned out, and it's got more than a bathroom. And God bless all of your kids. Tell us your kids' names.
Jonathan, Jeremiah, Jacob, and Joshua.
I notice a pattern there.
Yes.
Are you guys happy to have a new house?
Yeah.
Don't thank Mr. Album. Thanks, Say Detroit, and thank the people who gave the. You happy to have a new house?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, house, toy, one or the other. That's what we do here, or that's what we're raising money here for. I know people get asked a lot to give at the holidays, but to be able to help a family like this go from living in a burned out house to, and I've seen the house that you're in, and it's beautiful, and it's been decorated with each kid in mind, and there's pictures on the walls and sports things and everybody to play with. So, and Gardner White helped us decorate the whole thing. So that's what we do here in Say Detroit. Just one of the 9 operations we have, our Working Homes, Working Families program, and what we're raising money for here.
Thank you, Mitch. We're happy for the Jackson family.
Yeah, how about it for the Jackson family? It's got a house. Most Jackson families make records. This one gets houses. Thanks, guys. Great to see you. All right. So that's what we do here. And I don't think I've ever had the opportunity to try to interrupt the conversation with Jane Pauley to give a house away. Yeah. So I think
Nick, you remember 10 years ago I was with you when you gave a house away.
Oh, so this is old hat for you then.
Darn right.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
It was in the first story we ever did.
Well, guess what? We're doing it again. But now I think that was we were maybe had given away 10 or so. We're into the 60s now. Yeah. And but again, it's not just a handout. It's an opportunity for people who work and who have children to live decently. And unfortunately, so many people in Detroit still are living below the poverty line. So that's what we're here to do.
What a gift to give for Christmas.
Yeah. Well, you're a gift to us, Jane. And
Hey, Mitch.
Yeah. Oh, we have a little song for you, Jane. Before you go, John Pizzarelli is here as per usual, and he's composed a little ditty for you. So let's hear it.
Some people call her Jane Pauley. Indianapolis, she was born. Her resume's complete, replete with her hosting Sunday morn. She's a hoster with the moster. She's a coast to coaster. She's so popular, it's true. She's a grinner and a winner. You can hang with her for dinner. Say Detroit says we love you.
All right,
Perfect. She snorted. I heard it.
No, that
was me.
You got Jane Pauley to snort.
Did I really?
Yeah.
I was enjoying myself.
Well,
yeah, the dinner part. That's for sure.
That's not on the resume.
Well, one of the big items that fetches a lot of money for us every year is the chance to come to New York and have brunch with you after the show. Is that still on the table?
Well, we don't. We're now the after the show. Yes, we don't see the show because of never blah blah blah. But brunch or whatever works for you.
Okay, so a trip to New York for two? Yeah?
Two?
Four. Oh, four.
Four.
Okay, I'm told it was four. Okay. Okay, a trip to New York for four to have brunch with Jane Pauley.
Wow.
I guess they wait for you when you
Yes.
come out of the building. It's like we'll arrange it though. But people who have come and have brunch with you, I have run into some of them, and they say it's like the most. You must be the best bruncher in New York.
Oh well, yes. That's true.
That is true.
She said modestly. There's some truth to that, and in the song, John will put that in the song next year.
Yes, we're gonna record an album actually,
Yes,
Jane Pauley tributes.
Album.
Yes. Thank you, Jane, for helping us out. Thank you for that item there, and just thank you for having, as you said, a heart for Detroit. You don't have to be here to have a heart for Detroit. Thank you so much.
Well, good luck and bye, everybody.
All right, Jane Pauley, everybody.
She's a hoster with a moster.
The phone number is 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. We are trying to get to our goal of $2 million, a goal that we attained last year very surprisingly, and now, of course, has set the new bar there. Now, we have a lot of celebrities who have joined us who are not from Detroit, and yet they have Hugh Jackman, Hank Azaria. These people are not from Detroit, and yet they helped us out. And then you get one who knows exactly what we're talking about, and that would be our next guest, Tim Allen, Detroit's own Tim Allen. And there. Hello, Tim Allen.
Hello, Mitch. How are you, Mitch?
We're doing great. We've been here since 6 a.m., and it's now 5:22 out here in Detroit, and we're plowing away, doing our best.
Yeah, and the music's great.
Okay.
He said dryly.
Yeah. You were scheduled to come on a little earlier, and I know we had to move it around, but we had Jared Goff, and we had Dan Campbell, and we had Lomas Brown and Herman Moore were sitting here. And knowing you're a huge Lions fan, I would have been anxious to see your interaction with them. What was interesting was we had Lomas Brown and Herman Moore, and all they did was argue with each other about who didn't block for Barry Sanders. Like Herman Moore said, all you had to do was just block the first 3 yards. He went right past you. I had to block for him 80 yards downfield. And they were literally arguing. I stepped away and went to the bathroom. It took so long.
That was a great moment in my life because I met Mike Singletary, did a show in Chicago, and he and his family, I warned them they're a very dedicated, a devoted family. And I said, it's probably not good for your kids. So we ended up becoming friends. And once you become friends with an opposing team player, you can't hate him as much. I hate the Chicago Bears. I liked Mike Singletary so much. And he said this, it was a dog at the Lions. He goes, if they would just fake to Barry, we would have never known what was coming. They were so bad at faking to Barry. He said, I have to make an adjustment if they're going to run to him. If they're not going to run to him or use him, then I have to step back. And we knew every time he was going to get the ball, and the guy could still run around each one of us. But he said the Lions, forgive me, were kind of stupid at that point. They never play fake to Barry, and to hear this from a opposing player, but that's 57 years of Briggs Stadium with me and my favorite Lem Barney, my absolute favorite Lion forever, Lem Barney, picking up that ball. Sometimes you let the ball bounce on the ground and he'd pick it up at the last minute and run. My biggest hero ever of the Lions.
Well, I have often thought during the course of this season, knowing your passion for the Lions, what is Tim Allen thinking right now when, the Lions then go 12-1 and have these incredible walk-off wins at the end of games? And Jared Goff, who was on with us a little earlier, falls down as he's handing the ball off, and they still manage to get the winning play. So Tim Allen, ultimate Lions sufferer. What is Tim Allen going through this year?
It's the worst year I've ever had because I'm waiting for the other shoe to fall off.
Oh no!
Every game, I can't even. This is the weirdest one. The first full game I saw was at Thanksgiving. Got to meet Dan Campbell and his lovely wife, and was down on the field. I stood the entire time burping up a little bit of an omelet I'd had when I got there early with my family. Because I stood the entire time up in a suite that was actually near the worst seats in the place. I like the suites that's really by the end zone. I go, are these really suite tickets? Anyway, it was so stressful. That was a game like they lost the game, but they actually won the points. I mean, they didn't. I don't know what they were. This is not the Lions of 4, but I have a giant. I also like the Giants, and forgive me, the Eagles. When I was a kid, I just liked those teams. I've always liked the Giants and the Eagles. I have a letter from Wyatt Tittle when I was a little boy. Lions are my favorite. I have a Giants fan who knows what it's like to be a loser. And I said, nobody knows what it's like to be a loser like the Lions.
Yeah.
You don't have any idea. 57 or whatever that one flag is. I just up in Ford Field. There's one flag that's made of crepe paper. I don't know. It's so old. You should take that stupid thing down. It just reminds everybody. This team. I have a guy. I won't even watch. I'll only watch. I record it, and if they win, I watch. If they do, I can't take it. I can't take it.
Wait, so you know the outcome before you watch the game?
Yeah, and I still get worried. Maybe they. But I have a New York Giants fan. He's another comedian. He'll just text me. He goes, "You could watch now," or he gives me these little things. I took my lovely wife to Pittsburgh to see her play. She's a big Steeler fan, so we flew to see the Steelers play the Ravens. And it's so weird to be in Pittsburgh because they're so used to this winning. It's like in the stadium, the whole thing was wonderful. But the whole time I'm on my phone, and my wife goes, "You watching the Steelers play or the Lions?" I just get this little. That was one of those ones. It was like 68-62 or something. I don't even know what it is.
Well, if they make it to the Super Bowl this year, will you go?
I said that I wouldn't, but I probably would have to. I mean, it's once in my life. I want to know. All of us want to know: is this really real? They just they seem to be winners intrinsically. That's just how they play. I don't know that when they're on their game. I don't think there's another team. There's no team that wants to play them.
Yeah.
You've got those two great running backs. My question, because I have not been able to get the details, is the injury thing getting better?
Yeah.
Yes,
Dan Campbell was on with us today and said they're actually going to get some guys back for this game against Buffalo. So hopefully they don't lose anymore, but they're going to get Taylor Decker and Josh Pascal and some of the other guys back.
And Lem Barney.
And Lem Barney. As you know, Tim, every year, of course, we're raising money here, not talking just sports, but we're raising money to help the needy in Detroit, which you've been kind enough to help us out with every year. And people here from all over the state have been calling in to help us out. And 100% of the money that we raise goes to the actual needy. A lot of charities, you'd be pretty surprised to find out the percentage of a dollar that actually goes to the clients versus goes to the offices or the lobbies or the air conditioning bill or the executive salaries. And, none of us, I don't take a salary and people who formed it don't. And so 100% of the money that we raise goes right to help the kids or the homeless or the veterans or whoever we're helping out with our programs. We even have a bicycle factory now. I don't know if you can see it on the cameras, but we make bicycles. We employ people who are formerly incarcerated. They make the bicycles, and then we give them to people in the city of Detroit who need transportation to get to jobs or kids or things like that. And it's been a huge success. So that's what you're helping us do today. John Pizzarelli, the great jazz singer and guitar player, is here as he always is, and has composed a little thank you ditty.
Oh, please don't do it. Don't do it.
Sorry,
Well,
I just ate. For the love of God, I just had a meal. All right.
It's too late. Here we go.
He played Tim the Toolman Taylor, many Golden Globes he claimed, and for Buzz Lightyear, for which we hold him dear, an Annie Award he framed. Much, much more to mention, but the one that should be addressed is that he calls us here year after year. Say Detroit knows that's the best.
Okay.
Okay.
Nothing harmful there.
Well, I get the point of view. No, point of view. But it's been a very good year. We're starting a new show for ABC, which will be on January 8th. Switching gears about a guy going through. They let me do the third sitcom, and this time I wanted to do about grief and sorrow and how people bounce back. And I've got a very aging mom in Detroit, which we saw over Thanksgiving. And I was around giving people, and the best I can do, as I said, I'd love to have somebody match it, but I said, no matter whether they match or not, I'm going to put up $30K if that's okay with you guys.
Oh yeah,
And
that's okay with us. Yeah,
But
that's
I'd love to say,
I won't play.
Beautiful.
I'd love to have. I wish I could play a game. It's $20K, but if you can get $30K, have someone to match it, it's $30K. I don't want to make a game.
We'll figure out a way to make it an incentive.
But I'm just blessed that you asked me, and it's been a great year for us, and I so appreciate that you think about me. And the next time,
well, the feeling is exactly mutual. We're appreciative that you think about us, and everybody here and everybody who's listening all across Michigan and elsewhere appreciates that you don't ever forget where you come from, Tim Allen, and we will match that 30,000. I'm sure in the next half hour.
Mitch, for 35, I won't play a song.
Yeah, John we'll erase the recording of that. Yeah.
He's thinking about it.
He's thinking. God bless you, Tim. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you guys so much. Merry Christmas, and I love Detroit. Love you guys, and go Lions, man.
All right. Merry Christmas to Tim Allen. Before we take a break, our phone number is to do the same. And again, it doesn't matter if it's a $30,000 gift or a $30 gift or a $3 gift. We're grateful for anybody helping us in any way because you're helping your own community. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. Mitch Albom, radiothon.com on the web. That's not only for digital donations, but you can also find all of the auction items and all of the things that you can buy straight up. And if you were just joining us for that house giveaway, which was rather convoluted because we had Jane Pauley on and everything, but I wanted to thank Rachel Stewart, who is the CEO of Gardner White, because is that what I have here? Yes. Because I've been to that house and it's beautiful. And it's not just a house, it's a home. And you help make that family, the Jackson family, feel at home. And that's a real gift. Thank you so much, Rachel.
Well, and you listen to Mrs. Jackson, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all you need.
Yeah. Isn't it?
Oh, yeah. She said, well, the best thing, we like our mattresses over at Gardner White. The second I get in bed, I fall asleep. I can't go in bed because I fall asleep. Isn't this a good thing? You have 4 kids.
Yeah. Well, for people who aren't used to being able to fall asleep, I guess that's a new thing. But I mean, I find heartbreak sometimes in the middle of joy, just as I find joy in the middle of heartbreak. And when she said, she was living in a burned out house, but the worst part was that it was kind of small. It means that you have gotten used to something that you shouldn't have to get used to. And no one should have to get used to living in burned out houses. And nobody in this city should have to live in that kind of poverty. And we are here to try to end that kind of thing. And so someone says, that mattress makes me fall asleep because your whole life is not being able to fall asleep. It only goes to show you the difference between those of us who are blessed to not have to worry about where we're going to live or how we're going to live, and those who aren't. And thank you to Gardner White for being able to bridge that gap.
Oh no, I mean it's amazing. So one of the things in furniture, you learn a lot about homelessness because it's one thing you need as you emerge. We punch above our weight class there, and the most amazing thing is whenever you do a home like this, is a child who's never had their own bed before, because you can. I don't care what is on the other side of the door. You show them their own room and their own bed, they're not leaving. Like, good luck to you.
Yeah, that's right.
And it is. It's just I think it's both comfort and safety that every kid deserves, but doesn't always have.
Well, you help make that happen. So thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Gardner White.
Yeah.
Everybody,
Good.
thank you to them. We'll come back here. Matthew Stafford on the other side of this. It's 760 WJR. Our phone numbers 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web to do it there. If you just have a phone and you want to text a donation, it's really simple. You can text any amount to Mitch 13. The number's 13. Mitch 13 to 59925. Mitch 13 to 59925. Come on, our audience, for the Mitch Album Show. Let's get it together. Let's try to push us towards that $2 million mark if we could possibly achieve that. We'll continue here on 760 WJR.
This is our time. If you work in this space around in underserved communities, you know that is a time for us to really put our feet down and do something about what we see.
A new coronavirus testing site opens today with an important goal: eliminate barriers to get Detroit's most vulnerable screenings. It's at the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic in Highland Park on Glendale near Woodward and the Davidson. You don't need a car or health insurance to get screened.
So we're very fortunate that we were able to erect a mobile site to do some COVID testing. We had several days of testing at the clinic, and we're able to be mobile with that. So we did some testing here at Say Play, and we did some additional testing at the Detroit Rescue Mission's main offices.
As you know, when COVID hit, there was a great need for testing, and it wasn't available at the state fairgrounds to people that didn't have cars and didn't have doctor's prescriptions. So the Say Clinic, with the surrounding community, really rose up to the occasion and had a great service.
Say Detroit has launched a new testing site in Highland Park and says it will help serve underserved communities. And doctors say they want to administer as many tests as possible to meet the growing needs.
We thought that we would not see so many this week, and it turns out we've seen much more than we thought.
We were often the only test site available to people because it was a free service. We didn't ask for an appointment. You didn't need any insurance. So it was very convenient for that community, and that was an important piece of our outreach.
There's only so much any individual can do, and being part of a collaborative effort where everyone cares, everyone's passionate, is incredible. And again, this is how you get stuff done in Detroit. This is what makes Detroit great.
Mitch Albom founded Say Detroit in 2006. Now, every week he's been posting new chapters to his series called Human Touch. All the proceeds will go to running this free testing facility.
What made you decide to do this, Mitch?
I wanted to help out my city, Anthony. I mean, Detroit is the hardest hit city after New York. We've got first responders that are dying. We've got hospitals that are overrun. And, I thought, well, this is what I do for a living. I sell books. So let me write a work of fiction. It's not a big full book, but it'll be a work of fiction. And let me offer it for free and see if I can get people around the world. I'm blessed to have readers from all over to help donate and help our city out.
So moving forward, we're going to look at opportunities to continue our testing efforts as we see the numbers rise. And we're going to look at opportunities to do something with the vaccine once we have something approved. For a lot of our communities, this is going to be their only opportunity. And so we want to make sure that we're ready to serve the community in the best way possible around COVID-19. So it's very important for us to think about how can we remove barriers to care so that people have real opportunities to be healthy. And so that's our mission moving forward.
In building, we thought it was all said and done with. There was nothing else we could do. We had almost given up. And then Say Detroit came in our life. Thought we were doing fine. My husband had a TIA, which meant he had to stop working for a moment. But in the middle of that, the bad news just kept coming. Tried to go back to work. Work let him go. continued to let him go each job he found after that because he would have a seizure at least once a week, something that was new to him. They sold the home from up under us. So that meant the leasing went up and we still couldn't afford it. Before we knew it, we were living out of our car and a motel sometimes.
The Clarence and Jack Himmel Foundation. Call 855-955-GIVE to help.
You know, we do a lot of thanking here on the program for many of the people who are involved. We thank a lot of the celebrities who have joined us. We thank the people who come in and support. We thank the call center and all the rest of it. But let's not forget where we're sitting. We are in Somerset. This is the most beautiful place that you could possibly host this on a gorgeous stage in the busiest time of year for a shopping mall.
Quite a backdrop.
And for somebody to allow you to have this kind of space for 15 hours, not to mention all the time it takes to set it up, shows an incredible amount of generosity on their part. And that's why we want to thank Nate Forbes, who is the managing partner of the Forbes Company, which owns this beautiful shopping edifice that we are here now. And he's on the line right now. Can we please thank our host, Nate Forbes? Hello,
Thank
Nate.
you, Nate. Mitch, how you doing? How's everybody doing? I'm just sorry I'm not there with you in Detroit today, but we're thinking about you. I know this is your 13th straight year at Somerset, and we're so happy to be able to host you and your whole team and crew for such a great cause to help so many people.
Well, we're doing great. We're chasing that $2 million mark, which we're hoping that we can get. We got it last year, which was shook us all to our core. But we said, well, if we can do it 1 year, maybe we can do it again. We passed the $1.4 million mark a little earlier, so hopefully we're on our way. But none of this happens, Nate, if we can't have this beautiful setting here and can direct people to come. And Linda McIntosh, of course, is our absolute angel here on planet Earth and planet Somerset. And she does everything to make this possible for us. And you're granting us this space so generously every year, not to mention the space that you let us have for brown bag popcorn, which the sales of which all go to Say Detroit. Just speaks to your and the Forbes Company's generosity. And I cannot say thank you enough for you for that.
Well, we love being a part of it. Every year we look forward to your arrival. You know, Somerset's really a community asset, and we really look at it as providing a great social experience for the community, a great shopping experience for the community. And so many people look at Somerset as their home, and we try to make sure we're as welcoming as we can be to all people for all things, and try to, you know, really kind of follow the best in class in all retail leasing categories, and having things like the Say Telethon and your telethon here at Somerset just makes it home for so many people. So for all the work you do and your whole team, it's amazing to have community partners like you, Mitch, and your whole team. So we're happy to do our part.
Thank you. Well, we appreciate it, Nate. We appreciate you. We appreciate Linda. And I know the Michigan fans who are listening appreciate your involvement in getting the new quarterback, Bryce Underwood, to the University of Michigan. I'm not going to say how much that might have cost.
Right. That's my part-time job, but
Yeah.
and we want to help you get closer to your goal. So we're gonna give you $20,000, Mitch. towards your goal, in addition to everything else that we do.
How often does the landlord come down
Right?
and hand you a check?
How about that, eh?
Once a year. That doesn't happen very often. Thank you, Nate. That
So
helps a
good
great
luck
deal.
to everybody there, and I'll be in person next year. And good luck, and we'll see you soon.
All right. Well, how about for Nate Forbes, our host, Linda McIntosh, who doesn't want to take any credit, but she
Deserves
makes
it.
all this happen. And we'll come back. Matthew Stafford going to be on with us right after this. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or text the word Mitch13 to 59925. And, of course, go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. You can donate there, and you can also buy any of the incentive items and the auction items, which are, trust me, you do all your Christmas shopping right there. We'll come back with more on the 13th annual Say Detroit Radiothon.
Find what you. We thought it was all said and done with. There was nothing else we could do. We had almost given up. And then Say Detroit came in our life. started, thought we were doing fine. My husband had a TIA, which meant he had to stop working for a moment. But in the middle of that, the bad news just kept coming. Tried to go back to work. Work let him go, continued to let him go each job he found after that because he would have a seizure at least once a week, something that was new to him. They sold the home from up under us. So that meant the leasing went up and we still couldn't afford it. Before we knew it, we were living out of our car and a motel sometimes 2 times a week with 3 children. Drastic difference from a 2-bedroom home to a vehicle. My chest felt heavy every night we were finding somewhere to park. My chest felt heavy every time my crying baby was laying on my chest and we're in this vehicle parked. You can't imagine the claustrophobia, the shame I felt. You have these children in there, it's just this car. No space to play, breathe, be human. You know.
Hey, hello, Matthew.
Hey, Nick. How you guys doing?
Hey, Matt. How you doing?
Yeah, we appreciate your taking time because we know you're preparing for a game. And it seems like to me, like yesterday, and yet in some ways a lot longer ago, that we came to your house up and wherever you were living at the time, and you were talking about how you wanted to get involved in some charities, and we said, well, how about working with kids in a rec center, and next thing you know, you built a football field, and next thing you know, you built an annex to the rec center, next thing you know, it's got your name on it. And I don't know if you ever look back on that and feel how long ago and how recent ago it feels, but it does to me. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I can remember that conversation like it was yesterday, and at the same time, it's been really cool to watch the place grow, and see all the kids and families and people in the community, to see those people grow, see those people get opportunities that they probably wouldn't have gotten had we not, been able to pull this thing together. And that's where I give you guys a ton of credit, Mitch, obviously, with what you've done in the city of Detroit, second to none. And it was just fun to be a part of it. Every time we come back to the city, we see people, or we stop by and see people that have been positively, impacted by what we were able to do there. And anywhere you look throughout the city, the stuff that you guys at Safe Play are doing is an incredibly positive thing and a cool thing to be a part of.
Well, your legacy here and your name on that building means a lot to the city. And I got to tell you, for all the insanity that is going on here in Detroit for the Lions, and you can only imagine because you were here for so long, there's an awful lot of Stafford 9 jerseys, right, Kenny?
Oh,
when you go to a Lions game, it's like, I want to say to them, you do know he's not here anymore, right? But they just, I mean, that must make you feel good.
Yeah, definitely. I appreciated my time there very much. I got to know so many people. I felt the support from the fan base for a long time, and I obviously understand, the few times I've been back, the situation that we've been in, and I understand that as well. But no, it is cool to have a lasting impact. Football aside, that's the thing to me is football is football. It's fleeting. It's not something that I'm going to be able to do forever or whatever. So but that Safe Play Center will be there for a long, long time, and hopefully help generations of people, which is something I'm, more proud of than any ball I threw or a touchdown we scored or game we won.
Well, I know you often talk about, your kids were born here and everything. And now, how old are they at this point? What's the youngest to the oldest?
My twins are 7. I've got a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old.
Wow.
So
are they,
flies.
are they, do they have a sense of dad as a football player now?
Yeah, they're, every once in a while they'll come down for pregame down on the field here in LA, and I'll get to, give them a hug. And it kind of started out as, they would come to the games and, they might make it through a quarter or two, and then the crayons came out or the iPad came out or something like that. And
well, I do the same thing. That's not much different
exactly.
than me.
And now they're telling me how proud they are of themselves, that they watched the whole game, they cheered, and Kelly's telling me how well they did. And so, no, they're loving it. They enjoy it, and I enjoy having them, knowing that they're there, that they're going to be, cheering for me and understanding what's going on.
Well, is the 4-year-old saying you're not picking up the blitz?
Yeah, she's a tough critic. She's a tough critic.
Come on, Matthew, you got to get that ball out.
I imagine they're at the age where schoolmates know that you're the quarterback too, and know that they're your kids.
Yeah, that's an interesting dynamic. I try to do, normal week Tuesdays or off days. I'm trying to take them and pick them up from school. Monday afternoons, every once in a while, I can sneak by, or so I'm trying to do as much as I can to be able to, drop them off and pick them up and be around. And every once in a while, we'll get a couple kids that'll run up and have me sign a jersey or a card. And, my girls say something and, oh, Dad, you're, so-and-so, girls, I'm just your dad. That's what it is. And they have a healthy respect and understanding for that too, that the fact of the matter is I'm dad, and try to make it feel that way for them as much as I can.
I'm curious, in LA, are you a bigger or lesser celebrity than in Detroit? Because of course in LA, they've got every movie star out there, and people are used to recognizing them. Do you notice a difference?
Yeah, I feel like it's probably less, it's just different, but I would say probably less in the fact that people are probably, looking for Leonardo DiCaprio and all those guys more than they are looking for me. So it's a different field, it's a ginormous city with a bunch of people and a bunch of, things going on. So in a way it's good. In a way you miss the small town feel sometimes of Detroit and felt like you knew everybody and they knew you too. So it, give and take in every city but have enjoyed my time, obviously.
Well, we don't run into Leonardo DiCaprio very often around here, so nobody's looking for him.
Not at all.
Now, of course, the most important question I know Kenny wants to ask, I've delayed the obvious. How do you beat the Buffalo Bills? Because we need to know this by Sunday, please.
I'm not giving any secrets. You kidding me?
Come on.
No.
You don't care if Buffalo wins. You want them to lose.
No, it's I'll tell you, they're a hell of a football team, and Josh Allen is playing it in an MVP level, man. He was special the other night. We just did enough on offense to be able to keep up with them, and then obviously, we had a big play on special teams that did a great job of getting us 7 points there as well. So it's I don't know, whatever it is. Be ready for a 4-quarter fight. I know that because they're a really solid football team.
You guys on one of your late season runs again too. I see you guys peaking up. You're healthy now, and it looks like if you win them all, you're in the playoffs and you win the division. So you looking good out there.
I appreciate it. Yeah, we dealt with since the start of training camp. It was kind of crazy. Just quite a few injuries. Whether it was Puka twice or Cooper. And then a bunch of our own linemen during training camp. I mean, we were decimated early, and guys are starting to finally get, healthy and get some more reps under their belts. And, doing our defense did a really nice job of, keeping us in some ball games, early in the year. And it's nice to be able to repay that last week with a bunch of points to win a game and against Buffalo.
Well, yeah, you played spectacular. I thought that last drive to chew up the clock, which is what you have to do with these guys. And I think the Lions are going to try to do the same thing. It's like whatever you could do to keep Josh Allen off the field. Like maybe, in the second down, why don't we just gain 1 yard so that we can try to go to third down? And given that Dan Campbell goes for fourth downs all the time, we elongate the game anyhow,
Right. Yeah, no doubt.
That's become a bit of an interesting topic in sports. How do you feel about that in terms of, sort of the increased attitude of going towards fourth downs, which he seemed to have ignite, but it seems to be picking up in a few corners?
Yeah, I think with all the numbers nowadays, I mean, it's similar to everybody just shooting threes in the NBA. It's like, why would you waste, shooting a mid-range jumper anymore when the analytics tell you to either shoot a three or dunk it? And it's similar, and then I think, like all things, there's a feel element to it as well, right? Like, how is the offense playing? What's the game situation? All those kind of things go into it. And, I think Sean and Dan alike obviously do a really nice job of having good feel for the game and being aggressive. And it paid off for us the other night.
Is there a part of you that hopes if you make this run, make the playoffs, that you don't end up playing out in Detroit again, which you've already done a couple times now?
No, there's a lot of football to be played, man. I know it's so boring to hear, but we are so 1 week at a time. I don't even allow myself to think about those things, especially on a short week, just doing everything I can to try and be ready to play on a Thursday. But No, I at this point, the way we started the season, any chance would be a great chance to go out there and extend our season.
Well, we can't thank you enough for taking the time. I know what crazy NFL weeks are like, and just giving a shout out to the people of Detroit to help give us again at 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. We're going to try to cook up some kind of package with you to do something, and we'll figure out what it is and tell people shortly. Because you've always been so kind, and honestly, you raise a lot of money, Matthew.
Yes,
what can I tell you? You may tell your kids I'm just your dad, but around here, it helps raise money for charities.
Fundraiser.
Yeah, you're a fundraiser.
Well, absolutely. We'll figure something out. We'll make sure that we do something to help get some positive change. And again, I think for the people out there that are thinking about it, man, it's something that has been really rewarding for me and my family for a long time, and I know. Whatever you're able to give, it won't be for naught. It'll be a great thing, something you're really proud of, and I'm just happy to be a part of it. So thanks for having me on again. I appreciate it.
Great to talk to you, Matthew. Good luck.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Matthew Stafford taking on San Francisco tonight on television. Meanwhile, right here, we're trying to take on poverty and homelessness and the like. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. And let's see if, before we take a break here, and don't forget MitchAlbumRadiothon.com if you want to get any of those packages here. And those packages include, there's former Lions like Matthew Stafford, and you can purchase straight up.
Right.
Just purchase. You don't have to auction. You can purchase a Matthew Stafford Rams jersey,
Sure.
$300.
Right there.
A signed LA Rams football, $150. You got it. You don't have to worry about, who else is going to outbid me. You can also purchase straight up. You can co-host the Mitch Albom Show for $1,000. We're not looking to let's get it up to $1,000. You can co-host our show. That's what it is. You can
Everybody
buy right
who's done it, by the way, Mitch, has thoroughly enjoyed themselves from what they say.
And they're still living.
At least that's what they tell us when they come down. But you get a lot of time on our program. So
still coherent.
You can get a $1,000 shopping spree here at Somerset for $2,000. So you give $1,000, you get back $1,000.
Right.
And
if there's a sale going on, you might make that back.
Yeah, and it makes you feel like you're getting stuff for free. You can co-host
the
Guy Gordon show as well for $1,000. You can get Brownback popcorn gift cards, Bar Pigalle gift card, Alex Anzalone signed footballs, Detroit Water Ice Factory gift cards, several fantastic guitars, Fender player guitars, and Gibson Les Paul guitars. $750, you get the guitar. That's all. You don't even have to worry about somebody else outbidding you. And we've also got, thanks to Somerset Collection, we've got Somerset gift cards that you can bid on, which is, I don't know, if you get a gift card, it doesn't feel like real money. You know, you go and go, yeah, I'll take that. Yeah. But if it was your real money, you would never buy that thing. You know? Say, oh no, I don't want to waste my money on that. So, I got a gift card, I'll go get that. So it's a great way to shop. So make sure you go out and check that at MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. And, of course, there are all those auction items you can bid on, from a trip to go down and see Dr. Phil's show in Texas and meet him, to a chance to meet Jared Goff see a Lions training camp session and meet him, get him to sign anything, take whatever photos you want. And he said when he was on with us, I'll pretend I know you and then invite some of the other guys over, say, come meet my friends.
How much is that?
Let's see what that's going for right now.
Last I saw was a couple grand. That was
$3,000 right now.
If you got your season ticket renewal today and see how much those prices went up, that's the better bargain.
That's the better bargain.
If you today, what you saw what those prices are going to be next year, this is the bargain right now. So.
And how often you get to meet Jared Goff and have him sign anything that you want. Same thing holds for Dan Campbell. He was nice enough to do the same thing, and there's one of those on there right now, which last I looked was about $3,000 too. But talk about a priceless gift that you can give somebody for Christmas. Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks tickets, 4 of them, to that concert that's going to be here in, where's that? Is it Ford Field or Comerica? I know it's downtown. And why am I looking at you?
You're looking at me.
Yeah. Ask the white guys.
You're looking at me, right? You got 12 people up here. You're looking at me.
Yeah, I asked the black guy. Yeah. You think I'm going to Billy Joel? Okay. Anyhow, it's that's at 3,000. Yeah, and there are many more. All right, let's before we take a break. So that's at MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. And again, 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. If you want us to read out your dedication over the air, we're happy to do that as well. or you can text the donation Mitch13 to 59925. Mitch13, 59925. All right, before we take a break here at 6 o'clock and head into our last 3 hours, let's see where we're at. Here's the drum roll.
Come on.
Now, don't everybody scream into the microphones. Okay, $1,574,769.
That's good.
So we are past the 1 point. Oh, no, wait a minute. It
just went up.
Wait a minute.
Put it back.
No?
There's a quick revision.
Is that a new update? Okay, wait a minute. It just got updated again. Now I need another drum roll.
Drum roll again.
1,750,334. All right. So the chances of getting to that $2 million mark getting better and stronger. Thank you to our regular audience who joins us every day between 4 and 6. Please stay with us. We've got 3 more great hours to go here from Somerset. If you're not doing anything, come on out to Somerset Collection, the north side in the Grand Court. We are right here waiting for you, and the people who are benefit say thank you. We say thank you. Back with more on 760 WJR.
This is the great voice.
And now, a Say Detroit Radiothon Rewind.
I'm going to give up 2 years worth of work. No, I'm not burning a manuscript. It took 2 years to grow this facial hair that has had mixed results. Some people say, oh, we like it. Other people say, oh, God, get that off your face. It's never completed. Honestly, the mustache has never met the what do you call this, the goatee. It's got this little line on the side that barely gets there. But I said I was going to shave it off, and my wife, in her wisdom, said, don't shave it off for nothing. Shave it off for charity. And so we said, if we can get $30,000 dedicated towards this today, I will do it.
All right, Mitch, do you have any last words for your beard before it goes?
Just bye-bye. It's been itchy, it's been annoying, and it never was satisfying. So I'm going to let it go. What was the thing that they said to Kennedy? Farewell, Johnny, we barely knew you. Yep. Yes, farewell, beard. And if you ever want me to grow it back, it's going to take 2 more years, and I don't have that much
Now, wait
time.
a minute, Mitchell. In all seriousness, is there a side to you before the goatee gone that's sad? Is there a side to you that's sad that this thing's going on your face?
It took a lot of work. I don't like to throw work out, but it's for a good cause, and that's what's most important.
For the radio audience, let's hear the tools of the trade.
Yes.
Godspeed, Mitch Albin.
All right, there you go. All right, here we go.
Everybody snap.
2,
1. Buzz. It's already gone.
What does it look like, Cody? One stroke?
It's all gone.
One stroke and it's all gone.
Here, kitty cat.
All right, it's going.
Play spinning plate.
Here it is. Janine, is this the man you knew? How's it looking? Janine gives the thumbs up.
Nadi's crying.
Nadi's in shock.
A little more familiar, Janine. Yes, there's the Mitchell.
Oh, yeah.
How's it feel so far, Mitch?
Naked.
He's doing it pretty good.
It's like a 14-year-old.
Is there a draft in here? Or
yeah, there is.
No more fool.
All right. What's it look like, Courtney? You can see from there.
It's looking very. Rocco knows what he's doing here.
Yes,
It's
he does.
a thing of beauty, right?
That's
there.
Rocco Maggio.
You know, when you work on tips, you gotta do that.
Theoretically, we could have just put some milk on it and had a cat lick it off.
My wife
Doesn't it feel better already, Mitch?
Honey, keep him away from my neck.
Yes.
He's going to take a couple inches off the top there, Mitch. Don't worry about it.
Careful.
Is that red liquid supposed to be there?
That is blood. You got to get
Boy,
new
that's
headshots
nice.
now.
That's nice. There's a weird rumor that you actually started growing this as a freshman at Columbia.
All right, Miss, how's it feeling so far?
You know, it would be good to have a mirror because I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah.
Please tell me he's
You
not
are
leaving
barefaced, Mitch. You are just barefaced. That's it.
Courtney, from the viewers' post here, what are we seeing?
It's done.
Is it gone?
It's done.
Well,
It's gone?
Yeah, but
It's-
now,
Oh my God, who is that person? Well,
we're not finished
okay,
yet.
this is all right.
We're
It's
not
gone.
finished yet.
$30,000 to charity, and it's gone. And my wife is happy. You're good, honey. Okay, Rocco, thank you for. Oh, there's more.
Oh my God,
yeah.
Mitch.
Okay. This is a
elaborate.
closer shave. Okay.
Ooh.
This is
Go
the
now.
straight edge.
That was the first
Hold the
first
chair.
rung.
Here comes the lady shit.
There you go.
Oh my gosh, what's this thing?
Is there a hot
It's like the
towel
sander.
involved? Somebody give the man a hot towel.
Nothing. Okay.
Rocco's got everything.
Coming
Rocco
off.
came
I
full-
feel it on the mustache.
It's a professional barber here.
Self-contained. That's Rocco Maggio in Chesterfield.
Rocco, what would this have cost me if I had to come?
30,000.
You?
Yeah.
$30,000.
What do you think?
Oh, now we're coming with the stuff here.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Interesting. Interesting dynamic here.
Did you sign that release before we started this?
Rocco goes in dry.
Rocco,
and
this is
now
a three-part exercise.
It takes a lot of work. There's not much there, but it's thick.
The closer you shave.
Take it off.
Now you're applying the lather. Is this the final?
Yes, it's about to go down.
Excuse me?
Are you using a butter knife or an actual razor on this coming?
Wait, here comes
A box cutter, actually.
Rocco, we might as well book you for 3 years from now to do it again.
Here comes Santa Claus on the Norelco.
There's not much there, he said. Story of my life.
Now this is where you right here where you dictate real barbers from barber with the straight razor.
Why is Diddy in
Okay, I'm gonna move away because I don't want him to make a mistake.
Jeez, I'm nervous.
Do not wiggle. I'll hold it down for you.
Oh, this is
Look
like,
at it. Yeah.
This has all the potential of turning out to be a bad Western.
Yes.
Don't laugh, Nick. Don't move.
Either the last hour will be by somebody else or Mitch will be feeling real good. Rocco knows what he's doing, though. Right now, he's using the straight razor. I don't want to say anything while he's on the straight razor on you, but I'm watching this go. Steve, you take over the play-by-play because I don't want to.
That is a good old-fashioned straight razor.
Yeah. These are the real barbers, though.
Oh, yeah. And
Yeah.
you got to know what you're doing because
You go in and see a barber that's got scissors with the plastic on the top. That's not what's happening. This is a real barber right here. Okay. How long you been cutting hair, Rocco?
What time
About
is it?
15 years.
15 years. And it comes down to one cut for all the money.
There's actual shaving cream.
Very
in your
nice.
hair.
Is it?
The back of
Kenny,
it.
wipe the back of that chair before it gets into the chair.
Now the hot towel is being applied.
there it
Not
is.
hot as-
Just about
There it is.
done.
Happy graduation, Mitch.
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Cut Mitch album.
You get a toy for being good.
What's
But
the verdict?
clean shaven.
Better?
And the operations of the restaurant.
And that's why we rely on Triumph.
You can always rely on Triumph.
Welcome to the 13th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon on News Talk 760 WJR. This hour is generously brought to you by Imagine Entertainment. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Now, live from the North Side Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch Albom.
All right, we welcome you back here. We have now officially gone around the clock. We started at 6 a.m. It is now 6 p.m. or 6:07 p.m. So, Kenny, gang, everybody who's been here,
Sir?
Chad Audi,
Yes.
and everybody who's all been here, you've now done 12 full hours, or on the American work week, an entire week.
Yes, a year.
And we still have 3 hours to go.
Actually in the workplace.
But we are trying to break our record last year of $2 million raised in a single day, and 100% of that goes to help needy Detroiters. It doesn't go to pay for offices or accoutrements or fancy signs or web pages or things like that. It goes to the actual people who benefit from all the different operations of Say Detroit, which now spans literally kids from 5 days old all the way up to senior citizens, veterans, homeless, high school kids in between, people who need medical care, even formerly incarcerated people who we now employ at our bicycle factory, pretty much across the board. And we like to say it's a hand up, not a handout. We don't hand out money. None of our programs are like, give us money. We just give money to other people. But all of them are about opportunities for improving and turning lives around. And that's what we're doing here. We've had many, many guests who have joined us and supported us, many of whom are from Detroit, a lot of whom are not. People like Hugh Jackman and Hank Azaria and Hoda Kotb and Jane Pauley, they're not from Detroit, but they care about Detroit. And some of them just friends of mine who are kind enough to do this. And one such person is on the line with us right now. I've known Tony Kornheiser since both of us were just writers. And then Tony Kornheiser, by the way, maybe the best, funniest columnist the Washington Post ever had. And Tony and I used to see each other at different sporting events, and I started to take this radio thing with WLLZ, where I had to get up early in the morning and do this radio thing. And I remember we were at something, we were eating breakfast, and I had to go do it. And Tony looked at me and he said, "Oh, Mr. Radio, go do radio, Mr. Radio," in that dismissive way that is so endearing that Tony does. And then, of course, years later, Tony not only had like a radio show that was 100 times more successful than anything I've ever done, but also has been on Pardon the Interruption, what must be a record-setting amount of time. I don't know how many years it's been on.
Great show.
So he has surpassed us, but he still remains my dear friend, and he's on the line with us right now. How we go, Detroit? Welcome for Tony Kornheiser.
We are indeed dear friends, and I look forward to everything that you do, and the way you recap what you're doing for the people in Detroit is actually very moving to someone like me who has no particular connection with it. So I would say for all of the people that knew you when, we're all proud of you. We're proud of you.
Remember those days when writers used to scoff at the idea of doing radio or television?
Yes. Well, there was a reason for that, because we thought, first of all, that radio was for stupid people and not for people as smart as we are working for newspapers. And you will see, by the way, there are no more newspapers, and radio in some form continues to exist. And we were even more dismissive of television people as just pretty boys who knew absolutely nothing and could not be counted on to ask a single question that was tough and immediate. And now we do TV. So we're wrong.
Yeah, so we were wrong.
We're rich, but we're wrong. Yeah. Yeah.
Which if you gotta be wrong, that's the way you want to probably be wrong, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you nothing lasts in television very long these days. I mean, even fantastic shows like successful shows like Modern Family, 8 years, 9 years, you guys have been on PTI. How many years is it now?
It's actually 23, which is an enormous amount. It's hard to believe that most people who talk to me just assume this is not only my career, but something I always wanted to do. Whereas, that somebody throws money off a train and you catch it. You have no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
We ever wanted to do it. It has lasted forever. And I was struck. I watched the Bill Belichick press conference today. And Bill Belichick at 72 is significantly younger than I, though older than you. And they asked him why he was doing it. And he said he loved the work. And I don't have a better answer than that. I wake up every morning thinking, is this the day I quit? But I would only quit because, I said something stupid. I mean, that I had an episode where I realized I couldn't continue doing it the way I wanted to do it. But I love it. I do. I really love doing it. And I never thought I would love anything as much as being a newspaper sports writer, which I started to want to do when I was 7 or 8 years old. But I do love doing this, and doing it around people who are in their 20s and 30s and 40s is very helpful to an old man. Very helpful.
I never had a chance to ask you this for all the years we've known each other. And I'm not kidding when I say Tony was, not only an unbelievably good writer, but really, really funny and clever. Did the Washington Post ever try to get you back?
Not really. I mean, when we made the decision to leave, the managing editor at the time, Len Downey, gave us our blessing to do it. Mike stayed and still wrote. I stayed and acted, for them on their online presence for 2 or 3 years, and I tried to write smaller columns. But with everything I had to do, look, writing's hard. People say, do you miss writing? And the correct answer is I miss having written, because the process is very hard and taxing, and I never missed not writing. I just missed, being on a newspaper. But they never really came back. No, they figured I was gone. It's okay.
Interesting. Or they're just a newspaper and they just don't chase after anybody. Say, well, we can get somebody to do it cheaper.
It's like everything else, Mitch. The great lesson in your life, or for me, is wait, the Washington Post still comes out? I'm not there and it still comes out?
Yes.
I guess I wasn't that important.
Tony, you once also said something to me that I've never forgotten. And I wonder if you think about it, because you are on television. Now, I don't think you do your stuff live for the most part, right? You tape an hour or two before.
We sort of finish. We're on at 5:30. We sort of finish between 5:20 and 5:30. We're close. Yeah.
So you once said something to me. You said, if we stay in this business, we're all going down in flames. Meaning like someone's, you were talking to me about someone who got fired or, said something stupid, whatever. And I've had my things in my career. You had something in your career, you're gone, you're off the air for a week, whatever. That's like, do you worry about that still? In this hypersensitive climate?
I'll tell you what, I don't worry about it on PTI because we're taped. If we're live, I worry a little bit about it, but I'm cautious enough to understand what I'm doing. I don't go on with people. I don't do radio or podcasts or interviews or television. I don't do it because I think you live in a gotcha world and somebody's going to ask me something and I'm going to go down a rabbit hole in a bad way. And I'm going to go down in flames. And I sort of don't want that to happen now. I'm pretty old and I'm not going to get a second act. This is it. So,
That's pretty bright thinking.
Yeah.
Predicting your own demise.
Yeah. No, I'm happy we got you on this year now. Now I would like to ask you about that time I saw you in the bathroom with a needle.
That's a robot.
You always worry about that. When you go through the stories every day that you're going to put on the air, a part of me every once in a while says, I don't think we should do this one. I think this is fraught with danger. And I don't think we're going to be understood in the way that we mean this. So let's back away. And sometimes they do. Yeah.
Have they made life easier for you, over the 23 years of PTI? Like at the beginning, did you have to go into a studio versus?
I went into a studio until COVID. I went into a studio every day until COVID. And then at my age, they said, he's an old man. He'll get it. So let him go home. And now they want me back in the studio. And I said, whoa, wait a second. I like it here in my house.
It's
a pretty good commute. It's one story down into the basement. Pretty good.
So when you're doing the show, you're actually in your basement, and is Wilbon in his basement too?
Wilbon is too rich to have basements. He has many attics at various spots. He's often, look, the deal that I made with them was don't ask me to come into the studio if Mike is going to be in Chicago or Los Angeles or Arizona. Don't do that. If he's in there, then we can find a way to be together. But Mike's out a lot. So he has a studio in his home in Arizona, but doesn't really like to use it and goes to a professional studio. And that's where he does it in Arizona. Yeah.
Interesting. As you know, our tradition here, the great John Pizzarelli, jazz singer and guitar player, a friend of mine like you, comes in from New York every year, flies in and spends the day with us.
And serenades guests. It's wonderful. Wonderful.
Yes, he does. And I think he's got something for you. We don't know what rhymes with Kornheiser, but we're going to find out.
Well, Budweiser does. If you got any of that.
See? All right, let's go, John.
Tony Kornheiser, referred to as Sir. I'm a fan, and I wanted to write this song. From your Pulitzer to the show PTI and the Washington Post, you're most of the most, a really great guy. When you're with Wilbon, the jacks you get on, though the bell rings and you will not move it along. Call it swell, call it witty. When the show ends, it's a pity. But we're glad that you made it to us today.
Guys and dolls.
Guys and dolls, baby.
Right.
You don't get this from Michael Bublé.
That's my aspirational Pulitzer. I don't have any of those. I often talk to Tom Friedman from the New York Times, and I introduce us as between us, we have 3 Pulitzers. He has 3. I have none.
Well, Tony, thanks for being a friend. Thanks for always showing up for us, especially now that I know that you don't do a lot of interviews. I consider it even more precious. Thanks for helping us out here in Detroit.
You're the best of us. No, you're the best of all of us.
It's great to hear your voice. How about it for Tony Kornheiser here on the 13th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. Again, our phone numbers to donate while we bring you this entertainment, 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web. You can text a donation to Mitch13 to 59925. if you'd like to do that as well. And we go from Tony Kornheiser. Not that much rhymes with Kornheiser. Not that much rhymes with Simmons either, but we'll probably find out something to that. Our dear friend, who is literally one of the last great guys in Hollywood, an Oscar winner, a phenomenal actor, a very, very busy actor, but most importantly, a humanitarian who does all kinds of charity work that you know about, but even more that you don't know about, including paying for games for dozens and dozens of people to go see the Tigers all summer long here in Detroit on his dime. And when he comes in, he goes and sits with them and doesn't want any attention brought to it or anything like that. So he's probably mad at me for even bringing it up.
And he played the greatest muscular Saint Nick I've ever seen in a movie.
Yes, yes. If you've seen Red One, then you know that there is a version of Santa Claus that you haven't yet seen, and that is the buff Santa Claus. Here is our friend J.K. Simmons.
Hey.
How you doing, J.K.?
Well, first of all, I'm really good. It's really good to hear you, and I'm happy to be a part of this. I don't know how long your line of bald white guys one after another is. I'm happy to be a part of it. Big Kornheiser fan. I'm just thinking maybe you should have saved the Guys and Dolls tune for me since I did it on Broadway. I'm just saying.
Oh, wow.
I know.
True.
It's in the song. Just don't get ahead of me.
Oh, wow. Did you? Who did you play in Guys and
Broad
Dolls?
Street.
I did. Well, it depends on which night you were there, but I
Right.
did it in 1992 and 3 with Nathan Lane, Peter Gallagher,
Yeah,
Faith Prince, fantastic cast, and
Pretty
I was
good.
spinning South Street.
that's right.
So I sang that song. I sang Guys and Dolls. That song
Wow.
with Walter Bobby.
They
Yeah.
never
Wow.
should have let him sing it. They should have given it to Nathan Lane.
Of course, J.K. is from our own backyard here in Detroit, and lets people know about it, particularly when it comes to Tigers baseball. We, of course, are trying to let people know about it here and in other ways, and remind people that for all the joy of the new downtown Detroit, and we do revel in that. And Mayor Duggan was on with us earlier today. But, Detroit still remains a place where the median income is about $37,000. And that means there's half the city is living underneath that. And 43% of our kids live in poverty level or below. And that's 3 times the national average. So we've climbed out of the dregs to, a little bit, but the dregs are still around our ankles. And that's why we raise money here for our operation. Say Detroit, J.K. is now going into its 19th year.
Wow.
And we just had one of the new programs we started is with a guy who was in prison for 29 years for a crime he didn't commit. And he came out and we gave him this opportunity, which he has taken and run with. And he gets together police officers and formerly incarcerated people or kids who are in gangs or kids who are at-risk youth. And we bring them together. The police officers they're in plain clothes. And we bring them together to grill, barbecue and chickens and ribs and things like that. And the other side has no idea that they're working with police officers. And they eat and they laugh and they mess around. And then he stands up and says, okay, let's all introduce ourselves. And after the group says, well, I was in the joint for a little bit, but I'm out now, blah, blah, blah. And then a guy will stand up and say, well, I'm a police officer. And half the time, the other half of the table wants to get up and go. But everybody stays, and for several hours, they talk about their experiences, and it has had a profound effect on the relationship between the police and citizens here in Detroit, because we've done it well over 100 times all throughout the community. And it's pretty powerful stuff. And that's kind of what one of the many programs that Say Detroit runs that we're raising money for today.
Mitch, that is such a fantastic idea. And I got goosebumps here hearing you tell me about it. Because I've portrayed convicts and I've portrayed police. And, I feel like I learned a fair amount about the system from both sides, and that is a there have been a lot of versions of let's try to foster some understanding but that is the best version of that I've ever heard of. That is fantastic.
Well, and it's something we're very proud of to have created here with Say Detroit, and just one of a multitude of programs. We've even got a bicycle factory now where we build bicycles or take old bicycles and refurbish them. We make these beautiful teal bicycles that we then give away. We've given away 850 of them, I think, already this year to people who need transportation to get to jobs, because Detroit, it's hard to get around, or kids who don't have a way to get to school. And the people who make them are formerly incarcerated people who are looking for an opportunity, and we've provided jobs for them there. And we have a factory now. We like nuts and bolts making bicycles, and we just try to look at ideas that need to be done and create them. And that's what your support is helping us do here in Detroit.
Yeah, and I actually remember reading about that one in one of your emails and thinking what a fantastic idea it is. And now, especially that Detroit, like most cities now, is becoming more bike friendly. That really can help people. Get back and forth to work, get back and forth to school. Yeah, that's a great deal.
Who do we have on today who was just in a film with J.K.? Oh, Jeff Daniels, who said he played Reagan, and
he was George Schultz.
Yeah. You were George Schultz, right?
It was fantastic. Everything except the fact that Daniels couldn't shut his mouth and kept spoiling the results of the Lions games for me.
That's what he said.
because I was always watching the next day because we were shooting it in Reykjavik, Iceland. He was a fantastic Reagan. Jared Harris plays Gorbachev.
Yeah.
And for people who weren't around in the mid '80s, I mean, those two guys, along with George Schultz and all their staff and everybody else. I mean, the world was at a tipping point. I know it feels like we are right now too, but those two guys basically stopped each other's nations from potentially blowing up the world, and it was a magnificent event in human history, and Daniels killed it as Reagan, and I can't wait to see the movie.
Well, I can't wait to see it because two Michiganders are in it, and that's really good for us. And congratulations on Red One, the big blockbuster that's out there now. If you want to see Santa Claus in a whole different light, go see J.K. Simmons. But you played cops, you've played criminals, and you played Santa Claus. I'm pretty sure there are not too many actors who can say all three of those things.
Yeah, maybe not.
And Kornheiser can't either. He may be bald and white, but he can't. So, but before we let you go, I want to thank you for not only all the tickets that you got for kids over the summer to go see Tigers games, but just for doing that, quietly and not asking for any attention. And every night the Tigers were playing, there were the people there on account of J.K. Simmons' generosity. And for that, you're rewarded with a John Pizzarelli tune. And we'll see what rhymes with Simmons or what he's got in store for you, John.
Yeah, I was going to go, we got JK online, his acting's mighty fine. He's done Guys and Gals 2 years after it, but I couldn't do it that fast. But I do have JK Simmons. He's a faithful Detroit guy, J.K. Simmons. He's an Oscar-winning guy. We're always glad when you are here. He's been on Broadway, Benny South Street, Captain Hook, Law and Order. He's even read Clancy's audiobook. He's number one with Say Detroit, that's true. He even once threw a bottle at my head. That's all I got.
All right, that's really good.
He did throw a bottle at my head. At your thing.
Yeah, it was a plastic bottle. Calm down. Come on.
A plastic bottle.
It's late in the day.
Jazz guitarist, so soft.
Right?
Yeah. Well,
and he did a great Milton Berle in the Saturday Night movie.
Yes, I saw that. The only time I ever laughed at someone unzipping their pants in a movie. Yeah. You did it great. Well, JK, anything else you want to add before we let you go?
Just that I'd love to do, first of all, encourage people to continue donating to Say Detroit, as I and my wife and I, through our foundation, will continue to do. And I'd love to, take some more people to some Tigers games this year.
Okay. Well, we're going to, I think we have an auction item up here for a chance to go to a Tigers game with you. So we're going to try to raise some money that way.
Had a great time doing that last year, and I'm not going to guarantee a Tigers win, but we got a fun team to root for now.
Better chance of it next year, yeah. Great to talk to you, JK. Thanks for always remembering where you came from.
Thanks, Mitch.
JK Simmons here on the Mitch Album Show,
JK.
and 13th annual Say Detroit Radiothon, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Call 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. Text Mitch13 to 59925 to make a donation. When we come back, we'll bring you up to date on all the auction items and where they're at as we start to close those out now. It's 6:30. We're going to start closing out auction items and incentive items and give you a chance to go home with some great Christmas presents here. I want to also thank the Wheeler Family Foundation, who made a $25,000 donation today. So Thank you, Wheeler Family Foundation, for that. That is fantastic. We'll be back with more on 760 WJR, 855-955-GIVE or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web.
It's another beautiful day at Save Play. Going to pick up the kids. Have a great day.
Welcome to the Say Detroit Play Center. My name is Eric Reed, and I have the pleasure of serving as the executive director. And let's meet our students who are about to come in off of our buses. What's up? How y'all doing today? Everybody good?
Yes.
How's school today?
Good.
All right, good. Good to see y'all. How was school?
Good.
Huh?
Good.
For the D. Our students have eaten, they played, and now it's time to learn. We are entering the Deep. The Deep is our education center. It's named the Deep because it used to be a swimming pool. The Deep is where our young people come mandatory Monday through Thursday to spend at least an hour and 15 minutes on a variety of academic enrichment activities. Our young people are engaged in tutoring or literacy with the help of our staff. The students can get the individual attention that they need. This is our reading table. One of our certified teachers who's actually providing some reading enhancement activities to a group of our students who are struggling just a little bit with where they are in terms of reading and comprehension. Cubicles are set up for our students to have some individual space to either work on their own or to work one-on-one with our staff. One of the things that we're blessed with is to have a number of volunteers that come in and support the work that we do here. And I have with me now Mr. Malcolm McCants. Malcolm is the Director of Education, and he oversees all the activities in the Deep.
We offer breakout sessions in STEAM, creative writing, and reading.
We've got some students that are getting some homework assistance from Miss Diane, who is a retired certified teacher. And so whatever our students need, we want to make that available. Now let's go and look at some of the activities and the electives that are available to our students here 5 days a week. Notes for Notes is a national organization that provides music studios across the country. Our wonderful art teacher, Ms. Kai Pearson. Can you talk a little bit about just kind of the value of having this kind of space for young people?
Especially in Detroit, this kind of space for young people to express themselves, to learn who they are as like humans and artists, to hone those skills with people from the community like us. I think it's a one-of-a-kind space, and it's needed like throughout this city.
As we leave the creative arts room, you may hear some music in the background, and that's because right next door is our dance studio. And And we have a variety of different dance genres, hip hop dance, tap dance, modern dance, and then we also have an African dance and drum program. And so today, our students on Mondays are engaged in their hip hop dance activities. We're now in our gym area. We are extremely committed to making sure that our students increase their health. And so we exercise, calisthenics, running, agility, and then we also get into organized sports, including basketball, volleyball, but we also like to get our students outside where we have a terrific AstroTurf football field, we have a baseball diamond, and we have a grass football field. We try to utilize our outside facilities as much as possible, both for recreational opportunities as well as for competitive sports.
Annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon is generously brought to you by Imagine Entertainment. Call 855-955-GIVE to help.
Now you know what it's about. What you think of country now? Yeah, what you think of
All right, as we continue here from Somerset, which you want to come out and watch the home run ending of this thing. This is always fun as we head down the home stretch. We got 2.5 hours to go in our effort to try to break $2 million in a single day. And that's what we did last year, and we were shocked. But we go from shock to expectation. That's what happens in the charity world. And so far, we've been blessed to have some amazing guests, including from the Detroit Lions. Dan Campbell joined us on the StreamYard. If you're watching along on WJR.com or MitchAlbom.com or MitchAlbomRadiothon.com, you can see them. And Jared Goff joined us as well. And now we're joined by the defensive side of the ball. Alex Anzalone is there right now. There he is. Yeah. Hey, Alex.
Yeah. What's up, guys?
Got the hair pulled back.
Ready to go.
Yeah.
Ready to play. Look at him.
At home, is that how you go with it pulled back? As opposed
I do.
to the flowing blonde locks. You just save that for the football game?
I do. I really only save it for game day, too. In practice and everything, I keep it up. And just game day, I let it flow. Outside of that, it's up.
Is that because it's more intimidating that way?
I mean,
you look like Thor.
I don't have any tattoos. You know, I'm just a normal guy out there, so I have to have some sort of edge, I guess.
Has an offensive player ever said to you, you know, man, I saw you coming with all that blonde hair and scared the hell out of me?
Oh yeah, I've gotten that before.
Oh yeah, okay.
When was the last year you cut it short? What was the last time you cut it?
So I started with a buzz cut my sophomore year of college, and really it got long like my senior year of college. So before that, so 2015 probably so.
Wow.
So you haven't had your hair cut except to trim the ends of it.
Yeah.
Since 2015. That's
Yeah.
coming on 10 years.
I know.
Yeah. Wow.
Maybe is it time for a new style? I don't know.
No. I mean, are you kidding? You've got imitators all over. You got people in the stands with growing the same hair. No, I don't. In fact, I don't think you're allowed to cut it now.
Wear it as long as you got it, man. Because
I'm like
all I can say is, remember Samson?
Exactly.
Remember what happened to him?
I know.
You don't want to bring that defense down. Come on.
Oh, right.
Samson ended up not going to the playoffs.
That's
so
right.
now-
Samson did not go to the playoffs that year, as I recall. Yes.
Right.
He went on the IR.
Right.
Alex Anzalone is joining us. We have been at this since 6 a.m. this morning out here in Somerset, and it's been amazing to see the generosity that people have demonstrated locally with a lot of the people who have come and joined us, nationally with people like Hugh Jackman and Tim Allen and Hoda Kotb and Jane Pauley and J.K. Simmons and just so many people who have contributed and made donations. And you know what? The universal thing, wouldn't you say, throughout the course of the last 12 and a half hours, the single most dominant thing that everybody from across the country has mentioned is the Lions.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Like, I mean, if they don't know anything about Detroit, it's, but not in the Lions. Everybody loves the Lions. Mike Tirico, Tony Kornheiser, all these guys talking about the Lions. It's amazing how you have become like this lightning rod for caring about Detroit.
Right. Yeah. And it's cool. It's cool to be a part of. It's cool to witness. It's cool to be in the community and really see it. But yeah, it's like we're America's team. And, you know, it's not the Dallas Cowboys. It's just a lot of people resonate with what we've built and what we've become and what Dan's about. And, so many players on our team and their stories. So it's just cool to be a part of, honestly.
And do you guys know that when you have these post-game, especially these wins, which 12 out of the 13 have been wins, and you have these post-game locker room moments, that they're all going to go viral? I mean, like, are the guys in the team going, oh, man, if I get a game ball, I got to say something good because a million people are going to see it. Now, that's not usually what those things used to be. I mean, they used to be very private. Nobody ever saw those things. Now, people literally sit by their computers waiting for the video to come out of whatever the locker room celebration was for the Lions.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, every week there's new content. Obviously, we've been, there's been a lot of content this year with only having one loss so far. So, Dan's great, and we talk about it every week. It's great to see. It's really funny, and just that passion exudes from Dan, and people like that.
You've gotten game balls, right?
Yeah.
So do you have a thing, practice, because you know that everybody's going to be looking at it?
No, I mean, you just say whatever you want to say, and at some point it's like, we're all winning as a team, and there's really not much else to say.
Plus, you're counting on somebody editing out the dirty words, right?
Right. Yeah. 100%.
Nobody's going to hear this, right?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So how is your injury coming along? I mean, you were obviously at I know you would hope to come out here, but you were at practice all day long, which is a good thing.
Right. Yeah. I'm getting back in the swing of things. They're having me go to meetings and, rehabbing early and kind of getting back in the groove of things to, I go see the doctor on Monday and kind of, get back in the swing of things and just go from there and see where things are. So things are progressing well, and I'm feeling better and better every day. So it's a good sign.
Optimistically, what would you target as a return for you?
I don't know. A lot of it depends on Monday. I see the doctor, so we'll see what she says and, what's safe for me to do and go out there and play. And, obviously it just depends there's a lot of different dynamic in there. It's like, do we have the 1 seed? You know what I mean? There's a lot of different plays that we can think about.
Does it matter? Do we need this game that much? Exactly.
Yeah. You got to feel good, though, because when you got hurt, they went out and had to get 30 linebackers to take your place.
Yeah, I guess that's a good thing. I'm doing something well, I guess.
Well, is there like a whole second Lions team now, like the injured Lions team, where you guys all meet together and talk about when you're planning on coming back?
Yeah, we were I think it was like a week or two ago. It was me, Hutch, Derek Barnes, I think Marcus Davenport. I forget who else was in there, but we have an all-pro IR team right now.
That's right, you do. That's like a Pro Bowl there.
Yeah, we could almost field the team.
Yeah, and you just meet in the ice bucket things or the hot tubs and
in the training room between whatever we're doing in there.
Yeah. Well, the nice news is that you're going to come back, and there's even rumors that Hutchinson could come back, which wouldn't it be phenomenal if just in time for like the really important playoff games or maybe even a Super Bowl, you actually had the team that you started with?
Yeah, that would be, that'd be cool to see. Obviously, I think Hutch is obviously a little more unique just because of how traumatic of an injury that was, and his ability to rehab that back. Not a lot of people would have that, grit that like we talk about to come back from that injury so quick. So, it'd be cool to see how it plays out. But, I believe in him. We talk about it every day, how he wants to come back. And, he's looking good so far.
Well, we thank you for joining us regularly on the Mitch Albom program. Thank you for joining us here today. And we wish you the best of luck. Can't wait to see you out in action. And thanks for giving a shout out to everybody here to give money. You want to give the best Alex Anzalone push for people to donate to Say Detroit?
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, it's, great cause. You guys have been doing it for a while. It's really cool to see how much money you guys have raised and just the national attention like you just talked about. It's very admirable by you guys to do this. So I just urge everyone to give what you can. And, it's for a good cause and for our community. And it's awesome to be part of the community as well.
Alex Anzalone, everybody, from the Detroit Lions. Thanks, Alex.
See you guys.
Don't ever cut the hair.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate you.
All right. Good to see you. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. Go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web or text Mitch13 to to 59925. In just a couple minutes, we're going to race through the auction items and tell you where we're at and tell you when we're going to start closing them out. But it's going to be soon, so if you want to make any last bids on some items, do it now because we might close them out instantly and then they are gone for good. One of the things that we do with Say Detroit that we are most proud of is our Say Play Center at Lipke Park. We started this in the mid-teens of the 2000s. I don't know how you refer to that decade, but however you do. When we took over an abandoned rec center that had been left to rot and ruin, and we fixed it up with a lot of help from different partners and turned it into a place not where kids can come and hang out and play basketball, but rather where kids can come and gather and learn and improve and turn their lives around. And then while they're doing that, also have the option to play basketball, and football, and baseball, and soccer, and volleyball, and many other sports, along with a recording studio, dance programs, robotics programs, STEM programs, and many, many more. It is a 7,000 square feet of digital learning, 15,000 square foot expansion that we just added on thanks to Matthew and Kelly Stafford. Classrooms, labs, a theater, and so much more there. And, people who come out, if they say, we want to see Say Detroit, show us something, the first place we bring them these days is the Say Play Center because there are hundreds of kids a day there who are having their lives changed. And we gave away a house earlier today to a family that lives right in that community, and their kids go to the Say Play Center. And now they have a new home to live in. Eric Reed is the executive director. Malcolm McCants is the director of education. These guys do an unbelievable job. Please give them a big round of applause. And we want to recognize what you guys do. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Malcolm. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having us.
You don't have to keep your finger on the button. Just let it off. It stays green. Eric, you've seen a lot of growth since you've become our executive director. What are the one or two most proud things that have happened there?
Well, we talk expansion and in so many different ways. You mentioned hundreds of kids in your intro. We've had over 500 young people enrolled this year alone.
Wow.
This past summer, we doubled the number of students that participated in our summer day camp. And expansion in terms of not only youth, but in terms of school partnerships, in terms of community partners, in terms of volunteers. And the volunteers are critical to the services and the supports that we're able to provide to our young people.
Yeah. And one of the things that we do, which I think, if we can give ourselves a little credit, we knew early on that we wanted to offer this to all the kids in the city of Detroit who wanted it. But we can't do that in the city of Detroit unless you provide transportation.
Absolutely.
Because it's such a challenge. It's a challenge to people who have money, but to people who don't, it's an impossibility. So we created a whole transportation program, which is privately, we're funded through Say Detroit. And through that, we have vans that go around and pick up kids from how many schools do we partner with now?
We've got students enrolled from over 50 schools. Right now, we're picking up daily close to 20 schools a day.
So we've got 50 different schools represented. Our vans go to these different schools, pick up the kids after school, bring them to our program safely, and then bring them to their homes on the way back home. We don't drop them off in the yard, a schoolyard somewhere and say, good luck getting home. And that has to be a huge difference for families who worry about their kids, especially when it gets dark early. So that's just one thing that we do. Malcolm, as our director of education, you would think maybe that you're doing a rec center, and when you say to kids, okay, when you get here, after you have something to eat, you have to study first, and then you can pick up a basketball, that formula would never work. But that was something I insisted on when we opened this place. I said, this is not going to become what a great place to play basketball. It's got to become, I got better in school as a result of going there. And oh, by the way, I played basketball. How is that working out?
Oh, well, that's definitely an expectation for us. When kids come into the door, they understand that expectation. We do that through providing that carrot we dangle, as we say, with the sports and the activities. And so when the students walk into the doors, they feel that energy of knowing that this is a safe place. And so I believe that helps us a lot when it comes to meeting them where they are educationally. And so with our reading literacy programs, our homework help, and our enrichment programs, our students understand that they're in a safe place with people that genuinely care and love them and want to help them. And I believe that it pulls a lot of that weight when it comes to them wanting to just kind of hang out. And so we take good pride in that, and we make sure that our students are aware of that expectation.
Is there one success story that stands out in your mind, Eric, that you think of, or one that comes to mind that just embodies what the Safe Play Center does?
Wow. We've got the students that started in the center when the center began, when it was open in 2015, and now to see those young people matriculate to college. And not only for them to go to college, but every summer, every break, they come home and they work for us. And so to see that growth, to see that maturity, but also for us to be able to be an ongoing support to those students and those families, to me, that's really what it's all about.
Yeah. What a great tribute to that. And, I operate an orphanage in Haiti, as you guys know, and the current Haitian director of our orphanage, grew up in the orphanage. And I've been there long enough now that he's gotten old enough that he now is capable of running the orphanage on the Haitian side for us. And one of my hopes is that one day and it's not going to be for decades, so don't get any ideas, Eric, but one day when you decide, okay, I'm going to retire, that the person who will succeed you, and maybe you, Malcolm, are going to be people who came through our program.
Absolutely.
And know what it feels, because when you're invested like that, you give back in a certain way.
Absolutely. No doubt.
And it's really a possibility, isn't it? You can probably think of a couple kids that might fit that bill right now.
Oh, yeah, we're already recruiting. We already got our eyes on them.
You got your eyes on him, Malcolm?
We had one on the stage earlier in Jeremiah. I think that he's one of the kids.
Yeah, I remember Jeremiah when he was a lot shorter. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Our just to echo that, that just goes to show how impactful our whole organization is. Just the fact that our students feel that safe, they feel home when they come to us. We have student athletes that work with us. We don't see them as much throughout the year because they're in 3 or 4 sport athletes, but we know home is at Safe Play because they come back whenever they can, whether that's for a hot meal or whether that's just to chat with their favorite staff member. And so that shows you just how impactful we are at the center and how impactful we are in Say Detroit.
Well, the Say Play Center is one of our crowning jewels of what we do here at Say Detroit. Thank you guys for doing what you do every day and making us proud for what we're involved in. And this is what we're investing in, folks. How about it for Eric Reed and Malcolm McCann?
Thank you.
When you call 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or you go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, that's what you're supporting. Or when you text Mitch 13, the number 13, Mitch 13 to 59925 and make a donation, that's what you're supporting. And that's what Paul Glantz is supporting with the Imagine Entertainment organization, because he's just sat down with us right here. Hello, Paul.
Hi, Mitch. Glad to be with you.
Good to see you too. I'm not going to make the joke anymore about, welcome to Imagine Theaters and sit back and relax and, silence your cell phones. You're probably tired of people seeing you and saying, I'll silence my phone, I promise.
Never gets old.
Yeah. Well, your theaters are a joy, and Bernie Smilovitz and I are doing an event at your theater with Brian Williams on Monday night. Brian Williams was on here with us earlier from NBC News, of course, and he's coming out, and we're going to be there Monday at the Royal Oak Imagine at 7:00, and we're going to just talk sports and talk media, and everybody can come in and just hang out with us and ask questions and meet everybody, and it's a very comfortable place. The only problem was we did one a month ago. Bernie and I was very successful, and all these people came out, but your seats are so damn comfortable that, I'm seeing a guy's eyes are starting to close. I'm thinking, wait a minute, put your seat down, stay awake, so maybe you got to make some straight back theaters so we can keep them with us.
We're serving coffee this time.
Oh, we're going to serve coffee. Okay. Good idea.
I got to go back and see Wicked because they were so comfortable. I was in the comfy seats, the love seats in the front. I had to go back and see the end. I didn't see the end.
Yeah. He doesn't even know which one's green.
Yeah. So I got to go back, Paul.
Come on back, Kenny. You're always welcome. And, the reason I like to have people tell me, about the cell phone joke, I know they're our guests. I like that.
That's true. They wouldn't know if they hadn't gone there. They wouldn't know. Right?
Exactly.
Absolutely. All right. Well, I understand you wanted to make a little announcement here.
Yeah, Mitch, I was looking back on my records, and I think according to my records, we've been working with you for at least 7 years now.
Oh, yeah.
And it's the privilege of Imagine Entertainment, my family, to donate $20,000 today.
Wow. Thank you, Paul.
Wonderful.
Well, thank you, Paul Glantz. Thank you, your family. And thank you to Imagine Entertainment, who brings us a great opportunity. And I know you're saying we're saying thank you for Say Detroit, and you're saying thank you for Wicked, Gladiator, and Moana 2, right?
We are giving thanks for that for sure.
Yes.
No question about it.
Yeah, those are good things. Well, thank you for making us all feel at home. $20,000 going a long way towards helping us get to our goal of trying to break $2 million before we reach 9 o'clock tonight. How about it for Paul Glantz, everybody, from Imagine Entertainment? 855-955-GIVE, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web, Mitch13 on a text to 59925. All right, we're going to start closing out auction items in just a minute here, and that includes some of the really big ones. So I'll give you a minute, everybody, to go to the MitchAlbum.radiothon.com site and make some final bids on auction items, and then we're going to announce what they are and close them. Okay, so we're not going to say we're going to close because then people are going to start racing, and so you've been warned. When we come back, we're going to start closing out auction items and continue here for 2 more hours to try to break that record. We're at Somerset. Come on out and see us. We are on the north side in the Grand Court. It's 760 WJR.
The holidays.
Good morning, everyone. At Say Detroit, and particularly at the Say Detroit Play Center, we consider anyone who participates in our program and services as a part of our family. And real families help out those when they're in dire situations. The Jacksons have been a part of the Say Detroit Play Center since 2015. In February this year, the second story of their home burned out. I immediately called Rick and Rosie, and we decided that we needed to put a plan together to help a member of our family.
All right, Miss Jackson kids, may you always have a home that's filled with love, safety, warmth, and family. These kids are yours. God bless you.
This is my room. This is your room. This is my room. I love you. Thank you. Oh, you did a beautiful job.
Come on in. Here's your room. What do you think?
Top or bottom?
Bottom.
Okay.
Yes. Who is it? Iron Man. What do you think? This is nice. Comes with a ball and a hoop.
Oh.
Come on into your kitchen. What do you think?
Oh, beautiful! Oh, my boss. Oh, my. Oh.
Thank you to everybody who pitched in and helped. It's really a blessing, and we really do appreciate it. The whole family from the bottom of our hearts. It's a beautiful thing to see what a community can come together to do, and it's really just a blessing, and I'm glad that God allowed it to be this way.
Thank you!
That out.
Right.
Let's see. We're definitely not closing that out.
What was
Let's see. Be a character in my next novel. $2,199. In the next 5 minutes, we're going to close that out.
Okay.
The Dan Campbell VIP training camp, where you get to go meet Dan Campbell and get pictures taken with him and all the rest, and get a day at training camp and hang out with the media. It's at $4,150. We're going to give you about 10 more minutes, and we're going to close that out. The Tigers experience with going to a batting practice, hanging out before a game at $1,005. We're going to close that out in the next 5 minutes. So when we come back, those items are going to be closed. So if you want to get a bid on them, this is it. Mitch Albom, Radiothon.com on the web. To make a donation, 855-955-GIVE. We're going to try to get to $2 million in the next 2 hours. We'll let you know how close we are when we come back. On the other side of this, we're at Somerset. It's the 13th annual Say Detroit Radiothon, continuing right after this.
Hi, folks.
Books are like instructions to life.
It makes me feel like I'm in a whole different place. Like I could do anything if I read a book.
I like reading. It's adventurous. And when I'm reading, I imagine like I'm one of the main characters or something.
Encouraging kids to lose themselves in stories is transformative.
And the thing about kids is they're so innocent. And we have an opportunity to mold them. They're relying on us.
Our annual Radiothon, telethon for Say Detroit, we hold every December. And we were coming pretty close to last year's record. Then Tom Gores called us and blew us all away. He would offer a certain amount of money for every book that one of our kids read and completed. We can have a lot of fun with this. Good luck, Tom Gores, the owner of the Pistons.
Wow.
So he basically just pledged $250,000, which is a little... That means the kids here are constantly facing dangers and threats on the street to their very existence. There's not a lot of options. There's not a lot of entertainment, but a book can take you anywhere.
It means a lot to me because if I didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to do half the stuff that I'm doing now.
It's that idea that you provide an environment to access themselves and their greatness.
Every time I come here, it just feels like home. It brings me hope.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And now, a Say Detroit Radiothon Rewind.
I'm going to give up 2 years worth of work. No, I'm not burning a manuscript. It took 2 years to grow this facial hair that has had mixed results. Some people say, oh, we like it. Other people say, oh, God, get that off your face. It's never completed. Honestly, the mustache has never met the what do you call this, the goatee. It's got this little line on the side that barely gets there. But I said I was going to shave it off, and my wife, in her wisdom, said, don't shave it off for nothing. Shave it off for charity. And so we said, if we can get $30,000 dedicated towards this today, I will do it.
All right, Mister, do you have any last words for your beard before it goes?
Just bye-bye. It's been itchy, it's been annoying, and it never was satisfying. So I'm going to let it go. What was the thing that they said to Kennedy? Farewell, Johnny, we barely knew you. Yep. Yes, farewell, beard. And if you ever want me to grow it back, it's going to take 2 more years, and I don't have that much
Now, wait
time.
a minute, Mitchell. In all seriousness, is there a side to you before the goatee gone that's sad? Is there a side to you that's sad that this thing's going on your face?
It took a lot of work. I don't like to throw work out, but it's for a good cause, and that's what's most important.
For the radio audience, let's hear the tools of the trade.
Yes.
Godspeed, Mitch Albom.
All right, there you go. All right, here we go.
Everybody snap.
2,
1. Buzz.
Somebody
It's already gone.
What does it look like, Cody? One stroke?
It's all
One
gone.
stroke and it's all gone.
Here, kitty cat.
All right, it's going.
Play spinning plate.
Here it is. Janine, is this the man you knew? How's it looking? Janine gives the thumbs up.
Nadi's crying.
Nadi's in shock.
A little more familiar, Janine. Yes, there's the Mitchell.
Oh, yeah.
How's it feel so far, Mitch?
Naked.
He's doing it pretty good.
Rocco, it's like a 14-year-old.
Is there a draft in here? Or
Yeah, there is.
No more fool
All right.
Mitch you.
What's it look like, Courtney? You can see from there.
It's looking very. Rocco knows what he's doing here.
Yes,
It's,
he
it's
does.
a thing of beauty, right
That's
there.
Rocco Maggio.
You know, when you work on tips, you gotta do that.
Theoretically, we could have just put some milk on it and had a cat lick it off.
My wife
Doesn't it feel
gets the
better
chin.
already, Mitch?
Honey, keep him away from my neck.
Yes.
He's going to take a couple inches off the top there, Mitch. Don't worry about it.
Careful.
Is that red liquid supposed to be there?
That is blood. You got to get
Boy,
new
that's
headshots
nice.
now.
That's nice. There's a weird rumor that you actually started growing this as a freshman at Columbia.
All right, Miss, how's it feeling so far?
You know, it would be good to have a mirror because I don't know what's going on here. Please tell me
You are barefaced, Mitch. You are just barefaced. That's it.
Courtney, from the viewers' post here, what are we seeing?
It's done.
Is it gone?
It's done.
Well,
It's
not-
gone?
Yeah, but
It's-
now.
Oh my God, who is that person? Well,
We're not finished
okay,
yet.
this is all right.
We're not
It's gone.
finished yet.
$30,000 to charity, and it's gone. And my wife is happy. You're good, honey. Okay, Rocco, thank you for. Oh, there's more.
Oh my God,
yeah.
Mitch.
Okay. Oh, this is a closer shave. Okay.
Ooh.
This is the straight edge.
That was the first
Can you hold the
first
chair?
rung.
Here comes the lady shit.
There you go.
Oh my gosh, what's this thing?
Is there a hot
It's like the
towel
sander.
involved? Somebody give the man a hot towel.
Nothing. Okay.
Rocco's got everything.
Coming
Rocco
off.
came
I
full-
feel it on the mustache.
It's a professional barber here.
Self-contained. That's Rocco Maggio. Chesterfield.
Rocco, what would this have cost me?
Welcome to the 13th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon on News Talk 760 WJR. This hour is generously brought to you by Trinity Health. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Now, live from the North Side Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch Albom.
All right, we are back, and for the last 2 hours of the Say Detroit 13th annual Radiothon here on WJR. Okay, we have the muscle team here with us now. We got our cast. This is where we become Crazy Eddie. Okay.
How do they do it?
Yes.
Volume.
Those who have listened to the Radiothon for many years know that this is where the bargains start coming in. So as we try to push to get to our goal, which today is $2 million, we have a lot of items that are on the Mitch Albom Radiothon.com website that we are trying to make sure that we dispense of. Is that the way to say it?
Yes.
How would Elon Musk address this situation?
Well, first I'd say you need to call 855-955-GIVE. That's 4483 for the people that aren't binary. You know what I'm saying. Text
Yeah.
Mitch13 to 59925. We have lots of things. Rock Mortgage Classic Club Ace Hospitality.
Okay, Elon, I'm not going to ask you to read all of those because you probably have down here on Earth. You have no clue as to what any of those things are.
I can barely say my children's names.
Yes, and I'm sure that President Biden also, were he here with us, would be supporting our causes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. Hey, how's everybody doing? It's the Pepsi and the United Flakes, man.
Oh, well,
what's going on?
Glad to have you here.
I want a Shields pizza party for 18.
That's what you'd like to bid on?
That'd be great. Oh, I can smell it now.
Well, you are known for sniffing
I
things.
do like to sniff.
And, of course, the soon-to-be new president would have no problem hawking these items because, quite frankly, that's that Donald Trump does that pretty much all the time anyhow.
I have lots of products for sale. You can have my new perfume or cologne for your loved one. It's called Fight, Fight, Fight. It has beautiful notes of musk, sandalwood, and liberal tears. Okay, it's a beautiful scent. Believe me. We have lots of items here. It's amazing. It's the list that goes on and on.
Yes, it is a list.
Bigly.
So
855-955-4483. That's 855-955-GIVE. Right, RFK Jr.? That's correct. Do that. Sorry, I just had some raw milk.
What's really a shame, though, is if the My Pillow guy were here, because talk about hawking. He's an expert at that kind of thing. We could really use him.
That's because I used to smoke crack cocaine.
Oh, sorry. Was that you?
We have competing Mike Lindell's here. How are you?
Oh, well, glad to have you here with
I
us.
didn't know I was sitting next to him.
Lindell A and C.
Lindell A&C. Mike Lindell, My Pillow. Sorry, I'm a little loud today.
Get out of my medicine cabinet.
Craig Gass and Eric Harthen providing the various and sundry characters. And Eric blesses us every Monday and Wednesday with about 100,000 different voices. And so we thought it would only be appropriate to. Now you can
We
hear.
try to keep it going.
This cough is now kicking in.
Mitch is doing his RFK Jr. impression.
Yeah. Except with me, it's not an impression. This is what I've been battling for the last week. So here are some of these auction items. Kenny, and you can help me out here reading some of these things here as well. So here's what's up there now, all right? We've got, if you like MSU basketball, 4 tickets to a future MSU basketball game, including a meet and greet with Coach Tom Izzo on a mutually agreed date. All right, that's it. $999 because somebody had to be cute. But that's going to close out in the next half hour or so. You can co-host the Paul W. Smith Show. That's currently at $800. The Plum Hollow Country Club round of golf for 3 plus a cart plus lunch. Any date after June 1st of next year. You can read all the details. You know, if you go on MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, all of the details are there. So you don't have to go through all of them here. A signed jersey by Riley Green of the Tigers, only $360. We need to boost that up, or we're going to take that. We're going to take that off the market.
That's a future All-Star, right?
Yeah,
there.
that's.
Well, he's All-Star now. Future,
yeah, I mean,
great.
I
Come
think you don't jerseys themselves cost
Legitimate
about
jerseys,
$300.
Oh, yeah. For sure.
Yeah, you're not giving away with an autograph on it.
Right.
So we got to up that game, or that's going back in the pile. Rocket Mortgage Classic Club Ace Hospitality Suite. You can read all about that. Going a chance to see the world's greatest golfers, and they come in here next June. The Roost Detroit Hotel stay with a chance to dine at the Hiroki-san Japanese restaurant, highly acclaimed. And the Roost, of course, is the old Book Tower. So you want to get a one-night getaway in a King Studio, valet parking, the whole deal. You can have a Shields pizza party, which is fantastic. And 2 pieces per person. Each pizza may include up to 4 toppings and up to 25 people. So you want to have a pizza party. Right now, it's at $280. That's way too cheap.
Oh, please.
Right? You can't have a party for $280 and feed 25 people.
Soda alone will pay for that. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
The Shinola Hotel, we got a getaway there
you go.
with dinner at San Morello, which is an unbelievable restaurant.
Unbelievable.
That's at $1,100 right now, one-night stay. If you want to get back in good with your spouse,
that's all you got to do.
Ask yourself.
Right.
Yacht rocking and awning.
Ask yourself, is $1,100 worth it?
Right. And I'm telling you that when you're in the lobby of that Shinola, Mitch, the people, celebrities all in there. It's like being out in LA. I'm telling you, get that.
Yeah.
Get that.
Spencer Torkelson signed jersey at $175.
Cy Young.
That's way too.
Cy Young. $175 for a Cy Young award winner.
No, Spencer Torkelson. He's not a Cy Young.
Oh, Spencer Torkelson.
That's Tark's.
Okay. How much was that?
He doesn't even pitch.
I'm sorry, how much was that?
$175.
That's what makes it valuable.
Yeah.
Right. You didn't know he could pitch, did you?
Okay.
But again, jerseys are a couple $100. So
if you're a Michigan Wolverines basketball fan, you can go see them play Maryland on March 5th of next year. 4 floor seats, a Maze Lot parking pass, full access to the Victors Club and Chrysler, 4 winter hats, Nike bags, and a signed Dusty May basketball.
And they'll tell you what a terrapin is.
That's a turtle.
That's at $2,000, and we'll be closing that out relatively soon, shortly. Let's see. I don't know what this is for golfers, but a Tour Edge HL3 complete golf club set.
Ooh.
Is that good? Equip yourself with the Tour Edge HL3 full set, ready to go right out of the box.
Wow.
Golf club set, yeah.
That's the real deal.
Option of men's or women's. Yeah, so you can get each one, and shafts, a hot lawn. Why is everything in golf sound perverted? Shafts, a hot launch, super spin. I'm not making this up.
They write this
a
stuff.
hot launch, super spin wedge. That sounds like something only a professional knows how to do.
I thought Mike Bouchard cracked down on those.
Yeah, right.
I went to a fraternity party once. And,
Who's the first to say it's going to help you with your putts? I mean,
the chance to golf with Tom Izzo is at $2,350.
Yeah.
And deservedly so. 3 individuals can golf with Tom Izzo on a date mutually agreed upon. He was on earlier today.
Is that going to be a good thing, Tom?
Oh, yeah, I can't wait. Well, maybe I can.
A Gibson guitar signed by the Rock Bottom Remainders. This includes, now get this, Stephen King signed this and John Grisham signed it, along with myself, Dave Barry, Roy Blunt Jr., Ridley Pearson, Amy Tan, Scott Turow, Alan Zweibel, and other people. There is not another item, I bet, in the world that John Grisham and Stephen King both signed. I'm going to buy this myself if this doesn't get more expensive.
Is this the one that plays Gloria when you toss it
Yes,
on the
you
floor?
throw it up, it hits a rocket, plays Gloria. But it's also a Gibson guitar on top of that.
Yeah,
so
great.
it's at $1,500. Gibson Les Paul, you told me that that's a good guitar, right, John?
of course, it's the guitar of guitars.
It's at $1,200. It's a 60s AAA top electric guitar, Lemon Burst Sweetwater exclusive.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Should I buy it for you as a Christmas present?
Oh, no, it's quite all right, Mitch. Yes.
Shinola watch, the Birdie women's watch from Tapper's Jewelers, and we thank them for that. And similarly, a Shinola Rummel men's watch. Those are both in the $500 range right now. Adam Schefter calling you personally. This is incredible to me. Adam Schefter calling you personally for 30 minutes next summer to tell you how to pick your fantasy football team. Adam Schefter is ESPN's NFL insider.
That's a great
He
deal.
knows everything that is going on about that.
everything
And
about everything before anybody knows it.
you will win more money
Yes.
on your fantasy league in 1 week
Right.
than it'll cost you. Right now that it's at $500, but we got to make that higher.
Yeah, it's gotta be higher.
Lunch with Mayor Duggan. That's a great opportunity. And lunch with Mayor Duggan and maybe future Governor Duggan.
Dining with Duggan.
Yeah, if you want to have the and you don't have to pay for lunch, by the way. And if you want to say, you know, when he's the governor, hey, you remember when we talked about that thing, you know?
Gov.
Yeah, Gov. So you want to do that. Lunch with Lomas Brown and Herman Moore is currently at $545. You definitely want to do that. Those guys are funny.
Yeah.
They are candid. They will tell you every Barry Sanders story you want to hear.
We may have to throw a referee shirt in with that.
Yeah, a lunch with
For
Lomas
lunch.
and Herman is a great thing.
You will give me the ref.
Yeah, and a chance to meet Jared Goff at a VIP training camp meet and greet moment. He came on with us earlier, offered this up. You can go to training camp. You can watch practice. You can meet Jared Goff afterwards privately, and he'll come over. Not only will he take pictures with you and sign everything, but he said, "I'll give me your names. I'll pretend you're my old friends, and I'll call some other players over to say, hey, come meet my friends over here." So, and let's face it, Jared knows everybody almost on the team.
Everybody wants to know the quarterback.
That's right. $3,205 that's at right now. The chance to go have brunch with Jane Pauley in New York City. Go in, stay overnight at a hotel, and have brunch with Jane right after the Sunday morning show. That's at $4,200. We can do better than that. It's remember, you're getting to it's up to 4 tickets to
Wow.
go to New York City
There you go.
and to go stay there. So, yeah, we got to get some more money for that. Barry Sanders signed football helmet is at $750. Tickets to the Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks concert, which is next, where I'm going to see that, March 29th at Ford Field. 4 tickets to that at, this is club level, so it's pretty good. Section 206, row 5, seat 3 to 6, if you have a seat map in front of you. $3,500 for that. I'm telling you, those tickets are selling for, $1,000 a piece. And plus, remember, all this, we're not doing this so that you say, well, that's a good deal. It's not a good. The money goes to help needy Detroiters here, okay? It doesn't go to Amazon. It goes to help your fellow citizens.
Not a
So
portion of
we're
the
just
proceeds.
trying to edge you along, but we're not trying to, beat every deal out there in the market. Are we, Pillow Guy?
Not at all. We would never do that.
And all of these incentive prizes come with a certain type of cotton, don't they?
Yes, Egyptian cotton from the pyramids of Giza, just beyond there. There's an oasis just past the pyramids where they grow the cotton.
All right. If you want to see Sebastian Maniscalco at Little Caesars Arena, we've got 4 premium seats with access to the private club bar and private club restrooms. That's at $1,200 right now. The chance to meet Dan Campbell at the VIP training camp meet and greet. And we're going to close this one out, right? Oh, we closed it at $4,150.
Close. You
Ooh,
missed
wow.
out.
That's great.
You missed out.
Yes. All right. So we just made $4,000 on that. The Red Wings have a super fan experience. This is way cheap right now. February 27th, 2025. You can see the Wings at Little Caesars Arena. 4 people playing the Columbus Blue Jackets. But earlier in the day, you can go to the morning skate around. You can meet the coach, say hi to the players. You get a parking pass, and you get to ride the Zamboni, one person, during the second intermission. Some people, that's
I gotta
priceless
see
for
that.
some people.
Yeah, you gotta see
that's
that.
at $575 right now.
Zamboni ride.
Tarek Skubal was on with us earlier today.
There you go. That's
He's
the
got
side
a
you're
signed baseball for $405.
There you go.
Dylan Larkin, a signed photo and Red Wings puck at $330. A chance to go to the Grand Hotel for a bed and breakfast package stay
Ooh.
there sometime during the 2025 season. All the details are on there. That's at $1,525. Again, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com is where you go see this. On Amon Ross St. Brown's signed Lions football is up to $1,000, as it should be. Jared Goff, now, okay, he catches the passes, $1,000. Jared Goff signed football, $700. He throws the passes.
Come on.
It's got to be more than that.
Got to be more.
J.K. Simmons will go with you, an Oscar winner, and 3 other people, to a Tigers game in the 2025 season. You can say, I went to the Tigers game the other day.
Yeah.
Sitting with this guy, won an Oscar. I don't
Yeah.
know. You've heard his name, J.K.
You know
Simmons.
a little bit about baseball.
Yeah, that's it. That's at $1,505. Pistons luxury suite experience at Little Caesars. 18 tickets, 3 parking passes to an NBA regular season game. State-of-the-art Little Caesars Arena, light refreshments, an official certificate. This is a great, you want to have a party. Taking 18 people to a Pistons game and saying, I own this suite. As long as they're from out of town, they're never going to know. They're not coming back.
Never know.
We'll put your name on the door for the
Right.
day if that makes a
This
difference.
man has his own suite.
Let's see. There's a couple of other items here. I'm not reading them all. There's many more.
Go
But
to the page and look at them.
Yeah, go and look at them at MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Your
Yes.
chance to have lunch with Bernie Smilovitz and Carmen Harlan.
Come on.
Currently at $350.
Let's
We can
do
do
that.
better
We
than
can
that.
do better than that.
The night of wonder and inspiration at Jack Krasula's place. So up to 10 people experience a once-in-a-lifetime night of sports history, wonder, philosophy of life letters from presidents, astronauts, and modern-day heroes. Dinner will also be served at Pam and Jack Krasula's home and gardens in Bloomfield Hills. This is a very, very special experience. That's at $1,000
Come
right
on,
now.
Jack.
Oakland Hills Golf Club outing with Coach Greg Campy. So just a chance to play at Oakland Hills. It's like we don't get Greg come or not. We just want to play. Golf for 3 people plus lunch on the course. That's at $2,800. One-on-one Zoom call with myself for whatever you want to talk about. I think we're going to do about a 15-minute call. $500, a Gibson guitar. Well, we already said that.
Right,
Sorry.
yeah.
Paul W. Smith co-hosting opportunities, Plum Hollow Country Club, round of golf. All that stuff is up there and much, much more.
Much later in the day now, Mitch. You don't have to get up so early if you want to join me.
Yeah, Paul W. Smith sounds a lot happier ever since he started doing.
That's because I am.
So President Trump, how did I do as a hawker right there?
I thought you did tremendous. I thought you did tremendously well. And is the Dr. Phil trip still up?
Yes, the Dr. Phil trip is still up there.
I'd be bidding on that faster than green grass through a goose. Did I tell you?
There you go.
Where is that Dr. Phil trip? I'm not saying. Where's Vince? Where is the Vince? Where is the Dr. Phil trip at? Oh, I'm sorry. It's at $1,200 right now.
Okay.
That's to go down to Texas to see the doctor in Dallas, Texas. See the Dr. Phil program. Stay overnight at a nice hotel. Meet Dr. Phil and Robin. Have a meal with them after the show. He is one of the nicest guys on earth. His wife is a doll. You'll absolutely love that. That's at $1,200 right now, but I know we can do better than that. So go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, bid on any of these items, and then after we take a break, we'll go through all the incentive items that you can get as well, which you can just buy literally right off the top. So all that at MitchAlbumRadiothon.com or 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. Text the word Mitch 13 to 59925. When we come back, Dan Dickerson from the Tigers
Dickerson
sitting with us.
Strike three.
So nice of you to drop by here, Dan.
Love that. You look pretty fresh. 13 hours into this baby.
Yeah. There's a portrait of me in a closet that looks like he's about to die.
It's the 18th inning, Dan.
Yeah.
18th inning.
Dan, let me just say hi to you for a second because you've been sitting there and I feel bad and I apologize while I'm doing my
I just like watching you work.
Monty Hall thing here. But thank you for coming by. You more than a lot of people don't know this, but Dan's lovely wife Lori and I worked at the Free Press together long before Dan Dickerson was working at WJR, long before he had ever met her. In fact, Lori was one of the first people I met when I came to Detroit in 1985. And we got along great. We were, I think, about the same age. And when I found out that you were married to her, I said, well,
shucks.
He's a lucky guy. I don't know how lucky she is, but she's lovely. And so we've actually been connected in a weird way for, 40 plus years.
40 years.
Yeah. You're still married, right?
That would have been great.
I should have opened with that.
Yeah, should have led with that.
She's amazing.
She is amazing. And thank you it's so nice of you to come by after what I'm sure is a long day.
Oh, I was up in East Lansing with her today for an event with my brother-in-law. And it was just, I was so glad I was able to make it down here. What you do today is just phenomenal every year. And I so appreciate what you do. And the fact that every dollar goes to good causes in Detroit is just phenomenal.
Yeah. Well, we've always believed that philosophy at Say Detroit. We started it that way, maybe naively, because now I find out that a lot of charities, it's perfectly fine that, 40 cents of every dollar goes to pay for their expenses. But we don't do it that way. And so, of course, if you ever saw our offices, you would understand why. But, that's not what a charity is. It's not having a fancy office and a big elevator and all that. It's what you do with the money that you bring in. And you with the Tigers have become, I remember when you got the gig, and I was just happy as a friend of yours. I was happy that you didn't replace Ernie Harwell, because that was an impossible task. But you came on some steps
I was the
later.
next guy.
Yes, and that's the one you want. Yep. Because they always go, those guys were not Ernie Harwell. We need somebody new. Oh, okay, here's a guy. Dan
Next, bring out the new guy.
But you've now been around, and of course, you had playoff calls now that you've made that are going to live on in when they swept Houston and all the rest of it. So are you finding now that like kids are coming up to you and saying, I grew up listening to you, the same way that they obviously said that to Ernie?
A little bit. I teach a 6-week play-by-play class up at Michigan State because of Lori. And some of those kids, yeah, I mean, I've been doing that for probably, 10 years or so.
Wow.
And they will say, yeah, but it's always, yeah, my dad had it on the car. My grandpa had it on the car. It's like, this is what we do. We force it on the next generation. You got to listen.
That's
you
right.
Listen. That's
especially on AM radio.
You can watch it on
let me tell
TV,
you.
but you got to listen first.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that must be really rewarding for you, and knowing that you're going to, and when we play those, long gone calls and everything, well, you can do it better than me.
Long gone.
There you go.
I'm like, Mitch, who just sits there like the house by the side of the road.
Yeah. But knowing that there's going to be calls with your voice on that are going to live long after we're off this earth.
Yeah.
That's cool.
It's great. Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, because generally the radio calls are the ones that get used, and also TV guys drop off in the postseason, the local guys. So
that's right.
So the biggest calls, are going to be the radio guys.
That's
so
right.
It is pretty cool.
I always remember Ernie Harwell telling me that he called Bobby Thompson's home run.
Yes.
That changed everything in New York, but he was doing television.
Television.
Right.
That's right.
And so
the broadcast that nobody saw
right.
or heard.
So the famous call, the Yankees win the pennant. It was the Yankees, wasn't it?
No, the Giants.
The Giants win the pennant. The Giants win the pennant. Giants win the pennant. And everyone has heard that a million times over. And Ernie said, well, I did that game too, but I got onto the television. I said, so what was your call? And he said, it's gone. And I said, that's it? And he said, it was television. Let them watch it. What was I to say that was going to be better than all the images of the people going nuts and him running around third base?
Right.
And, we all know what that is. But Ernie Harwell's call is not memorable. And
I don't even think it exists.
Yeah, it might not exist.
Yeah, probably not.
The TV recording doesn't
It's
exist.
in black and white somewhere.
So that's one of the rare times you can say the sentence, it's better to be on radio.
Absolutely.
And I'm glad that there's still some places to do it. Stick around with us if you can. We're going to take a brief
Absolutely.
break, and we'll come back with more here on the 13th annual Say Detroit Radiothon from Somerset. 855-955-GIVE. We'll read out some of your dedications when we come back. If you want to donate money in honor of somebody or in memory of somebody, or get somebody to marry you by giving a lot of money and say,
Yes.
for $1,000, will you marry Jim? Go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com to bid on any of those items.
Time is of the essence.
If you prefer to text Mitch13 at 59925, it's 760 WJR.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company.
Hey, it's the Inside the NBA crew. Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, Kenny the Jet Smith, and Charles Barkley with a shout out to the Say Detroit Play Center.
Say Play is a premier learning center. It offers academic enrichment, athletics, and arts programs for students 8 to 18.
Since day one in 2015, Say Play has been rebuilding and empowering one of Detroit's most challenged neighborhoods.
Set on nearly 15 acres in the Osborne community in northeast Detroit, the facility was the site of the rundown Lipke Park Recreation Center, which had been shut down by the city due to budget cuts.
It was rebuilt by Say Detroit in partnership with Detroit major sports teams. Say Play offers all its programs and services, including transportation, meals, mental health awareness, and resources free of charge. The students who attend Say Play commit to their after-school studies, and they love to learn.
They could take part in a wide array of activities, including sports, creative and programming, arts, STEM, social justice, and summer employment experiences.
As part of an expansion announced in 2021, the Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Education Center will grow services for members and its neighboring community. And let us not forget the staff and the volunteers, right, fellas?
Good job, guys.
They are game changers, providing pathways to success for the youth of Detroit. Well done.
Detroit and enjoy an unforgettable evening. The finest food paired with delicious wine and craft cocktails. Dance the night away to live music as you ring in 2025, toasting your closest family and friends with a glass of champagne at midnight. Let your first memory of the new year be unforgettable at Joe Muir Seafood. Visit joemuir.com to make your reservation. joemuir.com.
Let's see, landscapers I can afford. All right, searching affordable landscapers near me. Here we go.
Right here, sir. How can we help?
It's the same ones I saw last time.
Sir, we're right here and reasonably priced. Why is he not seeing us?
It looks like the ugly yard stays.
Sir, can you not see us?
Nope, he can't see you because you're buried deep in the list of local landscapers. You're invisible online. Introducing Cumulus Boost. Get a boost. Get found. Get on the map. Learn more at cumulusboost.com.
This hour of the 13th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon is generously brought to you by Trinity Health. Call 855-955-GIVE to help.
Okay, back here at the 13th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. Kevin, can we get Kevin an iPad and maybe he can read off some of our...
That would be great, Mitch. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
When we're imitating our own staff.
And he's been doing it for years, and I love it.
Did you move my Diet Coke? I knew it was somewhere around here.
I'm working on my Mitch impression. Anybody got a Mitch impression?
I don't have a Mitch impression.
No, nobody wants to do this voice, especially in its current state. All right, Dan Dickerson is here. Amy Lang is going to be joining us in a little bit, and we've got a number of other people coming up here to help us out here. I want to ask you, Dan, while we're talking about Tigers, we had Tarek Skubal on a little earlier today, and I just think that they have turned that long corner. I don't know what this year is going to bring. They won't have the surprise element of nobody expects you to do anything kind of thing, but they're also talented enough to survive some expectations at this point.
And I always like how Jim Leland used to put it. It's like, we have expectations. Good. That means people think you're supposed to be good.
Right.
He said it's better to go in with some expectations than no expectations, because then they're not expecting you to be good.
That's right.
That's good pressure.
Right.
That means you've got talent. Exactly. So there will be expectations, but I think they'll frame it in such a way, and AJ is so good about that, and the staff is so good, it's not going to bother anybody. But they know they've got to add to this roster.
You know what else? I've been covering the Tigers it's getting close to 40 years. You can kind of tell in a locker room the feel of a locker room. And I mean, no aspersions here on anybody, but the Miguel Cabrera years, to me, for the most part, there were 1 or 2 year exceptions. It did not have that us against them kind of thing. It had like, this is our club, why are you guys in here kind of feel.
There were some years like that, I would agree.
Yeah, and Miguel was a great player, but I don't know that he inspired other guys to play better. Whereas this group, each one doing well seems to inspire the other one to do better, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah. I think Scott Harris talked about it. He had a San Francisco team that won 107 games that was supposed to win 80. He's a big believer in the whole being greater than the sum of the parts, which can sound like a cliche, but not when you see it in action like we did this year. There is no question. Those guys started playing for each other. The brand of baseball was good. It became very infectious, whether it was defense, base running. The pitching was unbelievable, but it really was that. And I think there was something really good going on in that clubhouse, and that's why whatever they add this winter, that guy has to be not only the talent, but the person has to fit into that clubhouse.
Yeah. Is there somebody that you expect to do particularly well this year, like a breakout year of the young guys?
I really want it to be Casey Mize. I mean, because Carpenter, I think, is already breaking out, right? And so is Riley Green. He's been an all-star.
Right.
Casey Mize is the guy that I just feel like the stuff is better. He worked very hard to get bigger, stronger, added velocity while taking pressure off his arm because of all the kinetic stuff that Robin Lund does with these guys. They buy into it completely. So I think the stuff is there. He worked so hard. He was so frustrated by the inconsistency. But first year back from Tommy John, that's kind of the norm.
Right.
It's the guys
By
who
the way,
don't
Tommy
struggle.
John is not a facility; it's a surgery. First year back from Tommy John. What's that? A university?
And Danny predicted the Cole Keith last year with me. I remember I got a tape of it. He said not early, but he said as the season was along, and exactly what happened with
If
Cole
they
Keith.
could all be Cole Keith, man, you get them out of high school, and by the time their first season is over, they're like, okay, I've been here for 10 years already.
And
Is
they're
that kid 18 yet?
Right.
I know. He's incredibly young. He's incredibly talented. Jay Young would be the other guy I think to keep an eye on. He had wrist surgery. He had a floating loose body in his wrist, and I think that we didn't get to see what he can bring. And he's going to bring some power next year. It'll be kind of interesting where he fits in terms of defensive.
They are fun to watch. Dan Dickerson visiting with us here. Kevin, you got some names to read off?
Yeah,
here?
Mitch, from Warren, Paul Serwin, a $1,000 donation.
Thank you.
Ben Carter in Farmington Hills, another grant, $1,000 from Ben. We
love
appreciate
Ben.
that so much. Michael Green in Romulus, thank you, Michael, $250. In honor of Barbara Ziemba in Livonia, $200 donation. In honor of Shirley Abdo in Lexington, $35. And in honor of Kathy King of Berkeley, another $35 donation. Any amount is so appreciated. In honor of J.P. McCarthy from Highland, Michigan, that's a $20 donation. In honor of Detroit Public Schools Community District, St. Clair Shores, $250. In honor of, all it says is Mitch does good work. Livonia, $100.
I know that guy. Yeah. We have the same first name. He's got a different last name. Does good work.
It works.
Yes.
From
I
the
think
good
it's
works.
Polish.
There's Michael O'Neill, no relation, but thank you, Michael. You got a great name, $100 from
I
Michael.
think when your last name is O'Neill, you shouldn't say things like no relation because you'll be very busy.
Yes, that's true. Yeah. Mark Wagner in Troy, $1,000. Thanks, Mark. In honor of Chica and Chad and Tommy, Saline, Michigan, $150. And Sobe in Rochester Hills said, how about $500 for the Stay Detroit charities? In honor of the Wheeler Family Foundation, again, this is in Troy, $25,000.
Wow.
And let's see, do we have any more here?
Yes, the Wheeler Foundation.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
John Feely, in honor of John of Westland, $50 from his family. In honor of Rick in Walled Lake, $600. Thank you so much. A $300 donation in honor of Nikki in South Lyon. And in honor of Mary Hewlett from Shelby Township, $450. And in honor of Colleen, and this is from Colleen and Carol in memory of Drew and Jim. They're in Northville, and they pledged $100. So
Thank you, Kevin O'Neill.
Thank
Nicely
you.
done here. We told you about a lot of the auction items, which we're going to be closing out shortly. Let me tell you about what we call incentive items. These are literally, Kenny, you can just go buy these, okay? You don't need our permission. You don't need to outbid anybody. If you go to the website, you can buy these things.
Right. The Alexander Zalone Detroit Lions signed football. Only got a few of them left. $200. Call,
you go
get
there,
one right now.
$200, you
PayPal.
buy it, okay? So even a football alone is worth a quarter of that.
Right.
And then you get it signed by Alex Anzalone. So what a great Christmas present that is. $200, it's yours. You don't have to bid
Don't
or
have to
anything.
worry about it.
Just
If you're
go,
into
go to
eating
MitchAlbumRadiothon.com and go get it.
If you're into eating or drinking, first for eating, you got the Brown Bag Popcorn Factory gift cards, $50 gift cards. Get them now. And I'm telling you, the beautiful presents, get them now. The Brown Bag Popcorn gift tins, $150. You can get those. We got those ready to go right now. If you don't want to eat, you want to drink, Detroit Water Ice Factory gift cards, $50. Take them.
Right.
Call, take them away. The
Okay.
big Fender player.
Yeah, these are guitars.
Yeah.
The Fender player guitar, Telecaster electric guitar, plus 4 lessons from Huber Breeze, $750.
Is that a call in and they can take it?
They can just call in and
call
get
it right now. Get it. $750.
That's a good guitar.
Yes.
Oh, that's
Well, we got 2 of
incredible.
those. We got 2 of those to go. So get that right now.
Okay.
What else do we got here? We got the Heirloom Hospitality gift cards, $200.
Yep.
Hungry House, you want pizza for a year? $1,000.
Pizza for a year, $1,000.
Okay, 365 days in a year. Come on, $1,000. You do the math on that. Okay, come on.
Of course, I don't want to see you at the end of the year.
Right. And we'll get you a Big Tanny card at the end of that year.
Is there a spa gift certificate that comes at the end?
Did he say Big Tanny or Big Fanny?
I'm aging myself here. Thank you. Matthew Stafford, LA Rams jersey, royal blue one, $300. Get it right now under the Christmas tree. Come on, let's get out there.
Yeah.
Cycle One original bike. Get
No,
one.
My Cycle bicycle. Yeah, we've got
We got the My Cycle
right
bicycles
here.
right now, $500.
And if you buy one of those bicycles, we give 2 of those bicycles to needy people around the city of Detroit. So you can't do better than
and
that.
I got to get a line. Price to move. Okay, thank you very much. I've been here all week. Desmond Howard footballs. Come on.
That's
8
right.
of them. We got to get those out.
$200 a piece.
$200.
You can have one if you're a Michigan fan or a Green Bay Packers fan or just a ESPN fan. You want to get those. Let's see. We've got Super Geel, a gift card. That's a great restaurant in downtown Detroit, $200.
The $1,000 shopping spree at Somerset Personal Stylist. $2,000 for a $1,000 shopping spree.
So you pay $2,000, you get a $1,000 shopping spree.
Come on.
So that's only $1,000 basically. Plus
And then
you get a
if there's
personal
sale
stylist.
items, you can probably get more. You know, you're $1,000
That's right.
worth of sale items.
Right,
got
you don't
$300.
have to use it before Christmas. You
Yeah.
can wait. That's worth twice as much right after
There you
Christmas.
go. There you go.
True. Yeah. So all of those things are at MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, and you can just buy them. Okay, we're not auctioning them. You can just
Buy.
turn around and buy them.
Price to
okay?
move.
Yes. I am just waiting to come back from a break and go because I'm telling you,
you're stronger now.
If I tried to do this yesterday, it would have been physically impossible. 2 days ago, doctors would have said, "You got to be kidding me." Yeah. And I have a very good doctor friend, David Brownstein, who has been infusing me with all kinds of vitamins and taking out my blood and putting it back in me, or I think taking out and giving it to someone else who rejected it, putting it back in me. But all kinds of things to get me healthy for this, to be able to get through the day. And we are an hour and 15 minutes from having survived it. And I'm telling you, Rosie can tell you, we had to fly home from
Florida,
an event that we did for a Holocaust place. And what was that trip like on the way home the other night?
I believe I said to you, Mitch, when we land, would you like me to take you to a hospital?
And I don't believe I answered.
No, you were in semi-coma, but
he's back.
Juice is not. And let me also clarify about the Somerset shopping spree.
Yes.
You get a personal shopper stylist with you. So if you don't know how to shop, they take you around and do the shopping.
The polka dot shirt, no. The striped pants, no.
So if they took John Pizzarelli around and he tried to buy that outfit that he's wearing,
yes.
Please do not use that outfit
they have told
as a
him,
measurement
unless
of
you're
the
going
quality
on a
of the
fox
street.
hunt.
Yeah.
No.
Pull.
I would follow him as Tim Gunn and say, absolutely not.
Why
Designers.
do I have the taste for shepherd's pie right now?
That's a great idea. Well, at $2,000,
Well, I didn't think of it, but yeah,
$2,000 gets you $1,000 Somerset, and they can do it anytime, right? So they can do it after Christmas when
done by 8
everything's
a.m.
on
tomorrow.
sale. No.
Of course, anytime.
Anytime with a personal shopper.
A stylist.
That is a
Yeah.
great thing.
Is the personal shopper just Rosie? And every time you put on an outfit,
I keep saying it.
he just goes, "Really?"
You would have tried.
No. Although that would be pretty fun.
Vivian Vestwood. You know?
Yeah. So go on MitchAlbumRadiothon.com and do that. And this is a great time to do it. Now, we should check in with a tote board before we take a break, right? And find out where we're at. Because we have about an hour and
where we're
10
going.
minutes where we're going.
Where we're at and where
an
we're
hour
going.
and 10 minutes to go. Now, we want to try to break $2 million. But we'd like to break it by, if we can break it. Yeah, I'm ready. Let's see where we're at. Try not to scream into the microphones when it comes on because it hurts everybody's ears. Okay, $1,807,441. So we are within $200,000 of breaking the $2 million mark, and within about 200 and change of breaking last year's record. Right? It was 2,065,000. So I would love. Wow. Well, that was lofty when we began, but you know what? Once you can start to smell it,
you got it.
It's not lofty anymore.
Hour and 15 minutes. Man.
So many jokes, so little time.
Now I can't smell much right now, but I can smell $2 million. I can smell that with my eyes closed. And so we're going to try to get that, and you can help us at 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. We'll take just a couple-minute break. When we come back, we'll announce the items that we're going to close out on the auction. Amy Lang is going to be with us from Fox 2 and other things as we continue on the third annual Say Detroit Radiothon for Say Detroit. MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web to get all those items. 855-955-GIVE. This is the time we're counting on you, Detroit, to get us over the finish line. 855-955-4483. Back with more from Somerset right after this.
I feel encouraged. I feel empowered. I feel loved. I feel like God got my back always, because he does. Yeah. And I just feel so happy and so grateful.
This is part of our Working Homes, Working Families program with Save Detroit. It's a program that really addresses housing insecurity in the community in which we live. We have a company called Humble Design comes in and they literally transform the inside of this house, furnishings, decorations, just little touches that make it really feel like a home that these people are coming into. And I just want to thank you, not only from Save Detroit, but thank you from the bottom of our hearts for the people that we serve and really helping them transform their lives.
Good job, buddy. Oh my goodness, Bernie Jr., look at your big boy room. We were renting actually around the corner. The house went into foreclosure. Moved in with my mom like early March, and Mr. Eric called me and asked me if I was still looking for somewhere to stay. And I told him that I was about to pay the landlord, and he said, we had an opportunity that was too good to be true, and we want to put you and your family in this house. And I told him, I said, I don't even need to look at it. I'll take it. And that's how we got here. Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. I want to thank Mr. Eric for thinking about me and my family, because he didn't have to. And I want to thank Save Detroit, because ever since my kids have been going to Save Detroit, I've seen so much growth in them. I want to thank Humble. I want to thank Jim. I want to thank everybody involved in this process, because y'all do not know how much y'all just saved me and my kids. I want to thank God, because he is the head of everything that I do. And shout out to all the homies.
Water ice, popcorn, rice pudding, Philly pretzels, soft serve ice cream, everything goes to charity. The Detroit Water Ice Factory was an idea I came up with to sell the best possible products we could, something really unique, and then give all the profits away to charity. So water ice is a derivative of Italian ices, but it's much smoother, has a lot more.
The 13th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. I want to thank Dan Dickerson, who's taking off here. How about it for Dan?
Yeah,
Voice of the Tigers. Great to see you, Dan.
February.
We'll go from one great voice that you listen to one wonderful voice and face that you get to see on television. Our friend Amy Lang from Fox 2.
Hi, guys.
It's not an event until you show up.
Thank you for having me again. I always look forward to this every single year. And I know you all are exhausted by the time I get here, but you're still looking good and you're doing great things.
That's why we have you come out at the end, because you're like a shot of adrenaline.
Right. I'm like a little cheerleader for you guys. Like, you got this. You're so close.
And I want to tell you something about Amy Lang. I've seen Amy in ways that none of you have seen Amy.
Wait a minute.
Please Whoa.
And not the way that her husband Mike has seen her, but because Amy came to Haiti with us multiple times to our orphanage in Haiti. And when you go to Haiti, one of the things you surrender is your sense of style.
That is true.
Especially we were at our old mission. We didn't have any hot water. You're lucky if we had water at all. And Amy was there for a couple days at a shot. And by the second day, you're looking pretty dried out. And by the third day, you look like hell. And God bless Amy. I don't know too many, attractive TV reporters who would go take that assignment and still come out in the morning and say, okay, I'm pulling my hair back. And you know what? You actually still look pretty good.
Thank you.
The course of that.
Yeah, it was just a matter of putting on that baseball cap and going back out.
That was it. And just, and some of our kids are here. You might even recognize some of them. They're here watching.
It's so good to see them.
Some of our kids are up from Haiti. So, but this is about Detroit, not Haiti, and is better than most. There's a lot of. Is there some music playing in the background there?
It's a mall, Mitch.
Thank you, Ed.
You're welcome. Shopping.
You know, because after 13 hours on the air, cynicism is what you usually need a little bit more of, just to keep you going. Do you? Although we keep talking about the resurgence of Detroit and downtown Woodward Avenue, all the rest of it, we forget that our children, 43% of our kids in Detroit live under the poverty line, and that's 3 times the national average. That's unacceptable, and the median income in Detroit is $37,000 or something like that, which means there's as many people under it as there are over it. So we still have a huge challenge going on here. And the fact that we can raise this kind of money, and you've seen the work that Say Detroit does, speak a little bit to that, if you would.
Well, I mean, I think it's just so incredible how much Say Detroit has grown, from the sort of humble beginnings to just taking on more and more responsibility for more and more people. So really, there's not an age range or a gender or medical condition that you don't touch, that you're not trying to help. So it's it's the mothers and the little babies, and it's the little kids and the folks who are ill, and the kids just go into safe play. And I mean, so there's so many different ways that you're reaching people who may be in need, who you're saying is always a hand up and not a hand out. And
Right.
So I think that it's this program and the many programs that are underneath the umbrella of Say Detroit have just made such a difference for so many people, because the need is so great in so many different ways. And I know we always talk about this, but this time of year, when you think of, kids are going to be off for, Christmas break, the holiday break, and that can be one of the most difficult times for families, for parents who are trying to feed their kids,
Yeah.
because so many people are reliant on, school programs that have breakfast and lunch and snacks.
Not only that, but when they, the kids who go to school in Detroit, when they come to the Say Play Center, that's usually the first real meal that they've gotten, because I don't know if you've been to some of the public schools in Detroit meal programs, but it's not sustainable. And we give them a hot, healthy meal before they come and study. And you're right. We've grown long enough now in the almost 19 years that Say Detroit has been in existence, that we can start at age 5 with our Bright Beginnings program for kids who need daycare, whose mothers who are in treatment or coming out of homelessness or something like that. And literally go from that to the Say Detroit Medical Clinic, where young kids can come as the nation's first clinic for homeless children. Go from that to our Say Play Center, where they can start at 8 years old and go till 18 years of age, where they can learn after school and have, develop their minds as well as their bodies and have a safe place to go and be developed. And then we encourage kids to go on to college and the rest. If they should encounter some difficulties, they go into the military. Let's say we have veterans programs. If they come out and they're having trouble with housing and they have a family, whatever, we have the Working Homes, Working Families Project. If they need transportation, we have our My Cycle bicycle program, and then they get up to the senior level where we have our senior programs and all that. So we do try to think of every stage of life to try to have some kind of service for that hand up and not hand out.
And I think that's so important because, there are so many people who are sort of just, living paycheck to paycheck. And when something does happen, a medical emergency or anything, how quickly things can go sort of downhill, how quickly someone can suddenly find themselves on the streets or unable to take the medication that they've been prescribed. So people just, I think it's important to realize just how fragile that is and how quickly someone who seems to be doing fine can suddenly be in real dire straits.
Yep. We're all just 1 or 2 bad events away. I hear people talking about homeless people like, oh, well, they must have brought it on themselves.
No.
I cannot tell you how many people who are homeless who had jobs, a year before, had an accident at the job that wasn't covered by whatever thing. And suddenly, people live paycheck to paycheck in this country. That paycheck disappears.
Yep.
So does your home. So does your rent. And suddenly you're out on the street. There are a lot of educated, well-to-do people who fall victim to substance abuse.
Yep. Sure.
And suddenly they lose everything and their family falls apart. They get thrown out of their home or the family doesn't want to have anything to do with them. They're homeless. So there's a lot of people that need our help who looked a lot like you do right now. Stay with us, Amy, if you can. We're going to close out a couple auction items before we break here. I'm looking at the list here, Vince. So here we go. I think the the Shinola Hotel Getaway with dinner at San Morello, currently at $1,100. We're going to give that 5 more minutes, and then we're going to close that out. That's an unbelievable gift there. The University of Michigan 2025 basketball team, 4 floor seats, access to the parking lot, 4 winter hats, a Dusty May basketball, etc. We're going to close that out in a minute. That's at $2,000. Let's see. The Spartans men's basketball with Tom Izzo meet and greet, where 4 tickets to a future MSU basketball game and meet Tom Izzo. We'll give that 5 more minutes. That's at $999 right now. A lunch with Mayor Duggan. We took one off the table. We'll give one more. It's at $600 right now. That could be future Governor Duggan. Get in on that. And that's at $600. We'll close that in 10 minutes. The Barry Sanders signed helmet is at $810. We're going to close that in 10 minutes. And we'll close a lot more. Let's see. I'll do 1 or 2 more here before we close out. Let's see. The Pistons signed 50th anniversary. Wow. A true collector's item. A Spalding basketball 50th anniversary all-time team autographed by Chuck Daly, Bill Laimbeer, Dave Bing, Rick Mahorn, Bob Lanier, John Sally, and more. That's at $2,100 right now. We'll give that 10 more minutes, but that you're not getting those autographs ever again, some of them. So that is a huge, huge thing. We'll close that out. A chance to see a baseball game with J.K. Simmons, 3 of your friends, and J.K. sitting at a Tigers game. That's at $1,500 and $5 now. We'll give that 5 more minutes, and we'll close that out. We'll come back and do the last hour here on 760 WJR. 855-955-GIVE or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com for all those items.
The new event is
our stated goal of $2 million to help Detroit's neediest. We'll come back and go down the home stretch, the lightning round, right after this.
The new event is offering up a fun way to taste some of Detroit's newest restaurants while helping out a great cause. Mitch Albom is here to talk about Eat Detroit.
Yeah. Eat Detroit is awesome. Eat Detroit. Yeah. It's the best time ever. We're having a great time. Let's go.
You gotta go.
I'm gonna eat this in 1 minute, but we have to
Cheers,
go.
everybody. We'll see you on the other side.
Cheers.
In a sec. Yummy.
At Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly, B21. Now WJR Health Watch. Here's Dick Hafner.
Can regenerative medicine reverse the aging process?
Bioidentical hormone replacement and platelets.
2 things that are real and measurable.
Absolutely.
Dr. Gustav Lowe, Medical Director of the Cosmetic Skin and Laser Center in Bloomfield Hills, with dozens of aesthetic and regenerative treatments to make patients look better, feel better, and even turn back the clock.
Conventional medicine sees conditions like aging, lack of hormones as we get older, arthritis as that's normal, that's fine, and it's not.
A foundation of Dr. Lowe's regenerative approach is found in the smallest of our blood cells.
Pretty much anywhere you inject platelets, they youthify that tissue. That's what I call it, youthify. They seem to turn on cells that are dormant as we get older. Our cells are still alive, but they get kind of lazy. Our tendons, they don't produce collagen and elastin like they used to. Same with our joints. Now, you can inject these platelets into tendons and into joints. It'll actually turn those cells on again, and they will start behaving like they used to. They'll start making collagen and elastin and hyaluron hyaluronic acid.
Dr. Lowe says the other major regenerative treatment is bioidentical hormone replacement.
Proven to reduce heart attacks and strokes by 30 to 40%, reduce Alzheimer's by almost 50%, almost eliminate the possibility of osteoporosis and frailty syndrome.
These and other pain-free and surgery-free aesthetic and
What's up? How y'all doing today? Everybody good?
Yes.
The Say Detroit Play Center opened its doors in 2015. One of the things that I'm most excited about is the expanded outreach that we'll have in our community. With this new expansion, we will be able to double the number of kids that come in on a daily basis.
The heart of this place is its education. And with that in mind, we grew and reached the point where we couldn't continue to educate as many kids as we wanted to without more space. We're really proud to be part of this here. We're really proud that people like Kelly and Matthew Stafford go someplace else but never lose the Detroit that's within them.
We jumped at the opportunity to be a part of that first, center that is this beautiful place right now, and I'm just so proud to see where that has gone, how many kids it has affected in such a positive way. I'm so excited to be a part of this next venture as well. I mean, it's just such a special place, such a special team to be involved with. We're so proud of what it's become, what it's going to be in the future, all the people that it's going to affect. We're just excited to get over here and put some shovels in the ground and get this thing going.
Eric, can you believe it? Construction is happening on the Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Educational Center.
Folks are driving by and they saw the fences go up and they stop in and ask, well, when
what's
are we
going on?
See? When are we going to see some physical action? And
here we are. Today's the day.
We're incredibly excited for what we'll be able to do. 6 dedicated classrooms that all have flexible spacing and the ability to change their configurations. We have 2 dedicated flexible spaces for vocational training. We have a 125-seat black box theater in the center that's completely flexible.
Are passionate about being a part of this community and expanding the physical space and the opportunities allow us to do even more for this community. We're definitely looking forward to the day that we can cut the ribbon and open the doors.
What we can do for the people around here, what we can do for the kids around here is an amazing thing and something that I'm really proud to be a part of.
We are so honestly proud to give back to the community that gave us so much and to watch these kids and all the staff here that love them like they're their own. As we said, it takes a village, and you guys.
Welcome to the 13th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon on News Talk 760 WJR. This hour is generously brought to you by the Artichoke Garlic Foundation. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Now, live from the Northside Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch Albom.
Well, it's hard to believe that we have been here for 14 hours already on the air since 6 a.m. But we are here to try to help those in need in Detroit, and we're trying to raise money to do that. And we're going to stick it out for less than 1 hour now, 53 more minutes.
Come on, man. You feel good after 14 hours?
Yeah.
Come on.
I feel great.
Come on.
I feel great.
Yes.
And I want to mention the name Susan Schneider out of Berwyn because she donated or bid $2,199 to be a character in my next book, which is coming out next year.
Wow.
And so now I have to think of who Susan Schneider would be in the book and what role will she play. I've got to create a whole character.
She won't meet it untimely in my eyes, will she?
Well, there's no promise about what your character does.
Oh.
The last book I wrote had Nazis in it, and
Okay.
but this one is actually a love story, and so Susan, you will be in the book, and we'll figure that out. Thank you for that. Dan Campbell's VIP meet and greet during training camp next year, and a chance to see the Lions at training camp and sit with the media and meet Dan and get autographs. Went for $4,150. You still have the opportunity to bid on that same experience with Jared Goff. So that's great. The chance to go to Tigers and witness batting practice and go see a game down there. Went to Jeffrey Nickel in Livonia, $1,005. Chance to do a Tigers game with a visit to the broadcast booth and batting practice. Went to Ron Ellison from Jackson for $1,500. Gene Yee won the opportunity to have lunch with the Mitch Albom Showcast.
There you
So,
go.
all right.
There you go.
We'll be doing that for $2,000. Thanks for that. Golfing with Coach Tom Izzo. Went to Ben Carter, Farmington Hills for $2,350. That's great. Carolyn Sharp from Pueblo got the Jeff Daniels Kill a Mockingbird special edition book autographed by him. And Peter Farisi from Clyde Hill spent $750. He's going to have lunch with Mayor Mike Duggan and be able to say, I bought him the dessert, and now that he's going to be governor, I'm going to expect some return on my investment. All right, we got the whole crew here with us to bring us down the home stretch. We'll announce the other auction items here as we go. I want to say hello to the Jive Turkeys.
The turkeys
now,
are here.
before you make any assumptions about that, Tabitha Taylor and Harry Todd decided a few years ago to get some friends together to help provide turkeys to people who needed a hand at the holidays. And their group of friends grew into what's known as the Jive Turkeys. And this year they gave away 18 tons of turkeys, which is enough to feed over 30,000 people across Michigan, including our Say Play families from our center, and we help support them. Next year they want to get to 40,000 people. So Tabitha and Harry, thank you for coming out here.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are you only eating beef from this point on the rest of the day? Pretty much.
Yes.
Do not want to see another
No
turkey again.
No more turkey.
Yeah.
Not for right now.
What's the most rewarding part of a program like that?
Being able to impact the community, to help, to be able to provide. There's a shortage of food insecurities, and just to be able to, be meaningful in our community and provide.
Harry?
What I find is I like the fact that people know that someone cares about them. Someone knows that you love them, you empower them, you respect them, their dignity, and people should be more transparent about how they want to help the community, uplift each other. And when we started this, we had no idea this was going to grow to a semi.
Tell me about it.
But the little pebble, we just grew and grew, and the idea just resonated throughout the communities. And so now we always challenge ourselves to do more.
So tell me
we do more?
that Harry Todd, who is the chief visionary officer and founder. So you came up with this, like you were sitting around and you came up with the idea?
No, well, actually, I was at a local grocery store, and there was a family in front of me, and had a mom and a couple kids. And, you could tell the mom was telling the kids, "Don't put that back, put that back." So I kind of privately mouthed to the cashier that, "Hey, I'll take care of this, this transaction." And I did without them knowing about it. And I felt great. But as soon as I hit that door, though, I felt like there's more I could do.
Yeah.
There's
That's
more
the
I could
problem with doing good. It becomes habit forming.
Yes.
And then I shared the story on, I'm a boomer on Facebook. And then my friends, Tabitha, they all got in and said, "Hey, I want to help. And we started the first year. And
how many turkeys the first year?
First year is 42.
42
turkeys. And that was what year?
2018.
Okay, so you're only talking about in 6 years, you went from 42 turkeys to 30,000 people being fed and 18 tons of turkey.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There you
Okay,
go.
so what I take from that is that there is no such thing as a stupid idea when it comes to charity. And the smallest ideas can grow into the biggest things. Believe me, when I stood online at a homeless shelter to write a column, I wasn't thinking about sitting here 19 years later hosting a radiothon trying to make $2 million. I was just trying to get a message out to a handful of people who read my column. And now you're here. So God bless you for that kind of idea. And that's what Detroit is made out of people like Harry Todd and Tabitha Taylor Vassar. And in addition to the money that we raise here that helps our programs with Say Detroit, we always give a large chunk of money to other organizations, particularly grassroots ones like yours. And you came out to the ceremony and we gave you a check because I know what it's like to have an idea and just need a little seeding money to get it going. And if we've helped you in some way to
You've
grow,
helped us a lot.
well, I'm glad.
When I got the call from Trish and your team that we were invited to the ceremony on Woodward Avenue, Tabitha and I were there, like pins and needles, and it was so gratifying to be awarded money last year as well as this year. And thank you so much for the Say Detroit team. And as I was telling somebody, one hand washes the other because one hand can't wash itself.
That's right.
And we're all invested in trying to make a difference in people's lives. And thank you. And to my frat brother, Ken Brown there.
That must have been the biggest damn fraternity in the world. Because
Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity.
Everybody is Ken Brown's frat brother.
It ain't for everybody, Mitch.
But no, apparently it is for everybody.
Everybody
Is there anybody except me that isn't in this fraternity?
It's not too late. It's not too late.
Okay. Oh, really? So it's one of those fraternities you can join in your 60s. Okay.
Absolutely. But what you all do here, give yourself a round of applause. It's just amazing how your ideas has grown and grown. And we're just tickled pink that to be invited on this stage.
Well, your idea is every bit as brilliant as anything that we've done here, and we want to encourage not only you but anybody who's listening or anybody who's watching who has an idea and says, "Well, but that's not how charities get started." Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it really
Pretty much
is.
every charity starts with somebody who has an idea about helping somebody, because you know what? People don't tend to go into charity because it makes them a lot of money. So you have to come up with kind of an idea and get other people inspired by it. So if there is somebody out there listening who has a great idea, do it. Maybe you'll be getting a check from us next year and get you on your feet. Thank you so much for what you guys do. The Jive Turkeys.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Tabitha Taylor Vassar, Harry Todd. Next year, 40,000 people they want to feed with their turkeys. Yeah, the only downside of that is you never want to look at a drumstick or a thigh again. It's like I'm going to be a vegetarian from this point forward. Kevin O'Neill, do you have is Kevin up here? Or,
Kevin's going.
Okay, we'll get him back. Okay. Oh, yeah, we want to check in one more time with our friends over at the call center. Is that where I am here? Yes, our call center over in the Startup Nation in Birmingham. So many volunteers that have been dealing with things there. And with every year has been John Ezzo's New Image Building Services of Troy, which donated their services over the course of the day to keep the areas clean and sanitized. John isn't with us here tonight, but Dana Perry of New Image actually volunteering in a second way, answering phones as well as helping.
She's double dutying, Mitch.
Dana, how you doing?
I'm great. Thank you. I'm great. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for doing what you did.
Oh, well, it is. The pleasure is all mine. This is a great event, and it's just wonderful to be a part of it in any type of way.
How was answering the phones?
Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it. I love talking to the people, and they open up, and they're so complimentary to all of, that you give back. So it's just wonderful talking to them. And
we haven't asked anybody who's taken any of these phone calls. What are the phone calls like?
a lot of them, they're apologetic that they can't give more, that it's the holiday season, but they love what your organization does, and it makes them feel good that they're just able to give back in some way, shape, or form. Wow. Anything that they can do during the holidays. So like I said, it's just a very humbling experience being able to talk to such great people.
Well, that's kind of typical, I think, of Detroit and Michigan, that people give and they apologize. that they can't give more. And that's one of the things that I love so much about living in this area and living amongst people like that who not only go out and do something nice, but are humble about it and say, you know, I wish I could be doing more, as opposed to, all right, leave me alone. Here's this and get out of my face, which I think, John Pizzarelli, is how they do it in New York. Is that?
In New York, that's basically the deal. You say, what's the problem? You got a problem? Well, get out of here. And that's the nice way.
That's when they give you something.
That's right.
Yeah, as opposed to walking past you. Christian Kujawa, please thank everybody over there at the call center.
I will. Everybody say hi. Wave to
Hi,
Mitch.
everybody.
Hi,
We're waving at
everybody.
them. You only have, the good news is you have about 40 minutes left to go. The bad news is this is when everybody starts calling to get their last minute items.
That's right. The phones are going crazy right now, which is great.
I'm sure. And we want to make them go crazy until we can get over $2 million here. Last time we looked, we were about 1.8 million. So we're going to keep on doing that. We will read your dedication over the air if you want to put out something to send out a message to somebody or whatever. Again, thank you, call center. And John Pizzarelli here with us. Amy Lang from Fox 2 is still visiting here with us as well. And doesn't that, I saw you nodding when I said that, but isn't that just typical to Detroit?
It is so typical that people, I mean, when, we do a story and someone's in need and people will say, I really only have $5, but I want to make sure that I give something. And you're like, oh my God, I could cry, because it is so moving that people will really give, their last dime just to help out.
It always reminds me of that scene in It's a Wonderful Life when they're at the bank and the people come in and the bank's about to go under. And Jimmy Stewart implores them, look, just we're here for one another. Your money is in this guy's house and your money's in this guy's house. So please don't ask for all your money back. And that nice little old lady goes up and she says, can I have $10 or something like that?
$17.50.
Yeah, $17.50. Yeah.
God bless you.
Yeah. And he almost like bursts into tears. And that's kind of what that moment was just like there. And it really just reminds you of how fantastic this is. And,
so generous.
Yeah. We really need to ultimately thank all of you who are listening. And we try to do that, I hope, every hour here. All right, Kenny, you're a great arbiter of what's worth what. So here is where we're going to start closing stuff out, Vince, okay, on the auctions. It is now 8:19. By 8:30, these items will be closed. All right, the Gibson Les Paul Standard 60s AAA Top Electric guitar, Lemon Burst Sweetwater exclusive, that's at $2,000 in 10 minutes. That will be closed. The Plum Hollow Country Club Round of Golf and lunch for $3. That's at $1,000 in 10 minutes. That will be closed. The Riley Green signed Tigers jersey at $360. If we don't get more money for that guy's an all-star. It costs you almost $300 to get a jersey without a name on it. Right. So that's going to go back into. We're going to claim that. We have we'll buy it. Reclaim. And we'll sell it more for charity there. So unless that goes up in 10 minutes, that's going to close. We need the Rocket Mortgage Classic. We're still going to take some bids on that. The Shields Pizza Party, if we don't get higher than that, $280 is not enough money for a pizza party for 25 people. No. So if that doesn't jump up in the next 10 minutes, that's going to go back in the kitty. The Shinola Hotel Getaway with dinner at San Morello's at $1,275. We'll give that 10 more minutes. I think we can eke out a little bit more here, but that's pretty fantastic. I don't know anything about
golf. We're going to pull the
golf.
Spencer Torkelson jersey back, $225. He can get a little more than that.
We can get more for the Spencer Torkelson jersey. I think we can get more for a set of golf clubs than $1,000. Golfers, $1,000 for a set of golf clubs.
Don't look at me. I haven't played golf
Craig,
since 1967.
$1,000 for a set of brand new set of golf clubs.
I guess I'm not a golfer.
Okay, so any golfers here?
Steve
$1,000.
The one time we need a Steve Cordy's go.
$1,000 for golf.
The one thing all day we need.
Okay, we can get more money for that. Okay. The Paul W. Smith co-hosting opportunities at $1,000. All right, Paul, we're going to close that out. You can just give the money now, and we'll take it from. The Shinola watches. I'm sorry, but we've got a Shinola women's watch and a Shinola men's watch. They're at $500, $600. If they don't fetch more, they're going back into the kitty because I'm sorry, that you can buy them in a store for that, and So, yeah, people give up in 10 minutes. The Dr. Phil trip to Texas. We want to get that a little higher, so keep bidding on that.
bidding.
The Nate Burleson, fly to New York
pretty
and
good.
have a meal with Nate Burleson and see the CBS Sunday, CBS morning show. 2750, we'll keep that open. Lomas Brown and Herman Moore for lunch.
Yeah.
Those guys are hysterical. You'll hear every secret you want to know about Wayne Fonts.
That's it.
They will tell you.
That's it.
And Barry Sanders.
Keep that one open. a little
So
longer.
keep that open. Jared Goff VIP trainings. Okay, look.
What's it at?
Well, it's at $3,650. But Dan Campbell got $4,100 and something dollars to meet Dan Campbell at a day in training camp next year. And let's face it, we need Jared Goff to stick around a little longer. So he has to be able to get more than the coach.
Right.
So we got to get that at least above $4,000.
That's Jared Goff.
That's and Jared offered something that Dan did not. Jared Goff, when he was on with us, said, yes, not only will I come over and meet with you and sign whatever you want, but tell me your names, and then I'll just call over the other guys and say, hey, come here, meet my friends, Jim and such and such. So you're not only going to get to meet Jared Goff, but you're probably going to meet a lot of the other Lions. And I think Jared Goff knows pretty much everybody on the offense.
The offense will come. Or they're not getting
by
the ball.
first name.
Or they're not getting the ball if they don't come.
That's right. Barry Sanders' signed helmet is at $1,300 in 10 minutes. I think we can probably close that out at 8:33. A book club Zoom meeting with me is at $540. We'll give that 10 more minutes, and then that's going to close out.
A little more on the Cade Cunningham jersey. Come on, this guy's going to be an all-star
Cade
this
Cunningham
year.
is at $350.
Come on,
Want to try
the
to get that up a
jerseys
little
themselves.
higher.
Let's get that up.
Casey Mize signed jersey $250. Want to get that a little higher. The Sebastian Maniscalco at Little Caesars Arena package, which is a great package. You get 4 premium seats with access to the press club, bar, private club restrooms, garage parking. That's at $2,000. That's like $500 a ticket for that kind of a show. That we can get a little bit more for that, I think. The Red Wings Superfan Experience is at $3,000. We'll give that 10 more minutes, and then we'll close that out. Let's keep the Jared Goff football and the Amon-Ra St. Brown signed football up there for a little longer. Carmen Harlan and Bernie Smilovitz lunch. We'll keep up there a little longer. The Night of Wonder with Jack, Inspiration with Jack Krazulas, and that's for 10 people at $1,000. We'll keep that up just a little longer. One-on-one Zoom call with me at $1,000. We'll close that in 10 minutes. And the Gibson guitar signed by the Rock Bottom Remainders is at $2,000. I'm telling you, that's signed by John Grisham and Stephen King. I'm going to tell you right now, if that doesn't get $3,000 or more, I'm buying it. I'm sorry, because I don't think there's anything in the world that is signed by John Grisham and Stephen King, let alone myself, Dave Barry, Amy Tan, all the rest of the people on there. And I saw the guitar and I signed it, and you can actually read their signatures. Okay. So you're talking like, which one's Stephen King? Stephen signs his name very clearly. And so does Amy Tan, you know. I think Stephen may even do a little skull and crossbones. I don't know. That's not true. So, all right, those are the auction items there, and there's still many items that you can bid on, incentive items, and just buy them straight out. Those include Brown Bag Popcorn Factory gift cards, gift tins, Craig Gass's celebrity impression voicemails, which will do any number of, just rattle off. You don't have to do them, but rattle off the voices.
Tracy Morgan, Al Pacino, Gene Simmons, Gilbert Gottfried. We already said Walker.
I don't think I've heard you do Tracy Morgan yet today.
Tracy Morgan, he's always horny. Caller number 7, I'll get you pregnant. Everybody goes home with a baby. We're giving away a baby for $1,000.
Okay. Yeah, somebody might like that on their answering machine. A Fender Telecaster electric guitar for $750. A Gibson Les Paul special tribute electric guitar for $750. You can just buy these items. Hungry Howie's Pizza for a year for $1,000. You can just buy these items. A Matthew Stafford LA Rams jersey. They're going to be playing in about a half an hour for $300. Again, you can just buy these items. Copies of The Little Liar signed by me, my latest book, $35. And the Somerset Collection, this is incredible, $1,000 shopping spree. For $2,000, you get $1,000 shopping spree here at Somerset, plus a personal stylist to go around with you and tell you what you can wear, what you shouldn't wear. That tie doesn't go with that. That's a beautiful dress. And you can shop here after Christmas, so you can get all the good deals. So the 1,000's almost worth 2,000 right there. That's a great, great item. Somebody should go on and give that as a Christmas present.
You know, Mitch,
Those
I
are all
got
there.
this suit after Christmas.
That doesn't surprise me, John. Who did you kill? All right. Our phone number is 855-955-GIVE. To make your last donations, go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com to get any of those items. We've got about a half an hour left to try to break our all-time record, which we achieved last year of $2,065,000. And please help us. If you'd like to text Mitch13 to 59925. You can launch that farewell music here as we go out. Again, the phone numbers are 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web, or text Mitch13 to 59925. We will come back and wrap things up here in the last half hour, the lightning round, and get to our final total and see how we do. From Somerset, the 13th annual Say Detroit Radiothon continues.
I served 28 years in 11 months. Now I'm in Clarenceville High School when they told me I was going to die in prison. Know why I'm here? Because I didn't give up. My name is Daryl. I dropped out of school in the 8th grade. Started selling drugs. I found myself at the wrong place at the wrong time, associating with the wrong people. Someone was killed. I didn't do it. They convicted me for being an aiding and abettor in this homicide. Let's stay engaged with them and hear them a lot, and get them to talk, because that's what's going to make a huge difference when we transition. Oh, this is amazing. This is the biggest one that we ever done with 400 students. They're laughing, they're working together, don't know who they're working with right now, but they just having fun, natural fun. Young people desire a lot. They want to be heard. So it's not just a monologue in here, it's a dialogue that's going on. We're here to lift each other up. First of all, we want to thank you for welcoming us into your school today. It's been an honor and a privilege for us to be here with you guys. We have some other good friends here that I want them to share just a little bit more about themselves and what they do, and then we want to have a conversation about that. And so I'm gonna ask my good friend here if he would say just a little bit more about himself.
I'm Tavan Hall. I'm a police officer for the city of Inkster.
And I'm a cop too. And I
you a cop too?
Yes, sir. And I turned myself around.
You a cop. He don't look like no cop. He don't look like no cop?
Him neither though, for real.
Neither one of them. We want to help them to believe in themselves. We want to empower them with the tools that they need so that they can win in life.
I don't like bad people because it's not all cops, just like it's not all kids. To be a cop, you go out there and you risk your own life for everyone else's every day. And just because there's bad people in like the police system, there's bad people everywhere.
This hour of the 13th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon is generously brought to you by the Artichoke Garlic Foundation. Call 855-955-GIVE to help.
All right, this is the final half hour, and that means we bring out everybody and everything that we can. We pull out all the stops to try to get to our stated goal. I'm playing the empathy card here now. Our little girl, Nadi, has been a trooper here, staying here. She's been here for the last couple of hours. My wife, Janine, is kind enough to come out, and all of our friends Ann and Haley and all the people who help us take care of her. And now she's sitting on my lap. Hi, honey. What do you have to say? You want to say hi to Mama? Want to say hi to anybody? Okay, she's been talking all day long. What have you been doing here? Dada, what? What have you been doing here all day, honey? Can you tell me?
Shopping.
Going where?
No.
Did Mama tell you to come up?
Yeah.
Mama said come up. Do you know what Daddy's doing here?
Yeah.
What? You're pointing at the microphone. What is Dada doing?
Yes.
Can you tell me? Yes.
Talking, right.
Talking.
There you go.
Yeah. So she sees a microphone. She says this. And can you tell everybody what we say to each other in the morning when I see you in the morning? What's the first thing you say? What's the first thing you say in the morning?
Good morning.
I can't hear you, honey.
Good morning. I love you.
There you go. Good morning. I love you. And I love you too, sweetheart. So, okay. If everything else that we've said for the last 14 and a half hours has not worked, okay. Somehow
We're pulling out all the stops.
We're pulling out all the stops. And we have gathered not only Rosie and Kevin O'Neill and Ed Kelly, Craig Gass, John Pizzarelli, who, by the way, has been here since about 7 o'clock in the morning. And I can tell you, jazz musicians' hours
are not that. That's right.
Yeah. Well, there are a lot of jazz musicians who are up at 7 a.m., but it's only because they haven't gone to bed yet.
Right. That would be true.
Yeah.
The fact that he's worn flannel all day, Mitch, has been astounding to me.
Don has been here since 7 a.m. singing amazing songs for everybody. Ken Brown, of course, my radio long life partner, and pretty much everybody from the political world that we can think of.
Yes, we're making radiothons great again, Mitchell. It's tremendous. I can't believe what you're doing in just a short period of time. People come up to me all the time with tears in their eyes in Somerset collection. Oh my gosh, you're raising so much money. You're raising so much money. Lots of people.
Yeah. Well, who else is here?
Well, we got Joe Biden, we got Bill Clinton. We got David Letterman here. Hey, kids. And Paul Schaefer's here as well. And we also have Matthew McConaughey. All right.
Okay.
Elon Musk is also here. Yeah.
I always enjoy talking to Elon, although I'm not sure he knows that he's talking to me.
Mitch, just like that horrible 1986 song by the group Europe, we're in for the final countdown.
Thank you. Well, from Casey Kasem to where did my paperwork go here now? I had all this stuff. Okay. From Casey Kasem to Dwayne Casey, who, of course, we all know is his time as coach of the Pistons and now works with the Pistons in the front office. And Dwayne is on the line with us right now. Hello, Dwayne Casey.
Hello, Mitch. How you doing?
Oh, we're doing great. We're doing great.
I was waiting to see if he could do me, but I don't think he can. So
we have a Dwayne Casey impersonator here?
No, please don't. Please don't.
Dwayne Casey sounds like Christopher Walken.
Yeah.
Hi, oh my goodness.
Dwayne Casey.
Well, if you want to hear yourself as Christopher Walken, yeah.
No, that's okay. That's fine. I'm good. I'm good. Mitch.
Where's Alvin and the Chipmunk?
Well, I know, Dwayne, you're not calling simply on your own behalf, although I know how charitable you are personally. But you're calling on behalf of Tom Goris, the owner of the Pistons, who has been kind enough to make some sizable donations to our organization every year. And I guess Tom is occupied and can't do it in person this year, but he's asked you to come on. Do I have that right?
Right. You're exactly right. Tom is traveling right now and can't be here. And he really wanted to be here. So he wanted me to let everyone know he's really disappointed because this is the first year in a long time he hadn't had a chance to be on. If you remember, Mitch, my first year here, he gave extra $100,000 because if we made the playoffs, and we made the playoffs.
Yeah,
so,
but on the last game of the year, wouldn't you?
Sure did. So
Yeah.
you were nervous on that one. Yeah.
I've never rooted so hard for a basketball game.
I tell you what, I had forgotten about it until after the game was over, but then everyone reminded me, and that was great.
I didn't.
That was great.
At halftime, we all knew it. You know, they say sports writers don't root, and that's true. unless you have $100,000 on the line for a charity. So yes,
right.
we really appreciate that.
Right. Well, Tom is going to pledge $250,000 for your cause, and he does so much, and that's one reason why I love Tom so much. People don't realize what he does for the community. As far as he's given away since 2006, Mitch, 170,000 toys to kids here in the area, to 70,000 kids, and we just had a big promotion the other day, Toys for Tots, that Tom gave away. He and Holly provided for the kids here, and he does everything he can do for our community. He cares, and that's one great thing about Tom that I don't think people realize and understand what he does and how he feels about the Detroit area and the state of Michigan.
That's wonderful. Can we go back to the first sentence that you said at the start of that thing? So you want to say that again, louder and slower.
Well, he wants to donate $250,000.
Okay, you can stop. You can stop right there. Let us react to that.
Okay. All right. All right.
So
and
Tom Doris, the owner of the Pistons, wants to donate $250,000. You could pretty much recite the alphabet at this point. After that, that's but that is just fantastic, Dwayne.
Right.
We know how generous Tom is, and not just from large gifts at the end of a radiothon.
Right.
He has come out to the Save Play Center. He has met with our kids. He actually wanted, when he helped build the basketball court that you've seen out there, and you've been out there, when he helped build the basketball court, he wanted the walls to contain expressions that motivated kids and that had motivated him along his career, and they're on the walls right now. So he takes a vested interest in it. He wanted, one year he gave a program that he wanted the kids to come up with the idea to where to give the money. He gave a certain amount of money, but he said, I want the kids to decide. And they spent a year studying charities to figure out where to give away like $100,000. So
I remember that. I remember that he wanted to empower the kids. That was a big mantra of his. He wanted the kids. He just didn't want to throw money at the cause. He wanted to make sure the kids did their work, did their homework, and found out exactly what they wanted to donate it to and empower the kids. And I think that does give the kids a sense of empowerment. And, and another thing about Tom, he's really strong in the mental health. And that's one thing with the Pistons that we started to do, is make sure our players, our employees had access to the mental health experts that we have. We have quite a few on staff right now. And that's one thing Tom wanted to make sure of. And that's one thing also he wanted to make sure of with the kids. And that's why he wants to give another $100,000 added on to the $250,000 for the mental health piece, to make sure the kids are healthy, have access to mental health experts, and to, also too, I think there's a stigma, Mitch, as about kids, about seeing a counselor. There's nothing wrong with seeing a counselor. That's something that I know that is very, powerful in the African-American community, especially my grandparents and parents. It was a stigma that if you saw a mental health therapist, there was something wrong with you. You wasn't a strong person. And so that's something I know we want to try to help kids and help the younger generation get away from that stigma and make sure that they understand that, hey, it's nothing wrong with going and asking for help and making sure we provide that type of assistance to the kids.
Wow. That is fantastic. That shows an incredible understanding of some of the problems in city and inner city communities. And so that's in addition to the $250,000.
That's in addition to the.
I don't want to sound like a shopper.
No,
I don't want to sound like the guy buying the diamond ring.
Can we leave?
How much did you say that was?
Can we leave Dwayne on a little longer?
No, it's all from the generosity of Tom. He wanted to make sure that everyone knew that to make sure the mental health piece was so important to our community, and that's huge. In addition to the $250,000. So that's out of the generosity from Tom and Holly, and that's just kind of the guy he is, to make sure our kids provided for from the mental health.
We will find a way to personally thank him when his feet touch the ground. But in the meantime, would you please tell him that is just extraordinary, not just in its size. Size is not everything, despite what most guys think, but in its foresight. especially
exactly.
that piece of it. So please, on behalf of everybody here, express our gratitude to Tom Goris and everybody there in the Pistons family. And Dwayne, I always enjoy talking to you, always have. But I think I've enjoyed this conversation a little bit more than even any of the other conversations we've had.
Maybe there's a little extra, but again, I want to say that it's from Tom's generosity, and again, I wouldn't have stayed with the Pistons if it wasn't for Tom, his foresight of seeing where he can take the Pistons and what he can do for community here in Detroit. And I just want to make sure that everyone knows that and appreciates that, because, like you said, it's not the size of the commitment. It's from where it's coming from his heart. So
absolutely,
I think that's what's so important.
All right, we cannot thank you and him
Dwayne.
enough.
Okay.
Everybody,
thank you,
Dwayne
Dwayne.
Casey, Tom
Thank you
Goris.
so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Mitch.
Thank
Merry
you.
Christmas.
Great.
Happy holidays. to
Happy
you.
holidays. It just got a lot happier for a lot of
Okay.
people here.
All righty.
It's wonderful,
All right.
wonderful. Thank you. Our
Thank
phone
you so
numbers
much.
as we close out the final 17 minutes, 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. We were likening this whole thing to It's a Wonderful Life. Isn't there the guy at the very, very end, the rich guy that he grew up with?
Yes.
He comes in and says,
Wainwright, right?
I want to read a wire.
Right.
Stop.
Stop.
My office, and of course it tells you how old the film is, authorized to as much as $25,000.
Line of credit.
Stop.
$25,000.
Yeah.
Hee-haw and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Yeah. So that is fantastic. So we will get to a tote board tally before we finish out here. But we'll go to tote board at the end. One last tote board. I can't do multiple tote boards, but I'm sure that helps bring us to our goal, if not bring us over. But hey, let's set a new mark. Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So Kenny, what do we got left here now?
What are we doing? Shinolas? Are we?
Okay, the Shinola Birdie Women's Watch from Tappers is at $700.
Okay.
5 more minutes,
5 more
and that
minutes.
closes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
The women's watch there. The Gibson guitar signed by the Rock Bottom Remainders is it's got to get to $3,000,
Okay, let's
or
go.
I'm buying
Let's
it.
go.
The Riley Green Tiger signed jersey at $425. Got to get higher, or I'm buying that.
A little higher. We can do that.
The Rocket Mortgage Classic Club Ace Hospitality Suite is at $600. Okay, we'll give that 5 more minutes to get that up, and then that's it. There's 2 of those out there. The Roost Experience, along with the Hiroki-san restaurant, which is a fantastic Japanese restaurant, and you get to stay a night at the Roost Hotel downtown, which is fantastic. The old Book Cadillac building. Yeah, it's a great place.
Beautiful.
So that's at $550 again. We'll close that out in 5 minutes. The Shields Pizza Party is at $300. We'll give that 5 more minutes to geek that up, and then that is gone.
Who
Spencer Torkelson's jersey at $230.
All right, come on.
5 more minutes, and
Spencer.
that's going to be gone. One-on-one Zoom call with me at $1,000. 1 more minute to see if there's anybody dumb enough to pay more money for that. Okay, so that's at $1,000. Where are we going here? Okay, the Nerd
Burleson.
Nate Burleson is Nerd Burleson.
Hi, Nate Burleson.
That's his brother.
Yeah.
Sounds like a 1930s player.
Yes.
Nerd Burleson.
Nate Burleson and his orchestra will be here.
pleasure to be with you. He played with Red Range.
Yeah. Okay, that's at $3,600 to go into New York City, meet Nate, eat with them afterwards, and see the CBS morning program. That's at $3,600. Going to close that out in 5 minutes. So at 8:51, that will be closed.
And I know there's not fantasy football players who are just getting to the phone now, or getting to the radio now. And Adam Schefter, we got to raise that up.
That Adam Schefter thing is worth more than $500. Adam Schefter will spend 30 minutes with you to pick your fantasy football team. He is the biggest expert on the NFL for ESPN. You will win more money in your first week than $500.
And just the impression with your guys. If it's 20 guys in your fantasy football pool, how much is that?
The
Come on,
ROI
$10 a piece is $500.
Baked in.
That's
Come
right.
on,
I'm buying that at twice that price.
Right, and we don't even play fantasy football. We'll just have them talk.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We'll pay him to come on the show. Lomas Brown and Herman Moore lunch is at $610. We're going to give that. It's 8:47. We'll give that to 8:50, and then we're going to close that out. So if you chance, that's a great. Those guys are great guys to hang out with. You'll love that.
Oh, yeah.
Jared Goff's VIP training camp meet and greet. You get to meet him, and now it's at 4,200.
Is that
Slightly
close
more.
to Campbell?
Yeah, it's right
Is it
around
more?
Dan Campbell's money.
Okay.
We'll give that 5 more minutes to
come on.
see if we can get that to $5,000. I think people
Come on.
pay $5,000 to
Grit.
go out and meet Jared
Grit.
Goff
Say
and
grit
have
3
him meet all
times,
your
George.
friends. Great.
Grit.
Jane Pauley, $5,500 to go to New York and see her and have brunch with her.
Not just Jane Pauley, the Jane Pauley experience.
That's right.
The whole
Come on,
experience.
the whole
Well,
experience.
If you know Jane, that's the
That's the
experience.
experience.
Okay, 5 more minutes on that. That closes at 8:52. The Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks concert tickets. Somebody's been playing with this.
Yeah.
It's at $4,200,
Come
but I
on.
think they're waiting because everybody knows that's actually a good price for 4 tickets for that concert.
Come on, there'll be guys on the street that day at a concert selling them for more than that. You can get them right here. You don't have to worry about
We
getting
will
pinned.
close that out in 3 minutes. All
3
right.
minutes.
So if you
Get your
want to
bid
get in
in.
on that, you
Get
got
it in.
3 minutes. Book club Zoom meeting with me at $525. If you've got a book club out there, if you've got 10 members at $50 a piece, I will Zoom meet with your book club. That's at $525. 3 more minutes on that, and that will close. Cade Cunningham's Pistons jersey,
All-star.
$350. 5 more minutes. That will close.
Triple-double.
Sebastian Maniscalco.
Maniscalco.
Maniscalco at Little Caesars Arena, $2,050. 3 minutes more, and it closes at 8:53. That closes. The Tarek Skubal signed baseball is at $405. I'm sorry.
Come on.
I'm going to buy
Come on.
that until that gets to
Come on.
$1,000.
Todd McFarland's going to buy
This
that 20
guy
years from now more
won
than that.
the Cy Young
That's right.
Award.
And you know,
Okay,
that's right.
Name
Todd
me,
McFarland bought a
name me
baseball
somebody
for
else
$3
who
million
won a
bucks.
Cy Young Award about 20 years ago.
You guys are a great team.
Who won a Cy Young Award 20 years ago? I don't know. Tom Seaver, he won a Cy Young
Fernando
Award.
Valenzuela.
Okay, if you had a
Fernando
Fernando Valenzuela
Valenzuela.
signed baseball now, and you paid $405 for it,
You have big money.
yeah, you'd have made a
Ask
lot
Todd
of money.
McFarland how
So
many
sorry.
baseballs he's bought over the years.
That's right.
He
So
can get
that's
it
got to
while
go
it's
way
hot.
higher. Dylan Larkin signed photo in Red Wings puck at $330. We'll close that out in 2 minutes. The Grand Hotel bed and breakfast package at $1,620, closing in
That's
2 minutes.
bed and breakfast.
The Amon-Ra St. Brown signed football, $1,200, closing in 2 minutes. Jared Goff signed Lions football at $982, closing in 2 minutes. The Pistons luxury suite experience at Little Caesars Arena, which is 18 people for $1,750. I think we got to get that over $1,800 because that's $100 per
18
person,
people,
right?
that's 100. Come on.
And that's a luxury
You can't
suite.
even get beers for 100 a person. Get
I'm
on
all
that.
out of money.
2 minutes to get that over that.
Yeah, let's
that
get it
mile.
over. Come on.
Lunch with Carmen Harlan and Bernie Smilovitz for $350. It's worth way
Come
more
on,
than
way
that.
more than that.
I'm only
Bernie
going to do
alone.
one of those at that price.
Carmen
We were
alone.
offering 2, but I'm only going to leave one. One's at $400. The $350 I'm going to
No,
buy. So
no.
whoever's at 4,
Come on.
you're going to have to bid on that
Yep.
$400 one unless people come in at the last minute because Carmen and Bernie are great
Come
lunch companions. Oakland Hills Country Club golf outing with Coach Campy at $2,800. We're going to close that out at 8:52. That's 2 minutes from now. Okay, so if you want to get to Oakland Hills and golf, you got to bid more than $2,800. 3 more people to golf with Greg Campy. That's a fantastic thing. And we've got a one-on-one Zoom call with me for $500. We're closing that out in a minute. Okay.
That's it.
Wow.
That's right.
Yeah.
All I want to
That's
do was
right.
zoom.
That's all you got titles.
Pitts, are you okay?
Tom Pizzarelli walked in with this machine that makes his voice change. I don't know. And as if you have one of the world's great singing voices.
Thank you. It gets deeper late at night.
And you've been falling in love with the device that changes your voice.
This is big trouble.
Okay. While we're waiting to close out those things, and then we can. And one of the reasons we need to close them out is we can't tell you what the tally is until we close out these things, because then we have to add them all in. All right. I want to thank a number of people here before we get off the air. First of all, from WJR, from everybody on the top all the way through who makes this all possible for us. You know, they allow us to have a whole day of radio. Everybody goes off and goes home, and we do a whole day of broadcasting. I'm telling you, folks, there are very few radio stations in the country that would give up a day's time and never ask for anything in return. In fact, all they ask is, how can we help you promote this event? Steve Finateri, Mike Wheeler, Ann Thomas, They are fantastic. Folks, I have to clap for them. Mike is right there, and I'm sure Steve and Ann are listening. You can't work for better people, and we are so grateful to have them behind us. And all the hosts who gave up their time, Guy Gordon, Kevin Dietz, Paul W. Smith, Chris Renwick, Lomas Brown, Anthony Bellino, all the engineers and board ops at the Fisher Building, CD and Dan for holding back the fort back home. They didn't get any of the fun from our show, but
love from us.
They've had to work an awful hard day. Thanks to WDIV, WXYZ, and Fox 2 Detroit, all of whom came out and didn't CBS 2 come out? CBS as well. Yep. So they all came out and covered us, and we appreciate that. The Detroit Free Press covering as well. The Somerset Collection, we would not be here if not for their kindness. We interviewed Nate Forbes a little bit earlier. We thanked him. Linda McIntosh, who's just an angel and a behind-the-scenes person, never wants me to mention her name, but I'm sorry. This doesn't happen without her for their support today and all through these years. Our call center volunteers led by Jean Yee, Mary Williams, and the corporate call center volunteers from Northern Trust, Point Academy, our own Time to Help volunteers, GM Ford Philanthropy, Ally, Rocket Community Fund, and so many others. Our lifeblood and call center and anything dealing with the telephony, which is actually a word, believe it or not.
Yes, it is.
Or is it telephony? Telephony. Lingo Communications, Dino and his entire team, our thank you to them. Our engineers out here who have they're here at 4 o'clock in the morning. They work all day long. Ray Templin, fantastic job, Ray. Right. Dave Rieger for stage management up here. Great job, Dave. Our technical production team over there, Dave Scott and Michigan Digital. You guys did a fantastic job. Startup Nation for the call center. New Image Building Services for keeping it clean. Paul Duffy, our IT guru. Our charity partner, the Detroit Rescue Mission Ministries. Where's Chad?
Right here.
There he is. Chad has been here since 5:30 this morning. I'm going to say this right now. Without Chad Audi, there is no Say Detroit.
That's right.
It doesn't get Chris. I didn't know how to form a charity, and I didn't know where I was going to stay at a homeless shelter to write that column that started this whole thing. And somebody introduced me to Chad Audi, and our friendship has grown ever since that was 2006. And Chad has taught me more. He's forgotten more about the charity world than I will ever learn. And he is an absolute angel of this city who thousands of people every night are responsible for having beds in the city to sleep in because of the Detroit Rescue Mission Ministries and Chad Audi. We cannot clap for you enough. Dave Barry, Bruce Kornblatt, Craig Gass, who has all been. Craig's been here. I don't think Craig's going home. I think he's staying until next year. So, do we have a date for next year already? Okay.
Don't tell him now because of last year.
And all of our volunteers.
I'll end up doing another gig in Flint.
All of our volunteers here at Somerset who've been sitting through all this, Isabella and Nathan and Rylan have been here since this morning and still look great. And everybody on my team, Kerry Alexander, Antonella, I don't pronounce her last name because I just get it wrong. So I'm just going to say Antonella, Vince, and Joanne Barnes and Mendel, who's still a bum, Rick Kelly, who does a fabulous job as our executive director, Trish Huth, who has not only been here since 5 o'clock in the morning, but made soup for me.
Yeah, that's right.
That I've been able to keep my voice all day long and has been bringing up soup and tea with honey. And Trish, God bless you. I'm married to our wonderful Mike Wheeler. Michael Isabella, who's been here for a long time. Yes, Dylan Adams, Eileen Polowski, Susan Scrofano, Natalie Beam, Kevin, Ed, Eric, Steve, you.
Just me.
You, mister.
Just me.
You, mister.
Just me.
Okay.
Where's the Rosewood? Rosewood.
Rosie gets enough.
No, there he is.
Okay, and two nights ago or whatever it was, I've lost track of time. Rosie and I had to go and do an obligation in Florida when I was sick with RSV, and it's the dumbest thing you can do is go up in the air. And on the flight home, I practically died. I was literally lying on the floor of the plane going, like a dog panting. And Rosie goes, am I supposed to take you to the hospital when we land? And he has handled everything. He said, look, you just go try to get better. I'll take care of everything. which is pretty much Rosie's mantra.
That's him.
I'll take care of everything. That should be his middle name. I'll take care of everything. And he has done that. So, Rosie, hats off to you this year, maybe more than most.
He's a sweetie pie.
Thank you to Mitch for giving us all RSV this year.
Yes.
Doctor's notes will be passed out at the end of the
I can say that Rosie has had to put up with a lot from me over the years. I've known him since I was 8 years old. But this Radiothon, more than ever, he has put up with more snot than any man should have to see. He has seen some things that you can't unsee them. Okay?
What an epitaph.
When they come out of a man's body. Okay. Our final dedications, people, before we give you our final countdown, a donation made in honor of Sue Wagner, in honor of Colleen and Carol, in memory of Drew and Jim, in honor of Harry Hewelt from Shelby Township, Nikki of South Lyon, in honor of Rick from Walled Lake, in honor of John Feely, Westland, in honor of Lynn Bridges from Mansfield, in honor of Bruce and Kathy Morris, Utica, in honor of Corewell Health, Royal Oak, the Vascular Ultrasound Department. These are wonderful donations that have been made in honor of Big Joe in Garden City, in honor of her late husband, Charles, in Ann Arbor, in honor of Brian E. Arts and Commerce, in honor of Little Levi Hecker in Harrison Township, in honor of the crew, so it makes it some sense, in Troy, in honor of Brian and Melissa from Washington Township. These are all people who made very generous donations. In honor of Elsa Reeves, in honor of Dolores Ponca, in honor of John and Donna from Tucker, in honor and memory of Larry Cardenas, in honor of Leona Supanik from New Baltimore, Richard Harrison from Waterford. Let me try to just get through these. We reach the end. Ken and Yvonne from St. Clair Shores, Gene Cooper Jarmus from Fort Wayne, Teresa and Jack Gatos from Hunting Woods area, in honor of Ken Calvert from Birmingham. God, we love him.
Yeah.
Rich and Fran Walden from Sterling Heights, Charles Mall from St. Clair Shores, in honor of Jackie Steinman from Ann Arbor, and many, many more. We'll try to get Jerry and Joan Schroeder. Thank you all. If you haven't got to your donations, only because we're running out of time. Francis, John, Ron, and Jennifer Matija from Dearborn, Mom and Patty in Ann Arbor, Ann in Dearborn, my three brothers, Jim, Richard, and Robert from the Plymouth area here. I'm going to get to the end of this. Lori Cancilla from Romulus, David Hours from Farmington Hills, Lillian from Rochester Hills, Lucia, Teddy, Graham, and Charlie from Troy with a $2,600 donation. David Hours, Mary Ann Jablonski, Henry Matthew Bryson from Ann Arbor, and Pat and Darby McElvey from Lake Orion, Jerry Gennari, Haddonfield, Brian Zynek, Dr. Niporn Shah, Richard Pinshoff from Monroe, and I think this is the last one, Leonard and Anna Johnson from Livonia, and the Feast of Our Lady at Guadalupe in Lakewood, a $2,500 donation. Thank all of you for your generosity. All right. I think we've thanked everybody. We've gone through all our items. This is the final thing that we do.
Let's do this.
Last year, we did $2,065,000, and we thought it would be impossible to surpass that. I have a good feeling about this, though. The total for the 2024 WJR Say Detroit 13th Annual Radiothon is $2,227,573.44.
Kenny, you got it.
Kenny is finally happy that somebody gave Kenny. God bless you all. Thank you for making our dreams possible and so many other people's dreams possible here in the city of Detroit. You've made a lot of people have a happy holiday, and we hope you do the same. We'll see you back on our show between 4 and 6. I'll be a corpse. I'll be there. Until then, with my partner, Ken Brown, this is Mitch Albom saying, we gotta go.
This is the great voice of the Great Lakes. WJR AM and WDVD HD2, Detroit.
Cato CB2 Repair Cream. No steroids, no CBD. Cato Repair Cream is a safe, all-natural topical product that addresses inflammation in the body quickly. Great for arthritis, tendonitis, and muscle strain. Visit CatoCream.com. That's the letter K, K-A-D-O cream.com.
Be sure to start every Sunday at 8 a.m. with JR Sunday with Mark Hollis. Great interviews and conversations all in one place on JR Sunday with Mark Hollis, sponsored by Tryon, your payroll and HR solution. To learn more and to reach out to Tryon, go to RelyOnTryon.com.
Call us or text us. The number's the same. 1-800-859-0957. 1-800-859-0WJR. Powered by Michigan Auto Law, Auto Accident Attorneys.